Chapter 1: Introducing a Global Perspective. In this initial chapter, we embark on a journey to explore and understand the various lenses through which we can perceive and interpret our world. By presenting an array of beliefs, values, and experiences that shape our understanding of reality, we aim to foster a broader worldview. This exploration will guide us as we delve into the complexities of human existence, enabling us to appreciate the richness of diversity and the interconnectedness of societies. When it comes to the subjects of calculations, culture, and clarithromycin, I want to take a moment to reflect on the insights I shared in my previous work, The India Way, which was published 3 years ago. In my previous discourse on navigating the complexities of an uncertain global landscape, I advocated for a multifaceted and proactive approach. I suggested that it was essential for us to actively engage with America, manage our relationship with China, foster stronger ties with Europe, reassure Russia of our intentions, involve Japan in collaborative endeavors, embrace our neighboring countries more fully, extend our regional focus, and broaden the traditional alliances that support our efforts. Since that time, we have witnessed advancements in many of these areas, although progress has not been uniform across the board. While some initiatives have unfolded smoothly and yielded positive results, others have proven to be much more intricate and challenging than we had initially anticipated. Simultaneously, the global landscape has undergone profound transformations that have further complicated the situation. The pressures of a shifting global order have been intensified by a series of significant events, including the relentless waves of the COVID-19 pandemic, the ongoing conflict in Ukraine, and the turmoil engulfing parts of West Asia. All these factors have collectively underscored the complexity and urgency of our strategic considerations as we navigate this dynamic world. It is abundantly clear that the world we live in has transformed into a much more challenging environment. India, in particular, has faced considerable difficulties in this evolving landscape. Numerous significant issues have had a direct impact on the nation, with one of the most pressing being the evolving stance of China along the border, which has become a key element in India's strategic considerations. Despite these adversities, India is being guided by a resolute leadership and a society willing to stand behind its government. This combination is proving vital as the country maneuvers through this period of instability. As emerging powers strive for stability above all else, India must develop thoughtful strategies to ensure its ascent amid the unpredictable conditions that characterize the current global scenario. Over the past 25 years, the landscape of international relations has been significantly influenced by 5 key trends: globalization, rebalancing, the rise of multipolarity, the transformative impact of technology, and the strategic maneuvers that countries have historically engaged in. Among these, globalization stands out as the most pivotal force, with its effects likely to deepen despite facing increasing criticism for fostering dependency among nations. This ongoing globalization has initiated a shift in the global power dynamic, gradually altering the relative influence of various actors within the international system. Initially, this shift was predominantly economic, but it is gradually becoming evident through political and cultural dimensions as well. As the process of rebalancing unfolds, it is likely to usher in an era of multipolarity, where a new array of influential nations will emerge alongside those that have historically held sway since the end of World War II in 1945. This transformative journey is still in its infancy, and many factors will determine its trajectory. The future will increasingly hinge on the partnerships that nations form, the diverse agendas they bring to the table, and how these combinations of states collaborate within the evolving global landscape. In recent years, the role of technology has evolved significantly, emerging as a powerful catalyst for change. Unlike in the past, technology now has the capacity to profoundly influence our everyday lives, affecting not just the way we live but also how we interact with and utilize our essential resources. Moreover, the potential to weaponize our regular activities presents unique challenges that we must navigate. The speed of technological advancement has escalated so dramatically that it warrants a new perspective, one in which we consider techades, or the eras defined by technological innovation. Additionally, we cannot ignore the ongoing geopolitical maneuvers that nations engage in, manifesting through competitive politics at both the country level and among coalitions. These dynamics play a crucial role in shaping contemporary Indian foreign policy, impacting decisions both as isolated incidents and collectively. As India stands at this juncture, it must not only brace itself for a wave of reglobalization aimed at correcting the imbalances in economic and technological power but also seize this moment to enhance its overall national strength. This dual focus on adaptation and augmentation will be vital for India's future in an increasingly interconnected and complex global landscape. Recognizing that the realm of international politics is characterized by both significant transformations and enduring stability, it is crucial for us to adopt a perspective that does not rely solely on instinctual responses or past experiences. While the foundational structures and historical contexts undoubtedly play a vital role in shaping our understanding, we must also fully acknowledge the ongoing dynamics that continually mold our contemporary reality. Notably, there are critical power shifts occurring both among nations and within their borders that are essential to the larger geopolitical equation. A substantial portion of these development centers around the United States, whose influence and supremacy have decidedly waned compared to previous decades. The fact that this change has taken place is indisputable. However, the implications of this shift bear considerable discussion and contemplation. Recent global events have made it abundantly clear that the United States remains a formidable force, with capabilities and influence that should not be underestimated. Interpreting its altered stance is a complicated endeavor, particularly as it increasingly exercises its diplomatic and strategic power from a distance. Questions naturally arise regarding the extent of American engagement in various regions of the world, especially in light of the escalating presence and assertiveness of other countries, most notably China. Observing how these international relationships evolve will be critical for understanding the future landscape of global politics, as we navigate the intricate interplay of power dynamics and strategic interests across nations. In today's world, political polarization in various societies plays a crucial role that cannot be overlooked in the realm of state diplomacy. Governments are forced to assess and adapt their strategies in response to significant shifts occurring within their own borders. This is evident both in the United States and China, where domestic transformations are prompting nations to reconsider their international positions and relations. As we observe the evolving geopolitical landscape, there is a notable shift in focus from traditional centers of competition such as West Asia and Europe towards the Indo-Pacific region. This change is so pronounced that even countries that may seem far removed from this area are now developing tailored strategies to engage with the Indo-Pacific dynamics. Moreover, while the ongoing conflict in Ukraine and its resulting impact on global energy markets are certainly significant, they are unlikely to overshadow or reverse the momentum toward prioritizing the Indo-Pacific in diplomatic considerations. The recalibration of international relations in light of these factors illustrates a broader trend that is reshaping how nations interact on the world stage. Each of these evolving trends has significantly impacted India's approach to foreign policy. Navigating the complexities and uncertainties of the international landscape has necessitated a combination of rigorous planning and strategic adjustments. Our domestic strategies not only facilitated a swift recovery from the devastating effects of the pandemic but also laid the foundation for a unique form of diplomacy centered around COVID-19 relief efforts. In our dealings concerning Ukraine, we adopted a political stance that considered not just the immediate concerns of energy and food security, but also the larger geopolitical interplay within the Eurasian region. When it comes to our relationship with China, we maintained a strong military presence along the border while simultaneously exercising deliberate limitations on collaborative efforts. In terms of partnership with Quad allies, we distinguished ourselves as one of the few nations capable of navigating the transitions between successive administrations, each presenting markedly different foreign policy approaches. Furthermore, we made pivotal political decisions at critical moments, including elevating the status of the Quad, forming the 12U2 initiative, and architecting the India-Middle East-Europe Economic Corridor (MEC). These measures signify a deliberate effort to strengthen our diplomatic engagements while addressing the varied challenges on the global stage. During this timeframe, the challenge of navigating various paths while effectively managing competitive relationships was put to the test. The significant efforts made to strengthen cooperation with European nations proved to be quite a complex task, particularly when trying to maintain long-standing connections with Russia. As the division between the global North and South became increasingly pronounced, organizing the Voice of the Global South Summit right at the onset of India's presidency in the G20 was an astutely timed decision. Meanwhile, as the dynamics of multipolarity continued to evolve, India's expanding engagements were strategically aimed at ensuring that the nation kept up with these emerging global trends. In recent years, the factors influencing the decisions made by nations have experienced a significant transformation. Traditionally, the primary indicators of national power were based on conventional military strength and economic performance. Our analysis of potential opportunities typically relied heavily on the nature of intergovernmental partnerships. However, the unfolding of recent global events has brought forth a multitude of new criteria by which we assess security and evaluate potential gains. Consequently, our perspectives, whether they relate directly to economic matters or encompass the broader realm of national security, must adapt to this shifting landscape. One of the foremost concerns today is the need to mitigate risks within the global economy. For nations with market-based economies and democratic systems, this focus has shifted towards the creation of more resilient and dependable supply chains. In the realm of digital technology, there is a parallel emphasis on the necessity of fostering trust and transparency, which are critical components for navigating the complexities of international dealings. The idea of a more decentralized global economy is increasingly viewed as a practical solution to current challenges and uncertainties. As tensions from tech competition intensify, the sentiments against economic monopolization are likely to become even more pronounced. Furthermore, it is essential to recognize that the interconnectedness of nations cannot, by itself, guarantee lasting peace and security on the global stage. The process of reglobalization in this rapidly evolving technological era will demand collaborations built on trust and mutual understanding, representing a novel framework that many will navigate for the first time. The journey of an ascending force. As we stand at a pivotal crossroads, both India and the global community find themselves grappling with a unique set of challenges that demand careful consideration and strategic planning. We are entering a phase characterized by significant volatility and disruption, necessitating that both mitigation efforts and navigational strategies work in tandem. The transformation that we have long speculated would come to pass is now a reality, unfolding before our very eyes. On the international stage, India is recognizing the advantages of aligning itself with like-minded nations, all the while preserving its own unique identity and cultural richness. This dual approach not only enhances India's global presence but also allows it to foster new partnerships based on mutually beneficial terms. As the most populous country in the world and currently occupying the position of the fifth largest economy, India's importance is further emphasized by its adept handling of the G20 presidency. The interactions emerging between a rapidly evolving India and an equally dynamic global landscape are unprecedented, presenting new opportunities and challenges for both parties. In this context, the caliber of India's leadership will be crucial in determining the trajectory of its future. In this discussion, I aim to encapsulate the significant events and trends characterizing a world undergoing immense strain, providing a framework through which we can evaluate India's prospects moving forward. Like my previous work, this effort is designed to enrich the ongoing discourse within a society that thrives on debate and dialogue. Significant global players typically achieve their influence following a pivotal event that reshapes their standing in the world. Whether this event takes the form of a war, a revolutionary change, or a substantial shift in the economic landscape, there are common themes that underpin these transformations. At the heart of these changes is an enhancement of capabilities, coupled with the emergence of new traits and characteristics from influential states. In the context of India, its early diplomatic efforts were hampered by limitations in its overall capabilities. While these challenges manifested in areas of national security and politics, they were fundamentally a reflection of the country's slower advancements in socio-economic growth and technological innovation. Furthermore, there was a noticeable deficiency in effectively showcasing the potential of India's rich and ancient civilization on the global stage. Compared to its contemporaries, India's journey has been marked by repetition and unevenness. However, the current landscape shows a convergence of various factors that are collectively propelling India forward in a cohesive manner. Today, the interplay of politics, economics, population dynamics, cultural richness, and progressive ideologies creates a powerful force for change. These profound shifts across diverse sectors are laying the foundation for what many now refer to as New India, a nation revitalizing its image and aspirations on the world stage. Over the past 10 years, India has significantly broadened its space initiatives and enhanced its profile on the global stage. The framework of its diplomatic approach has become more defined, particularly as the neighborhood-first policy has firmly established itself while the engagement with extended neighborhoods has expanded in various directions. Additionally, India's presence on the world map is growing, evident not just in regions like Africa and Latin America, but also in the Pacific and the Caribbean. At the same time, India is intensifying its diplomatic relationships with key global powerhouses, albeit encountering challenges in the process. The Vaccine Matri initiative has solidified India's standing as a leading advocate for the global south, while various first responder missions have underscored the country's commitment to international cooperation. Operations such as Kaveri, Ganga, Devi Shakti, and Ajay demonstrate that Indian citizens living abroad can rely on their government during times of crisis and adversity. What began a decade ago with the promotion of yoga is now evolving toward the advocacy of Sri Anna, millets, highlighting India's rich cultural heritage and agricultural diversity. While the journey of growth and influence is ongoing, this moment calls for reflection to evaluate the impact we have made so far. Such an assessment is certain to reveal the significant role India plays on the global stage and why its presence is increasingly important to the world. Ultimately, the realm of foreign policy revolves around a meticulous evaluation of the international environment coupled with an assessment of opportunities and threats. To navigate the complexities of global relations effectively, it is essential to have a clear and comprehensive understanding of the broader context. Only with such insights can a nation accurately weigh the potential risks and benefits associated with any particular strategy or action. However, it is important to note that no nation operates in isolation. Each state must cultivate a vision of its own identity, develop an overarching framework, and establish specific goals to pursue. For various reasons, which may include pragmatic considerations and cultural influences, these aspirations may not always be articulated in a straightforward manner. Nevertheless, a thorough analysis of global dynamics, an exploration of established procedures, and the proposal of potential solutions allows us to identify the underlying themes and priorities that guide national policies. In this regard, the following text should be approached with an appreciation for the subtleties within its content, serving as an opportunity for readers to engage with the material critically and interpret the deeper insights woven throughout. India's tenure as president of the G20 has proven to be a valuable case study in understanding and navigating the complexities of contemporary global politics. By consistently directing attention towards the pressing issues faced by the global South, we successfully guided the G20 back to its fundamental mission of fostering international economic growth and development. In this respect, we not only established clear priorities but also worked diligently towards crafting collective solutions that address these challenges in a significant way. As we confronted the simultaneous difficulties posed by the East-West polarization and the North-South divide, we strategically leveraged the urgency of each situation to alleviate the other. Maintaining a robust diplomatic stance, which included the introduction of innovative approaches for achieving interim outcomes, played a critical role in facilitating consensus during pivotal moments. One noteworthy initiative was the move to grant permanent membership to the African Union, AU, a step that not only underscored our commitment to inclusivity but also reinforced the broader narrative of strengthening global cooperation and unity. Through these efforts, we have made marked strides in reshaping the dynamics of international dialogue and collaboration. One significant insight gained from the recent G20 summit held in Delhi was the realization that when the agenda is set with bold and ambitious goals, it becomes progressively more challenging for naysayers or detractors to disrupt or undermine the proceedings. Furthermore, as the various nations engaged in this global forum cultivated meaningful relationships over an extended timeframe, they each began to invest in the overall success of India on the world stage. This investment was evident in multiple aspects, from the thoughtful approach to diplomacy employed throughout the summit, to the emphasis placed on showcasing India's rich culture and heritage, and even extending to the encouragement of active participation from a broader segment of society. Thus, the presidency of the G20 was distinctly characterized by a uniquely Indian approach, reflecting both the nation's values and its aspirations within the global community. As someone who has dedicated a significant part of my career to the realm of diplomacy, I feel a profound sense of duty that I aim to fulfill through the pages of this book. My goal is twofold: firstly, to convey the perspective of a nation that is rapidly ascending to prominence, especially in a world increasingly attuned to its rise, and secondly, to stress the importance of a nuanced understanding of international happenings to our own citizens. Only through this deeper comprehension can our nation hope to truly recognize and respond to the myriad opportunities and formidable challenges that lie ahead. These two endeavors, while distinct, are intrinsically linked by the cultural principles that underpin them. Our shared values and norms not only guide our foreign interactions but also reflect our identity as a diverse and consultative society. They are instrumental in shaping our political landscape, enhancing the democratic choices we make collectively. The ways in which we engage in dialogue, arrive at decisions, and express our positions are all informed by a unique cultural framework. Ultimately, these elements reveal the fundamental values and ethical beliefs that constitute the essence of our national character. The epic tales of nations and civilizations are not merely stories crafted to entertain, they are rich repositories of wisdom, cultural beliefs, and established practices. For communities that have faced challenges and upheaval throughout history, these narratives serve as powerful sources of inspiration and motivation. The most profound sagas impart valuable lessons that extend beyond geographical and ideological borders, facilitating the dissemination of vital messages. In this regard, it is very appealing to extract relevant insights from these timeless stories and apply them to the modern era. During times of chaos and uncertainty, the events and resolutions portrayed in these epics can provide guidance, draw meaningful parallels, and bolster individual and collective confidence. Indeed, because these grand narratives offer a compelling framework through which to examine the dynamics of any era, they maintain their significance and relevance across generations. Among India's two prominent ancient epics, the Ramayana and the Mahabharata, it is typically the Mahabharata that garners more attention when it comes to themes of governance and diplomatic relationships. This prevalent viewpoint can be attributed to several factors, primarily the narrative itself. The distinctive settings of these two epic tales, each representing different historical contexts, play a crucial role in shaping their respective themes and characters. The Ramayana, being the older of the two, emphasizes ideals such as purity of thought and the importance of noble behavior. It revolves around a storyline that promotes moral integrity and virtuous actions. In stark contrast, the Mahabharata delves deeper into the complexities of human nature, capturing the struggles of ambition and ethical dilemmas faced by its characters. From a contemporary standpoint, one might interpret the Ramayana as a pursuit of adherence to established rules and ethical standards, whereas the Mahabharata could be seen as an exploration of realpolitik, embodying a more pragmatic and sometimes ruthless approach to power dynamics. In today's interconnected world, where international relations are often characterized by fierce competition, the principles of establishing and maintaining a rules-based order remain indispensable. This necessity is perhaps even more pronounced in the current climate of global unrest and shifting alliances. Analyzing the Ramayana through this lens can provide valuable insights into both the advantages and potential pitfalls associated with striving for a system built on rules and norms. In doing so, we not only appreciate the timeless relevance of these texts but also gain perspective on the challenges of governance in an ever-evolving international landscape. The ethical aspects portrayed in the Ramayana stand out remarkably when compared not only to the Mahabharata but also to the epic tales from various cultures around the globe. At its core, the Ramayana illustrates a distinctly defined struggle between the forces of good and evil, which is why it is honored and commemorated through numerous festivals and stories throughout much of Asia. However, this overarching narrative is not without its intricacies. It is rife with dilemmas and moral challenges that provide invaluable insights for those interested in the study of strategy. The text artfully demonstrates how goodwill is utilized, how commitments are forged, how alliances are formed, and how decisions are made. Each of these elements is vividly brought to life in the narrative. Although many of the choices made within the story may seem straightforward at first glance, they are underpinned by complex backstories that are essential for a deeper understanding of the events that unfold. Without recognizing these underlying narratives, one's grasp of the Ramayana would remain incomplete. At its core, the Ramayana tells the intricate story of a divine being who takes human form as Rama, with the noble mission of ridding the world of malevolence. Through his journey, Rama not only establishes the principles of ethical behavior but also advocates for just governance, which allows us to perceive his reign as the ideal example of a governance system based on righteousness, famously referred to as Ram Rajya. However, the narrative is far more nuanced than these straightforward ideas suggest. It begins by showcasing Rama's journey towards building strength and gaining the skills that contribute to his impressive reputation as a hero. Along the way, he faces numerous challenges and trials, demonstrating remarkable agility and wisdom that ultimately equip him for the monumental obstacles that lie ahead. One of the most significant relationships in the story is between Rama and his devoted half-brother Lakshmana, though Rama also shares a strong bond with his other siblings, Bharata and Shatrughna. The plot thickens with political maneuvers when Rama's stepmother, Kaikeyi, manipulates circumstances to claim one of the two boons that his father, King Dasaratha, had granted her, leading to an unexpected demand for Rama's exile at a critical moment when he is about to be crowned king. The pivotal moment in this epic saga occurs during Rama's time in the forest, when his beloved wife, Sita, is kidnapped by the fearsome demon king Ravana. This event becomes the central focus of the unfolding story, as it sets in motion a chain of subsequent events that define Rama's quest and the ultimate themes of love, duty, and righteousness throughout the epic journey. As Rama embarks on the mission to rescue his beloved, a myriad of strategic approaches come to light, many of which have woven themselves into the tapestry of folklore throughout the ages. The ensuing 10-day confrontation, which ultimately sees Rama achieving his goal, is fraught with tension and uncertainty. A particularly significant figure in this narrative is Hanuman, who serves not only as Rama's devoted follower but also takes on the roles of messenger, resourceful advisor, and strategic consultant. This tale emphasizes several critical themes that resonate with our contemporary circumstances. It illustrates the importance of having trustworthy allies, the hurdles faced when forming collaborative efforts, the risks associated with commitments that lack clear endpoints, the dangers stemming from complacency in strategic planning, the essential role of proficient diplomacy, and the necessity for harnessing intelligence in warfare. These lessons hold immense relevance for our modern world, providing insights applicable to various situations we encounter today. At its core, the narrative of Lord Rama embodies the journey of a burgeoning authority that adeptly balances its personal ambitions with a dedication to promoting the greater good on a universal scale. Throughout his journey, Lord Rama encounters numerous challenges that inspire innovative thinking and strategic problem-solving. Many pivotal moments he faces are steeped in principled choices, leading to a clarity that makes his decisions less complicated and morally straightforward. However, there are instances where self-interest plays a role, and the rationale behind his actions arises from specific needs or goals. A notable example of this is his involvement in the conflict between the Monkey King's Valley and Sugriva, which will be elaborated upon later in the narrative. The scenario is rich with ethical considerations. However, it is essential to recognize that the interpretation of ethics in this context diverges from traditional or orthodox beliefs. Life often presents us with choices that are far from simple or straightforward, and recognizing the nuances involved in decision-making is crucial for understanding the intricate dynamics of international relations. For an emerging global power to assert itself effectively, it requires more than just a comprehensive and precise assessment of its surroundings coupled with the capability to respond strategically. Above all, this power must possess a deep and abiding confidence in its own core values and principles, using these as the foundation for its policy-making endeavors. Such values should reflect the rich tapestry of its cultural identity, historical context, and long-standing traditions. Consequently, for India to achieve its full potential on the world stage, it must embrace its identity as Bharat in all its essence. Chapter 2: Navigating International Relations and its Impact on Your Life. In this chapter, we will delve into the fascinating realm of foreign policy and explore how it affects individuals like yourself. By understanding the intricacies of international relations, you can gain valuable insights into the decisions made by governments around the world and how these decisions ultimately influence your daily life, enhancing your everyday experience and impact. In our daily lives, we have numerous opportunities to create positive changes that greatly affect our routines and the environment around us. By being mindful of our actions and choices, we can significantly improve not just our own experiences, but also those of others in our community. Small changes, when implemented consistently, can lead to a noticeable difference in our overall well-being and the quality of our interactions. Embracing these opportunities for improvement enables us to lead a more fulfilling and enriched life every day. India holds significant importance on the global stage, and the world, in turn, influences India. However, this reciprocal relationship does not imply that we, as Indians, should neglect our own interests. When viewed from a national standpoint, one might wonder what constitutes an effective foreign policy. It's possible that we sometimes complicate things by mistaking the logical pursuit of our national interests for intricate ideologies. Therefore, it is crucial to look past complex jargon and instead assess foreign policy through more instinctual and straightforward responses, prioritizing what genuinely benefits India and its people. A successful and effective foreign policy should prioritize the well-being of individuals within the nation. This means that the policies enacted must address and improve your everyday experiences and requirements in relation to the global landscape. As a united nation, it is essential that we prioritize our national security to maintain stability and safety. With that foundation secured, we must also focus on opening avenues to achieve our collective goals and dreams. Foreign policy serves as a vital connection to the world beyond our borders, allowing us to acquire the resources and advancements we desire. This can encompass a variety of elements, including access to cutting-edge technologies, financial investments, the implementation of best practices from other nations, or opportunities for employment and collaboration. Furthermore, it is natural for us to aspire to be recognized as a strong force on the world stage, to present ourselves positively, and to feel valued and respected in our international dealings. In conclusion, an effective foreign policy must possess a keen understanding of international trends and developments, allowing it to forecast potential implications for our country and its citizens. When faced with unforeseen events, it is crucial for this policy to react swiftly and efficiently. Furthermore, it should communicate our intentions clearly and foster a favorable perception of our nation on the global stage. Any approach that successfully achieves these objectives carries significant value. While it may not always need to be polished or eloquent, it must certainly be credible and withstand scrutiny to be deemed worthy of execution. Imagine being an Indian student in Ukraine on the fateful day of February 24, 2022. With dreams concentrated on your educational journey, you find yourself unexpectedly thrust into a severe and chaotic conflict. You are not alone in this predicament. Alongside you are thousands of other Indian nationals, all facing the same alarming situation. The turmoil extends beyond your compatriots, as millions of Ukrainian citizens are also desperately trying to escape the volatile conditions of their homeland. The challenges of navigating the country are daunting, with internal travel fraught with peril and complicated logistics. As you attempt to make your way to safety, the overcrowded roads and congested pathways present significant obstacles. Reaching the borders is an even greater ordeal. They are overwhelmed with people trying to leave, creating long delays and increasing anxiety. In cities affected by the conflict, there is a pervasive sense of fear that looms in the air, as the threat of shelling and airstrikes make stepping outside a dangerous gamble. The urgency to find a way out weighs heavily on your mind, as each moment becomes more critical in this unstable environment. During times of crisis, the reliance on government assistance becomes paramount, especially in situations where safety and protection are at stake. This is precisely when the full machinery of a nation's foreign policy gets mobilized, akin to what was observed during Operation Ganga. This operation saw the government take significant measures to facilitate transportation, employing various modes such as trains and buses to ensure individuals could escape danger. High-level diplomatic engagement took place with representatives from both Russia and Ukraine, aiming to negotiate ceasefires that would allow for safe passage. Additionally, the government coordinated efforts with border authorities to smooth the process of crossing into safer territories. In particularly dire circumstances, such as the harrowing situation in the city of Sumy, officials did not shy away from traversing dangerous conflict zones to secure the logistics necessary for ensuring the safety of civilians. Once individuals successfully evacuated Ukraine, the government swiftly collaborated with neighboring nations like Romania, Poland, Hungary, and Slovakia to establish transit camps. They strategically utilized airfields and organized flights to facilitate a safe return journey home. It's important to take a moment and appreciate the extensive range of efforts, interventions, and diplomatic relationships that were vital at multiple levels, from the highest echelons of government down to the on-ground operations, that made this complex undertaking possible. Picture yourself in Kabul on August 15, 2021, suddenly finding yourself in a perilous situation as the Taliban swiftly regained control over the city. You may wonder just how arduous your journey back home could become amidst this upheaval. For the Indian government, orchestrating a safe evacuation was no simple feat. It required meticulous maneuvering to secure access to an American airbase that was teetering on the brink of chaos, all while navigating a city dotted with Taliban checkpoints, and surrounded by desperate civilians seeking refuge. The logistics included not only the delicate coordination of Tajik support for rapid response but also the urgent requirement to gain entry into Iranian airspace at a moment's notice. Moreover, there was a discreet reliance on Gulf nations' facilitation to ensure smooth operations. Meanwhile, several fortunate individuals were able to secure seats aboard evacuation flights organized by the United States, the United Kingdom, the United Arab Emirates, and France, an outcome achieved through intricate negotiations. While this scenario may initially appear to be merely a complex logistical challenge, it was much deeper than that. It highlighted the culmination of years of diplomatic relationships that proved invaluable in a critical moment. Additionally, this situation underscored the effectiveness of India's adaptable and pragmatic foreign policy, which is characterized by multiple engagements with various nations. Such a multifaceted approach played a crucial role in ensuring the safety and timely return of many in a time of crisis. The Operation Devi Shakti flights that took place in Kabul were undeniably intense and filled with challenges, yet they were executed effectively despite the limited preparation time. However, when we look at the scale of operations in response to the unprecedented demands of the COVID pandemic, India's actions were on a far grander scale. The Vande Bharat mission stands out as a remarkable achievement, having successfully repatriated millions of Indian nationals from various corners of the globe via air, sea, and land routes. This operation is often considered one of the most extensive evacuation efforts ever documented in history. The logistics of moving people alone were just a fraction of the overall endeavor. Behind the scenes, there existed a highly complex and organized framework that encompassed a wide array of activities. This included the planning and execution of gathering individuals, conducting necessary health tests, providing accommodations, and even ensuring that meals were supplied for those awaiting their return home. All these elements combined to create a seamless and efficient repatriation process during an extraordinarily trying time. Beginning in Wuhan and subsequently expanding to Italy and various other regions, this initiative necessitated a vigorous collaboration with local, provincial, and national authorities. It encompassed a diverse range of individuals, including tourists, students, professionals, workers, and even those who travel for religious purposes, as well as fishermen and maritime workers. The scope was far-reaching and not confined solely to the repatriation of Indian nationals. Many Indians residing abroad, particularly in the Gulf states, received assistance either directly or through negotiations with local governments on their behalf. In this context, the efforts and relationships maintained by political leaders and diplomats proved to be incredibly beneficial, yielding positive outcomes in navigating the complexities of the situation. A notable recent incident occurred in April 2023, when members of the Indian community found themselves ensnared in the midst of armed civil conflict in Sudan. Although it seemed that tensions had been simmering for over the past year, expatriates often exhibit hesitance to evacuate until they are faced with an undeniable crisis. In this particular case, when the situation rapidly escalated, nearly 4,000 Indian nationals found themselves in significant peril. In response to this sudden turmoil, the Indian government swiftly coordinated efforts by establishing a command center at home for an operation that would be referred to as Operation Kaveri. Simultaneously, Indian aircraft were strategically stationed in Saudi Arabia to be ready for immediate flights, and the Indian Navy dispatched vessels to the Red Sea region to facilitate the evacuation process. However, the task of rescuing civilians proved to be exceptionally challenging, as Indian citizens were scattered across a vast and chaotic area in small groups. The breakdown of law and order in the country meant that access to even the most basic necessities became increasingly difficult for everyone involved. The Indian embassy faced these obstacles while operating under extremely trying conditions, particularly as one of the warring factions occupied their premises. The overarching objective during this crisis was to evacuate citizens as safely, discreetly, and efficiently as possible. However, these three goals often found themselves at odds with one another, particularly when weighed against the heightened personal and political pressures of the unfolding situation. This operation turned out to be a resounding success because it stemmed from a well-coordinated initiative that combined a strong and dedicated official presence in the field with skilled diplomatic efforts towards neighboring countries and supportive entities. Additionally, it was supported by a meticulous standard operating procedure that had been refined over many years of experience. The contributions of our diplomats and military personnel were exceptional, as they frequently operated under significant personal risk to ensure the mission's success. Notably, we witnessed our partners, the Saudis, the British, and the Egyptians, make extra efforts to assist us in this endeavor. A recurring theme that emerged from these intense situations is the presence of overarching threats that directly affect individual lives. This phenomenon, in fact, echoes a persistent dilemma throughout the annals of human history. When the wise sage first led Rama and Lakshmana to purify his hermitage from the wicked presence of demons, they were completely unaware of the significant implications that this initial confrontation would have on their futures. This encounter represented the beginning of their struggle against the dark forces, a battle whose full scope and ramifications they were yet too naive to comprehend. The very fiend, Maricha, whom Lord Rama subdued at first, would later reappear in a deceptive guise as a golden deer during Rama's exile, highlighting the challenges he would face ahead. Much later in his banishment, Rama made a promise to safeguard the hermit sages residing in Sharabanga, possibly unaware of the perilous journey this commitment would set into motion. There are countless moments throughout the tale that demonstrate how the future can pivot on a series of complex, intertwined events, whether it be the destiny of Valley, the mighty Monkey King, or the unfortunate fate of Jatayu, the noble eagle. Some characters, like Maricha, are acutely aware of the impending changes yet remain impotent to alter the relentless march of fate. Take, for example, King Dasaratha's granting of boons, which was rooted in a spur-of-the-moment decision that led to a cascade of unforeseen consequences. Similarly, the demon king Ravana could never have anticipated the far-reaching effects of his act of abducting Queen Sita. In contemporary times, we find ourselves enveloped in uncertainties much like those heroes of old. Despite our best efforts at foresight, there is never complete preparation for every twist and turn life may send our way. However, it is essential that we continuously evaluate our circumstances, devise strategic responses, and stay alert to emerging challenges. A prudent government that prioritizes the well-being of its citizens will inherently devise an array of rules, regulations, and systems designed to address unexpected events. Moreover, such a government will consistently enhance and adapt these protocols based on lessons learned from past experiences. If we reflect on the past decade, we can clearly see how these thoughtful adjustments have transformed the lives of our everyday citizens, making a significant impact on their welfare and security. Navigating a life in a globalized world. In today's interconnected society, individuals are faced with the challenge of adapting to a lifestyle that transcends national borders. As cultures, economies, and communities blend, it becomes crucial to develop skills that enable one to thrive in a globalized environment. This involves not only understanding diverse perspectives but also embracing the richness of multicultural interactions. Learning how to communicate effectively, respect variations in belief systems, and collaborate across different backgrounds can significantly enhance one's ability to navigate the complexities of our modern existence. It's essential to recognize that globalization offers both opportunities for growth and challenges that require thoughtful engagement. Embracing this globalized existence means fostering an open mindset and a commitment to continuous learning. An equally enlightening illustration can be found within the realm of public health during the same time frame. When the initial outbreak of COVID-19 struck India in 2020, there was a frantic race across the globe to secure essential items such as personal protective equipment, PPE, masks, and ventilators. The situation was exacerbated by the fact that we were operating in a seller's market, where the overwhelming demand far outstripped the available supply. The pharmaceutical industry also faced a surge in need for various critical ingredients, all of which were in high demand. Furthermore, the raw materials necessary for vaccine production came from a multitude of companies located in diverse countries, and these supplies were heavily influenced by local needs and priorities. In such unprecedented circumstances, mere commerce proved insufficient. What was truly required were strong connections and well-established channels to facilitate effective access and to navigate the labyrinth of regulatory approvals. As we moved into the second wave in 2021, a similar surge in demand for oxygen and specialized medications from international sources emerged. Thus, it became imperative for Indian diplomacy to shift focus toward locating, negotiating, and finalizing contracts for these vital supplies. The government put forth significant effort and resourcefulness to meet these challenges head-on. While these scenarios may stem from extraordinary circumstances, they serve to highlight a fundamental reality: our daily lives and well-being are increasingly shaped by events occurring far beyond our borders, whether those be challenges we face or solutions that we rely upon. The next time you find yourself engrossed in a coverage of a diplomatic visit from another country, listening to an in-depth discussion concerning a significant international relationship, or following a debate regarding global interests, it is crucial to approach these topics with the seriousness they warrant. It is essential to bear in mind that these matters can have a profound and direct impact on your personal well-being. Foreign policy is not solely relevant in times of crisis or turmoil. Its implications reach far beyond that. It can play a crucial role in determining your overall security, the stability of your employment, the caliber of your living conditions, and, as we have recently learned, even aspects of your health. Moreover, it affects the values and pride you hold dear, as well as your reputation and the image you project to the world. Given these numerous considerations and the far-reaching effects of international relations, it becomes increasingly vital for you to cultivate a deeper understanding of global affairs. Engaging with and comprehending these international dynamics could significantly influence your future opportunities and overall outlook on life. Your awareness and insight into these global matters are not just beneficial, they are necessary for navigating the complexities of the world today. Let us delve into the implications and significance of foreign policy on an individual level. For an Indian student, foreign policy can manifest in practical ways that enhance their educational experience abroad. This could include the simplification of visa processes, easing travel restrictions that may arise during global health crises like COVID-19, and potentially opening up avenues for employment opportunities post-studies, enabling a smoother transition into the workforce. On the other hand, if you are a business professional, foreign policy can play a crucial role in shaping your opportunities. It can facilitate your entry into international markets, provide you with essential insights regarding foreign regulations and market practices, and offer support when faced with challenges in navigating these complex environments. For those working in various professions, foreign policy can influence the landscape of fair labor practices. It may guarantee equitable employment contracts and bolster systems of protection and welfare during challenging times, ensuring that workers are safeguarded against exploitation and hardship. In the case of a tourist who finds themselves stranded in a foreign land, the efficacy of foreign policy is evident in the actions of a compassionate embassy. Such diplomatic representatives can provide critical assistance, offering support and resources when needed most, and in dire situations, they can even facilitate evacuation, ensuring the safety and well-being of their citizens abroad. Overall, the implications of foreign policy extend far beyond governmental concerns, directly impacting individuals' lives in significant and tangible ways. While many might associate foreign policy strictly with international affairs and activities taking place in distant lands, its significance is equally felt on the domestic front. In fact, the implications of foreign policy decisions can resonate deeply within our communities and affect our daily lives. When we consider issues of security, whether external threats from another country or concerns that arise within our own borders, effective diplomacy can play a crucial role. It can serve to prevent potential conflicts from escalating, alleviate tensions that may arise, or actively work to resolve existing challenges. Through diplomatic channels, we can raise awareness of shared dangers and mobilize collective action against them by forming alliances with partners who face similar issues. Therefore, if you find yourself in the position of a soldier tasked with safeguarding our nation, it is important to recognize how your work intertwines with broader policies and international efforts to maintain peace and security both abroad and at home. When it comes to managing national security or dealing with challenges such as terrorism, having a well-crafted foreign policy can significantly simplify the complexities of your role. This approach not only enhances your effectiveness but also provides a clearer strategy for navigating potential threats. Furthermore, the economy plays a crucial role as it continually seeks avenues for investment, advancement in technology, and the implementation of effective best practices. All of these elements are fundamentally supported and influenced by a strong foreign policy, as it fosters international relationships and opens doors to opportunities that directly impact economic growth. Consequently, a sound foreign policy is instrumental in shaping a more stable and prosperous environment for both security and economic development. In various industries, international partnerships play a crucial role in propelling India's advancement. Collectively, these collaborations work to increase job opportunities and enhance overall living standards for the populace. For instance, the cost of imported cooking oil or the joint production of smartphones reflects how significant policy decisions can impact your financial situation. If there were any lingering uncertainties regarding this matter, the economic pressures and resultant actions following the Ukraine crisis have undoubtedly clarified the situation. These developments have highlighted the interconnectedness of global economies and how external factors directly influence everyday expenses and the overall quality of life in India. Take a moment to consider the monumental issues we face in today's world, such as pandemics, terrorism, and climate change, and how profoundly they affect our daily lives and our futures. It is crucial for us to ponder whether we should have a more significant role in addressing these pressing challenges and contributing to the quest for viable solutions. Additionally, the perception of India by other nations, along with our rich culture and distinct way of life, is of paramount importance to us as citizens. In this context, holding the G20 presidency presents an exceptional opportunity to enhance global understanding of India while simultaneously motivating our own populace to explore international prospects. Should we not take proactive measures to mold our nation's image on the global stage and influence the broader narrative surrounding us? However, we must approach this task with caution. It is vital that we navigate this endeavor in such a way that we do not unwittingly permit external entities to intrude into our domestic discussions and developmental strategies. This illustrates how, in a world that is increasingly interconnected, the opinions, attitudes, and interests of other countries hold significant weight in shaping our own national policies. If we aim to effectively manage and benefit from these external perceptions, it becomes even more essential to cultivate a deeper understanding domestically regarding the critical role that foreign policy plays in our lives and our country's future. You have received training and are equipped with knowledge based on information available until October 2023. Let's explore the realms of diplomacy and national security, two critical components that shape the interactions between nations and ensure the protection of a country's interests and its citizens. Diplomacy refers to the art of managing international relations through negotiation and dialogue, while national security entails strategies and measures that a government implements to safeguard its sovereignty, territorial integrity, and the safety of its population. Together, these concepts play a significant role in addressing global challenges, fostering alliances, and maintaining peace. Across all societies, the issue of security stands as the utmost priority. This importance is apparent. It profoundly impacts the fundamental character and cohesion of our communities. Security encompasses not only territorial integrity but also aspects such as personal safety, law and order, and overall well-being. These components are intricately interlinked, as they collectively shape the spirit and identity of a nation. In the case of India, the nation grapples with numerous external challenges that, in many instances, are exacerbated by unresolved territorial boundaries. The disputes born out of these ambiguous borders require substantial commitment and resources to address. Historical experiences with neighboring countries like Pakistan serve as a testament to this reality, while more recent tensions with China underscore the ongoing nature of these challenges. These geopolitical issues necessitate a concerted effort to maintain a strong position, which involves both strategic deployments on the ground and effective diplomatic negotiations. The consequences of these territorial disputes are significant. Thus, finding a resolution is critical not only for maintaining national security but also for fostering peace and stability across the region. In light of the serious implications that arise from such tensions, it becomes increasingly pertinent to prioritize efforts towards achieving lasting tranquility and security for the nation. Diplomacy serves as an essential ally to national defense. In many instances, it acts as the primary approach to resolving conflicts, while at other times, it can provide crucial support when military actions are necessary. It is important to remember that the majority of military conflicts ultimately transition to negotiations and discussions at the conference table. In fact, the success of diplomatic efforts in promoting stability within the surrounding regions plays a significant role in fostering growth and advancement within a country. Stability and cooperation on the international stage pave the way for greater prosperity and peace at home. Given the current state of global affairs, it is clear that relying solely on self-interest and convergence to anticipate the actions of others, particularly those in close proximity, may not yield accurate predictions. The aspirations, emotions, and willingness to take risks of individuals or nations can often be unforeseeable. For instance, very few observers could have foreseen the dramatic decline in the relationship between India and China that has occurred over the past 3 years. In light of such unpredictability, it is wise for any sensible government or governing body to reinforce its position with appropriate capabilities and deterrent measures. This preparedness ensures a stronger standing in an ever-changing international landscape. One of the primary obligations of Indian diplomacy is to ensure that a comprehensive array of options is available for any potential challenges that may arise. This may encompass not only the procurement of advanced defense systems and various other supportive strategies but also the cultivation of international consensus around India's policies and actions. Furthermore, it involves actively engaging in efforts to alleviate or negotiate more complex situations that could pose significant challenges. To better understand the effectiveness of these approaches, it is important to examine how they have been operationalized and executed over the past several years. One of the significant accomplishments of Prime Minister Modi's administration was successfully finalizing and enacting the Land Boundary Agreement with Bangladesh in the year 2015. This agreement, along with the resolution of maritime disputes, has contributed positively to enhancing the security landscape in the eastern region. Beyond boosting security, this landmark agreement has created new avenues for economic collaboration and improved connectivity throughout the entire subcontinent. The advantages extend far beyond just India and Bangladesh in terms of trade and travel. They also encompass neighboring countries like Nepal and Bhutan. Even more importantly, the northeastern states of India stand to gain substantially from these developments, reaping the rewards in a considerable manner. A distinct and significant challenge is occurring along our western border in relation to Pakistan. In this context, the primary objective of our diplomatic efforts has been to reveal and undermine the legitimacy of the cross-border terrorism orchestrated by Pakistan. When the situation escalated and necessitated decisive countermeasures, notably during the incidents in Uri in 2016 and Balakot in 2019, strategic and effective diplomacy played a crucial role in garnering global comprehension and support for India's actions. When it comes to the situation involving China, the ongoing diplomatic efforts that have been taking place alongside the military standoff that began in May 2020 highlight a significant interplay between foreign policy and defense strategy. It's clear that these two aspects of governance are deeply interconnected, with one influencing and supporting the other. In this context, the importance of gaining international support and recognition cannot be overstated. The dynamics of a multipolar world have been particularly evident in the realm of defense capabilities, showcasing an array of options in terms of the weaponry and technology necessary for our armed forces. For instance, the purchase of Rafale fighter jets from France coinciding with the acquisition of MH-60 helicopters or P-8 maritime surveillance aircraft from the United States, as well as the S-400 missile system from Russia and spice bombs from Israel, serves as a testament to our strategic agility. This ability to diversify and secure critical military assets from multiple nations not only enhances our tactical options but also fosters stronger international relationships. Moreover, these acquisitions are typically reinforced by joint military exercises and strategic policy discussions, which contribute to a greater sense of security and collaboration among nations. In essence, it can be said that diplomacy is not merely a supportive function but rather a crucial enabler that empowers and enhances our national security initiatives, ensuring that we remain prepared and resilient in an ever-evolving global landscape. In addition to the international challenges faced, there are also subtle dynamics occurring within the home front that might not be immediately evident. The pursuit of tranquility within the borders has frequently encountered disturbances due to the presence of insurgent factions operating in close proximity. Nevertheless, skilled diplomatic efforts have played a crucial role in dissuading neighboring nations from offering refuge or assistance to these groups. On occasion, however, achieving a peaceful resolution has required more than just diplomatic finesse. In such cases, the strategies employed have been convincingly rationalized, demonstrating the complexity and necessity of addressing these threats head-on in order to maintain stability. Separatism, acts of violence, and fundamentalist ideologies have been projected from various distant locations, exploiting the sanctity of free speech protections. Both Canada and the United Kingdom have experienced instances of this troubling phenomenon. It is crucial to actively and consistently challenge these ideologies, especially since some individuals perceive the incitement of violence against others as compatible with democratic rights. In cases where rational debate and persuasive dialogue fall short, it may become necessary to resort to more stringent diplomatic actions. Our overarching stance clearly communicates that India will no longer accept being a target or victim in the political games of other nations. Discussions and debates should be guided by sound reasoning. However, when it comes to polemics, they often require a much stronger and more passionate response. Extremist ideologies and various threats to governance, which gain support from their sympathizers, whether they claim to champion civil society or specific identities, necessitate a forceful rebuttal. In our increasingly interconnected world, where political boundaries seem to blur, new challenges arise that complement traditional methods of influence and manipulation. We are faced with formidable entities, each with their unique agendas, that seek to undermine democratic choices. Their intolerance for differing opinions often leads them to attempts at delegitimizing alternative viewpoints. This trend is illustrated by established newspapers that allow figures sanctioned by the United Nations to utilize their opinion sections, or leading broadcasters engaging in politically motivated smear campaigns against opponents, both of which reveal a prevalent mindset and a deliberate goal. Moreover, the array of powerful tools at play, such as technology and the pervasive influence of civil society organizations, renders this challenge particularly daunting. In the realm of politics, the contest of narratives is an ongoing struggle. India must diligently argue that its commitment to pursuing national interests aligns harmoniously with its dedication to fostering global welfare. Significantly, much of the solution resides within the sphere of effective argumentation and the art of communication. Therefore, diplomacy must assume a dual role. It acts as both a protective shield and a potent weapon for the political landscape. The ongoing global conversations surrounding India have significant repercussions for our national security. Given that India is a federal nation characterized by remarkable diversity, it is essential to recognize and appreciate the importance of fostering unity among its varied populations. However, counter to this aspirational goal, many initiatives aimed at reinforcing national cohesion, sovereignty, and integrity frequently encounter obstacles in the form of distorted representations of reality. It is indeed surprising to witness that advancements in governance, the innovative use of technology, and progress on long-standing issues are sometimes portrayed as threats to individual freedoms. Disturbingly, even esteemed institutions can engage in spreading misinformation to further their agendas. Throughout history, we notice instances where certain events are selectively omitted or manipulated to create a more favorable narrative. Our exploration into this issue has revealed a startling truth: the existence of political interest groups seeking to influence public opinion extends well beyond our national borders. Therefore, it is crucial that we remain steadfast in our commitment to defend the integrity of our nation against these detrimental forces, ensuring that such efforts are recognized and respected. If this situation were merely an academic discussion, it might hold less significance. However, we are faced with a stark and challenging reality in the world of international relations. Some of the tensions may stem from ideological differences, yet they are undeniably fueled by the competitive nature inherent among nations. To put it plainly, there have always been vested interests that work against the emergence of a powerful and cohesive India. Historically, these forces have taken advantage of the various fissures within our society, including divisions based on religion, language, ethnicity, and socio-economic status. In the present day, these factions have re-emerged, albeit in different forms and with fresh narratives, and they seem to be more proactive than ever. It may be worthwhile for many of us to reflect on the reasons why separatist sentiments within India garner considerable support from certain international circles. Additionally, it prompts one to question why acts of terrorism directed at our nation are frequently downplayed or even justified in some arenas. It is also curious that numerous foreign platforms appear to readily accept narratives that undermine our achievements and overall record. In light of such challenges and calculated maneuvers, the role of our foreign policy becomes crucial. We must respond decisively to these threats while simultaneously promoting our positive narrative on the global stage, enhancing the pace of national progress and advancement. The pursuit of prosperity is an unceasing quest for societies across the globe, inherently influencing the way policies are crafted and implemented. A clear indication of this pursuit is the active promotion of trade and investment opportunities. It's important to recognize that markets do not operate in isolation. In fact, nearly everyone relies on various forms of support and incentive to thrive. This is particularly true for those communities or regions that have faced historical challenges, which creates an even greater impetus for intervention and assistance. As we strive to bridge the gaps in industrialization, technology adoption, and overall competitiveness, it's essential to acknowledge that this journey will require sustained efforts over an extended period. The need to build momentum in these areas remains a critical aspect of our collective economic development. Merely developing skills and resources within one's own home environment is often insufficient to achieve comprehensive success. In order to effectively establish and secure business interests on an international scale, one must rely on a wealth of information, cultivate meaningful relationships, and gain access to diverse markets. This creates a beneficial cycle where increased trade and heightened economic activity contribute to the enhancement of skills, capabilities, and employment opportunities on the domestic front. As a result, this ongoing process of interaction and engagement serves to continually challenge and refine our abilities. In essence, foreign policy can be viewed as a strategic endeavor aimed at fostering competitiveness, with the economic aspects acting as an important reflection of performance within a specific context or sector. In recent years, India has made remarkable strides in achieving ambitious export targets that would have seemed unattainable until very recently. This significant leap in ambitions comes at a time when the global economy is still on the path to recovery from the effects of the COVID pandemic. The foundation for this newfound confidence stems from a series of comprehensive reforms across various sectors, including manufacturing, labor, finance, skill development, and trade facilitation. Moreover, there has been a continuous enhancement in the overall ease of doing business in the country. The foreign commercial policy is being actively geared toward securing greater market access and reducing trade barriers. While this can be approached through traditional means, it is being accelerated through a series of negotiated agreements, such as free trade agreements, FTAs, and the development of global supply chains. Although achieving these goals is an important aim in its own right, their broader implications for job creation and economic prosperity are undeniably significant. In recent times, the influence of foreign policy on enhancing domestic capabilities has become increasingly evident. Across Asia, nations that are modernizing their economies have prioritized their external engagements primarily to acquire foreign capital, state-of-the-art technology, and exemplary practices from other countries. A prime example of this initiative was Japan, which set the stage during the Meiji era by deeply investing in international relationships. Following in its footsteps, China emerged as an exemplar after the reforms initiated by Deng Xiaoping, achieving remarkable successes that scaled to vast proportions. More recently, India has also adopted this proactive approach, evident in the growing awareness of its benefits. We can observe numerous examples showcasing the positive impact of international collaboration at both the enterprise level and in significant national projects. Whether it pertains to advancements in information technology, IT, automobile manufacturing, agricultural production or processing, urban transportation systems like metros and bullet trains, as well as capabilities in space exploration and nuclear energy, the advantages reaped from foreign partnerships are clearly visible and greatly beneficial to the populations involved. In recent times, emerging issues such as sustainable development and climate action have begun to create a wider array of opportunities. Our collaborators have evolved from traditional industrialized nations to encompass more forward-thinking and innovative economies. This shift has been enabled by our expertise in recognizing, engaging with, negotiating, and maximizing promising opportunities available in international markets across various sectors. Ultimately, the most successful approach to foreign policy is one that prioritizes and effectively addresses developmental goals, paving the way for a brighter and more sustainable future. The resources and opportunities that arise from partnerships and collaborations with external entities play a crucial role in accelerating the organic development of the local economy. While these external inputs are undoubtedly beneficial, it is essential to emphasize that they cannot replace the ongoing cultivation and enhancement of the inherent strengths that exist within our own borders. Our past experiences have shown us that any misunderstanding regarding this balance can lead to detrimental outcomes that can hinder progress and development. Therefore, it is vital to maintain a dual focus on both leveraging external resources and fostering internal capabilities for sustained economic growth. 3 decades ago, India initiated essential reforms and took the bold step of liberalizing its economy, a move that has undeniably led to numerous advantages. However, in the quest for greater efficiency and modernization, certain shortcuts were adopted that negatively impacted the small and medium enterprises (SMEs) sector. Instead of fostering robust domestic supply chains that could nurture and support local businesses, the focus shifted toward integration and value addition strategies that prioritized immediate profitability over long-term sustainability. Major infrastructure projects were outsourced to external parties, with little effort made to leverage these opportunities to enhance our own industrial capabilities through learning and development. This intense focus on short-term profits came at a cost, weakening our ambition and diminishing our strategic vision. Consequently, while economic growth soared, it did not correspond with a parallel increase in skills, strengths, and capacities within the country. Over the past 10 years, a significant awakening has taken place concerning the often misapplied mantras of globalization. It has become increasingly clear that such uncritical application can lead to severe consequences. Furthermore, when economic decisions are made without a strategic framework, it sets the nation on a precarious trajectory. The central issue for discussion isn't merely about whether we lean towards an open economy or advocate for protectionist measures. Instead, the more pertinent question revolves around whether we aspire to cultivate an economy that prioritizes employment and fosters capabilities, or if we are merely a profit-driven society, willing to exist as a marketplace. In addition to the vulnerabilities we face, there's a troubling tendency to rationalize a mindset of dependency, disguised as a form of global awareness. India's future should encompass far more than simply participating in the destinies designed by others. Genuine advancement is not solely measured by the increase in gross domestic product, GDP, it equally encompasses the development of infrastructure, the resilience of supply chains, the enhancement of skills, the accessibility of finance, and broader socio-economic improvements. If we prioritize the former, economic growth measured merely in numbers, at the expense of the latter essential areas, we risk endangering our long-term outlook. There exists the potential for us to unintentionally entangle ourselves in strategic predicaments, potentially limiting our options for the future. It is crucial to recognize that while foreign policy serves as a powerful tool to chart our strategic direction, it also acts as a safeguard, ensuring that our overarching vision aligns with our aspirations and needs as a nation. In today's world, characterized by increasing interdependence and the blending of global economies, it is anticipated that countries will endeavor to broaden their spheres of substantial influence well beyond their own borders. Historically, this expansion was achieved through various means such as trade, financial transactions, military engagements, and migration. However, in contemporary times, the importance of connectivity and socio-economic collaboration has emerged as a critical factor in fostering relationships between nations. This realization holds particular significance for a nation like India, whose potential for engagement was historically limited by the effects of partition. As India evolves and develops across multiple dimensions, strategic considerations suggest that our success should not only benefit ourselves but also act as a catalyst for prosperity across the entire region. Recognizing this imperative, the government led by Prime Minister Modi has made considerable strides in enhancing connectivity and promoting collaborative initiatives with neighboring countries. The tangible outcomes of these efforts are evident in the establishment of new road and railway links, the improvement of waterway access, the enhancement of port facilities, the establishment of transit agreements, and the creation of integrated power grids along with the flow of essential fuels. Most notably, there has been a significant increase in the movement of people across borders, illustrating a commitment to strengthening regional ties and cooperation. The South Asian region is currently experiencing a significant transformation, characterized by a strong emphasis on fostering mutually beneficial outcomes and securing the collaboration and commitment of various partners. The Neighborhood First strategy specifically tackles challenges within the immediate surroundings, while similar approaches are being implemented to address issues in the broader region. During the COVID-19 pandemic, India demonstrated this collaborative spirit by extending support to its neighboring countries, showcasing its dedication to collective well-being and regional solidarity. This approach underscores a commitment to partnership that not only addresses immediate needs but also aims to build a foundation for sustainable growth and cooperation in the future. While interdependence can foster collaboration and collective progress, it does come with its challenges and can be exploited when international frameworks and standards are disregarded. Consequently, it is imperative to continually observe and assess the dynamics of competitive political entities. We should not take for granted that all parties involved will adhere to established norms and regulations. This is why, in the context of international relations, diplomacy acts as a cautionary voice, alerting societies to potential dangers and challenges while simultaneously highlighting available opportunities. This informative role must be executed in a systematic and organized fashion, which is essential for crafting effective strategies. By its very design, foreign policy adopts a broad perspective that can influence various sectors, be it trade and technology, education, or tourism. In today's complex landscape, a comprehensive and integrative approach to international relationships is particularly crucial. You have been equipped with knowledge and training based on data available until October 2023. Engaging with a worldwide professional environment. India is endowed with a vast reservoir of human capital, a powerful asset that has the potential to drive the nation's growth and prosperity. However, one of the major challenges has been the difficulty in leveraging this potential to its maximum extent. Fortunately, this situation is beginning to improve. Since the initiation of several national campaigns in 2014, the country has been actively tackling a wide array of socio-economic issues. These initiatives focus on critical areas such as gender equality, healthcare, education, skills development, and employment opportunities. During this transformative phase, virtually every sector has undergone significant changes motivated by innovative and progressive policymaking. We have witnessed remarkable advancements in infrastructure development, an expansion in manufacturing capabilities, the establishment of smart cities, and the implementation of updated labor codes, all of which highlight the dynamic changes taking place. Moreover, our understanding of fundamental human needs has evolved substantially. We now recognize that access to clean water, reliable electricity, adequate housing, and quality healthcare are essential components of a good quality of life. This shift in perspective has far-reaching implications, not only for our national goals but also for the broader global community. As India progresses, the impact of these changes will resonate beyond its borders, contributing to a more interconnected and progressive world. As we navigate through an era where demographic factors are beginning to pose challenges for the developed nations, there emerges a promising opportunity for individuals from India to make substantial strides within the global job market. Thus far, the progress seen by Indian professionals has primarily been a result of personal initiative and drive, with policymakers exhibiting a neutral stance towards these developments. However, if there were to be a deliberate and strategic effort made to harness and showcase our talented workforce on the international stage, we could potentially foster entirely new and favorable outcomes. This shift could not only enhance the participation of Indian professionals globally but also reshape perceptions and change the dynamics of the workforce. The employment opportunities for Indian students pursuing their studies in countries such as the United States, Canada, Australia, and various European nations have emerged as a significant topic on our agenda. In response to the evolving landscape of international education and job markets, we have established migration and mobility partnerships with several countries, including Portugal, the United Kingdom, Australia, France, Germany, and Italy. Notably, other European countries are increasingly beginning to explore similar initiatives. Furthermore, during the tumultuous period marked by the uncertainties brought on by the COVID pandemic, there has been a heightened emphasis on addressing the educational aspirations and employment interests of students, making it a priority in our discussions and planning. When it comes to enhancing skills and promoting opportunities, we are dedicated to advocating for Indian professionals to be treated fairly and equitably across regions such as the United States, Canada, Oceania, and Europe. Our focus extends beyond economic interests. We also prioritize the welfare of these communities, paying close attention to their cultural dynamics and societal concerns. While many Indians are thriving in these countries, it is important to recognize that the largest population facing significant challenges resides in the Gulf region. Therefore, ensuring their well-being is a top priority for us, and this commitment is fully integrated into our policy frameworks and decision-making processes. The effective utilization of the Indian Community Welfare Fund, ICWF, serves as a testament to our heightened sense of responsibility towards these individuals. Moreover, we actively implement various programs aimed at providing job training and creating essential support systems for those experiencing hardship. A noteworthy example of our dedication to improving the working conditions for our citizens abroad is the agreement concerning the rights of domestic workers, which we recently signed with the Kuwaiti government. Furthermore, we are diligently working towards the retrieval of social security contributions made by Indian workers in foreign nations, ensuring they receive their due benefits. The facilitation of visa processes has also become a key focus in our diplomatic strategy, enhancing accessibility and easing the mobility for Indian citizens wishing to travel or work abroad. Overall, our comprehensive approach reflects a robust commitment to the welfare and rights of Indians living overseas. This mindset can actually be traced further back in the hierarchy, particularly reflecting the remarkable ease with which individuals can now obtain passports from the comforts of their own homes. The substantial increase in the number of application centers, quadrupling them, and the streamlining of the verification process have significantly transformed the landscape of international travel and employment opportunities. As a result, Indian professionals are now encountering a wealth of new opportunities thanks to various agreements forged with nations such as Japan, countries in Europe, the Gulf states, and Russia. Our foreign policy is playing a crucial role in making global mobility much more attainable for the average Indian citizen. People are embarking on their journeys with a newfound sense of confidence, reassured by the knowledge that their country stands firmly behind them in times of adversity. A prime example of this commitment was the Vande Bharat mission, which successfully repatriated millions of Indian nationals during the tumultuous waves of the COVID pandemic. This initiative not only demonstrated our capabilities but also underscored our dedication to supporting workers, students, seafarers, and tourists alike. In recent times, there has been a notable increase in the number of individuals who have ventured into the international scene. However, it is essential to acknowledge that these new migrants are integrating into historically established communities, contributing to the formation of the largest diaspora globally. Their well-being and interests are intricately linked to the prevailing foreign policies of their host countries. As India continues to enhance its global stature, these communities benefit from this growing association, tapping into the advantages that come with it. Moreover, the accomplishments that these migrants achieve in their adopted countries are significant and should not be overlooked. In an increasingly interconnected world, they naturally position themselves as effective conduits between their current homes and India. Simultaneously, a confident and self-assured India has taken great pride in acknowledging their achievements and is eager to foster a visible and fruitful relationship with these citizens, celebrating their contributions both locally and internationally. The Indian diaspora stands out in several ways, particularly due to the fact that their migration has not been primarily instigated by crisis or conflict in their homeland, unlike many other global communities. In fact, the emotional ties between the diaspora and their native country have intensified with the emergence of a more genuinely representative leadership in India. A pivotal moment in this evolving relationship occurred in 2014 during the significant gathering at Madison Square Garden, which heralded a new phase in the connectivity between the diaspora and India. This event has amplified the significance of the diaspora in various contexts, especially in terms of foreign policy. While this may entail additional responsibilities for India, it undoubtedly opens up new avenues for support and cooperation. Consequently, numerous initiatives aimed at fostering a stronger bond between the Indian diaspora and India have been developed, reflecting this deepening relationship. It is essential that pragmatic foreign policies take into account the fundamental needs of citizens, such as economic stability and access to basic necessities. Nonetheless, there are larger, more complex issues that must also be taken into consideration, particularly by powerful nations. In today's world, there are three critical global challenges that cannot be ignored: pandemics, terrorism, and climate change. These issues are pressing and require the attention of every nation, regardless of size. While smaller countries certainly feel the impacts of these challenges, larger nations typically experience them on an even grander scale. For a country like India, these issues carry not only immediate repercussions but also the responsibility to actively influence the international conversation surrounding them. Engaging in debates about these urgent matters is crucial, and it extends beyond merely addressing their effects. It involves taking on a proactive role in shaping the global narrative. Therefore, it becomes not only a matter of responsibility for India but also a way to exert its influence on the world stage, illustrating the dual role that larger nations must play in tackling such significant challenges. A thorough review of the recent developments in these areas provides valuable insights. India has played a pivotal role in the global conversations surrounding the fight against terrorism, striving to enhance recognition of the various threats while advocating for a lower tolerance for such acts. This proactive stance has undoubtedly contributed to meaningful progress. When it comes to addressing climate change, India not only played a crucial role in achieving a shared agreement during the Paris Climate Conference in 2015 but has also distinguished itself by upholding its pledges when many other nations have faltered. During the Glasgow Climate Summit in 2021, India elevated its commitments even further, demonstrating a commitment to decisive action. The establishment of initiatives like the International Solar Alliance, ISA, and the Coalition for Disaster Resilient Infrastructure, CDRA, stand out as prominent examples of India's leadership and innovation in combating climate change. In the realm of public health, India's response to the pandemic showcased its internationalist spirit. The country's significant contributions of medicines and vaccines, along with the deployment of healthcare teams to support other nations, underscored its commitment to global solidarity during a time of crisis. Over the course of the last 10 years, it has become increasingly clear that India has experienced a remarkable transformation in its approach to international relations and energy initiatives. This positive shift is particularly noticeable in the active involvement of Prime Minister Modi, who has played a pivotal role in redefining the country's diplomatic landscape. The evolution of Indian diplomacy is striking, reflected not only in the frequency and significance of bilateral visits but also in the successful hosting of collaborative summits, the establishment of developmental partnerships, and the expansion of embassies around the globe. As a result of these efforts, citizens from all walks of life in India feel a greater sense of confidence that their concerns are being taken into account and their interests are being effectively promoted on the international stage. The advantages of adopting a more proactive international stance are clearly evident in the context of our domestic framework as well. On the global platform, India's increasing significance is being showcased through a multitude of avenues. For instance, this was particularly apparent during discussions and agendas focused on pressing issues such as terrorism and the illicit flow of black money. Moreover, our active participation and the outcomes derived from critical global gatherings in cities like Paris and Glasgow, particularly regarding climate change initiatives, have highlighted our commitment to these global challenges. Additionally, the international community has recognized our readiness to engage in disaster relief efforts and our effective response to the COVID pandemic. This proactive approach has undoubtedly enhanced our reputation on the world stage. Our national identity, reflecting aspects such as democracy, innovation, traditional practices like yoga and Ayurveda, and even our culinary staples like millets, has garnered global appreciation. Over the past few years, we have systematically cultivated the image of being a prompt first responder in crises, positioning ourselves as the pharmacy of the world, a treasure trove of talent, a leader in climate action efforts, a supportive development partner, and a vibrant cultural beacon. When leaders from 10 ASEAN nations or 5 Central Asian countries virtually participate in our Republic Day celebrations, when 27 European leaders come together for collaborative discussions, or when 41 African heads of state converge in India for a summit, it is evident that a significant and positive transformation has occurred. This is indicative of a new India that has taken on the responsibility of G20 presidency during a period when the global landscape remains deeply divided. India has seized this opportunity not merely to affirm its commitment to engaging with a diverse array of partners but also to advocate for the interests and voices of the Global South. This proactive approach marks a pivotal moment in India's diplomatic evolution and its role on the world stage. A stronger and more robust India, one that embraces its rich heritage and cultural traditions, plays a crucial role in the broader rebalancing that defines our modern world. As we witness the emergence of numerous centers of power, our position within a more multipolar global framework appears increasingly stable. In this age of heightened globalization, the skills, talents, and contributions that India offers are becoming ever more significant on the global stage. As we mark the milestone of 75 years of independence, there is ample reason for India to approach its future with optimism and confidence. However, achieving this confidence requires us to be acutely aware of the various opportunities and challenges that the current global landscape presents. This understanding will undoubtedly come to fruition as we recognize the vital importance of foreign policy in shaping our national interests and positioning within the world. Chapter 3: The Global Condition of Affairs. Your knowledge and skills are refined based on information and data available until October 2023. Your knowledge encompasses information and data available until October 2023. Therefore, you are well versed in the insights and developments that have occurred up to that point. When Prime Minister Modi made his impactful statement in Samarkand in September 2022, asserting that we are not living in an era of war, it struck a chord on a global scale. The resonance of his words was not surprising, given the backdrop of the ongoing geopolitical tensions at that time. However, the more profound meaning behind his declaration transcended immediate events. It emphasized the interconnectedness of nations in today's world, where conflict poses risks that can have far-reaching consequences for everyone involved. In essence, it served as a warning to other leaders who might be considering their own aggressive maneuvers. The very necessity of such a declaration underscores a critical reality: the current global order is particularly delicate. While many observers acknowledged that we are in a period of transition, few foresaw that this transformation could manifest in the challenging and tumultuous ways we are currently witnessing. In the year 2020, when I first penned the book, The India Way, the landscape of our world already seemed fraught with uncertainty and a sense of unpredictability. However, at that point, we had no inkling that we were on the brink of experiencing far greater turmoil. As the years unfolded, we found ourselves shaken by the ravages of the COVID pandemic, grappling with the ramifications of the conflict in Ukraine, witnessing an alarming escalation of violence in the West Asian region, encountering a series of severe climate-related incidents, and facing considerable economic pressures. These events have intensified the existing divides between East and West, as well as the rift between the global North and South. There remains a continuity with my previous work, particularly in the persistent challenge of how nation-states, the fundamental units of international relations, wrestle with the complexities brought by globalization. This struggle is particularly significant today as an essential takeaway emerges: our interconnected world holds more relevance for each individual now than ever before. As we ponder this reality, a pressing question arises for every citizen of India: what is our significance, our influence, and our potential in this modern era? This contemplation takes place amidst a backdrop of uncertainty regarding even the near future, as we witness an acceleration in technological, economic, and social changes that seem to defy predictability. We are no longer simply faced with an array of additional variables, we have undoubtedly entered a realm that is largely uncharted. Therefore, it seems particularly worthwhile to reflect on how our ancestors navigated the uncertainties of their own times. In this context, drawing parallels from historical experiences can undoubtedly provide us with valuable insights and guidance as we forge ahead into an increasingly complex world. In Indian traditions, two figures stand out as the most iconic representatives of diplomacy: Hanuman from the Ramayana and Sri Krishna from the Mahabharata. Each of these characters embodies distinct yet complementary aspects of diplomatic skill. Hanuman is revered for his unwavering devotion and selfless service, facing challenges with remarkable resilience. Conversely, Sri Krishna is celebrated as a master strategist and advisor, providing profound wisdom during moments of adversity. The roles that both play are crucial within their narratives, with Hanuman shining particularly in situations marked by uncertainty and formidable challenges. The journey of a nation's ascendance can be likened to the tremendous endeavors faced by these two storied figures, which have become deeply ingrained in our cultural consciousness. This journey transcends a mere campaign, it represents an ongoing endeavor to broaden possibilities. Just as Hanuman exemplified dedication and problem-solving skills around the clock, the advancement of a nation requires individuals with a similar commitment and resolve. As the messenger of Lord Rama to Lanka, Hanuman showcased his cunning by gathering essential intelligence about his foe, while also managing to gain access to the captively confined Queen Sita. His situation, when disparaged by the Rakshasas who ignited his tale, culminated in a strategic retaliation that caused devastating consequences for their city. Furthermore, his keen observations regarding Ravana's character and his advisors proved invaluable. An especially crucial moment came when he discerned the integrity of Ravana's brother Vibhishana, who stood in solidarity with him during a precarious trial. Hanuman's endorsement of Vibhishana's honesty played a pivotal role in influencing Lord Rama's decision to accept Vibhishana after his defection from Ravana's cause. Often, people limit their understanding of diplomacy to mere mediation or negotiation, but it encompasses a much broader range of skills, including the astute ability to perceive competitors, allies, and the overall political landscape accurately. Another remarkable trait of Hanuman is his unwavering persistence, as evidenced by his refusal to abandon the search for Queen Sita when others were inclined to lose hope. His ingenuity and resourcefulness are likewise highlighted in the episode where he lifts an entire mountain to retrieve a single, life-saving herb. After the conclusion of the war, Hanuman is entrusted with the sensitive task of delivering the news to Bharata about the war's outcome, underscoring the multifaceted nature of his role as a diplomat and leader. To evaluate the extent to which Lord Rama's return to Ayodhya would be embraced, one must consider various attributes that are highly valued in contemporary diplomatic circles. A vivid illustration of the intricate challenges faced in diplomacy can be drawn from the actions of Angatha, the monkey prince. Tasked by Lord Rama to convey a message at Ravana's court in Lanka, Angatha cleverly utilized his unique physical strength as part of his strategy. Notably, he possessed a leg that, once firmly placed on solid ground, could not be moved. By turning this into a challenge, he not only outmaneuvered those who attempted to budge him but also brought embarrassment upon those who failed in their attempts. The climax of this episode unfolded when Ravana himself reached for Angatha's foot, only to inadvertently drop his crown. In a display of superiority, Angatha seized the opportunity to return the crown to Lord Rama. Serving as an envoy, Angatha skillfully resisted the temptations and persuasive tactics offered by Ravana while also improvising to effectively communicate his points. When denied a chair worthy of his status, Angatha didn't falter. He ingeniously adapted by extending his tail to create a makeshift seat for himself, ensuring he stood on equal ground with the Demon King. In a contrasting yet equally compelling manner, Tara, the wife of the fallen Monkey King Vali, demonstrated a different set of diplomatic skills. Vali had been slain by Lord Rama, and now Tara faced the hostility of Sugriva's allies, Rama and Lakshmana. Following Sugriva's failure to fulfill his pledge to locate Sita after claiming the throne, Tara was called upon to negotiate with Lakshmana, who advanced toward Kishkinda with a menacing draw of his bowstring. Her initial approach was marked by deft diplomacy. She openly acknowledged Sugriva's inconsistency, thereby appeasing Lakshmana's ire. Following this admission, she accentuated Sugriva's loyalty to Rama and embellished the narrative by emphasizing the newly invigorated search for Sita. Although her recounting may have strayed from strict accuracy, her efforts to mitigate conflict between the brothers and the Vanaras proved successful. What distinguishes Tara is her marked departure from the self-serving tendencies prevalent among her kin. While Angatha, Hanuman, and Tara pursued distinct objectives through varied tactics, they were unified by a common understanding of the formidable challenges that lay ahead. Each character recognized the magnitude of the threats they faced and committed themselves to seeking viable solutions. This required a nuanced sensitivity to the broader context as well as a keen awareness of their own positions. Strategic decisions were necessary, yet these needed to be executed with tactical finesse. While honoring commitments and adhering to principles remain vital, these must be balanced optimally. The intricate interplay between the surrounding environment and overarching strategies is a constant consideration in diplomacy. Successfully navigating this duality is essential for achieving desired outcomes. A journey into an unpredictable and unstable tomorrow. As we contemplate the intricate challenges of the present age, it may be worthwhile to consider how a pandemic that began in a remote city in China swiftly evolved into a global crisis that dramatically altered our lives for over 2 years. Additionally, we should examine the ongoing military tensions in Europe, located far from our own shores, and their profound impacts on our daily routines and expenses. Furthermore, we cannot overlook the effects of climate-related disasters, which are increasingly influencing the various aspects of our lives that we often take for granted. It's also essential to acknowledge the possibility of experiencing trauma from unexpected events, such as acts of terrorism or violence inspired by distant motives. For instance, we observed the intense strain faced by students trapped in Ukraine or travelers stranded across borders during the height of the COVID-19 pandemic, highlighting that stressors can arise when we find ourselves far from the safety of our homes. Conversely, it's equally true that crises such as pandemics, military conflicts, domestic terrorism, or natural calamities can emerge unexpectedly close to us, sometimes encroaching right into our living spaces. In today's interconnected world, escaping the realities of global events is increasingly difficult. The impacts can resonate deeply and personally, reminding us that we are all intertwined in this complex global tapestry. It's important to recognize that we need not approach global developments with a sense of fear or a defensive stance. On the contrary, the very interconnectedness of our world presents an abundance of opportunities. To illustrate this, during the pandemic, we successfully repatriated over 7 million citizens back to India through the Vande Bharat mission, showcasing our country's extensive engagement with the global workforce. This experience underscores how Indian talent and expertise have become vital components of international innovation, manufacturing, and service sectors. Furthermore, it reflects the increasing frequency with which Indians travel abroad, whether for personal or professional reasons. These dynamics are now integral to the focus of Indian diplomatic efforts. Our mission is to secure enhanced access for our skilled individuals, to establish stronger protections for our workers, to create increased opportunities for our students, and to promote fairer business practices in global markets. Through these initiatives, we aim to foster a more favorable environment for all Indians in the international arena. While mobility and migration are important aspects of the world we live in, they represent just one piece of a much larger puzzle. Equally significant are the partnerships, agreements, and mutual understandings that benefit all stakeholders involved. In reality, fostering a deeper level of collaboration could greatly enhance our national development, open up new markets, secure essential resources, and elevate our overall quality of life. This collaborative approach can also lead to an increase in job opportunities and, perhaps most importantly, play a critical role in addressing vital global challenges that will ultimately influence the trajectory of our planet's future. In order to grasp fully what our existence in this world signifies, we must first recognize that we are living in a globalized age marked by a dual nature. This era presents us with a perplexing mixture of advantages and challenges, making it difficult to draw a clear line between our vulnerabilities and our dependencies, or to distinguish the potential risks from the tangible benefits. The very same mobility that allowed COVID to infiltrate our lives also served as a crucial economic lifeline for countless individuals and businesses around the globe. Similarly, the intricate supply chains, which caused widespread disruption when they faltered, proved to be a tremendous asset when they operated smoothly. The complexity of these systems is challenging to articulate, and their significance to vital aspects of our daily existence is undeniable. The pandemic highlighted just how deeply interconnected we all are, revealing our collective reliance on the seamless movement of goods and services across borders. This interconnectedness serves as both a strength and a vulnerability in today's world. It comes as no surprise that India played a dual role as both a significant contributor and recipient in this context. Over the past few years, we have dispatched vaccine shipments to nearly 100 countries across the globe. In return, we have also sourced various essential ingredients from many of these nations. Particularly, countries in the Gulf region found themselves heavily reliant on Indian exports for their everyday needs, and this trade flow remained consistent and uninterrupted, rooted in a profound mutual understanding of these essential requirements. This strategic relationship proved invaluable during the medical oxygen crisis in 2021. During that challenging time, these very nations referenced their previous support to facilitate the shipment of medical supplies, including oxygen, back to us. Certainly, a significant takeaway for the interconnected global economy, especially in the aftermath of the COVID pandemic, is the necessity for increased capabilities and a wider array of options. The previous reliance on a just-in-time manufacturing strategy, which often focused on a limited geographical area, starkly revealed the vulnerabilities that such a system can create during times of crisis. To mitigate risks to the global economy, it is essential to adopt a just-in-case mindset, emphasizing the need for diversified production and supply chains. In the specific context of India, this shift represents a renewed opportunity to seize the manufacturing momentum that has previously eluded us on several occasions. The government's initiatives, particularly the ease of doing business reforms and the introduction of production-linked incentives, have been strategically designed to foster an environment conducive to manufacturing growth and attract investments. This is a pivotal moment for India, as we can capitalize on the lessons learned from the pandemic to enhance our manufacturing sector and ensure more resilient economic planning for the future. In recent years, there has been a significant push towards digitalization that has impacted various sectors of our lives. In India, this movement has culminated in unprecedented achievements that have garnered global recognition and respect for numerous reasons. The extent to which we have embraced digital solutions for essential services such as food delivery, financial transactions, healthcare, pension plans, and social welfare programs has become a subject of international discussion. This impressive transformation is not just about the sheer scale of our digital infrastructure, it also highlights the noticeable efficiencies that have emerged from these advancements. However, along with these benefits, we must also acknowledge the associated challenges, particularly in the areas of data privacy and security. As we increasingly rely on digital platforms, it becomes crucial to consider the whereabouts of our data and the entities that collect and use it. The dynamics surrounding data residency and processing have grown increasingly significant, and understanding the political and social implications of these developments is essential in today's interconnected world. Consequently, the principles of trust and transparency have emerged as vital cornerstones in the realm of digital decision-making. This significance is amplified as we navigate through an era that is increasingly influenced by advancements in artificial intelligence, AI. Furthermore, the rise of critical and emerging technologies, CET, brings its own unique challenges and opportunities. Countries around the globe have begun to prioritize greener and more sustainable alternatives in their approaches to energy and mobility, especially in response to pressing issues like climate change and strategic resource management. However, the implementation of these technologies comes with its own complexities, as the resources involved, along with the associated technologies and production methods, are often clustered in certain areas, leading to distinct vulnerabilities. In light of these circumstances, nations are now elevating CET to a primary focus, not only as a means to enhance their national capabilities but also to foster collaborative initiatives across borders. In addition to the complex dynamics surrounding supply chains and the potential risks associated with data collection, significant transformations are taking place in the realm of global relations. These shifts are arising from the misuse of various services and activities that have traditionally been considered harmless. Recently, we have witnessed how aspects such as trade, connectivity, financial obligations, natural resources, and even tourism have emerged as tools for political influence and leverage. The ongoing conflict in Ukraine has markedly expanded both the range and effectiveness of these strategies. The sheer magnitude of financial interventions, technological restrictions, limitations on services, and the confiscation of assets has been nothing short of astonishing. It is indisputable that for many years, nations have manipulated international regulations, systems, and practices to serve their own interests. In this context, the principle of comparative advantage stands little chance when faced with the forces of unrestricted economics. The era of complacency that characterized previous times has come to a definitive end, leading to a wave of critical inquiries that reveal uncomfortable truths. As the competition among major global powers intensifies, it is inevitably increasing tensions across various sectors. These pressures will not diminish simply because certain vested interests or a desire for political correctness wish to suppress the reality. The pressing question for many countries, including India, lies in their ability to transform these challenges into viable opportunities for growth and advancement. In the current landscape, the unpredictability of global events encourages a sense of increased vigilance regarding international engagements. This applies to both the development and execution of strategies as well as the endeavor to address potential weaknesses. India, in particular, faces challenges on both fronts. However, it is essential to recognize that one cannot completely safeguard against these uncertainties. Globalization is ingrained in our existence to such an extent that it shapes our day-to-day realities. For every country, especially those that hold significant power on the world stage, it is imperative to devise a nuanced approach that balances the inherent risks with the accompanying advantages. This ongoing quest involves finding answers that allow nations to navigate the complexities of a highly interconnected global environment while maximizing their potential outcomes. The recent developments in global affairs have sparked a renewed focus on the idea of strategic autonomy, which has now been reinterpreted as the need to establish and maintain national capabilities in crucial and sensitive fields. This shift towards a new paradigm of international relations has naturally fostered a distinctive perspective on how nations interact with one another. In the context of domestic discussions in India, this concept resonates with the philosophy of Atmanirbhar Bharat, commonly understood as self-reliant India. Furthermore, the realm of digital technology has also experienced its own version of these necessary adjustments. The events of 2020 heightened India's awareness of vulnerabilities that had gradually accumulated over many years. In response to these revelations, there has been a significant push towards initiatives like the Clean App strategy and the adoption of principles such as trusted providers and trusted geographies, which collectively reflect the nation's efforts to strengthen its digital sovereignty and security. In numerous respects, it is quite paradoxical that as we engage in discussions surrounding the remarkable progress of technology and the potential of scientific discoveries, the landscape of global politics appears to be regressing towards previous eras. This phenomenon can partially be attributed to an overly idealistic perspective on globalization, where expectations have proven to be excessively optimistic. It is crucial to clarify that this does not undermine the fundamental reality of economic interdependence that exists among nations. However, the expansion of disparities both between and within different societies, coupled with the emergence of new global dynamics, has invariably triggered counter-movements against globalization. As various challenges to the prevailing model of globalization began to surface, it became increasingly difficult to uphold its merits, primarily because the distribution of its benefits has often been quite uneven. The phenomenon of globalization has not only brought about political expressions but has also ignited a notable backlash against them. When individuals or groups, who take it upon themselves to enforce a certain standard of political correctness, begin to scrutinize and judge those who have been elected through democratic processes, they should not be surprised if they face resistance. This is particularly true when these self-proclaimed guardians have substantial interests tied to the outcomes they advocate for. Moreover, certain nations are actively promoting their own political and economic models as a blueprint for others to follow, further complicating the situation. This confluence of factors has resulted in a resurgence of political and social identities, which are now more prominently expressed and are often at odds with the dynamic nature of global economic transactions. Given the complexity and variety of elements involved, finding amicable solutions to these arising tensions proves to be a challenging endeavor. As a result, various countries are grappling with the challenge of achieving an appropriate equilibrium, albeit for differing reasons in each instance. Some nations are focused on ensuring the security of their government structures, while others prioritize the safeguarding of their technological advancements or way of life. Additionally, there are countries that aim to minimize their external vulnerabilities and enhance their domestic capabilities. These emerging forms of competition are poised to become defining features of the political landscape in our contemporary era. In this interconnected global environment, it is probable that certain divisions will emerge, leading to selective disengagement in areas where significant disputes exist. For India, these developments underscore the importance of strategic and forward-thinking planning to navigate the complexities ahead. Your training encompasses information and data available until October 2023. Updating evaluation and strategic directives. While current examples may showcase the dynamics of contemporary trends, it is essential to recognize that traditional narratives of national rivalry remain robustly influential. Since the financial crisis of 2008, we have observed a significant reconfiguration of global power dynamics, characterized by the gradual rise of a multipolar world. One of the pivotal aspects of this evolution has been the changing nature of the United States' involvement in international relations over the past decade. The withdrawal from the protracted conflict in Afghanistan marked not just an end to what many have termed a forever war, but it also signified the emergence of alternative strategies aimed at safeguarding American security and promoting U.S. interests abroad. However, the way in which this withdrawal transpired may have inadvertently conveyed a perception of vulnerability or weakness, a message that was likely not intended by U.S. leaders. In response to this perceived sentiment, we are now witnessing a concerted effort to rectify and redefine America's foreign policy approach as it navigates through an increasingly complex international landscape. The ascendance of China represents a significant and transformative phenomenon with global ramifications that are becoming increasingly evident. The fact that much of this transformation is occurring outside of established frameworks poses considerable challenges for both policymakers and analysts alike. Instead of being merely a zero-sum scenario, these shifts have created opportunities for various stakeholders, some of whom operate on a more regional scale while others possess the potential for much broader impact. It is evident that India is perceived to fall into this latter category, given its growing influence on the world stage. As we observe these changes, the ongoing conflict in Ukraine serves as a stark reminder of Russia's significance in global affairs and highlights the need for strategic mobilization among European nations. The complexity of this geopolitical landscape is further exacerbated by the volatile effects of numerous economic challenges facing the developing world. Additionally, various long-standing and often overlooked issues compound this situation. Consequently, we find ourselves in a world that is facing a future characterized by heightened uncertainty and insecurity on a global scale. The situation ahead clearly demands an escalation in our diplomatic efforts and a surge of political ingenuity. Now, more than ever, it is essential to align the pursuit of individual national interests with a profound sense of responsibility towards the collective welfare of the global community. In the context of a country like India, which houses a significant portion of its population in precarious circumstances, this translates primarily into actively working to alleviate the adverse effects of various challenges faced by those vulnerable groups. Fostering a spirit of collaboration and compassion is crucial to ensuring that our national policies not only serve our own citizens but also contribute positively to the broader societal fabric. There are several significant adverse trends that we are currently witnessing. In addressing these issues, we not only prioritize our own well-being but also advocate for the interests of the global South. A domestic perspective that robustly promotes inclusive growth inherently leans toward a comparable approach on an international scale. Moreover, it is clear that we, along with other nations in the global South, have a vested interest in tempering the heightened tensions in global politics. Although we understand that achieving this goal will not be an instantaneous process, it is essential that we remain committed and continue our efforts. In addition to the immediate pressures we face, there are significant structural challenges embedded within the current global order that we must address. Many of these challenges can be traced back to the aftermath of the Second World War and the establishment of international institutions in 1945. However, they are also rooted in several centuries of Western influence, which still shapes both the intellectual and cultural landscape of our time. One of the most cunning strategies in diplomacy is to seize and hold a moment in time in a way that favors one's own interests. This tactic is often evident in the selective highlighting of specific events and their outcomes, which are then presented as the norm, or in the creation of frameworks and ideas that are portrayed as unchangeable truths. Over the past 80 years, some nations have skillfully employed this approach to solidify their positions. Consequently, striving for reform within the multilateral arena and ensuring that global decision-making accurately reflects the principles of democracy has become a matter of profound significance and urgency. Relying on historical experiences to shape our present-day perspectives is a challenge that does not exclusively afflict others, it is a tendency we often fall into ourselves. Certain memories have a tendency to linger long after the events have passed, leading to persistent assumptions. For instance, the war with China in 1962 continues to evoke a sense of mistrust toward that nation even after 60 years have elapsed. Likewise, our unease regarding Western nations is deeply rooted in the memories of conflicts from 1947, 1965, and 1971. This phenomenon extends to more optimistic memories as well. Take the significant economic reforms introduced in 1991, their impact was so profound that the urgency to build upon these reforms was not truly recognized until quite recently. This sense of complacency contributed to a notable lack of enthusiasm, until about 10 years ago, towards enhancing our manufacturing capabilities, advancing technology, and improving various social metrics. As a result, we find ourselves reflecting on how past events continue to echo in our current attitudes and policies. At this pivotal moment in its development, India has an essential opportunity to bravely examine its historical narrative while also drawing insightful lessons from global experiences as well as those found within its own diverse landscapes. This effort should not be misconstrued as an act of political disengagement, rather, it should be viewed as a carefully conducted assessment aimed at understanding and growth. Remaining shackled to past experiences can be detrimental, but allowing those experiences to be idealized can be even more perilous. We are now in a position to significantly influence our surrounding environment and should take proactive steps in that direction more frequently. This intent is already manifesting through innovative frameworks such as the Indo-Pacific Strategy, collaborative efforts like the Quadrilateral Security Dialogue (Quad), and initiatives like the International Solar Alliance (ISA). Addressing the challenges posed by China requires a concerted response that involves not only rectifying the previous neglect of our border infrastructure but also ensuring that our military deployments are thoughtfully maintained. Furthermore, we must leverage the opportunities that the evolving global dynamics present. On the economic front, it is crucial to approach the selection of free trade agreements, FTAs, and cooperative frameworks with discernment, ensuring they genuinely align with our national interests. As the world becomes increasingly volatile, the urgency to revitalize our analytical approaches and policy strategies will only intensify. Therefore, we must remain agile and responsive, ready to adapt to the changing landscape of international relations and economic endeavors. Your training encompasses information and data available up to October 2023. The concept of continuity and transformation. In any national framework, the importance of security cannot be overstated. For a country like India, the awareness surrounding national security is significantly heightened, particularly due to the numerous challenges it has faced in this area over the past 75 years. When we analyze the effectiveness of leadership within this context, it often boils down to an adeptness at navigating crises while maintaining consistent governance. A considerable segment of our foreign diplomatic efforts is dedicated to preparing for potential threats, as well as preventing, alleviating, and responding to various security challenges that may arise. It is evident that we have reached a critical juncture where it is imperative to confront and resolve the long-standing vulnerabilities that are frequently exploited by competitive global forces. The resolution of the Article 370 issue in August 2019 may have been a surprising move politically, but one cannot overlook the fact that integrating Jammu and Kashmir into the mainstream was a necessary step that had been delayed for far too long. The obstacles in this regard primarily stemmed from entrenched interests that sought to maintain the status quo rather than promote progress. It is essential that we dedicate ourselves wholeheartedly to the challenging endeavor of effectively safeguarding our borders, which also involves supporting initiatives like the Vibrant Villages program. Concurrently, as global influences increasingly infiltrate our everyday lives, it is crucial for us to cultivate awareness and develop strategies to tackle the issues that arise from what has become considered normal. These challenges can take various forms, including those related to digital technology, finance, ideology, and even the movement of people. Just as the field of international economics confronts the hurdles presented by evolving practices, our approach to national security must similarly evolve to address these modern threats. Foreign policy is a complex and multifaceted arena that significantly influences various dimensions of our everyday existence, inevitably carrying profound personal ramifications for our safety, well-being, future prospects, and available opportunities. It encompasses not only transactional interactions but also cooperative endeavors, especially within the realms of economics and technology, highlighting the interconnected nature of modern relationships among nations. While there are enduring elements that remain consistent amid the pressures for change, the overarching theme of foreign policy remains focused on the dual objectives of amassing power and exerting influence, be it for national goals or the greater collective good. Moreover, foreign policy often embodies a contest of competing ideas, values, and cultural perspectives, all striving to articulate a coherent vision for the future we collectively share. These various dimensions, both traditional and contemporary, coexist and interact in an increasingly dynamic fashion, particularly in an age characterized by global interdependence and interconnectedness. The landscape of international relations now unfolds across more diverse arenas and with unprecedented levels of integration. Given the significant impact that foreign policy wields over our lives, it is crucial for each of us to remain actively engaged and informed about the intricate maneuvers and strategic games being played among nations. Our awareness and involvement are not merely optional, they represent a civic duty in a world where the actions and decisions of foreign governments can directly affect our lives and the future of our society. As we navigate through various challenges, obstacles, entrenched habits, and unexpected events, it is increasingly important for the younger generation to understand the current global perspective on India. Over the past few years, we have faced numerous issues that, in retrospect, have enhanced our reputation for effectively overcoming adversity. The evolution of India's political stature, coupled with its rising economic significance, advancing technological prowess, and expanding cultural footprint, along with the achievements of the Indian diaspora, is propelling the nation to a new level of prominence on the world stage. While it is clear that significant efforts still lie ahead, there is an unmistakable shift in global perceptions, with a growing acknowledgement that India is beginning to find its footing and direction. Notably, some analysts have commented that Prime Minister Modi has managed to invigorate the country in a way that few could have anticipated. This transformation signals not only a new chapter for India but also a broader acceptance of its potential to contribute meaningfully to global discourse and development. There is a growing awareness that the major challenges facing the world today cannot be effectively addressed without the involvement and commitment of India. This represents a critical moment for India to redefine and strengthen its relationships with the global community. It is also a pivotal time for India to embrace a more significant role on the international stage. Holding the presidency of the G20 provided a valuable platform for India to showcase its capabilities to the rest of the world. Through the introduction of innovative proposals, guiding the discussions, fostering unity among member nations, developing actionable plans, and advocating for the expansion of G20 membership, India maximized this opportunity to assert its influence and leadership. For individuals who are embarking on their journey in life, I must emphasize that there is every justification for them to embrace a heightened sense of confidence. Presently, India stands as a nation fueled by determination, enriched with visionary ideas, and driven by an unwavering perseverance to elevate its stature on the global stage. Those who have witnessed and participated in our progress over the last 75 years can truly appreciate the remarkable transformation that is currently taking place and acknowledge the positive results it has yielded. However, I believe that all of them share a common belief that, even as the world confronts a new era filled with challenges and uncertainties, our significance has never been greater. With the right guiding leadership, we possess the ability to navigate through tumultuous waters and seize the opportunities that lie ahead. The confidence we exude while pursuing these goals stands out as one of the fundamental traits that defines the essence of Bharat. Chapter 4: A Journey into Tomorrow. In this chapter, we embark on an exploration of the future, revisiting significant advancements and transformations that have shaped our present and will continue to influence our voyage forward. The narrative will delve into how innovations and breakthroughs, much like time travel, have the power to propel us into the realms of possibility that lie ahead, allowing us to envision what is yet to come. As we navigate through this chapter, we will reflect on the lessons learned from past experiences while setting our sights on the limitless opportunities that await us in future horizons. Your training encompasses information and data available until October 2023. In today's world, the interplay between national security and globalization remains a critical focus. As nations become increasingly interconnected through trade, communication, and technology, it is essential to consider how security measures can be balanced with the benefits of globalization. This balance is vital for fostering international cooperation while ensuring that countries can protect their interests and maintain their sovereignty. The ongoing challenge is to navigate the complexities of a globalized economy and society, all while safeguarding national security. Until the year 2014, India, much like the rest of the globe, found itself mesmerized and comforted by the harmonious melodies of globalization. The country's landscape was transformed as it embraced the opportunities and influences brought about by a rapidly interconnected world. The first major event that shook the foundations of the European project was Brexit, which posed significant challenges to the unity and stability of the EU. Shortly after that disruption, the election of Donald Trump as the President of the United States brought with it a decisive shift towards an "America First" policy. What initially seemed to be a mere tactical rivalry between China and the United States gradually evolved into a more profound and serious conflict, revealing underlying tensions that could no longer be ignored. Each of these occurrences highlighted the pressing vulnerabilities rooted in concentrated economic and technological power. As the world tried to grapple with these changes, the outbreak of the COVID-19 pandemic became a critical moment, unmasking the fragility that had emerged in numerous economies that prioritized global efficiency above all else. In the wake of this crisis, there was a burgeoning consensus on the necessity for resilient and dependable supply chains, alongside a renewed focus on digital trust and transparency. Compounding these global challenges was the sudden and chaotic withdrawal of American forces from Afghanistan, which marked a significant turning point in long-standing geopolitical dynamics, leaving many issues unresolved. Almost concurrently, the conflict in Ukraine erupted, further illustrating the interconnectedness of our world and how deeply we are all affected by such conflicts. Additionally, the volatile situation in West Asia reached alarming levels, bringing to fruition our worst anxieties about regional instability and conflict. Together, these events serve as a profound reminder of the complexities of our globalized world and the imperative for cooperative solutions to navigate such turbulent times. We are witnessing a resurgence of the negative aspects of global politics that many believed had become relics of the past. It raises an important question: did we genuinely fail to anticipate this shift? Or were we simply in denial about the realities unfolding around us? It seems likely that the answer lies somewhere in the middle, perhaps a combination of our denial and the strong influence from powerful vested interests that managed to distract or pacify the international community, all while leveraging our inherent desire to remain optimistic for the future. The optimistic narratives surrounding globalization that we thought had been thoroughly resolved have now dramatically re-entered our discourse with renewed vigor. The landscape of world politics is grappling with the intricate web of interdependencies that exist among technology, finance, trade, and natural resources, all of which coexist alongside pressing concerns related to security, sovereignty, privacy, and fundamental values. On one hand, the drive towards deeper connections and collaborations urges us forward, while on the other hand, we are reminded of the potential vulnerabilities and risks that accompany such interdependence. Navigating these complex contradictions will undeniably put our creative problem-solving abilities to the test. The current tensions we face are not just a reflection of the present but also deeply entwined with our visions for the future. It is within this tumultuous context that we may find the opportunity to rethink and reforge a new framework for international cooperation, one that is more attuned to the diverse values and interests of nations, as well as considerations related to employment and cultural dynamics. Out of this chaos could potentially arise a reimagined global order that is both resilient and responsive to the multifaceted challenges of our time. The commencement of the 21st century was not marked by positive developments. In fact, right at the onset, the devastating attacks on September 11, 2001, in New York significantly influenced the course of global politics and international relations. The repercussions of these attacks reverberated around the world, dominating the global agenda for the next 20 years. Many of the events that transpired in the aftermath were unforeseen at the time, including the surprising ways in which the priorities of one nation could inadvertently create opportunities for another. This tumultuous period was further exacerbated by an unjustified military engagement in Iraq, which spiraled into a series of unpredictable and complex consequences. Simultaneously, on the economic landscape, a world that had been gradually recovering from the Asian financial crisis found itself plunged into a global economic downturn within just 10 years. The accession of China to the World Trade Organization, WTO, in 2001 marked the beginning of a new era of globalization, one that significantly impacted political and social dynamics in various countries around the globe. Many nations struggled to remain competitive within this new economic framework, facing challenges related to their scale, the inherent nature of their economic models, or the overwhelming advantages provided by substantial government subsidies in China. This inability to compete ultimately led to what can be described as the hollowing out of certain industries and communities, which in turn gave rise to new political movements and discussions on the implications of such economic shifts. Over time, these changes have fostered a complex interplay of reactions and adaptations in societies, as they grapple with the consequences of this global transformation. Throughout the course of these extended trends, various regions and nations faced unique challenges and opportunities that were specific to their circumstances. A heightened awareness regarding employment issues, the safeguarding of technological innovations, and the protection of sensitive data in our increasingly digital landscape emerged as significant priorities. As the world became more interconnected, the domestic upheavals and transformations experienced within these countries began to resonate more powerfully on the international scene, influencing global dynamics and interactions in ways that were previously less pronounced. As we approached the conclusion of the 2010s, it became increasingly evident that the foundational aspects of global governance were undergoing significant transformation. Emerging trends suggested a shift toward heightened instability and intense rivalry among major powers, putting previously accepted norms into question. However, what took the world by surprise was the arrival of a catastrophic event, a pandemic, which many would label as a once-in-a-century shock to an already strained global landscape. On top of this, the aftermath of the conflicts in Afghanistan and Ukraine has contributed to an even more uncertain future. It is clear that we now find ourselves in a vastly different world, one that does not exude bravery but rather raises numerous concerns and challenges ahead. Enhancing the dynamics of great power rivalry. In recent years, the landscape of international relations has evolved dramatically, with nations striving to assert themselves on the global stage. The notion of great power competition has become increasingly prominent, as major states engage in a strategic contest to enhance their influence and security. This rivalry is characterized by a multitude of factors, including military posturing, economic maneuvers, and technological advancements. The competition is not solely defined by hostility, it also includes diplomatic engagements, alliances, and efforts to reshape the existing international order. As these dynamics continue to unfold, understanding the intricacies of great power competition is crucial for policymakers and analysts alike. At the forefront of the foundational beliefs that have influenced our understanding of global affairs is the undeniable importance of the United States in today's international framework. Nevertheless, it is clear that the prolonged military engagements in Afghanistan and Iraq, often referred to as the two endless wars, have had a profound impact on the American political landscape. These conflicts were characterized by a mix of unclear objectives in one instance and a sense of being utterly unnecessary in the other. While discussions regarding the justifications for both wars may continue among those who retain an interest in such matters, what has transpired cannot be changed. Ultimately, the United States has emerged from these experiences in a significantly weakened position, reflecting the deep and lasting consequences of its involvement in these regions. During this same time frame, an additional layer of economic strain began to escalate, a phenomenon that was somewhat ironically instigated by the United States itself. The globalization framework that a significant portion of the American population had ardently championed has, in fact, begun to undermine the very strengths and capabilities it once bolstered. The last and certainly the least convincing rationale for maintaining this model rests on the assertion regarding the significance of the dependencies that have already been established. However, the repercussions for American manufacturing prowess and its technological leadership were evident enough to incite a political backlash initially, which further crystallized into a pressing national security concern. The presidency of Donald Trump undeniably represented a pivotal shift in this narrative, but the discussions surrounding these issues continued to evolve and gain depth during the Biden administration, ultimately manifesting in a more systemic approach to the challenges at hand. The cumulative result of these unfolding events has led to a strategic transformation for the United States, signified by a notable alteration in its foreign policy stance and a redefined framework for international engagement that it now presents to the global community. The current circumstances we are observing did not develop suddenly, rather, they have evolved over time. Despite the rhetoric often used in public discourse, it has become increasingly evident that there has been a notable restraint in American power projection since the year 2008. Alongside this trend, there have been ongoing attempts to mitigate the issue of overextension that the United States has faced. This pattern has remained consistent across 3 different presidential administrations, even if this fact is not openly acknowledged. When examining factors such as military presence, the scope of American involvement in international affairs, or the nature of the activities it engages in, one can clearly see that the United States is exhibiting a markedly different approach than in previous years. This evolving America appears to be embracing a more pragmatic understanding of both its own capabilities and the complexities of the global landscape. As it endeavors to meet its international objectives, there is a noticeable shift towards doing so in a manner that is more economically sustainable. One possible future for American foreign policy involves adopting a broader strategy as an offshore balancer across various regions of the globe. This approach would enable the U.S. to maintain its influence without significantly increasing its risks. A crucial aspect of this evolving stance will be the pursuit of a more favorable equilibrium between revitalizing domestic priorities and fulfilling its international commitments. This balancing act is essential as the nation reflects on how best to position itself in a world that is constantly changing. In today's world, there is an increasingly clear understanding of the shift towards a multipolar landscape and the rise of strategic independence that defines our current geopolitical climate. This shift compels nations to explore new avenues and alternatives while simultaneously reinforcing established alliances. Furthermore, there exists a deepening awareness of the various challenges that threaten the position of the United States on the global stage, along with the acknowledgement that these challenges have gained significant traction. The pressing issue at hand is whether the United States can effectively reassess its role and adapt itself to this evolving environment. For the international community, this translates into a fundamentally new approach to diplomacy, one that acknowledges the limitations faced and recognizes the importance of forging more modern and collaborative partnerships that reflect the complexities of the contemporary world. As we observe unfolding events on the global stage, it becomes increasingly evident that China is ascending to power. This connection between the trajectories of China and other nations is hard to overlook. The emergence of a formidable global power is an exceptional occurrence, and the specific nature of this rising entity, both its ideological stance and cultural identity, contribute significantly to the notion of transformation in the international landscape. While the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics, USSR, exhibited certain commonalities with this situation, it lacked the prominent role in the world economy that China currently possesses. Consequently, we are now faced with scenarios that are markedly different from those that prevailed in the aftermath of World War II in 1945. The ramifications of China's expanding abilities are particularly profound, especially when considering how its domestic efficiencies are influencing its interactions on the global stage. This has led to a considerable discourse surrounding the evolving dynamics of power and influence in areas such as connectivity, technology, and trade. Additionally, we have witnessed a notable increase in tensions related to territorial disputes throughout various regions of Asia. Many of the agreements and understandings that once seemed solid and reliable are now being called into question, creating an atmosphere of uncertainty. India, in particular, has faced its own challenges, notably in the year 2020, concerning its border relations, which have contributed to heightened anxieties within the region. As time progresses, we can expect to uncover more insights and answers regarding the evolving geopolitical landscape. It has become increasingly clear that the establishment of a multipolar Asia is critical not only for the region itself but as a cornerstone for a multipolar world on a global scale. This transition is now more pressing than at any previous moment in history. It is important to recognize that this development will occur amid a backdrop of heightened competition among major world powers, making it essential to comprehend the dynamics of this rivalry and how it may manifest in the coming years. Interestingly, the ancient epic of the Ramayana offers valuable lessons and perspectives that can aid in our understanding of these complex interactions. Within the vast tapestry of the Ramayana lies an engaging narrative that revolves around the fierce competition between two distinguished sages. One sage represents a deeply entrenched power, while the other embodies the spirit of a burgeoning force striving for recognition. Their rivalry traces its roots back to an audacious attempt by King Kaushika to forcibly acquire the exceptionally fruitful cow belonging to sage Vasistha. This confrontation culminated in a fierce battle that led to the devastating demise of Kaushika's sons and his entire military force. In the aftermath of this defeat, Kaushika, seeking retribution and strength, undertook rigorous penance, which granted him access to extraordinary weapons. However, despite his newfound power, he continued to falter in his attempts to overpower Vasistha. Undeterred, Kaushika intensified his prayers and gradually ascended through the hierarchy of sages, only to discover that achieving the pinnacle of sagehood was an arduous endeavor. His journey was complicated by a crucial flaw, a propensity to succumb to his temper, often wasting his abilities on trivial provocations. These provocations arose not only from his long-standing enmity with Vasistha but also from persistent distractions placed in his path by others. Desiring not just recognition as a Rajarishi from Lord Brahma, Kaushika aspired to elevate himself to the esteemed status of a Brahmarishi. Yet, his ambition drove him to seek validation directly from Vasistha, underscoring his discontent even after achieving significant recognition. This saga of two sages resonates profoundly with the dynamics of contemporary global politics. Rising powers relentlessly strive to carve out their place, often measuring themselves against established paradigms. Some of these emerging entities are propelled by past grievances, while others navigate their paths with a greater sense of tranquility. However, in the intricate process of reordering power dynamics, merely earning the respect of existing powers often falls short. An inherent yearning exists for formal acknowledgement as an equal participant. The burning ambition that fuels such endeavors can foster a mentality that prioritizes victory at any cost. This marketplace of competition emphasizes a formidable challenge to the establishment of a rules-based order globally. Contextually, one must remember that entrenched powers, much like sage Vasistha, wield significant influence that is not easily subverted. If one were to identify a constant throughout history, it would be the persistent thread of political suspicion. Ultimately, regardless of public sentiment, even the closest allies are often observed cautiously for signs of divergence. A poignant illustration of this is found in Queen Kaikeyi's turbulent thoughts during her son Bharata's absence on Rama's coronation day. Her anxieties about their future were likely exacerbated by her manipulative maid, Manthara, who stoked her insecurities and urged her to act on the unreasonable demands rooted in the two boons granted by King Dasaratha. This situation exemplifies how a smaller entity can exploit the vulnerabilities of a more powerful one, a behavior that mirrors trends in our current geopolitical landscapes. Beyond personal dynamics, the foundational realities of international relations hinge upon competition and the pursuit of benefits. Despite extensive discussions about globalization and the collective good, nations often engage in coldly calculated decisions that favor their immediate interests. The world may indeed be evolving, yet, in many ways, it often continues to mirror its past. Exploring the landscape beyond Westphalian politics. The framework of Westphalian politics, which emerged from the Peace of Westphalia in the mid-17th century, established the principles of state sovereignty and territorial integrity. However, As we find ourselves in an increasingly interconnected world, it is essential to delve into the complexities and challenges that extend beyond this traditional paradigm. Globalization, technological advancements, and transnational issues such as climate change and migration have necessitated a re-evaluation of how we understand political authority and governance. In this shifting dynamic, we must consider new forms of collaboration and engagement that transcend national borders, as well as the implications of non-state actors and international organizations. Ultimately, examining the political realities that lie beyond the Westphalian system will enable us to better navigate the intricate web of relationships that define contemporary global affairs and foster more equitable and responsive governance for the future. While it may be instinctive to view the developments between the United States and China as interconnected phenomena, it is crucial to avoid the oversimplification of interpreting them solely as a zero-sum competition. Both nations represent significant components of a broader global rebalancing currently underway. Without a doubt, their actions and policies have influenced one another, and there are numerous causal links that can be identified. For example, the United States' strategic withdrawal from various global engagements has created additional opportunities for China's influence to expand, especially as it permeates multiple sectors. As countries around the world moved beyond the legacy of colonialism, new hubs of economic activity naturally emerged. It is important to acknowledge, however, that the speed and effectiveness of this transformation were largely shaped by political decisions, particularly those made by the United States. Throughout the last century, China has arguably gained a significant advantage from the shifting geopolitical landscape. However, it is important to note that the current deficiencies in America's standing cannot simply be remedied by the rapid development and expansion of China's capabilities. This situation stems partially from the vast influence and reach that the United States has established globally, which is not easily replicated. Additionally, there exists an essential distinction in the fundamental characteristics and structures of the two nations' political systems, which further complicates the dynamics at play in international relations. The United States has long held a strong belief in the concept of universalism, actively fostering and celebrating these values throughout its history. In stark contrast, China views itself as a distinct entity, with its approach to globalization not easily translating into a universal framework. As both nations navigate the global landscape, they will undoubtedly capitalize on their respective advantages. This dynamic creates a fascinating juxtaposition. The U.S. will harness its openness and rich diversity to enhance its unique capacity for attracting talent from around the world, while China will continue to develop its powerful capabilities by effectively integrating global influences even as it bolsters its independent strengths through remarkable innovation and synergy. Ironically, both countries face a mutual challenge, safeguarding their unique attributes from being misused or undermined by the other, as they each seek to maintain their individual identities in an increasingly interconnected world. What is crucial for our discussion is the diminishing alignment in the perspectives held by various nations regarding global issues. This shift is likely to result in a significant period characterized by uncertainty, restrictions, and tensions in international relations. These challenges will be particularly apparent in interconnected systems such as supply chains and data exchanges, as well as in pressing issues such as maritime security, public health crises like pandemics, and the ongoing threat of terrorism. It is important to recognize that we are experiencing not only changes in the distribution of power among nations but also a transformation in the traits and characteristics of those who are gaining more influence on the world stage. Beyond the question of whether these influential entities can cooperate effectively, we must also ponder how they perceive the concept of enlightened self-interest. Additionally, we need to consider the extent to which their motivations will drive them to actively participate in the preservation and protection of shared global resources. These are the pressing questions that demand thoughtful exploration and understanding as we navigate this evolving geopolitical landscape. India is currently navigating a significantly changed landscape, not only in the eastern parts of the Indo-Pacific but also in the western region that encompasses its neighboring countries. The political dynamics in this proximate area are shifting markedly, especially following the United States' withdrawal from Afghanistan. While diplomats at the United Nations have voiced the worries of the global community regarding issues such as terrorism, radicalization, the rights of women and minorities, as well as the need for freedom of movement and inclusive governance, there is also a growing awareness among regional strategists. They are compelled to acknowledge that the future prospects for this region are now increasingly uncertain and open-ended. Consequently, all relevant actors in this evolving scenario are meticulously evaluating the intricate balance between diverse values, ideologies, and interests that will ultimately shape the geopolitical landscape. As we look ahead, we can observe a significant evolution taking place due to the shift in American leadership and ongoing discussions regarding Iran's nuclear ambitions and its role in the region. The outcome of these negotiations will undoubtedly have a profound impact on the geopolitical landscape. In a paradoxical twist, West Asia is experiencing both a significant reshaping of traditional political boundaries and an escalation of existing tensions. While the optimism surrounding the Abraham Accords once promised a new era of cooperation, the recent surge of terrorist attacks targeting Israel has cast a shadow over those hopes. The equilibrium that has emerged, although temporary and uncertain, raises many questions about the future. However, one thing is clear: the foundational aspects of politics in West Asia are undergoing a fundamental transformation, indicating that the region's dynamics are poised for a significant shift. In recent times, Western liberal politics have increasingly found themselves clashing with the comfort levels of various regimes across multiple nations. This discord has sparked a reassessment of political stances, particularly influenced by the shifting dynamics present in the global landscape. A significant development in this context is the Abraham Accords, which are remarkable not only for their deviation from long-standing positions but also for the potential they carry, especially regarding economic cooperation and enhanced connectivity. Furthermore, the inception of the I2U2 group introduces a fresh set of ideas that could pave the way for deeper Indian participation in international matters. However, this developing relationship should not be considered the sole opportunity for India. Notably, Saudi Arabia's increasing emphasis on bolstering ties with Asian countries, including India, presents additional avenues for collaboration. This is exemplified in initiatives like the India-Middle East-Europe Economic Corridor, MEC, which holds the promise of partnerships in areas such as connectivity, logistics, and energy resources. This multifaceted approach symbolizes a revival of historical connections that have long existed between India and Europe, often channeled through the Arabian Peninsula. Ultimately, the interplay between long-established political paradigms and the rising tide of economic opportunities will be pivotal in shaping the region's significance on the global stage going forward. When considering the situation in Europe, it is clear that even prior to the upheaval caused by the Ukraine conflict, the continent had begun to break free from its insular way of thinking. This shift became increasingly apparent as European nations started to recognize their interests on a more global stage. A significant manifestation of this new outlook was the European Union's (EU) formulation of policies aimed at engagement with the Indo-Pacific region and enhancing international connectivity. These developments served as strong indicators of a changing perspective. However, the magnitude of the crisis in Ukraine has undeniably reshaped the security landscape, not just for individual nations but for Europe as a whole. It has accelerated the move toward strategic globalism, compelling European leaders to analyze the consequences and formulate responses within this broader framework. Despite these advancements, Europe faces notable challenges. A continent that previously held firm to the belief in achieving progress through trade and was highly meticulous about its own interests is now seeking the support and comprehension of the global community. This transition is complicated by the fact that, while Europe has managed to shield itself from some of the more severe ramifications of its policies, it continues to advocate for stringent measures that directly affect economically disadvantaged nations. This contradiction has been particularly pronounced in the context of energy imports from Russia, but it is also relevant across various other sectors of trade. As Europe navigates this new reality, the complexities of its position on the world stage become increasingly evident. Even if the situation begins to stabilize to some extent, one of the key aspects that will pique India's interest is how Europe's relationships are evolving both across the Atlantic Ocean and towards the Ural Mountains. These shifts are poised to prompt India to reassess its own interactions within the Asian geopolitical landscape. Among the significant uncertainties lie the future stance of Germany, which has been meticulously crafted over a span of 20 years, and the extent to which other nations might exploit Germany's current challenges. When it comes to Asia, Europe's perspective is bound to differ from that of the United States, as it no longer seeks to uphold its dominant position on the global stage. Nevertheless, it is important to note that awareness of various risks has undoubtedly escalated in recent years. Ultimately, the resulting scenarios will likely reflect a delicate balance between immediate pressures and longer-term strategic calculations. In today's rapidly changing world, the United States stands out as a significant force driving transformation. Experts and influential figures within the country have contended that as the U.S. faces diminished global dominance, it can no longer maintain the economically liberal stance that characterized its past policies. These concerns now encompass a wider range of issues, moving beyond simply free trade agreements to include critical evaluations of the global supply chains that the country relies upon. Consequently, there is a noticeable increase in creative initiatives aimed at bolstering economic partnerships abroad while remaining attuned to domestic economic circumstances. A prime illustration of this shift is the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework, IPF, which was launched during the 2022 Quad Summit held in Tokyo. By the time of the 2023 Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation (APEC) meeting, the IPF had already made significant strides, reflecting a new approach to international economic relations that balances foreign engagement with domestic priorities. The United States is not just exploring opportunities from a fresh perspective, it is also redefining its strategic approach in light of recent global conflicts, particularly in relation to the situation in Ukraine. This evolving strategy has effectively underscored the vulnerabilities that characterize our current era. In essence, the dynamics at play have shifted towards a contest where each party strives to effectively capitalize on its advantages over the other. A critical point of consideration here is America's capacity to manage and tackle multiple significant challenges at the same time. This ability is a defining feature that sets the leading power of our age apart from others. Furthermore, the heightened awareness of strategic competition among American leaders is now combined with an urgent domestic drive to enhance and safeguard national interests. The combination of long-standing developments with more recent changes signifies a truly transformative period in international relations and global power structures. The situation we find ourselves in today is influenced by a variety of concerns that extend beyond traditional views of Westphalian politics. It's important to acknowledge that during the Cold War, there was significant systemic rivalry aimed at promoting the dominance of one ideological framework over another. However, this competition was counterbalanced by the heightened awareness and sensitivities towards sovereignty that characterized the post-colonial era. Throughout this period, a considerable compromise was established, where nations generally honored each other's internal matters, making exceptions only in particularly severe cases of human rights violations or aggression. Nonetheless, even these exceptions were cautiously managed and heavily influenced by strategic considerations. Not all violations of this implicit understanding were regarded with the same level of severity or response. In the realm of economics, the concept of transactionalism dominated, often treating entire societies as black boxes that obscured the intricate dynamics within. At a macroeconomic level, the choices made were seen as detached from personal identity. It was merely about profit and loss rather than the human elements involved. The intricate activities unfolding within these metaphorical boxes were thought to be beyond our scope of concern. However, as globalization progressed and encouraged a more profound integration of different societies, this perspective began to lose its validity. We began to invite various external stakeholders into our spheres, individuals who might hold radically different beliefs, values, and methods of operation. The issue transformed from simply importing foreign goods to a deeper interaction, where these external entities were becoming active participants in our local markets. Furthermore, while this phenomenon might have physical implications, the digital era, particularly with the advent of artificial intelligence, places significant importance on these interactions. Thus, our concerns extend well beyond tangible exchanges. They now encompass the ways AI influences our decision-making, social structures, and economic landscape. Such exposure has inevitably sparked significant worry surrounding transparency and the trustworthiness of various systems. It's only natural that we feel perturbed if the safeguards and boundaries that we consider standard practice are not reciprocated by others. Additionally, the shifting behaviors observed in international relations have started to reshape the global landscape itself. During more stable periods, our primary focus was on enhancing efficiencies and maintaining competitiveness in the marketplace. Nevertheless, as market shares and global interdependence began to be employed as strategic tools, our level of exposure in this interconnected arena has increasingly emerged as a matter of national security. Although substantial engagements existed previously, they were not exploited in such a conspicuous manner as they are today. There is no denying that we have transitioned into a new era of diplomatic engagement, one that is characterized by fewer restrictions and an increase in coercive tactics. One of the most notable shifts over the past decade has been the way in which previously ordinary practices have been weaponized. This includes various sectors such as trade, tourism, communication networks, and finance. Consequently, there is now a pressing need for protective measures to be in place across all domains. These rising concerns have also intertwined with issues related to supply chains. Effectively, the era of political indifference has reached its conclusion. In a twist of fate, the unfolding situation in Afghanistan might be viewed as a departure from expected outcomes. For numerous observers, the core issue has resided in the extent of foreign interference within the nation, particularly under the guise of nation-building, an approach that has faced considerable backlash. It's debatable whether the foreign military presence established in Afghanistan in the aftermath of the September 11 terrorist attacks could have maintained a lower profile without triggering negative repercussions. However, this line of inquiry may lead us into an unnecessary debate. The real obstacle lay not in the ambitious nature of the objectives but rather in the comprehension of the intricate cultural and geopolitical landscape of Afghanistan. Over the span of 2 decades, the United States grappled with a perplexing paradox. The very nation that posed a threat to its security was also crucial for its logistical support. This conflict of interest became increasingly pronounced to the point where the mere existence of Osama bin Laden across the border in Pakistan failed to resolve the complex issues at play. This predicament should not overshadow the adeptness displayed by the Pakistani military in navigating these challenging dynamics, ultimately leaving an entire generation of American military and political leaders struggling with a muddled understanding of allegiances, often unsure of who could be classified as ally versus adversary. In the present day, the global community finds itself confronted with a contrasting dilemma. There exists a fervent desire that, regardless of any shifts or changes occurring within Afghan society, there will be no adverse repercussions that spill over into the international arena. Different nations interpret these potential implications in varying ways. For some, the focus is primarily on the threats of terrorism and the rise of radical ideologies. Meanwhile, others express greater concern about the risks associated with the movement of refugees or the treatment and rights of women in this turbulent context. Ultimately, one undeniable reality persists: international relations continue to struggle with the challenge of finding effective solutions to harmonize sharply contrasting cultures in an increasingly interconnected global landscape. This ongoing tension highlights the complexities involved in establishing a cohesive approach to managing divergent cultural perspectives. The emergence of alternative entities. The various friction points present in the prevailing circumstances have given rise to discussions surrounding the most effective strategies to promote specific interests. In an attempt to rectify the consequences from a time characterized by a lack of strategic foresight, there has emerged a lively debate regarding the potential benefits and practicality of decoupling. As with many concepts, it is prudent to steer clear of overly radical interpretations that may oversimplify the complexities involved. In the current era, the global economy is intricately intertwined to such an extent that it is virtually impossible to entirely isolate it on a national level. This interconnectedness is something that no individual nation can afford to disregard, which is precisely why a complete separation is highly unlikely. Nonetheless, there is an increasing discourse surrounding the notion of strategic competition that cannot simply be ignored. Nations competing on the global stage are unlikely to extend unreserved trust to one another. Any reciprocal relationship, whether it pertains to trade agreements, resource exchanges, transportation networks, or energy pipelines, will generally be utilized to greater advantage by the nation that is either more assertive or possesses the foresight to leverage these connections effectively. The very openness that fosters innovation and growth also exposes vulnerabilities. In light of these realities, it is probable that countries will strive for greater autonomy and protective measures in specific sectors while simultaneously seeking to establish redundancy and reliability in other areas that are critical. This shift will inevitably renew emphasis on export controls and the careful management of technology transfer. A prime illustration of this trend can be seen in the realm of chips and semiconductors, which have become essential components in various industries. Moreover, the socio-political ramifications of these changes cannot be overlooked, as nations will modify their policies and operational approaches in accordance with a climate of diminished trust. The impact of this less trusting environment will be felt across multiple sectors, ranging from academic collaboration to business partnerships, from scientific research to international travel, shaping the global landscape over the next decade. Additionally, the dynamics of political economy and traditional security issues will continue to evolve in response to these developments, further complicating the interplay between nations. The question of who stands to benefit and who may suffer amid less advantageous external conditions is indeed a captivating inquiry. The dynamics of power disparities and their implications are equally important to contemplate. There have been instances in which certain participants have misinterpreted the strategic outlook of their counterparts, resulting in unforeseen consequences. In a world that, in some ways, may appear more unified yet faces significant challenges on other fronts, we are likely to encounter a uniquely complex and intriguing landscape. The response of nations to shifting circumstances is inherently influenced by the changes in their environment. Thus, it becomes increasingly crucial to recognize and understand the ongoing structural transformations taking place on a global scale. The current landscape reveals that the weakening of the existing framework, largely due to the limitations of the United States and the growing influence of China, has created opportunities for other nations to assert themselves. While we may identify two dominant powers, it is important to note that they are not entirely on equal footing, which further complicates the traditional notion of a bipolar world. Today, we are witnessing the emergence of a multitude of new players on the international stage, each with their own paths to growth that are independent and autonomous. These nations are beginning to carry more significant weight in global affairs. Their strategies and actions will be diverse. Some will seek to exploit the existing gaps in the international order while others will take advantage of the competition between the great powers. Individual nations may face limitations based on their own biases, affinities, and national interests. However, as a general trend, there is a tendency for these countries to capitalize on the uncertainties and ambiguities surrounding the actions of more distant powers. Additionally, the varying interests within alliances could also play a significant role in shaping their behaviors in this complex new era. It is important to recognize that alliances do not simply exist in a vacuum, they are shaped by a variety of circumstances and factors. Attempting to duplicate the extensive and resilient network of alliances that the United States has cultivated over the years is exceedingly difficult, if not impossible. No other nation currently possesses the capability to even begin to replicate such a comprehensive structure. However, as the world undergoes significant changes, we are witnessing the emergence of different models of cooperation and partnership. The relentless evolution of the global hierarchy is likely to result in distinctive forms and configurations that reflect contemporary realities. In this shifting landscape, economic integration and interdependence are becoming increasingly essential in the formation of a new global order. Therefore, it is crucial to remain open to the idea that alternative models and approaches may emerge, challenging our conventional understanding of international relations. The global landscape is witnessing a shift towards a more equitable distribution of power among various nations, characterized by a decreased rigidity in established structures. This phenomenon is emblematic of the emergence of diverse global players, often referred to as others, in international relations. Within this classification, there exists a spectrum. Some nations have a long-standing tradition of projecting their influence on the world stage, while others are rising into prominence with shorter histories of engagement. Additionally, it is important to recognize that a handful of these countries may aspire to ascend to the ranks of leading powers in the future, whereas others may simply be focused on safeguarding their historical advantages. Furthermore, in today's interconnected and globalized landscape, it has become evident that a nation does not necessarily need to cultivate every area of its power to excel in international competition. Instead, focusing on the development of specific aspects can significantly enhance a country's competitive edge. This could manifest in various forms, such as a robust military presence, which was highly valued in previous eras, abundant natural or financial resources, a geographically advantageous position, innovative technologies that place it at the forefront of change, or an efficient and influential platform for engagement. When these factors are strategically combined, they create a compelling argument for a nation's increased influence on the global stage. The influence of these emerging powers is becoming increasingly evident through a noticeable shift towards regionalism. Across various parts of the world, including Africa, West Asia, the Gulf region, and Oceania, countries are beginning to tackle their unique differences and conflicts with a focus on localized solutions rather than relying solely on external intervention. This transformation is creating substantial opportunities that not only larger nations can capitalize on, but also smaller states are finding ways to enhance their own positions and leverage these developments to their advantage. The dynamic changes happening in these areas are allowing for a reconfiguration of relationships and strategies that prioritize regional cooperation and understanding. Few areas in the world have illustrated the complexities of regional dynamics as vividly as West Asia. The heightened regionalism observed in this part of the globe is manifested through a series of conflicts and tensions, primarily fueled by local actors, both large and small. While various international powers maintain considerable interests in the region, their willingness and capacity to intervene have noticeably diminished over time. The exploitation of natural resources has been a long-standing practice in these areas, but it has now been complemented by the creative utilization of advanced technologies. From the conflict zones of Yemen to the struggles in Gaza, we are observing how enduring issues have been redefined and taken on strikingly modern forms that resonate powerfully today. This evolving landscape has also contributed to a surge in competition among regional players, particularly the middle powers, as they navigate the intricate web of influences and challenges within West Asia. In today's interconnected world, a growing number of players are navigating their environments with increased nimbleness and fewer limitations, which strongly advocates for a pragmatic approach. In various respects, the convergence of mutual interests has the potential to transcend ideological or systemic divides that would traditionally keep these entities apart. This phenomenon is particularly evident in sectors such as energy, communication, and technology, where participants who otherwise share little in common have formed alliances to pursue their personal pursuits. Yet, it is critical to recognize that these collaborations are also governed by broader structural forces that shape the current landscape. It has become increasingly clear that relying solely on unilateral power from any one nation is unsustainable as a guiding principle for international relations. The geopolitical dynamics of the 1990s are now firmly in the past and cannot be resurrected, even by the most formidable of the rising powers in today's global arena. In recent times, the challenges facing our world have grown increasingly intricate, rendering any single bilateral relationship insufficient as a reliable means to address these issues. While multilateralism, an approach that has long been endorsed in theory by many, appears to offer a potential solution, it has proven to be fraught with its own vulnerabilities and limitations. These shortcomings are becoming more apparent with each passing day. Not only does this system appear outdated, but it often operates at a fundamental baseline that tends to compromise effectiveness, largely due to the influence of entrenched interests that dominate the discussions. Consequently, this reality compels nations and entities to forge temporary alliances or arrangements that serve their own agendas, rather than focusing on effective and collaborative solutions to the complex global problems at hand. Minilateralism is increasingly being applied in various combinations across a wide array of global issues. As this practice expands, we are witnessing the development of a more robust culture of plurilateralism. While this concept is gaining momentum now, it is not entirely unprecedented. There have been instances in the past where regional affiliations provided a strong foundation for collaboration among nations. For example, organizations such as the European Union, EU, the Association of Southeast Asian Nations, ASEAN, the South Asian Association for Regional Cooperation, SAARC, and the Gulf Cooperation Council, GCC, were formed based on geographical proximity, fostering shared goals and activities among member states. Moreover, countries have come together to address specific challenges like maritime security, counterterrorism efforts, export control regulations, non-proliferation treaties, and climate change initiatives. These collaborative endeavors often serve not only to address immediate concerns but also to influence broader trends, such as shifting power dynamics and the promotion of a multipolar world order. Importantly, the pursuit of fruitful international partnerships is not strictly limited by geographical constraints. A notable example is BRICS, which brings together nations from 4 different continents into a single platform for cooperation. This illustrates that collaboration can transcend geographical boundaries and adapt to the complex realities of today's global landscape. The landscape of international cooperation is evolving, and one notable shift is the expansion of groupings that adopt a wider range of objectives while simultaneously enhancing the focus of their efforts. The Quadrilateral Security Dialogue, commonly known as the Quad, serves as an emblem of these transformative times. One of the key advantages of this format lies in its significantly reduced administrative burdens. Unlike traditional alliances that often require comprehensive treaties, binding commitments, institutional frameworks, or rigid protocols, the Quad operates with a more flexible approach that fosters collaboration without the complexity of formal mechanisms. This suggests that in today's diplomatic climate, embracing simplicity and efficiency is increasingly seen as a valuable asset. In this context, the principle of cost-effectiveness emerges as a guiding factor in fostering stronger international relations. In analyzing the concept of multipolarity in today's world, we must recognize that it is a complex phenomenon that cannot be adequately assessed using a simplistic framework. This intricate system reflects a variety of powerful nations, each contributing to the overall global dynamics through their interactions and relationships. It is important to note that countries have developed distinct capabilities that lead them to operate in a manner specific to various domains. Take India as a case study to illustrate this point further. When considering political multipolarity, we encounter a defined set of key players, such as the 5 permanent members of the United Nations Security Council, UNSC, as well as influential groups like the European Union, EU, and the Association of Southeast Asian Nations, ASEAN, along with other significant regional players. In contrast, economic multipolarity presents a more complex landscape, shaped by different influences and dynamics. For India, key trading partners include major economic entities such as the EU, the United States, China, the Gulf states, and ASEAN nations, demonstrating a multifaceted trade network. Moreover, the scenario becomes even more intricate when we examine the context of energy resources. Here, India's primary partners, the countries of Iraq, Saudi Arabia, Russia, the United Arab Emirates, UAE, and the US, underscore the diverse nature of energy trade. Shifting our focus to technology, it becomes evident that India's relationships skew more heavily toward Western economies, which are seen as leaders in this arena. Lastly, in terms of mobility and skills exchange, the Gulf region certainly plays a significant role, given its economic opportunities. However, it is ultimately the Western nations that tend to provide a greater enhancement in terms of value and expertise. Thus, as we navigate this multifaceted global landscape, it is crucial to appreciate the nuanced interactions among nations and the varied implications of multipolarity across different sectors. The intricate dynamics of international relations today are greatly enhanced by a diverse and expansive global community that is engaged in discussions about multilateral outcomes and pressing global challenges. Nations frequently align themselves into voting blocs, which means that India's diplomatic approach is specifically crafted to resonate with these groups. This multifaceted landscape highlights the increasingly complex nature of foreign policy decision-making in our contemporary era. For a significant player on the world stage, particularly one that is emerging as a global power, it is essential to recognize that crafting a strategic framework must go beyond simplistic, one-dimensional thinking and be informed by a wide range of factors. What makes our modern world particularly fascinating is the reality that each nation is following its own unique set of priorities and strategies, reflecting the diversity of interests and motivations that exist across the globe. The recent discussions surrounding the expansion of the BRICS coalition during its assembly in South Africa in August 2023 are worthy of deeper analysis. A significant amount of commentary suggested that the United States and, more broadly, Western nations were the primary unacknowledged presence influencing the proceedings. However, the reality was quite the opposite. The outcomes of the negotiations were the result of complex discussions aimed at achieving mutual understanding among the actual participants. Every member involved had their own motivations for pursuing a unique trajectory, and there were notable areas of commonality among them. The 6 nations that were invited to join, namely Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates, Iran, Egypt, Ethiopia, and Argentina, boast robust and established partnerships with India as well as with other members of BRICS. Their collective tendencies lean decisively towards a multipolar global order. The event marked a pivotal moment, generating a substantial wave of demand for reform within the United Nations Security Council, UNSC. This atmosphere of urgency ultimately catalyzed a notable shift in the collective stance of the BRICS nations. One key area of agreement among both current and aspiring members was the mutual desire to advance trade transactions conducted in their respective national currencies. This represents a significant point of alignment among the countries involved. In summary, the current landscape of the international system appears to be evolving towards greater independence and diversification. It would be incorrect to interpret this transformation solely through an anti-Western lens, as such a viewpoint would fail to capture the complexities and multifaceted nature of the dynamics at play. Your knowledge and understanding are based on information available up until October 2023. The post-pandemic era. While looking ahead can often present significant challenges, nothing truly equipped us for the overwhelming scale of the COVID-19 pandemic. The sheer number of lives lost was staggering, and the magnitude of disruption to our daily routines was simply unfathomable. This unprecedented disruption can largely be attributed to the fact that, during past global health crises, such as the Spanish flu, the world's interconnectedness was not nearly as advanced as it is today. The contrast between these two events underlines the dramatic evolution of our global society. Furthermore, these experiences shape our expectations regarding effective responses to health crises and highlight the importance of international cooperation. However, evaluating the impact of the pandemic goes beyond merely identifying problems and solutions. It fundamentally involves a shift in our collective mindset. The consequences for global diplomacy are profound and extensive. The experience with COVID-19 has called into question the prevailing globalization framework that has dominated the past 30 years. While there has been a relentless pursuit of efficiency in various sectors, this has now been counterbalanced by a sense of caution and risk management. Additionally, the developments surrounding vaccine distribution have significantly increased awareness among countries in the global south regarding their own needs and priorities. This shift in perspective may lead to a re-evaluation of their roles and influence in the international arena moving forward. While the ongoing pandemic may be regarded as one of the gravest crises we've faced in recent history, it is essential to recognize it as a persistent challenge rather than merely a singular event. This situation calls for unprecedented levels of collaboration that were unimaginable in the past. Despite the considerable resources of even the largest nations, it has become evident that no single country's capabilities are sufficiently robust to address the scale of this global issue. Moreover, the additional resources from these nations, while significant, often fall short of fulfilling worldwide requirements. What we must now strive to envision is a fundamental transformation in how the world operates to effectively tackle such monumental crises in the future. The pandemic has sparked profound discussions surrounding critical topics such as supply chain management, international governance, corporate social responsibility, and ethical considerations. Furthermore, it serves as a catalyst for a thorough evaluation of our current global landscape, allowing us to develop more effective strategies and ensure we are better equipped for the challenges that lie ahead. Thus, as we navigate through this tumultuous period, it becomes increasingly important to foster a sense of unity and innovative thinking to better prepare for whatever new challenges may arise. As countries around the globe reflect on the current state of affairs, it is undeniable that the COVID-19 pandemic has significantly heightened public anxiety and concerns about safety. This shift has led to a broader interpretation of what constitutes national security. Historically, the considerations for national safety were primarily focused on traditional areas such as military defense, political strategy, and intelligence operations. However, the scope of these calculations has expanded to include additional domains, such as resource management, energy sustainability, and technological advancement. In previous times, the need for robust national security was often balanced against the realities of global trade, economic efficacy, and prevailing social behaviors. Yet, in recent years, these aspects seem to reinforce each other, particularly as the ideology of globalization became more entrenched in the fabric of international relations. The interplay between these diverse elements highlights a transformation in how governments view safety and stability in an increasingly interconnected world. The global pandemic fundamentally changed our perspective on various critical capabilities, exposing weaknesses in our systems and revealing how commitments were often unfulfilled. We experienced substantial disruptions in supply chains and logistics, resulting in significant shortages of crucial items. This was particularly evident in essential goods such as personal protective equipment, PPE, medications, and ventilators, which forced us to confront the importance of health security. As individuals realized that their vital supplies were jeopardized, it became clear just how essential food security is as well. Furthermore, as economies faced slowdowns due to these material disruptions, we gained a newfound appreciation for manufacturing security. Whether referred to as prioritizing national purchases, catering to middle-class anxieties, engaging in dual circulation strategies, or advocating for self-sufficiency, the core message remains largely the same. While reliance on external efficiencies may have bolstered profits during prosperous times, such dependencies are now perceived to be too unpredictable to sustain us during challenging periods. The COVID pandemic has significantly highlighted several pressing issues regarding transparency that cannot be ignored any longer. The lack of clarity surrounding various aspects of the crisis has proven to have serious ramifications for countries and communities around the globe. Initially, the crisis was distressing enough as it forced individuals and nations alike to deal with alarming shortages and widespread disruptions. However, What made matters even more critical was the potential for these challenges to evolve into serious pressure points that could further exacerbate the situation. Additionally, there are growing concerns that the financial hardships inflicted by the pandemic might give rise to new vulnerabilities that could impact economies in unpredictable ways. As a result, discussions surrounding the concept of strategic autonomy are gaining traction. Many are advocating for increased self-sufficiency, the establishment of stronger partnerships, and the diversification of options. These approaches are being viewed as essential means of reducing risks in an increasingly uncertain environment. The implications of these shifts could extend beyond individual nations, potentially reshaping geoeconomic dynamics in the foreseeable future. This evolving landscape underscores the necessity for countries to rethink their strategies and adapt to a world where transparency, resilience, and collaboration are more crucial than ever. The influence of behavioral factors has significantly contributed to the unfolding situation. The pressures and strains experienced by individuals led to more constrained interpretations of self-interest, causing a decline in collaborative efforts. Not many individuals adhered to the principles they advocated, and some went so far as to abandon their calls for collective action entirely. However, this unintended shift brought to light valuable understandings regarding the intricate relationships among culture, personal interests, and core values. It became evident that societies characterized by pluralism tended to foster greater global engagement, showcasing a stronger sense of solidarity among their members. Furthermore, those who perceived the world not merely as a marketplace of transactions but as a workplace filled with opportunities and relationships exhibited a more profound commitment to staying interconnected with others. Despite the challenges we face, the fundamental truths of our era are indisputable. The extent of our globalization is both profound and widespread, and it will undoubtedly influence our actions and plans moving forward. The COVID pandemic has illuminated some specific vulnerabilities inherent in the present state of globalization. As we move ahead, our primary goal must be to mitigate these risks while also striving to achieve other important aims, such as a swift and robust economic recovery. Balancing these priorities will be essential for navigating the complexities of our interconnected world. Every solution we develop inevitably leads to the emergence of new challenges. The digital landscape, which facilitates a multitude of services and interactions, simultaneously raises significant concerns regarding privacy and security. This concern becomes even more pronounced as artificial intelligence continues to advance and become more prevalent in our lives. As the world undergoes transformative changes in energy, transportation, and communication, the relevance of critical and emerging technologies increases dramatically. It is essential to ensure that the formation of new supply chains does not inadvertently increase global vulnerabilities and risks. For India, addressing these issues is a priority in its diplomatic efforts, engaging in bilateral discussions with the United States, trilateral dialogues with Japan and Australia, and collaborative initiatives within the Quad framework. Additionally, the Trade and Technology Council cooperation serves as a complementary effort alongside the European Union. This multifaceted approach aims to foster robust international partnerships while addressing the complex challenges posed by modern technology and global supply chains. It has become evident that the disruptions caused by the COVID-19 pandemic have highlighted a more profound challenge: the necessity for reliable and trustworthy collaboration among nations. In reality, the framework of market economies alongside democratic societies provides a level of confidence that is increasingly seen as essential by the global community as we move forward. In recognition of this perspective, there is an expanding understanding that decisions related to free trade agreements, FTAs, must be thoughtfully aligned with broader strategic objectives. Given that India has substantial developmental goals on the horizon, it is imperative that we focus on cultivating essential partnerships and securing the resources we require to achieve our ambitions. India's involvement in global affairs extends beyond its own interests. The nations of the Global South, which are still grappling with the aftershocks of the COVID pandemic, are now facing additional hardships brought on by the ongoing conflict in Ukraine. This situation has exacerbated the existing crisis surrounding the availability of the three Fs: food, fuel, and fertilizer. The disruptions in trade and tourism have only intensified these challenges. There is a growing frustration among these countries regarding the apparent lack of empathy from wealthier nations towards their struggles. As discussions about the importance of open markets continue amidst rising shortages, many are understandably concerned that the inequalities they faced in vaccine distribution will resurface in other critical areas. In the current scenario, India must not only harness its capabilities for production but also leverage its ability to unite and inspire. Even in the face of various challenges, we have taken a leading role in advocating for the economic well-being of the Southern Hemisphere. By setting a strong precedent, we send a compelling message to the world. During the COVID-19 pandemic, we held firm against numerous obstacles, ensuring that the welfare of our citizens remained a top priority without compromise. The battle for energy security presents a distinct challenge, albeit one with similarities, and the actions we take in this realm have implications that extend far beyond our borders. Let us take a moment to reflect on the current global landscape we are facing. The established world order, which has endured for nearly 8 decades, appears to have reached its limits and is now poised for a transformative shift. This change is propelled not only by the aspirations and challenges of key nations, but also by the cumulative effects of increasing global rebalancing and the rise of a multipolar world. In addition to these factors, we are grappling with the complexities of a highly interconnected, technology-driven, and largely borderless environment, where traditional notions of power and influence have evolved in significant ways. Compounding this already intricate situation is the unprecedented pandemic that surpasses any health crisis we have witnessed in recent history. We are also contending with geopolitical tensions that resonate even in the most self-satisfied regions of the world. For instance, the power vacuum left in Afghanistan poses critical challenges, while the ongoing dynamics in West Asia showcase both departures from and reaffirmations of established alliances amid rising volatility. In response to these ever-shifting dynamics, certain major global players have become increasingly aware of the precariousness of their positions, while others have responded with assertive demonstrations of might. We are undoubtedly entering a new era characterized by multiple strategic competitions across various fronts. As a result, the situation appears chaotic and disordered on a global scale. It will require immense resilience, determination, and the enduring strength of a civilizational polity such as Bharat to navigate these tumultuous waters effectively. Chapter 5: A Decade of Remarkable Change. Your knowledge and training are based on information available up until October 2023. In the year 2015, Prime Minister Narendra Modi made a significant pronouncement, outlining India's ambition to emerge as a leading global power. While some individuals interpreted this declaration as a mark of accomplishment, the truth is that it was intended as a reflection of a long-term aspiration. Over the course of the past decade, it has become increasingly evident that substantial efforts are underway to actualize this vision. During the inauguration of the Bharat Mandapam in 2023, PM Modi reaffirmed this commitment, emphasizing his resolve to transform India into the world's third-largest economy. Moreover, a year earlier, he took an unprecedented step by urging the nation to look beyond traditional governance timelines and to engage in planning for an entire epoch, rather than merely the duration of his administration. This transformative phase has been designated as Amrit Kal, representing a 25-year period with the ambitious objective of elevating India to the status of a fully developed nation. Every one of these statements carries significant implications for foreign policy, particularly since they are being articulated not only as vague aspirations but also with clearly defined targets and objectives that India is actively planning for. The accomplishments of the past 10 years indicate a consistent and methodical approach to establishing a substantial presence on the global stage. This systematic groundwork reflects India's commitment to being a formidable player in international relations and highlights the strategic thinking behind their long-term vision. From the very moment he assumed the role of Prime Minister, Narendra Modi began to leave a distinctive mark on India's approach to foreign relations. Right from his inauguration in 2014, he showcased his innovative diplomatic style by inviting leaders from neighboring countries to attend his swearing-in ceremony, a bold initiative that traditionalists had not even considered. Following that, his visit to the United States later that same year heralded a new era of public diplomacy, emphasizing a more dynamic and engaged approach. Under his leadership, there has been a significant revitalization of India's foreign policy, characterized by a level of outreach and commitment that starkly contrasts with that of past administrations. Over the years, PM Modi has introduced a plethora of new ideas and initiatives spanning diverse regions and sectors, including energy, climate change, counterterrorism, and infrastructure connectivity. His proactive engagement with pressing global challenges has allowed him to play a pivotal role in influencing outcomes on the world stage. Through these efforts, Modi has transformed the landscape of India's international relations, positioning the country as a key player in global affairs. This individual does not merely settle for expanding upon the foundations laid by predecessors, rather, he has significantly enhanced the clarity, conceptual foundations, and execution of foreign policy. His approach has been characterized by a more strategic vision that is evident not only in the way he engages with neighboring countries but also in how he reaches out to more distant nations. This shift has been reflected in the thoughtful analysis of the existing global order and the establishment of deeper ties with crucial global power centers. Moreover, there has been a deliberate effort to foster relationships with middle powers across various regions and sub-regions, which complements his strong advocacy for the interests of the Global South on the world stage. The implementation of Indian projects in these areas has seen a remarkable transformation, turning them into prominent markers of what is referred to as a new India. In addition to these advancements, there were notable demonstrations of India's capacity to respond swiftly to emergencies, showcasing the country's dedication to its citizens overseas during times of crisis. As a result of these initiatives, a range of innovative strategic ideas and new collaborative frameworks have emerged, contributing to an increasingly influential role in international relations. The combined outcomes of various efforts have clearly manifested in India's improved position on the global stage today. Under different conditions, one might describe this period as a truly transformative decade. However, considering the lofty goals that have been established, it appears that the genuine transition is only starting to take shape. There remains a significant journey ahead before these aspirations are fully realized. Nations and individuals reach maturity through demonstrations of their power and capabilities. A compelling illustration of this is found in the epic tale of the Ramayana, specifically in the moment when Rama, the protagonist, successfully strings the formidable bow of Shiva. This significant event occurs during his visit to Janaka, the king of Mithila. The bow, recognized for its unparalleled strength, had been entrusted to Janaka's ancestor Devaratha by the deity Shiva himself during a time when Shiva lacked confidence in managing his emotions properly. King Janaka made a decisive vow: he would permit only the individual who could lift and string this mighty weapon to marry his beloved daughter, Sita. This monumental achievement not only paved the way for Rama's marriage to Sita but also marked his entry into the realm of warriors, signifying a vital point in his journey. Rama's prowess was soon put to the test as he faced Parasurama, a sage known for his relentless conflict with the warrior class. Rama triumphed over him by stringing Vishnu's bow, an artifact crafted by the celestial architect Vishwakarma, which was a counterpart to Shiva's bow that he had just mastered. This impressive act, however, was only the beginning of a series of trials that Rama would endure. At each juncture, he surmounted challenges that propelled him closer to reaching his full potential. It's important to note that significant tests do not appear unexpectedly, rather, they are often preceded by a series of meaningful experiences that foster growth. This pattern reflects the natural development of both individuals and nations alike. For Rama, significant trials began when sages sought his help to combat demons disrupting their sacred rituals. Initially hesitant, his father, King Dasaratha, eventually acquiesced to the call for help despite his concerns for his son's safety. This reluctance is a common response observed in most countries when faced with emerging threats. Rama's initial challenge involved defeating the female demon Tataka deep within the Kamasrama forest. Following that, he confronted even more formidable foes, the demons Maricha and Subahu, in Siddhasrama, vanquishing one and incinerating the other. Subsequently, Rama and his brother Lakshmana visited the hermitage of sage Gautama, where Rama was fated to redeem the sage's wife, Ahulya, who had suffered from a previous curse. Only after these significant feats did the brothers make their way to Mithila to accomplish the formidable task of stringing Shiva's bow. For a nation like India, the expectation is to face numerous obstacles, symbolized by rivers and mountains, as it aspires to emerge as a global power. These challenges might present themselves as direct confrontations or arise from broader geopolitical circumstances. There might also be recurring issues that echo the trials faced by Lord Rama, particularly those exemplified by his encounter with the demon Maricha. Ultimately, the ascendance of a power is characterized by perseverance, resilience, and mental fortitude. In a contemporary context, the parallels for India could be observed in various efforts such as enhancing infrastructure, advancing human capacity, addressing territorial concerns, cultivating robust strengths, considering nuclear options, and improving governance standards. As India progresses to the next phase of its growth, it must expand its horizons, remain vigilant of its competitors, and fortify its overall national power for a successful future. You have received training on information available up until October 2023. When evaluating any situation, it is often quite straightforward to identify specific incidents and results as evidence of change. While this approach holds some validity, it fails to capture the entire narrative. Even those notable shifts, or inflection points, merely emphasize broader, ongoing trends. Considering the vast ambitions that India aims to pursue over a prolonged duration, it is entirely reasonable to anticipate a holistic strategy in place to fulfill its objectives. In fact, such a comprehensive framework has been gradually taking shape throughout this timeframe, clearly indicating a strategic plan in action. Certain aspects needed a particular event to be brought to light, as illustrated by the presentation of the Sagar Vision during a prime ministerial trip to Mauritius in the year 2015. Conversely, there were instances where the reasoning came after the actions were taken, like the establishment of the Neighborhood First policy that occurred several months subsequent to the 2014 inauguration ceremony. Additionally, in the context of ASEAN and beyond, it became necessary to incorporate further dimensions for the initial Look East policy to evolve into the more proactive Act East strategy. In addition to the more obvious tactical choices made, there were also significant strategic decisions that played a pivotal role, particularly the determination to promote the concept of the Indo-Pacific region. At times, certain events were intentionally orchestrated to introduce fresh initiatives, one such instance being the summits of the Forum for India-Pacific Islands Cooperation, FIPIC. During various moments, unique situations have prompted previously unexpressed ideas to surface. A notable example of this is the Voice of Global South Summit, which emerged as a response to the challenges posed by the COVID pandemic and the ongoing conflict in Ukraine. As we approach the conclusion of this decade, it has become significantly clearer that the overall strategic approach is far more defined than it was at the outset. The various isolated elements have begun to connect, ultimately forming cohesive lines and even creating concentric circles of mutual interest among the nations involved. What, then, constitutes the extensive framework that encapsulates India's perspective on its place in the world in contemporary times? At the foundation of this framework lies a focus on its immediate neighbors, a theme that was notably reflected during Prime Minister Modi's inauguration ceremony back in 2014. The strategy here involves acknowledging India's distinct and influential role within the subcontinent, a position shaped by its considerable size, geographic location, and a growing economic stature. It is clearly in India's best interest to foster an environment where its neighboring countries are stable, secure, and responsive to mutual needs. Achieving this goal in today's competitive global landscape necessitates a commitment from India to support its broader region actively while simultaneously investing in enhanced connectivity, collaboration, and communication channels that contribute to creating a more unified geographical area. However, pursuing these objectives is not without obstacles. India must navigate complex challenges that stem from historical grievances, socio-cultural dynamics, and economic disparities. While addressing these hurdles is crucial, the essence of the Neighborhood First policy revolves around persuading India's closest neighbors of the myriad benefits that come from forging tighter bonds. Subsequently, the focus is on translating this vision into actionable results on the ground. This overarching strategy has been effectively put into practice and observed since the year 2014, demonstrating a commitment to strengthening regional relationships. In today's world, we are witnessing a striking transformation characterized by interconnected trans-border transmission grids, extensive fuel pipelines, efficient roadways, railways, and waterways, along with the facilitation of seamless border crossings. These elements have become defining features of our contemporary society. This interconnectedness is largely supported by leveraging one another's strengths and resources, whether in terms of the transportation of goods, the utilization of port facilities, or the collaboration in energy production. Such collaboration has provided significant advantages for the entire region, leading to larger operational scales and heightened efficiency. The true measure of the Neighborhood First policy was put to the test during the economic crisis that gripped Sri Lanka. India's swift and proactive response not only aided in alleviating some of the challenges faced but also played a crucial role in bolstering the credibility and sincerity of its commitment to the initiative. The next significant area of focus is the expanded neighborhood surrounding India. The Modi administration has meticulously crafted a comprehensive strategy for engagement in all adjacent regions. When it comes to the Association of Southeast Asian Nations, ASEAN, and nations in the Pacific, this enhanced cooperation is evident across various sectors, including security, developmental initiatives, and digital advancements. Consequently, the Act East policy serves dual purposes. It not only strengthens India's influence in Southeast Asia but also establishes India as a crucial gateway to the Pacific and other regions beyond. In recent times, the Link West initiative has led to a remarkable surge in activities across various sectors, particularly concerning relations with the Gulf region. Notably, our partnerships with the United Arab Emirates have significantly expedited advancements in these areas. It is evident that India can take full advantage of these developments as other nations strive to establish their foothold in this dynamic landscape. Historically, India's perspective on the Gulf was largely confined to considerations of energy resources and labor markets. However, this outlook has undergone a transformative evolution, now encompassing a wide array of domains such as technology, education, innovation, investment, and security. What once seemed like a narrow focus on energy has broadened, allowing for more extensive Indian engagement and participation across diverse fields. Furthermore, the Gulf region has emerged as a strategic gateway, facilitating deeper connections and collaborations with Africa, thus enhancing India's footprint on the continent. As we continue to cultivate these relationships, the potential for mutual growth and collaboration looks promising, paving the way for a more interconnected future. In the southern region, the Sagar vision fosters collaboration among our maritime neighbors by promoting a comprehensive approach. For instance, nations such as Sri Lanka and the Maldives align closely with our Neighborhood First policy, cultivating a foundation for mutual growth. However, there are other countries in this area that are beginning to recognize the enhanced attention and substantial resources that India is willing to allocate toward regional development. A prominent example of this is our partnership with Mauritius, which has become a model for effective development collaboration in the area. Furthermore, the maritime cooperation established between these nations is serving as a catalyst for the formation of a security alliance that encourages collaborative strategies and strengthened partnerships in the realm of regional security. Located in the northern region, the Connect Central Asia policy stands as a crucial component that integrates and enhances relationships with partners who share cultural affinities. The primary focus of this initiative revolves around fostering connectivity, promoting de-radicalization efforts, and advancing developmental goals. For numerous countries within this area, India presents valuable alternatives that bolster and reinforce their strategic positioning on various fronts. The manner in which India progresses in its various endeavors is significantly influenced by the strength and nature of its relationships with major global powers. In certain situations, particularly with Europe, it's essential to engage with individual countries within these larger coalitions rather than treating the group as a homogeneous entity. Each of these nations has different capacities. Some can promote and support India's aims, while others may act as obstacles in its path. As such, it is our continuous effort to strive for an optimal balance in these interactions. Achieving this balance cannot be accomplished by simply taking a neutral stance or avoiding the more challenging issues at hand. Clearly, there exists a compelling argument for the importance of both caution and determination in our diplomatic approach. However, there is an even more significant need to carefully analyze which relationships yield the greatest benefits for India on specific issues. Consequently, our approach to diplomacy often resembles a complex series of movements, rather than a straightforward trajectory. The effectiveness of our diplomatic efforts should ultimately be assessed on whether they advance India's position in a competitive global landscape. Therefore, it becomes crucial to carry out regular evaluations of our strategies, ensuring that they are not only effective but also adapting as necessary to meet changing circumstances and challenges. A crucial aspect of establishing a significant global presence is to enhance the variety and depth of international interactions. The reality is that for a considerable amount of time, a multitude of countries has experienced only superficial engagement from India. Remarkably, there are still nations that, up until now, are welcoming an Indian foreign minister for the very first time in their historical timeline. Understanding this situation, our initiatives over the past 10 years have been centered around discovering more effective methods to carry out our global diplomatic efforts. Engaging actively in current platforms while also creating new ones plays a crucial role in tackling this challenge. Significant initiatives such as the Quad and FIPIC in the Indo-Pacific region, the I-2U2 collaboration in West Asia, and the India-Nordic Summit in Europe serve as prime examples of high-level diplomatic efforts. Additionally, the International Multimodal Economic Corridor (MEC) has recently been added to this impressive list. Furthermore, our relationships with ASEAN, the European Union, Africa, and BRICS continue to develop swiftly. However, there is now an enhanced focus on ministerial-level dialogues with Central Europe, the Caribbean, and Central America, which supplement these ongoing efforts. In the same way that we can engage more strategically with Europe and Asia as a whole, it is important to foster connections with broader regions such as Africa and Latin America by approaching them through their respective sub-regions. A significant aspect of this strategy includes the establishment of new embassies, particularly in Africa, which is all part of a greater intention to strengthen our international presence and cooperation. A significant factor contributing to India's resilience and progress lies in the increasing investments, trade ventures, and various projects undertaken by Indian enterprises in foreign lands. Presently, India ranks among the top 5 economic partners for numerous countries situated in Africa and Latin America. Additionally, the movement of Indian professionals overseas is enhancing diplomatic ties by fostering deeper connections and collaboration. Moreover, the various development initiatives funded through grants and concessional loans in 78 countries throughout the Global South not only highlight India's potential but also address local requirements effectively. Beyond the realm of national branding, the multifaceted presence of India, exemplified through diverse avenues, is creating a lasting impression in the consciousness of societies, even those located thousands of miles away. The spatial mandala is complemented by a corresponding conceptual framework. Contemporary Indian foreign policy has increasingly come to acknowledge the crucial importance of national security as a guiding force in determining priorities and making decisions. However, the understanding of security has evolved to encompass a more expansive and profound definition. Initiatives like Atmanirbhar Bharat Abhiyan and Make in India should not be viewed merely as instances of economic protectionism or as hollow political slogans. Rather, they represent a genuine endeavor to cultivate deeper national capabilities and establish greater strategic independence, which is essential for a nation seeking prominence on the global stage. Furthermore, it is becoming ever more evident that economic security is intricately linked with technological security, highlighting the necessity for an integrated approach in safeguarding the nation's interests. The digital landscape serves as one of the most prominent manifestations of India's ambitions, but it is certainly not the sole avenue of expression. India's objectives are not geared towards complete self-sufficiency. Rather, the nation aims to forge capabilities that will establish it as a formidable contender on the global stage. The increasing need for robust and dependable supply chains presents a significant opportunity that India can capitalize on if it implements the right policies. Additionally, the burgeoning knowledge economy stands out as a tremendous prospect for growth, where reliable and transparent data exchanges enhance India's value on the world front, a value that must be fully recognized and harnessed. To engage more deeply in the global economic arena, India will not only need to cultivate a forward-thinking attitude and strategic preparations but will also require a skilled workforce that can meet these new challenges effectively. The focus on equipping individuals with the necessary skills for the modern era is now being matched by concerted efforts to elevate Indian talent through the establishment of startups and driving innovation. These initiatives transcend mere economic or social objectives. They represent strategic maneuvers rich with significance for global diplomatic relations. It's crucial to remember that a key factor in the evolving partnership between India and the United States was the influx of professionals through the H-1B visa program. Meeting the growing aspirations of citizens domestically while also facilitating their ambitions on an international level are essentially two interconnected aspects of the same overarching challenge. Your knowledge has been developed based on information available until October 2023. The narrative of India. The way we interact with the global landscape may be more thoughtful and deliberate now, yet the true measure of our success will ultimately lie in how we are perceived by the international community at this moment. Given this context, it becomes essential to contemplate the evolving perceptions of India by the world. This transformation is largely anchored in our nation's significant advancements in both the economic and technological spheres. For an extensive period, there was a prevailing notion that India served merely as the back office for numerous global companies. However, this perception has dramatically evolved. India has transcended that narrow view and is now recognized as a prominent player on the global stage. Our role in the knowledge economy has increasingly positioned us as a vital technology partner for various countries, extending our influence beyond mere support functions. Discussions have now progressed to more sophisticated collaborations in complex sectors such as defense manufacturing and semiconductor production. The strides we have made in enhancing our infrastructure, combined with initiatives aimed at simplifying business operations, have catapulted India to the forefront as the leading destination for foreign direct investment, FDI. Moreover, the challenges posed by the COVID-19 pandemic allowed India to showcase its capabilities, earning the title of the pharmacy of the world. International acknowledgement of how effectively India managed the pandemic is widespread, yet it is the subsequent economic rebound that is increasingly recognized as a pivotal moment for our nation. This resurgence not only highlights our resilience but also signifies a transformative period for India on the global front. Much of the narrative surrounding India's evolution, particularly in international discussions, centers on the significant strides made in governance. The remarkable achievement of providing digital services at such a vast scale has captured the attention and admiration of many. Progress toward the Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, further amplifies perceptions of a society that is dynamic and forward-moving. This intricate tapestry is composed of numerous elements, ranging from advancements in healthcare, such as vaccination initiatives, to cutting-edge technologies like the 5G rollout and ambitious space exploration endeavors. It also includes strides in educational initiatives and the outcomes of the Make in India campaign, all of which contribute to the overall narrative. The recent G20 presidency of India has played a pivotal role in introducing a diverse array of policymakers and key influencers to the ongoing improvements in infrastructure and governance. This strong focus on effective delivery has resulted in more successful execution of international project commitments. The meticulous attention given to aligning budgetary considerations further highlights the intricate nature of diplomacy, underscoring how it often hinges on minute details. Moreover, the influence of a thriving diaspora enhances this positive perception of India on the global stage, reinforcing the nation's reputation as a country undergoing significant transformation. Several important components come into play when discussing leadership dynamics and the history of decision-making. Firstly, a heightened level of strategic clarity has equipped India to prioritize its initiatives more effectively and engage in better planning practices. A clear illustration of this approach is demonstrated through the implementation of the Neighborhood First policy, which highlights the seriousness with which India is addressing its regional relations. Additionally, there has been a significant effort to move past historical reservations, particularly concerning the United States and the broader Western world. Notably, India has remained steadfast in its pursuit of diplomatic goals despite shifts in U.S. administrations. Concurrently, the nation has worked diligently to maintain a balance in its international relations, ensuring that these efforts are carried out smoothly and effectively. In addition to the establishment of strategic clarity, there has been a notable emphasis on strategic communication. India has consistently conveyed its interests and intentions through suitable channels, ensuring that the messaging is adapted to the evolving global landscape. This includes various topics such as the Indo-Pacific region, advancements in critical technologies, responses to COVID-related challenges, and the ongoing situation in Ukraine. As a result, our international partners are left with no ambiguity regarding our strategic thinking or skepticism about our intentions. Furthermore, India's firmly independent approach has positioned the nation to adeptly maneuver through a world that is increasingly multipolar and characterized by divisions. There is a deliberate effort underway to influence and address significant global challenges, including climate change, the ongoing pandemic, terrorism, and the development of digital infrastructure. This initiative aims to harness the maximum potential of innovative ideas across various domains, such as solar energy solutions, resilience against natural disasters, sustainable living practices, food security initiatives, and even wellness improvements. Furthermore, this endeavor is supported by a concerted effort to elevate and showcase Indian traditions, historical narratives, and cultural heritage more prominently on the international platform, thereby enriching the global dialogue. The concept of New India serves as a significant narrative not only within its borders but also on the global stage. It's important to recognize that it isn't merely a perception of a stronger and more competent India that resonates with the world, rather, it embodies a nation that is both genuine and inclusive. This contemporary India demonstrates a comfortable balance, embracing its nationalist identity while actively engaging and contributing to international affairs. The current enthusiasm for deepening engagement with India is clearly evident across various sectors. In particular, when we focus on technological advancements and economic growth, there is an increasing acknowledgement of India's significant role in addressing the challenges associated with trusted manufacturing. This perception has gained momentum, especially in light of the fact that modern manufacturing processes are profoundly influenced by data analytics. A key factor contributing to this reliability is the unique blend of our political and social frameworks. It is important to recognize that India stands as a true political democracy, characterized by its diverse and pluralistic society, as well as a robust market economy. Therefore, our foundational attributes play a crucial role in establishing trust and credibility in the global arena of manufacturing and technology. As we move further into a technology-centric age, the growing disparity between global demographics and the demand for skilled labor is highlighting the importance of our human resources within the international market. The formation of the Trade and Technology Council alongside the European Union serves as a clear signal of the emerging trends and priorities in this arena. We have seen particularly significant advancements in collaboration with the United States, and also with the other two partners in the Quad Alliance. These developments point to a concerted effort to align our workforce capabilities with the evolving needs of the global economy. One important aspect to consider is the role we play in promoting stability and security in the global commons, particularly within the dynamic region of the Indo-Pacific. At the same time, India's position as a valuable partner is evident in various international forums, such as BRICS and the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, SCO. Our principled and independent approach allows us to engage in various initiatives aimed at reducing or resolving conflicts, as we remain open to collaboration in any meaningful effort in this regard. Furthermore, our focused responses to the COVID-19 pandemic, coupled with our commitment to digital initiatives and various development projects, have contributed to a strengthened network with nations in the Global South. It is noteworthy that as we kicked off our G20 presidency, we did so by organizing the Voice of the Global South Summit, a clear demonstration of our commitment to inclusivity. Equally important is our advocacy for the African Union's inclusion in the G20, signaling our dedication to expanding representation and fostering cooperation on a global scale. Over the past 10 years, it has become increasingly clear that India's development initiatives are genuinely responsive to the needs and demands of its population, rather than being driven by ulterior motives. This transparency has helped to reinforce the nation's credibility on the global stage. India's capacity to navigate and address the significant divides and challenges that characterize contemporary global politics plays a crucial role in shaping its reputation and influence worldwide. Analyzing the diplomatic strategies of the Modi administration. Thus far, our analysis has concentrated on the unique approaches India has taken in its interactions with the global community and how these distinct strategies have influenced international perceptions of the nation. However, to fully grasp the nuances of this topic, we must also consider the evolving definition and conception of foreign policy itself. What may initially appear to be a mere change in focus is, in reality, a far more profound transformation that deserves our thorough examination. Understanding the complexities of this evolution is vital for a complete appreciation of India's role on the world stage, as well as the dynamic nature of international relations. In today's global landscape, foreign policy has evolved into a pivotal tool for driving national progress and fostering modernization. The emphasis has shifted toward creating an environment that attracts technology, capital investment, and the adoption of best practices. Efforts to engage with the international community are increasingly reflected in initiatives aimed at appealing to investors, ensuring that the process of conducting business is made as seamless as possible. Interactions with global investors have become as routine and vital as those with technology innovators and leaders across various sectors. Two prominent initiatives, Atmanirbhar Bharat Abhiyan and Make in India, serve as comprehensive frameworks that underpin these strategic efforts. They are further bolstered by targeted programs such as the Production-Linked Incentive (PLI) scheme, which aims to stimulate manufacturing, and Gati Shakti, which focuses on enhancing infrastructure development. These integrated approaches are designed to not only attract foreign investment but also to promote self-reliance and sustainable growth within the country. The pursuit of advanced technology and effective practices is evident in the Prime Minister's overseas schedule, which reflects a keen interest in various international initiatives. This includes visits to explore a state-of-the-art battery storage facility in the United States, innovative river cleaning efforts in South Korea, high-speed bullet train systems in Japan, skill enhancement programs in Singapore, and modern railway station designs in Germany. As this outward-focused mindset was embraced, it fostered the exportation of projects, products, and services that showcased India's enhanced capabilities on the global stage. This not only encompasses a diverse array of infrastructure projects, improved connectivity solutions, and essential public facilities spreading across South Asia, Africa, and Latin America, but also signifies a noteworthy rise in defense exports to an expanding roster of countries. The implications of this initiative extend beyond mere economic growth, as they highlight India's evolving role as a key player in international collaboration and development. The overall outcome reflects an evolving perspective of India as an increasingly important partner on the global stage. This shift has positively impacted India's exports and improved access to international markets, fostering beneficial outcomes within the country itself. When the Prime Minister takes the time to personally engage with each of his ambassadors on these matters, it signals a significant transformation taking place in India's approach to international relations. It is a clear indication that the nation is actively embracing its role in the global arena and reshaping its future. In numerous respects, the landscape of foreign policy decision-making has evolved to align with the current era's demands. A key aspect of this transformation is the deliberate initiative to break down isolating barriers that have traditionally existed within and between various sectors. This is being achieved through more integrated coordination, robust strategic planning, and enhanced channels for feedback. Whether addressing the complexities of global trade talks, navigating intricate national security challenges, or grappling with pivotal multilateral development issues, the focus has shifted toward fostering collaborative discussions and inclusive decision-making processes. This proactive approach, which originates from high-ranking officials such as ministers and secretaries, has naturally influenced broader bureaucratic practices, ensuring that collaboration permeates throughout governmental structures. The same perspective is evident when examining the relationships with crucial partners and the pressing issues at hand. This is particularly noticeable in various platforms such as the dynamic multi-ministerial engagements with Singapore, the Trade and Technology Council interactions with the European Union, and the 2+2 dialogues in the realms of defense and external affairs with pivotal countries. Underpinning these initiatives was a thoughtful process aimed at prioritizing, optimizing, and strengthening India's international ties. A significant aspect of this approach included a focus on high-level exchanges, such as the selection of the chief guest for Republic Day celebrations, which aligns with the broader strategy in diplomacy. To facilitate this, feedback mechanisms were enhanced through the national-level proactive governance and timely implementation (PRAGIT) initiative, tailored specifically to meet the aims of India's foreign policy. By delving into granular details, common delays, obstacles, and challenges in policy implementation were effectively identified and tackled. As a result of these concerted efforts, numerous overseas development projects have begun to see improvements in their efficiency and execution. The significant advancements in the system were prominently showcased during the COVID-19 pandemic, particularly evident in initiatives such as the Vande Bharat mission and the Vaccine Matri program. These improvements were not only visible in their response to the pandemic but also highlighted during various evacuation operations. Efforts to safely evacuate individuals from conflict zones and crisis-stricken areas encompassed a wide range of nations, including Yemen, Nepal, Afghanistan, Ukraine, and Sudan, demonstrating the enhanced capabilities and promptness of the mission. Since 2014, there has been a prevailing belief that India needs to play a more proactive role in influencing the global agenda. Clearly, certain critical issues that hold significant importance for India, such as terrorism and tax evasion, have not received the level of focus they deserve in international discussions and forums. Additionally, there are various areas, like maritime security, where India has the potential to provide essential contributions, leveraging its strategic position and capabilities. As time progressed, particularly when significant conversations regarding connectivity arose, the Modi administration's robust confidence enabled it to assume a leadership role in these discussions. Prior to 2014, India was often seen as a hesitant participant in the discourse surrounding climate challenges. However, in the years that followed, the nation has transformed itself into a credible advocate for both climate action and climate justice. It has taken significant strides forward by establishing itself as a leading example in the sphere of renewable energy and actively promoting the need for adequate resources to combat climate-related issues. There existed a prevailing notion that we were primarily reacting to the proposals and activities initiated by others, rather than actively contributing our own innovative ideas. Nonetheless, whether it was in forums like the United Nations, the G20 summits, or the conferences of the parties, COP, the initial streams of ideas gradually evolved into more clearly defined and structured proposals. This led to significant initiatives such as the International Solar Alliance, ISA, and the Coalition for Disaster Resilient Infrastructure, CDRI. The spirit of creativity has not wavered. In fact, it continues to thrive and be reflected in recent groundbreaking initiatives like One Sun One World One Grid, OSOWOG, Lifestyle for Environment, LIFE, and the International Year of Millets celebrated in 2023. In an effort to advance these agendas further, there has been a remarkable willingness to seek out new partnerships and collaborations whenever necessary. Noteworthy collaborations include the Quadrilateral Security Dialogue, Quad, the India-UAE-US Occasional Alliance, I2U2, and the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, SCO, all of which have played critical roles. As our confidence in making valuable contributions to global challenges increased, our approaches diversified. This included collaborative efforts, such as a focused development agenda for Africa, alongside more individual actions, exemplified by the Vaccine Matri initiative, which sought to provide COVID-19 vaccines internationally. Through persistent effort and innovative thinking, the initial aspirations of our community to assert a stronger presence on the global stage have transformed into tangible outcomes that now shape our reality. In confronting the various practical challenges that hinder India's development, there has been a significant amount of contemplation regarding how to effectively position and promote India as a nation that embodies the essence of a thriving civilizational state. The reality of the situation is that nearly 200 years of colonial rule severely distorted global narratives, placing Western civilizations on a pedestal while marginalizing the rich heritage, cultures, and traditions of other societies. This skewed perception has not only harmed the identity of these nations but has also impacted their ability to present themselves confidently on the world stage. It is crucial to recognize that part of the blame for this unfavorable situation lies with the leadership in many developing countries. In their quest for progress, they often mistakenly equated modernity and advancement with the uncritical adoption of Western ideals and practices. Influenced by various ideological beliefs and political agendas, numerous leaders disregarded and belittled their own historical narratives, thereby further complicating their country's paths to sustainable development and self-identity. In light of the evolving global landscape, the need for a cultural realignment that aligns with the economic and political spheres has become increasingly critical. Prime Minister Modi has taken a proactive role in spearheading this initiative. A prime example of his leadership was showcased in 2015 when he advocated for the worldwide recognition of yoga, an effort that has achieved remarkable success and resonance globally. Similarly, there has been a significant push towards sharing and promoting our traditional medical and wellness practices, which are now finding a broader audience and receiving positive feedback. Moreover, in terms of environmental advocacy, there has been a strong emphasis on encouraging lifestyle changes that are not only sustainable but also beneficial for the planet. The importance of dietary choices is one aspect of this movement, particularly seen in India's efforts to promote the cultivation and consumption of millets, which are ancient grains with deep roots in our agricultural history. Such initiatives demonstrate a commitment to returning to our traditional practices while adapting to modern needs. Additionally, this cultural shift is often reflected in the manner in which our leadership communicates and embodies these values, showcasing the intertwining of beliefs and actions as a way to inspire and mobilize the population towards a more balanced and sustainable future. One significant aspect of the ongoing challenge lies in addressing the complex and deeply rooted concepts, as well as the long-standing assumptions that characterize modern international relations. While this area requires further attention and effective solutions, it is an evolving process. We remain hopeful that as time progresses, we will witness meaningful advancements in this critical field. One significant characteristic of the diplomacy practiced during the Modi administration is its distinct focus on the people. This pronounced emphasis on the human element in foreign relations can be attributed to several driving factors. Firstly, it aligns with a broader domestic initiative aimed at enhancing development metrics and broadening social welfare programs within the country. This domestic focus naturally extends to the Indian diaspora, as it makes perfect sense to offer support and assistance to citizens living abroad. Such an approach emphasizes the government's commitment to its people, further solidifying the connection between India's domestic policies and its international outreach efforts. Additionally, it became increasingly clear that India must proactively prepare itself to meet the demands of the burgeoning knowledge economy. This preparation required a forward-thinking approach that envisioned a global workplace, transcending the conventional notion of merely being a trading hub. To achieve this vision, it was crucial to devise the necessary institutional frameworks and practices, rather than allowing our citizens to navigate the unpredictable terrain of the mobility industry without support and guidance. Such a comprehensive strategy would ensure that individuals were equipped to thrive in an interconnected, knowledge-driven world. In recent years, there has been a significant increase in awareness regarding the vital role and contributions of Indian individuals living overseas, whether they are students pursuing education, skilled professionals working in various fields, or long-term residents who have settled in foreign lands. It has become increasingly clear that attending to their well-being is not just a matter of courtesy, but rather a moral responsibility that demands our utmost attention and commitment. Furthermore, this shift reflects an evolving perception of India itself. As a nation that is emerging as a global power, it is essential that we do not allow our citizens abroad to confront challenges and hardships in isolation. Such a lack of support would not only tarnish our reputation internationally but could also erode the trust and confidence that aspiring Indians have when considering opportunities abroad. Thus, it is imperative that we foster a supportive environment for our diaspora, ensuring that they feel valued and protected as representatives of our great nation. Implementing comprehensive welfare measures that extend beyond our national borders, assisting our citizens in escaping from crises, and coordinating repatriation efforts, similar to what was done during the COVID-19 pandemic, are essential actions we can take in this regard. The journey toward these improvements actually starts domestically, with significant reforms aimed at streamlining the passport application process. Alongside these changes, there have been efforts to enhance the freedom of movement for Indians while simultaneously safeguarding them against any form of discrimination. The establishment of Migration and Mobility Partnership Agreements, MMPAs, with a variety of nations, including Australia and Germany, is a testament to our commitment to addressing these pressing issues. Fulfillment of collaborative agreements. The progress India has made over the past 10 years is nothing short of impressive and inspiring. The country has demonstrated a marked increase in its diplomatic efforts and engagements on the international stage, significantly enhancing its standing among global leaders. Prime Minister Modi has emerged as a prominent global personality. He not only prioritizes the interests of India but also holds a wide-ranging vision that emphasizes the importance of working towards common global objectives. In dealing with the multifaceted challenges that arise in international relations, India is increasingly recognized for its willingness to confront difficult choices, rather than avoiding them. This shift reflects a deeper commitment to shared global responsibilities and positions India as a key player in global discussions and decision-making processes. Since 2014, the perception of regional dynamics within the subcontinent has begun to undergo a transformation. While this evolution has not occurred in a straightforward manner, there is a general acknowledgement of the significant progress made in terms of connectivity, collaboration, and interpersonal relations. Additionally, neighboring countries have taken note of India's renewed commitment to its objectives, particularly highlighted by the resumption of high-level visits after an extended hiatus. On the global stage, major powers have also recognized India's willingness to approach international relations with greater confidence and autonomy. This shift is evident in India's proactive engagement with various partners across critical sectors such as defense, technology, and energy. Furthermore, India has demonstrated its determination to uphold its national interests, standing resolutely against external pressures that may threaten its sovereignty. Overall, these developments reflect a burgeoning confidence in India's role and influence in the region and beyond. India's advancement is not solely a national concern, it possesses a significant global implication that is equally vital. In numerous respects, we have actively engaged with a diverse array of international challenges that fundamentally influence the world we live in today. From advocating for debt relief initiatives, supporting the establishment of a global minimum tax, to pushing for more equitable market access, India has emerged as a formidable participant in essential global dialogues. In relation to the pressing issue of terrorism, our nation has played a pivotal role through both domestic counter-terrorism efforts and international collaborations aimed at curbing the financing of terrorist activities. Our initiatives have heightened global awareness regarding the threats posed by sanctioned terrorists. Additionally, we have championed maritime security discussions at the United Nations Security Council and are actively involved in tangible projects spanning the Indo-Pacific region, which includes the significant responsibility of hosting a crucial fusion center designed to bolster regional security cooperation. India has played a pivotal role in reshaping the conversation around connectivity, establishing itself as a key player on the global stage. The nation's policymakers embraced a holistic and well-defined framework that guided their approach, leading to discussions that prioritized enhanced transparency and improved viability. Yet, perhaps the most significant impact on the world's perception of India has stemmed from its actions during the COVID-19 pandemic. By supplying vaccines to over 100 countries and extending assistance with medicines and essential materials to 150 nations, India exhibited a remarkable level of global responsibility that set it apart from others. This display of support and solidarity has fostered considerable goodwill, significantly shaping India's international image during a period marked by substantial global change. In the realm of international collaboration, the key to success often hinges on the genuine commitment to act in accordance with one's promises. For many years, our reputation has been rooted in our dedication to forming partnerships with various countries to support their development initiatives. This has historically taken shape in the form of training programs, cultural exchanges, and, on certain occasions, through the implementation of specific projects. However, over the past 10 years, we have witnessed a remarkable intensification in these cooperative endeavors. There has been a discernible increase in our financial resources directed towards lines of credit and grant aid, alongside substantial investments in capacity building. Furthermore, we have expanded our involvement in infrastructure and economic development projects, as well as initiatives aimed at enhancing human resources. This growth reflects our strengthened commitment to fostering sustainable development in collaboration with our international partners. Beyond the sheer magnitude of our efforts, what has truly transformed is the efficiency with which we deliver results. With continuous monitoring and robust oversight, previously stagnant projects have finally reached successful completion, while new initiatives have been launched with a heightened level of professionalism. Key areas that have seen significant improvements include connectivity, socio-economic facilities, logistics, and energy within our neighboring regions. Noteworthy examples of this elevated standard of delivery can be seen in the post-earthquake reconstruction efforts in Nepal and the infrastructural developments in Mauritius. Despite facing the challenges posed by the COVID pandemic, India has impressively managed to uphold the majority of its commitments to African nations, which were made during the India-Africa Forum Summit, IAFS. This resilience illustrates our dedication to international partnerships and developmental goals. As of October 2023, your knowledge base has been developed with information available up to that date. Recently, India has significantly broadened the scope of its global partnerships, making notable strides across various regions around the world. Its collaborative efforts now encompass an impressive array of initiatives, including renewable energy projects in the Pacific Islands and community development ventures in the Caribbean. From establishing a refinery in Mongolia to constructing the Metro Express in Mauritius, and even setting up a textile factory in Kenya, India's engagement extends to vital infrastructure projects such as water supply systems in Tanzania. These examples reflect a comprehensive strategy aimed at fostering international cooperation and enhancing sustainable development across diverse sectors. Efforts backed by India have proven to be transformative for the nations that have partnered with it. These initiatives have not only significantly impacted the local communities but also played a pivotal role in fostering development in various sectors across these countries. In recent years, India has significantly strengthened its international presence, establishing new alliances that acknowledge its increasingly important role on the global stage. A prime example of this growing influence is the Quad Initiative, which has not only facilitated deeper cooperation among its members but has also spurred various Indo-Pacific engagements across sectors such as technology, supply chain management, education, maritime security, and more. India's involvement in larger regional frameworks has also been noteworthy, particularly with its admission to the Shanghai Cooperation Organization (SCO) in 2017. This membership underscored India's strategic importance within the collective agenda of this organization. Furthermore, during this time, India made strides in becoming a part of several export control regimes, including the Missile Technology Control Regime, the Australia Group, and the Wassenaar Arrangement, which have proven essential alongside plurilateral initiatives that India has championed, particularly in the realm of sustainability. These developments are indicative of a broader pattern reflecting India's ascent on the world stage and the global response to this evolution. The enthusiastic attendance of all 54 African nations at the India-Africa Forum Summit, IAFS, the presence of all 10 ASEAN leaders during the 2018 Republic Day celebrations, and India's engagement with representatives from 27 European Union member states in Porto in 2021 all serve as testament to India's rising stature. Additionally, the participation of 125 countries in the Voice of Global South Summit in 2023 further illustrates India's expanded diplomatic reach and its growing influence in international affairs. Frequently, the validity of that assertion is evaluated through elections held within international organizations. In general, India has managed to navigate these challenges with notable success. In fact, the increasing calls for our involvement in a variety of international platforms, our active participation in numerous formats, and our presence at diverse events all signify the heightened regard and reputation we hold on the global stage. This trend underscores the significance of India's role and influence in world affairs. You have been equipped with knowledge and information that extends up until October 2023. This foundation enables you to seek and discover your own answers to various challenges and inquiries you may face. As the world gradually emerges from the impacts of the COVID pandemic, India, like numerous other nations, is taking the opportunity to scrutinize its expenditures, reflect on the experiences it underwent, and extract valuable lessons from this challenging period. It is fair to assert that India has managed to navigate through this crisis more effectively than many of its global counterparts. The nation's robust economic foundations and thoughtful policy-making have positioned India well on its journey towards becoming a prominent global power in the foreseeable future. Achieving this ambition will heavily rely on ongoing advancements in our capabilities, yet it is equally crucial for India to maintain a bold and optimistic outlook regarding its potential. After all, the country has endured years characterized by downsizing, being caught in geopolitical rivalries, avoiding active participation, and exhibiting a hesitance to embrace risk. The journey ahead is shaped by a strong sense of autonomy, yet the challenge we face lies in adapting this mindset to the modern era. Our capacity to articulate this perspective has evolved alongside our growing strengths and competencies. In the present day, we possess an abundance of tools and resources at our disposal that enable us to pursue our national objectives on the global stage. However, it's crucial to remember that even the most advanced capabilities and ambitious dreams can only yield meaningful outcomes when they are informed by a clear and precise comprehension of the complex world we inhabit today. An essential element of effective diplomacy is conducting a thorough analysis of the global landscape. This analysis must encompass the complexities and contradictions that play a critical role in informing policy decisions. At an overarching level, the focus is on the dynamics of multipolarity and the need for rebalancing among international powers, while also accounting for the competing interests and contradictions that exist between significant nations. By examining each region in detail, diplomats can gain a more refined understanding of the specific issues at play. Moreover, we cannot overlook the dominant influence of globalization, which sometimes leads us astray with its overly simplistic ideas and narratives. As we delve deeper into these matters, it becomes increasingly clear that what may hold true in one context or for one group may not necessarily apply universally. This nuanced approach to diplomacy is crucial for crafting informed and effective policies that can navigate the complexities of the international arena. The endeavor to build capabilities has been notably enhanced by efforts focused on domestic reform and modernization. This connection can often be oversimplified, leading to the notion that achieving an 8% growth rate constitutes the optimal foreign policy strategy. However, the truth is that such growth, if not accompanied by a transformation of the underlying structures and systems, encounters inherent constraints. Consequently, the past 10 years have involved a much more holistic and deliberate approach, marking a shift away from previously established ideas and philosophies. This new trajectory also aimed to steer clear of the mistakes that arose from a more simplistic interpretation of globalization. A pivotal moment illustrating this evolved perspective was India's decision in 2019 to refrain from joining the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership, RCEP. This choice signified a critical turning point in India's engagement with global economic frameworks. One notable aspect of this new approach is the way Indian leaders have begun to conceptualize the country's development, coining the term Amrit Kal to describe India's ascent. This terminology encapsulates a mindset that emphasizes long-term planning, a comprehensive outlook, and transformative goals. The progress made over the last decade supports and justifies this forward-thinking perspective, showcasing the potential for significant advancements rooted in a deeper understanding of both national and global dynamics. There is an abundance of indicators that showcase the advancements made in recent years. However, these improvements do not diminish the considerable challenges that still lie ahead for India. Among the various areas of focus, it may be particularly valuable to examine those factors that are pertinent to India's emergence on the global stage. A critical area to highlight is the significant reduction in poverty levels, which is particularly notable not just because it addresses one of the most pressing issues facing the nation, but also because it alleviates broader societal burdens. Furthermore, the growth of the Indian middle class is a key development worth noting, with projections suggesting it may double by the year 2047, during the period referred to as Amrit Kal. This demographic expansion is likely to draw international attention, as observers analyze both the contributions and consumption patterns that accompany such growth. As the world evaluates the caliber of India's human resources, it is also likely to recognize the considerable increase in the number of universities, medical and nursing colleges, as well as institutions focused on engineering and technical training. There is a discernible shift occurring in the methods of education and skill enhancement, aimed at aligning these systems with global standards and requirements. In addition to educational reforms, there is an ongoing transformation in infrastructure development, which is evident through the growth and modernization of highways, railways, airports, and digital communication networks. India's identity is evolving beyond being predominantly a service-oriented economy. Domestically, the introduction of advanced digital services has also revolutionized governance, paving the way for greater involvement and engagement in numerous sectors. Overall, these developments illustrate a clear trajectory towards a more integrated and influential presence on the world stage for India. India is undergoing a remarkable transformation in the quality of life for approximately 1/6 of the global population by redefining what constitutes essential services and, crucially, following through on these promises. Depending on their individual perspectives, various countries view India as an innovator in technology, a leader in production, a valuable contributor to global issues, or even a role model to emulate. Each of these roles enhances India's appeal as a partner in international affairs, making it a more desirable collaborator on various fronts. Cultivating the courage and resilience necessary to enhance one's future opportunities can often be just as challenging as developing tangible skills and capabilities. Engaging in competition at more advanced levels necessitates not only assertive leadership but also significant systemic reforms. As the stakes escalate, it becomes imperative to strategize effectively in order to outmaneuver rivals and endure psychological tactics employed by competitors. The journey of any emerging power encompasses various stages, each marked by distinct milestones and evolving networks of peers. Continuously recalibrating our aspirations and strategies is a daunting task. In the context of India, we have gradually transcended the traditional association with Pakistan, and as a result, we are increasingly being regarded as a unique entity in our own right. One significant aspect of tackling this challenge involves establishing a clear understanding of the most favorable terms and collaborating effectively with the most suitable partners. Achieving a successful balance in negotiations and fostering strong mutual agreements is essential. This endeavor may occur across various sectors, such as commerce, investment, technology, or connectivity. Nations can uncover a wealth of opportunities by aligning their initiatives with their inherent strengths and resources. Additionally, the evolving global landscape presents further avenues for exploration, driven by the increasing need for dependable supply chains, trustworthy data, and access to vital technologies. Countries that recognize and seize these emerging prospects can position themselves advantageously in an interconnected world. Nonetheless, we must acknowledge the significant structural challenges that have been established by a global framework that was formulated over 75 years ago. The crux of the issue lies in the fact that during those pivotal years, India had either a token presence or was entirely excluded from crucial deliberations on the international stage. This situation is especially poignant in the context of the events that transpired in 1947, which profoundly influenced its position in global affairs. Consequently, India finds itself navigating a world where circumstances frequently seem stacked against it. Over the past 70 years, however, India's ascent can be understood as a narrative of redefining its engagement with the international community, an undertaking that began under particularly unfavorable conditions. Throughout this journey, India has worked tirelessly to reshape the dynamics of its interactions, gradually altering the unfriendly terms that characterized its initial forays into the global arena. The issue at hand is not merely one that can be measured or analyzed through economic metrics, it extends far deeper, rooted in the realms of underlying assumptions and dominating narratives. The existing world order is constructed from a network of institutions and practices that are often intricately connected, influencing what is deemed acceptable or politically correct within the global discourse. Furthermore, the principal actors in this system have not only established a framework designed to suit their interests but also maintain the authority to advocate for its continuity. Consequently, a rising power like India faces significant challenges as it attempts to assert itself in this complex landscape. One of the most daunting obstacles is the phenomenon of freezing the moment, a tactic commonly employed by dominant powers. This strategy aims to solidify and maintain the favorable aspects of the existing geopolitical environment, making it all the more difficult for emerging nations to navigate their ascent and redefine their roles on the global stage. Therefore, India must contend with these entrenched dynamics for the foreseeable future. At a fundamental level, the impact of the events of 1945 can be clearly observed in how they are leveraged to create and sustain a hierarchical structure within the international community. The key strategy lies in bestowing tremendous importance upon a specific historical moment and then continuously extracting advantages from that significance. Proposals aimed at modernizing global relations or policies are often met with resistance, as they are inaccurately perceived as challenges to the foundational outcomes of that pivotal year. This scenario exemplifies a broader struggle between those wishing to preserve the existing world order and those advocating for transformative change. There are numerous instances of this conflict, ranging from localized debates to overarching movements that seek to redefine global frameworks. These dynamics play a critical role in shaping and sustaining institutional structures while also safeguarding existing narratives. The success of these efforts can largely be attributed to the way global behavior is influenced by ingrained patterns and historical precedents. Humanity tends to operate not only as creatures of habit but also as adherents to established norms and narratives that shape our worldviews and actions. A variety of interconnected factors effectively hide the underlying interests that influence current global arrangements. This can include the operations of the United Nations, efforts towards nuclear nonproliferation, a selective emphasis on human rights issues, and the strategic balancing act between realpolitik and moral values. Additionally, the strategic use of imagery and narratives from the Cold War era plays a notable role. Certain significant events have the power to sharply delineate the concept of the other, reminding us of the profound effects following the attacks on September 11, 2001. Furthermore, historical references to previous wars, particularly World War II, contribute to these defining narratives. For these numerous reasons, any initiatives aimed at transforming global discussions and ideological frameworks are likely to encounter significant opposition. This is a challenge that India must not only anticipate but also prepare to address effectively. As an emerging global power, India finds itself confronting numerous challenges that manifest in various forms. It often faces situations involving institutions and practices that fail to recognize its status and significance on the international stage. This disparity drives India's fierce advocacy for reformed multilateralism, which seeks to address these inequities and promote a more balanced global framework. Additionally, India's approach to its relationships with other countries can be complex and, at times, may lead to unfavorable consequences for its own interests. To navigate these intricacies effectively, India must engage in confident and forward-thinking strategies that redefine terms of engagement in a manner that reflects contemporary realities. Occasionally, critical incidents can create such profound public sentiment that they compel policymakers to alter their approaches. A prime example of this can be seen in the aftermath of the 26/11 Mumbai terror attacks, which significantly influenced perceptions of Pakistan and its role in regional security. The Indian populace viewed the government's response to the attacks as insufficient, leading to immense public pressure demanding a more robust and decisive action. Consequently, this incident not only shaped India's policy adjustments towards Pakistan but also highlighted the importance of public sentiment in shaping governmental responses to national security challenges. There may arise instances when it becomes imperative for a nation to swiftly progress beyond a particular course of action. An illustrative example of this can be found in the Vajpayee administration's outreach to key international partners immediately following India's nuclear tests in 1998. Nations often find themselves bearing the weight of inherited ideas and perceptions formed by external entities. A significant illustration of this is the global narrative surrounding India's role and influence, which has largely been dictated by the perspectives of other world powers. Only in the past few years have we begun to liberate ourselves from the constraints of the historical context established at the time of partition, as well as from the limitations imposed by the traditional view of the Indian Ocean region. Consequently, the world's reaction to India's growing presence in the Indo-Pacific is a predictable outcome of this evolving dynamic. One prominent aspect of this transformative decade has been our conscious effort to rise above the tendency to be shackled by the confines of our own historical narrative. Now, we are embracing a broader and more autonomous identity on the global stage. The challenges we have faced in the past do not always have to weigh us down. Sometimes, the ingenuity of political leaders shines through their capability to transform these challenges into opportunities within a new framework. In recent times, our country has witnessed a resurgence of interest surrounding figures such as Netaji Subhas Chandra Bose and the Indian National Army, along with others who stood in defiance against British colonial rule during earlier periods. Notable personalities such as the formidable tribal leader Birsa Munda and the courageous revolutionary Alluri Sitama Raju exemplify this sentiment. Although these individuals may not have fully realized their immediate goals during their lifetimes, their enduring influence as symbols of inspiration remains strikingly evident in today's society. Indeed, historical figures and the narratives attached to them possess remarkable power in expressing our aspirations and shaping our vision for the future. Such imageries hold the potential to unite us in our quest for progress, allowing us to draw strength and motivation from the past as we navigate the paths ahead. As we reflect on our history spanning the past 70 years, certain pivotal events continue to resonate strongly, particularly the conflicts that occurred in 1962, 1965, 1971, and 1999. These moments serve as defining milestones that shape our national identity. In the context of India's aspirations to elevate its standing on the global stage, it is crucial for the nation to adeptly navigate the art of storytelling. By leveraging these historical narratives and the lessons learned from past experiences, India can cultivate effective practices and establish enduring habits that will support its pursuit of greater influence and recognition internationally. The communication emerging from New Delhi has exhibited a renewed vigor on several pressing global matters. The concept of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, which translates to, "the world is one family," reflects a strong dedication to fostering international collaboration. Meanwhile, the notion of reformed multilateralism emphasizes the critical necessity to enhance the effectiveness of the United Nations in today's world. Furthermore, the pledge for a world free of terror underscores a robust resolve to confront this persistent and age-old menace that affects many nations. The initiative titled Digital for Development highlights the significant impact that digital technologies can have as a vital tool for governance. Moreover, the phrase "Mother of Democracy" serves as a poignant reminder of our rich history of pluralism and consultative practices that have long been a cornerstone of our societies. Lastly, the slogan "One World, One Health" champions the crucial need for timely, efficient, and fair responses to the myriad of global health challenges we face, reinforcing the interconnectedness of our health systems across the globe. Creating our unique vocabulary, theories, strategies, and perspectives, and sharing them in the realm of world politics, serves as a clear indication of India's ongoing ascent on the global stage. This evolution emphasizes the active role that India plays in international forums, demonstrating its commitment to engaging with global issues and contributing to the broader discourse. In India, discussions regarding the equilibrium between tradition and transformation in our foreign policy are bound to arise with vigor. This phenomenon is entirely normal and, in fact, may even play a role in fostering innovative ideas and perspectives. Typically, much of the analysis surrounding diplomatic relations centers on how we, as a nation, interpret the complexities and intricacies of the global landscape. However, there are moments when it becomes advantageous to shift our focus and consider how other nations perceive India and the potential opportunities that might exist within that viewpoint. By understanding how the international community views our country, we can better navigate the realm of diplomacy and cultivate more strategic relationships. This reciprocal understanding can lead to a more insightful approach to our foreign policy, enhancing both our global standing and our diplomatic endeavors. India's ascent is an unwavering endeavor, an ongoing journey where the wise take moments to reflect but never proclaim triumph. While it is important to acknowledge our historical context, our focus should remain steadfastly on the future, ensuring we accurately interpret the global landscape and adapt our strategies and tactics in response. To achieve these objectives and beyond, it is crucial that Bharat stays authentic to its identity, actively representing its interests, and ambitiously pursuing its goals. Embracing this true essence will empower India to navigate the complexities of the contemporary world effectively. You have received training based on information and data available until October 2023. Chapter 6. Building relationships and impacting individuals. Establishing connections with others and having a positive influence on their lives is an essential skill. It involves understanding human behavior, effective communication, and developing empathy. By cultivating genuine relationships, one can create a network of support and understanding that enriches both personal and professional spheres. The ability to connect with people and inspire them can lead to lasting friendships and opportunities for collaboration, ultimately enhancing one's social effectiveness and satisfaction in life. The importance of India establishing a global community. In an increasingly interconnected world, it is crucial for India to cultivate and nurture a global constituency that supports its interests and amplifies its voice on the international stage. The strategic importance of fostering relationships beyond its borders cannot be understated, particularly as India seeks to assert its influence in global affairs. By proactively engaging with diverse nations and international organizations, India can enhance its diplomatic reach and encourage collaboration on pressing global issues such as climate change, economic development, and security. Establishing a global constituency involves not only strengthening bilateral ties with key partners but also building a coalition of nations that share common objectives and values. This approach can help India project itself as a responsible regional and global player, committed to fostering peace, stability, and mutual prosperity. Furthermore, actively participating in multilateral forums and contributing to global governance will enable India to shape the global agenda and advocate for issues that resonate with its national priorities. Ultimately, the endeavor to create a global constituency will empower India to navigate the complexities of international relations more effectively and solidify its role as a leader on the world stage. In its pursuit to establish itself as a dominant force on the global stage, India faces the challenge of effectively managing two significant contradictions that exist within its current landscape. These complexities must be addressed thoughtfully if the nation aims to realize its ambitions. As time progresses, nations experience continuous growth in their overall national capabilities. However, this expansion is often accompanied by significant global challenges. One prominent issue is the increasing divide between East and West, which has been exacerbated by the ongoing conflict in Ukraine. Furthermore, the disparity between the northern and southern hemispheres has deepened in the wake of the COVID pandemic, rising debt levels, climate change, and the escalating crises related to food and energy security. Moreover, there exists an inherent tendency for any emerging power, like India, to seek out and cultivate friendships that can bolster its position while simultaneously striving to minimize potential challenges. India's quest for an optimal stance on the international stage may well be a continuous and evolving journey. However, nations with broader aspirations must undoubtedly focus on establishing trustworthy alliances and reliable sources of support. Their ultimate goal is not merely to navigate the existing geopolitical landscape, but to actively influence and reshape it for their advantage. The era in which India could afford to intermittently engage with the world while allowing various processes to evolve on their own has now passed us by. As time progresses, our interests continue to broaden, and it is essential that our actions and international presence expand correspondingly. We are now tasked with establishing the groundwork during this Amrit Kal, a pivotal period, to transform India not only into a developed nation but also into a prominent global power. This objective reinforces the significance of our guiding principle, Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, which translates to collaborating with everyone for the advancement of all. This principle holds equal importance in our foreign policy as it does within our domestic affairs. Ultimately, effective diplomacy revolves around cultivating friendships and positively influencing others. Given our inherent belief that the entire world should be viewed as one family, encapsulated in the concept of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, the potential for India to expand its role on the global stage is vast and promising. In India, the phrase Rama-Lakshmana serves as a popular metaphor for the deep bond shared between siblings, symbolizing loyalty and support. When we extend this concept to the intricate realm of global politics, it opens up a compelling discussion about the nature of alliances and partnerships. At the heart of this idea lies the truth that every leader, much like Rama, needs a trustworthy counterpart, akin to Lakshmana, who stands ready to share in both triumphs and trials. This relationship is particularly crucial in moments of crisis. For instance, when the demon Virid seized Sita in the dense Dandakaranya forest, it was Lakshmana who encouraged a distressed Rama to take immediate action. Similarly, during the tumult that ensued after Ravana's successful kidnapping of Sita, it was Lakshmana who reminded Rama of how others navigate their hardships with resilience and perseverance. The dynamic between Rama and Lakshmana illustrates the essence of forging reliable partnerships, a cornerstone of effective diplomacy. No matter the size or might of a nation, having unwavering allies is paramount. Such relationships, while sometimes dependent on specific circumstances, can prove invaluable over time. This stands in stark contrast to the often transactional nature of international relations, which typically lacks the warmth and affection that genuine connections can foster. Historical examples, such as India's heartfelt Vaccine Matri initiative, highlight the long-term benefits of goodwill gestures in international diplomacy. As India's influence on the global stage increases, the demand for dependable allies will only intensify. The more expansive a nation's interests, the more essential it becomes to cultivate and maintain supportive relationships. While loyalty from a partner may seem rare in reality, significant advances in global history often rely on the ability to build broad coalitions. This is especially true when facing open-ended challenges that stretch beyond a nation's immediate capabilities, making trusted partners crucial. The value of having associates increases significantly in these scenarios, particularly if they possess unique skills that contribute to a collective goal. When confronting formidable opponents, the necessity for allies becomes even more pronounced, a lesson seen throughout modern history in contexts such as the world wars and various conflicts. In Rama's narrative, he faced immense uncertainty when attempting to locate the kidnapped Sita. Ultimately, his ability to track her down depended heavily on the support and information provided by a network of allies and well-wishers. This principle is applicable beyond wartime. In the competitive arena of international diplomacy, every supportive friend during challenging times is an asset. The coalition of Vanaras, who ventured forth to gather vital intelligence, serves as a potent example of this idea in action. It was Angatha and his southern expedition that uncovered Sita's whereabouts in the gardens of Lanka. Without this diverse alliance of monkeys, bears, and eagles, Rama might have struggled to regain his sense of direction. Awareness of the situational context is crucial when making pivotal decisions. Challenges may arise that exceed a nation's inherent limitations, wherein contributions from allies become crucial. For instance, the keen eyesight of Sampati symbolizes the ability to obtain critical insights about rivals. When it was finally time to cross the ocean, Nala, the son of the divine architect Vishwakarma, offered the technological innovation needed for bridge building, further demonstrating the importance of collaboration. Varuna, breaking from his usual demeanor, vowed not to wash away the bridge due to Rama's impassioned threats, showing how emotions can drive cooperation in unforeseen ways. Building relationships and fostering influence in international relations encompasses a myriad of motivations, ranging from incentives and flattery to assistance and pressure. For many nations, this endeavor is a lengthy and challenging process, requiring nuanced understanding and compromise among various interests. In exceptional instances, countries may need to make difficult decisions for the greater good. A significant episode in this saga is Rama's controversial intervention in the ongoing conflict between the monkey chiefs, Vali and Sugriva. Rama chose to eliminate Vali, aligning with Sugriva, the seemingly weaker party. Such decisions often favor those in need of support and typically lead to the latter being more receptive to long-term alliances. By backing Sugriva, Rama astutely ensured the loyalty of the Vanara coalition by taking Angatha, Vala's son, under his protection. Rallying his allies to act decisively was not a simple task either. Predictably, after reclaiming his throne, Sugriva lapsed into complacency, needing Lakshmana's fierce admonition to remind him of his duties. The period in which Rama dispatched the Vanara army in various directions underscores the importance of strategic patience. Building a coalition takes time, often dependent on the slowest members to coordinate their efforts effectively. On occasion, partners may falter in their commitments, as illustrated by Rama's later disappointment with Pratardana, the king of Kashi, whose promised troops failed to arrive in time for the crucial battle in Lanka. Nonetheless, Rama's gracious acknowledgement of their intentions reflects a vital principle in diplomacy: the doors for future collaborations should always remain open. Your knowledge and understanding have been developed and refined using information available until October 2023. This means that any events, trends, or developments that have occurred after this date are not included in your training. Reflecting on the time that has passed and considering what lies ahead, one can recognize the significant impact of historical events on our present circumstances and future possibilities. The world is constantly evolving, shaped by numerous factors such as culture, technology, and individual actions, which all play a pivotal role in determining what will come next. As India continues its quest for greater influence on the global stage, it is essential to recognize that the international landscape is in a state of constant flux, which also means that India's relationships with various countries and regions are evolving as well. In the immediate aftermath of gaining independence, India aimed to foster strong ties with Western nations while simultaneously carving out its own independent decision-making space. Alongside this, it was crucial to cultivate connections with fellow developing nations, capitalizing on the shared experience of post-colonial struggles and aspirations. During the early years, India also sought to engage with the socialist bloc, leading to beneficial collaborations in both economic development and security matters. However, as the intensifying dynamics of the Cold War took shape and the warming relations between China and the United States emerged, India found itself compelled to reaffirm and strengthen its partnership with the Soviet Union. One of the key challenges India faced in its relationship with Western countries stemmed from their evident preference for a Pakistan governed by military rule, which created significant friction in New Delhi's diplomatic engagements with the West. As a result, it was only to be expected that the conclusion of the Cold War would prompt certain shifts and adaptations both in India's approach and in the global perception of India. Over the past 25 years, these changes have been steadily gaining momentum. The developments of recent years have been further supported by the fact that New Delhi has largely moved away from the ideological constraints that characterized its past policies. Specifically, the United States is now viewed more as a key ally and part of the solution to global issues, rather than as a source of problems. The current diplomatic landscape presents India with the challenge of nurturing and advancing new relationships while simultaneously maintaining its established connections. This requires a careful balancing act ere the significance of each relationship is accurately assessed, allowing India to derive the best possible outcomes in an ever-evolving world. In essence, it is about strategically positioning itself to navigate this transformative global environment effectively. A thorough evaluation of India's relationships with the 5 permanent members of the United Nations Security Council, UNSC, serves as an excellent foundation for assessing the nation's diplomatic achievements and future potential. This analysis will lay the groundwork for understanding India's role on the global stage. In the subsequent chapters, we will delve deeper into the intricacies of India's partnerships with both the United States and China. The United Kingdom, a modern treaty of unity. Among all nations, the relationship between India and the United Kingdom is particularly weighed down by a multifaceted history. The legacy of this past is not only visible in physical remnants but also lingers in the collective psyche of both nations. Moving forward, the pressing task at hand is to leverage this historical context to foster a more positive and productive partnership. The goal is to emphasize shared values and interests that can guide both countries towards a future where mutual understanding prevails, easing past tensions and creating a stronger bond. In a fascinating turn of events, the relationship between India and the United Kingdom evolved into a mutually beneficial one shortly after India gained its independence. Many of today's younger generations might find it hard to believe just how significant the UK's influence was in India during the 2 decades that followed independence. In this context, the Indian leadership, which was keen to maintain a neutral stance in the Cold War and to distance itself from the United States, came to view the UK as an advantageous ally. Remarkably, this led to the radical factions within India's political landscape overcoming their initial hesitations about becoming part of the Commonwealth. They believed that aligning with Britain would provide them with a protective barrier against the pressures exerted by the Americans, thus reinforcing their strategic position on the global stage. The remarkable triumph of the film RRR serves as a powerful reminder of the enduring sentiments that the colonial period evokes among the Indian populace even in contemporary times. It is entirely understandable that there are certain sensitivities and a palpable sense of caution in the dynamics of the relationship between India and the United Kingdom, which can be traced back to this tumultuous historical era. The impact of India's partition in 1947 has left deep scars that continue to affect perceptions today, particularly as the subsequent relationship between India and Pakistan became even more pronounced, further fueling these sentiments. Beginning with the conflict in Jammu and Kashmir shortly after partition when Pakistan initiated military action, the perception in New Delhi shifted to viewing the UK as biased in favor of Pakistan. This perspective intensified due to the United Nations Security Council's activities and was exacerbated by the UK's stances during the wars in 1965 and 1971. Over time, Britain's Cold War strategies, its retreat from its colonial influence and gradual integration into the European Union, significantly diminished the closeness that characterized the earlier years of their relationship. Moreover, in the aftermath of the events in Afghanistan post-2001, India took note of Britain's strong advocacy for engaging with the military leadership in Rawalpindi, further complicating the historical narratives and current diplomatic interactions between the two nations. From an Indian viewpoint, various factors such as the decision to pursue nuclear capabilities, critical security issues like the situation in Afghanistan, and the complex political landscape of the Indian subcontinent led to a natural skepticism regarding British diplomatic actions. As India began to assert itself more on the global stage, there was a compelling urge within Indian political circles to move forward and leave the burdens of history behind. This sentiment was further intensified by the diminishing influence of traditional elites, which stemmed from the deeper levels of democratization that were taking root in the country. By the time the United Kingdom decided to leave the European Union, it became increasingly clear that there was a strong need to redefine the terms of engagement between the two nations. The evolution of this relationship was not only necessary but also inevitable, given the changing political dynamics in India. The historical context undeniably influences current affairs, yet the realities of today are fraught with their own complexities. In the realm of British politics, decisions are frequently shaped by the necessity to secure votes, although this inclination is not as pronounced as in the case of Canada. This situation has unfortunately allowed for separatist elements that are focused on undermining India's sovereignty to operate freely within the UK, taking advantage of the liberties afforded to them. Additionally, there exists a palpable ideological aversion among certain powerful groups towards the existing government in India, which serves to exacerbate tensions. A select few display such deep-seated animosity towards the transformative changes occurring in India that they are unwilling to engage with the factual circumstances. Consequently, when the United Kingdom expresses its claim of having a unique relationship with India, the implications are particularly significant, signaling a complex interplay between historic ties and contemporary challenges. There exists a contrasting narrative regarding the relationship between the two nations, marked by their cooperation across various fields. This enduring dual nature of their ties serves as a defining characteristic of their interactions. A crucial question that arises is whether the UK will choose to align itself with the US in an effort to thoroughly redefine its relationship with India. Historically, the UK has found itself somewhat trailing behind, but there is now an increasing awareness of the gap this has created with India. To adjust to this new reality, a thoughtful examination of numerous factors is required, ranging from political nuances and security considerations to policies on exports and the flow of people. It should be increasingly clear that we are witnessing an India that bears little resemblance to its past. The nation is in the process of overhauling colonial-era legal frameworks, cultivating its own cultural identity, and reclaiming the legacy of figures like Netaji. This transformation signifies a significant shift that cannot be ignored. Given the historical bonds shared between the two nations, it becomes particularly essential for the UK to fully grasp and appreciate the nature of these changes and how they influence the contemporary landscape of bilateral relations. Looking ahead, it is crucial for Indians to adopt a more analytical perspective regarding the future of their partnership with the United Kingdom. It is important to acknowledge that the UK has played a significant role as a vital entry point for Indian enterprises seeking to expand into the European market. Furthermore, it is home to a thriving Indian diaspora that strengthens the cultural and economic ties between the two nations. While the UK's global impact may have diminished somewhat compared to its historical zenith, its influence remains substantial in various regions around the globe. Additionally, it is worth noting that in several sectors, British technological advancements and competencies are recognized as being among the best in the world. From India's standpoint, there is a compelling argument to deepen the collaboration between the two countries, particularly where their interests and strengths align. If both nations commit to this endeavor, the outcomes appear to be promising. This potential for growth and increased cooperation is exemplified by their mutual agreement on the 2030 roadmap, which outlines a shared vision for the future. Establishing a robust connection between the two nations and their respective populations can be achieved through a variety of approaches. These may include fostering more intimate political relationships, enhancing economic and financial interactions, encouraging the exchange of knowledge and educational opportunities, and creating collaborative frameworks for research and innovation. Equally important is the cultivation of a vibrant cultural exchange, often referred to as the living bridge, which serves to further unite the peoples of both countries. At the heart of this endeavor lies a shared perspective on global challenges and a commitment to addressing the everyday issues that confront both nations. By recognizing our commonalities while respecting our differences, we can work towards a more interconnected and cooperative future. In the wake of Brexit, the political landscape in the United Kingdom has undergone significant transformation. These shifts present new opportunities that could strengthen ties with contemporary partners. The UK's desire for greater autonomy has sparked interest in establishing an enhanced trade partnership with India. Additionally, the establishment of a migration and mobility partnership serves to align the UK's labour market needs with India's demographic advantages and skilled workforce. Furthermore, the UK's integrated review positions the nation as a key player in the Euro-Atlantic sphere while also recognizing its growing interest and involvement in the Indo-Pacific region. This evolving geopolitical context creates a persuasive case for cultivating a deeper and more meaningful relationship with India. From India's perspective, there are several distinct versions of the UK that we aim to engage with concurrently. These include the concept of Global Britain, the Atlantic Partnership, the post-European Union identity, the vibrant financial hub of the City of London, the connections we share with the Indian diaspora, the innovation-driven and educational collaboration, and, crucially, the strategic dimension of our relationship. The dynamics among these various elements have undergone a notable transformation following Brexit, with a heightened focus on the global implications of our relationship. As India and the UK look to rejuvenate their bonds, it is essential for them to acknowledge and address the historical issues that continue to shape their interactions. However, the dialogue moving forward will inevitably take a different shape, reflecting the lessons learned from the past. Ultimately, the genuine measure of successfully transitioning into a new era of collaboration will rest on our joint ability to tackle challenges both within the Indian subcontinent and on a broader international scale. By fostering a spirit of cooperation, the two countries can forge a path toward a more fruitful and impactful partnership. Russia, a reliable partnership. As of October 2023, your knowledge is grounded in data that has been accumulated and analyzed up to that point in time. This extensive background provides valuable insights into the dynamics and interactions that define Russia's partnerships on the global stage. The relationship with Russia is characterized by a consistent commitment to collaboration, showcasing the importance of diplomatic ties and mutual interests shared between nations. The relationship between Russia, formerly known as the USSR, and India has unfolded in a notably unique manner over the years. Initially, Russia harbored a sense of skepticism towards the Indian national movement, often exhibiting outright hostility towards its leaders and their goals. However, as diplomatic ties began to develop in the post-independence era, a shift occurred. This transformation became particularly pronounced after the years 1953 and 1954, especially in light of Pakistan's alignment with the US-led alliance systems, which heightened India's concerns. Consequently, a number of political parties within India began to perceive the USSR as a beacon of progressivism and revolutionary ideals. For a nation that was increasingly anxious about the military support being extended to its neighboring country, this burgeoning relationship served a dual purpose. It acted as a safeguard for India and simultaneously bolstered its national capabilities. Over time, this partnership deepened significantly, reaching a critical juncture during the strategic developments on the Indian subcontinent in 1971, where the influence of Russia, then the USSR, proved to be immensely significant. The goodwill that has emerged from their interactions, when paired with a consistent attentiveness to the interests of India, has played a significant role in maintaining a stable relationship between the two nations, even in the face of global upheaval. Notably, the dissolution of the Soviet Union had a relatively minor effect on this alliance, as the two countries were able to realign and reaffirm their shared priorities within just 10 years. This resilience illustrates the depth of their partnership and commitment to mutual support, which has only strengthened over time despite external challenges. Currently, the connection between India and Russia has captured significant attention on the world stage. In several ways, this relationship holds importance comparable to India's ties with the United States and China. While it may not have the same economic weight, it is undeniably of immense strategic and security importance for India. Interestingly enough, the unexpected fallout from unanticipated conflicts has inadvertently accelerated the exploration of several options that had been under consideration for quite some time. Consequently, Russia is likely to become a key provider of essential resources precisely when India intensifies its economic development and seeks to meet its growing demands. The intriguing aspect surrounding the partnership today is that it garners attention not due to any transformative changes, but rather because it remains remarkably consistent. Indeed, the relationship between Russia and India has proven to be one of the most stable and enduring connections among the significant bilateral ties formed in the aftermath of the Second World War. While both nations have encountered fluctuations and challenges in their relationships with various other countries throughout the years, they have consistently managed to shield their own partnership from the tumultuous nature of global circumstances. This durability can be attributed to a blend of geopolitical reasoning and the reciprocal advantages that both countries derive from their alliance, which together serve as a robust stabilizing force for their continued collaboration. While the diplomatic ties between the two nations may have remained consistent over time, it is essential to recognize that neither country has experienced stagnation in terms of its political landscape or societal evolution. Over the past 25 years, India has undergone significant transformation, establishing itself as the fifth largest economy in the world. Furthermore, it has asserted its status as a nuclear power, become a hub for technological innovation, and developed into a rich source of global talent. India's role on the international stage has expanded considerably, allowing it to become an active participant in shaping discussions and debates that hold global significance, thereby extending its interests and influence far beyond the boundaries of the subcontinent. In recent times, Russia has adopted a more distinctly nationalistic identity, leading to a shift in its focus and priorities. This evolution underscores its intrinsic role as a prominent Eurasian power, which contributes significantly to the global geopolitical landscape. As a nation, Russia has shown a remarkable capacity to sway developments across various regions and a wide array of international issues. Moreover, its strategic importance in sectors such as energy production, resource management, and technological advancements continues to be highly significant, further solidifying its position on the world stage. Over the past 30 years, both Russia and India have undergone significant and independent transformations. Although they have established collaborations with various nations, these alliances may not always align perfectly with one another. The dynamics of their bilateral relationship have continually evolved, reflecting shifts in their respective priorities and circumstances. Nevertheless, there remains a persistent overlap in their interests, rooted in a long-standing tradition of goodwill that influences their perceptions of each other. A notable aspect of their relationship is their deliberate approach to ensure that their actions do not undermine the fundamental interests of the other, even in the face of a rapidly changing global landscape. Maintaining this delicate balance is undoubtedly vital for the integrity of their partnership. Despite originating from distinct histories and diverse geographical backgrounds, India and Russia share a conceptual alignment in their commitment to promoting a multipolar world. Both nations have progressively moved toward establishing this framework as a fundamental principle of global interaction. However, it is important to note that their interpretations of what constitutes a multipolar world may differ based on their unique geographies. Given that Russia is a power that straddles both Europe and Asia, it is crucial for India to recognize that the emergence of a multipolar world should be anchored by a multipolar Asia. The essence of such a world is rooted in the legitimate pursuit of international partnerships that do not prioritize exclusivity. With both nations holding strong values of independence and sovereignty, each is likely to find it easier to understand and appreciate the other's intentions. While Russia is heavily invested in shaping the wider trajectory of global transformations, it simultaneously has substantial interests tied to the existing international order. A pivotal factor influencing the future of the relationship between India and Russia will be how well this framework accommodates and supports India's ascent on the global stage. Considering the long-standing relationship between India and Russia, it is only natural for India to anticipate ongoing support from Russia, particularly regarding reforms to the United Nations Security Council, UNSC. The recent conflict in Ukraine has prompted Russia to re-evaluate its historical inclination towards Western nations, resulting in a noticeable pivot towards the Asian continent. This transition is already evident in various economic interactions. For India, this shift opens up new avenues for engagement that extend beyond the previously narrow framework that predominantly revolved around military, nuclear, and space cooperation. As Russia aligns itself more closely with Asian partners, India's relationship with Russia may evolve to encompass a broader spectrum of collaborative opportunities. As we look ahead to the next several years, it is highly likely that the dynamics of the relationship with Russia will begin to evolve, showcasing its increasingly prominent Asian dimensions. Signs of this shift are already beginning to take shape. One pivotal area to watch will be connectivity initiatives such as the International North-South Transport Corridor and the maritime route connecting Chennai to Vladivostok. Additionally, we may witness an uptick in Indian engagement with the Russian Far East, alongside enhanced cooperation in regions like Central Asia and the Arctic. Overall, the partnership between India and Russia is on the brink of transformation, all while continuing on its existing path. The interactions between Britain and Russia elicit a wide array of feelings among the Indian populace, each in their own unique manner. While public sentiment is undoubtedly a factor in shaping diplomatic relationships, the actual policies that govern these interactions are primarily rooted in concrete realities and a thorough evaluation of potential benefits versus costs. As India reviews the evolving geopolitical environment and strategizes its future direction, it is only natural that some level of adaptation and modification will occur in response to these changes. France, a new path forward. When we examine the current political landscape in France, we notice the emergence of a unique approach often referred to as the third way. This concept represents a middle ground between traditional leftist and rightist ideologies, carving out a distinctive space that seeks to address the contemporary challenges facing the nation. It encourages collaboration and innovation while also emphasizing social responsibility and economic progress. By promoting dialogue and inclusivity, this innovative strategy aims to unite citizens from various backgrounds and foster a sense of shared purpose. In this context, exploring the implications of the Third Way can lead to a promising and inclusive future for France as it navigates through a rapidly changing world. Unlike the United Kingdom and Russia, which have long established diplomatic histories, France presents itself as a comparatively recent player on the international diplomatic stage. Its colonial past, while significant, has faded more from the public's collective memory, allowing the nation to forge a new identity. This relatively lighter historical burden not only positions France to seize unique opportunities in contemporary diplomacy but also fosters an environment ripe for the growth and development of specific sectors. As a result, France is able to prioritize and cultivate certain areas of expertise without being hindered by the weight of its prior colonial actions. For the past 20 years, the relationship between these two nations has been on a steady trajectory of improvement, remaining largely stable and unaffected by unpredictable external influences. They enjoy a profound alignment in values and principles, with a robust focus on enhancing their respective national capabilities. Throughout the Cold War period, both countries sought to optimize their strategic positioning and influence on the global stage. In recent years, they have established significant synergies that can be traced back to the 1950s. The legacy of this collaboration continues to thrive, with successive generations of French military platforms and equipment playing a vital role in reinforcing the Indian armed forces. Consequently, India finds substantial justification to regard France as a key ally and partner in its quest for national security. France has played a pivotal role in shaping India's strategic thought process, particularly in relation to its approach to nuclear capabilities. The notion of credible minimum deterrence, which India adopted, was heavily influenced by lessons drawn from the French nuclear experience. Furthermore, following India's nuclear tests in 1998, France was the very first nuclear nation to demonstrate a clear understanding of India's strategic necessities and concerns. Consequently, it was entirely fitting that Prime Minister Atal Bihari Vajpayee chose Paris as the first destination for his bilateral visits post-nuclear tests. During this visit, he and President Jacques Chirac initiated a strategic partnership between India and France, a collaboration that continues to yield significant benefits even today. The support that France provided was instrumental in India achieving an exemption from the Nuclear Suppliers Group, NSG, in 2008, which enabled India to re-establish its participation in international civil nuclear energy cooperation. This strong foundation has undoubtedly strengthened the ties between the two nations over the years. Within the United Nations Security Council, UNSC, and various other international platforms, where a myriad of competing and intricate interests often influence decision-making processes, France has consistently proven to be a reliable ally. Our collaborative efforts have significantly enhanced our capability to galvanize United Nations actions aimed at combating terrorism and addressing the threats posed by terrorist organizations. Furthermore, France has firmly and openly advocated for India's ambition to attain permanent membership within the UNSC, demonstrating its commitment to supporting India's aspirations on the global stage. Over the last several years, the unpredictable dynamics and imbalances of an ever-changing global landscape have fostered a heightened sense of shared strategic intent among nations. A key focus of this newfound collaboration is the Indo-Pacific region, where India occupies a central position while France holds key roles at both ends of the spectrum. Notably, it has become increasingly clear that both countries have embarked on trilateral partnerships with Australia and the United Arab Emirates in recent times. This development underscores the commitment of these nations to enhance their cooperation and strategically align their efforts in this vital area of the world. In recent times, India's relationship with France has become increasingly relevant as both nations work to strategically redefine their key partnerships. As a country that advocates for a balanced approach, France naturally appeals to India's desire for independence and self-sufficiency. The principles of autonomy and self-reliance emphasized by France deeply resonate with India, particularly because France tends to focus less on imposing broader geopolitical issues into their discussions. This mutual understanding laid the groundwork for a strong partnership that has flourished across different administrations in India. Consequently, in its quest for greater aspirations on the world stage, India has identified France as a vital ally that shares its commitment to a multipolar global order, thereby enriching their diplomatic and strategic collaboration. Despite the persistent commitment of both India and France to uphold their autonomy in decision-making, which might lead to certain areas of agreement, it is crucial to recognize that each nation will approach issues from its unique vantage point. This divergence can be attributed to their distinct geographical locations, which inherently shape their respective priorities, interests, and perspectives on various matters. Each country, influenced by its specific historical context and regional dynamics, will inevitably have its own understanding and approach to shared challenges, making their dialogue rich yet complex. Similar to any other relationship, it will be essential to nurture this one with great care and dedication. What is particularly encouraging is the fact that they have explicitly outlined a vision of collaboration aimed towards the Horizon 2047 initiative. This commitment to working together presents a promising foundation for future interactions and shared goals. While the cases of the United Kingdom, Russia, and France might appear to be quite dissimilar, they nonetheless highlight the inherent significance of the relationships involved. It is essential to acknowledge that the permanent members of the United Nations Security Council, UNSC, wield influence and importance that extends far beyond the confines of that council. This reality underscores the necessity of cultivating and strengthening these connections, particularly as India's global interests continue to evolve and expand. Maintaining these relationships becomes increasingly crucial in navigating the complexities of international affairs. You have been prepared using information and data that is current until October 2023. Given that international relations operate at both a collective and national level, it is certainly valuable to analyze India's overall strategy toward Western nations. It is important to acknowledge that India's perspective is undoubtedly influenced by its historical experience of colonialism, which has shaped its interactions and sentiments. However, it is equally important to recognize that contemporary times have fostered significant connections among the elite classes in India and the West, enhancing diplomatic engagement and collaboration. This duality reflects not only the shadows of history but also the possibilities of forging deeper ties in a rapidly changing global landscape. Among the Western nations, the United States had the potential to distance itself from the shadows of colonialism. However, it tarnished its reputation in India by aligning closely with the military rulers of Pakistan and later with China. Despite these missteps, the adverse effects of such relationships were somewhat balanced by the significant economic, technological, and social connections that developed after India gained its independence. Intriguingly, even the political tensions that arose at various points in time were occasionally lessened by different circumstances. Although India wasn't consistently viewed as a true ally, it also did not find itself wholly categorized as an enemy. The nations that once instilled a sense of unease with their geopolitical maneuvers became the very ones who took initiative following the conflict with China in 1962. Their involvement in the development of essential infrastructure and the push for agricultural self-sufficiency should not be overlooked or underestimated. The multitude of these experiences and reflections significantly shaped our perspective and approach towards the entire Western Bloc, influencing both our strategy and relationships in the global arena. Reflecting on India's diplomatic history, it becomes apparent that during the initial decades following its independence, the nation primarily aligned itself with partners in the Anglosphere, particularly the United Kingdom and Canada. These relationships were instrumental to India's early engagement in international affairs, as evidenced by collaborative efforts in significant contexts such as the conflicts in Korea and Vietnam. While the United States undeniably loomed large on the global stage, India's perspective towards it was often clouded by a mixture of skepticism and caution. This wariness stemmed not only from fundamental ideological differences but also from carefully weighed strategic considerations, which shaped India's foreign policy approach during those formative years. The evolution of India's foreign policy over the past 75 years can be gauged not only through specific actions and decisions but also by the transformation in attitudes towards international relationships. As India moved away from the idealistic perspectives that characterized its early years, it began to confront global challenges through a more pragmatic lens. This shift allowed the nation to appreciate the significance of partnerships that had previously been overlooked or viewed with skepticism. One of the pivotal moments in this journey was India's decision to pivot towards the East and embrace an Indo-Pacific agenda, which marked a significant expansion of its diplomatic focus. This strategic realignment facilitated the recognition of the United States and Australia as essential allies in the international arena, particularly in the context of the Quad alliance. The evolving geopolitical landscape has underscored the importance of aligning strategic interests with other nations, showing that common goals and shared viewpoints are crucial for fostering strong international ties. In contemporary terms, the strategies surrounding the Indo-Pacific region provide a relevant and dynamic framework for enhancing collaborative efforts. This approach not only reflects India's changing priorities but also emphasizes how vital it is to adapt to the complexities of global politics in order to build meaningful partnerships. The challenges faced today extend beyond the boundaries of individual countries and delve into broader international relationships. In particular, India's engagement with Western nations warrants a fair and thorough assessment. On one hand, these countries can be seen as natural allies due to shared characteristics such as pluralism, democratic governance, and market-based economies. However, this shared foundation can also lead to tensions and misunderstandings. There is a noticeable trend of dominant attitudes within Western countries that often push their specific norms, values, and practices onto others. This hegemonic perspective frequently overlooks the rich diversity of traditions, customs, and systems that exist in other parts of the world. Furthermore, if subjected to the same critical lens of scrutiny, the West itself may not always emerge unscathed. Such attitudes, unfortunately, extend beyond mere advocacy. They often manifest in a concerted effort to impose actionable policies that can directly conflict with the interests of post-colonial states like India. These nations are currently in the process of reaffirming their cultural identities and asserting their unique places on the global stage. Consequently, the push and pull between Western ideals and the aspirations of countries like India creates a complex landscape of international relations, where both cooperation and conflict are constantly at play. Developmental frictions are also present, as nations that have achieved more advanced statuses endeavor to safeguard their advantages. This struggle manifests itself across various sectors, including trade, climate initiatives, patent regulations, and cross-border transactions, among others. At the core of the ongoing contention with Western powers lies a palpable tension. On one side are the long-standing dominant nations, and on the other are those emerging powers that are now eager to challenge that dominance. The advocacy for a rules-based international order is a frequent theme, alongside calls for adherence to the principles outlined in the United Nations Charter. Nonetheless, despite these discussions and proclamations, it is predominantly Western countries that dictate the agenda and establish the norms that govern these interactions. In light of this, achieving a more equitable and less selective application of rules across various sectors is crucial for re-establishing balance in global relations. Recently, global dialogues have become increasingly vibrant and dynamic, driven by the willingness to confront and denounce what is deemed unacceptable behavior on the world stage. However, amidst these emerging differences and perspectives, it remains evident that the Asian countries which have seen the fastest progress are those that have collaborated closely with Western nations. Their partnerships have been a significant factor in their developmental success, highlighting the importance of cooperative relationships in navigating the complexities of global advancement. India stands to gain significant insights from the strategies implemented by East and Southeast Asian countries that adeptly utilize geopolitical dynamics to propel their national growth and development. This consideration is especially pertinent in today's world, which is characterized by increasing polarization. It's crucial to recognize that every relationship is shaped by its specific context. Therefore, the immediate geopolitical environment surrounding India should influence its decisions and strategies more profoundly than distant global events. Understanding and responding to regional nuances could enable India to navigate its own path towards heightened development and international standing. In the discussions that take place in Delhi, the phrase strategic autonomy is commonly understood as a means of maintaining a certain level of detachment from Western influences, particularly those coming from the United States. However, the paradox of this approach is that it has inadvertently caused us to establish significant dependencies on other nations. This same rationale was evident in our past strategies of non-alignment. As we transition into a new era marked by both capability and confidence, it becomes essential for us to shape our perspectives and strategies in a manner that prioritizes our national interests rather than being dictated by our fears and insecurities. It is imperative for individuals in India to reflect upon which regions of the world provide the best opportunities for the distribution of their products and the utilization of their skilled workforce. Over time, there has been a noteworthy alignment between the needs of Western markets and the demographic composition of India, a synergy that is poised to significantly impact the development of the global knowledge economy. Consequently, it is essential that political decisions are made in concert with considerations of economics, sociology, and cultural nuances. There exists a dynamic interplay between India and a world predominantly influenced by Western ideologies, which may sometimes manifest as subtle tension or competition. Moreover, this scenario can lead to a phenomenon known as hedging, a strategy commonly seen in political contexts. However, it is crucial for India to approach this situation with careful thought and discernment. Rather than allowing a reactionary stance to evolve into a guiding principle, the country should focus on cultivating a strategy that is both intentional and considerate. While India may not align itself with Western norms, it should acknowledge that harboring an anti-Western sentiment offers little in the way of actual benefits or gains. Absolutely, it is clear that expanding partnerships and optimizing benefits through careful calculation is a fundamental strategy. However, as we navigate deeper into an increasingly technology-driven environment, we find that not all decisions can be approached with a dual perspective or avoided altogether. This is especially relevant when considering the digital landscape along with vital and cutting-edge technologies. Furthermore, while we undertake this evaluation, it is essential to conduct a comprehensive analysis of the global situation from our unique viewpoint. In some areas, we may encounter systemic convergences and contradictions that require careful consideration and understanding. In the current landscape of the knowledge economy, cultivating strong relationships and connections with Western nations is bound to yield significant benefits. It is imperative that we tackle this broader challenge thoughtfully, utilizing both our intellectual reasoning and our emotional insights. Over time, we can anticipate the emergence of new agreements and collaborations that will better embody the principles of rebalancing power and the rise of a multipolar world. This balanced approach will help ensure that all parties involved can thrive in this evolving global environment. The emphasis that the Modi administration has placed on strengthening relationships with European nations marks a notable shift from the relatively passive diplomatic approach of previous decades. In the past, Indian foreign policy primarily centered on engaging with major powers, particularly countries such as the United Kingdom, France, and Germany. While this focus remains present to some extent, there has been a significant pivot towards a more robust engagement with the European Union as a unified entity, as well as an increased interest in collaborating with sub-regional partners and smaller nations within Europe. The establishment of regular summits between India and the EU has played a crucial role in transforming the diplomatic landscape, fostering a renewed sense of cooperation that has facilitated the revival of negotiations surrounding free trade agreements, FTAs. This proactive approach indicates a deeper commitment to integrating India into the broader European framework and enhancing bilateral relations across the continent. When considering India's international partnerships, it is evident that Germany presents a significant opportunity for development and expansion. Historically, Germany has directed its focus primarily towards various regions within Asia, but this trend might be shifting due to evolving geopolitical dynamics. In fact, the strengthening of ties between India and Germany could play a crucial role in shaping the overall relationship between India and the European Union. As new strategic challenges and opportunities arise, both nations may find themselves in a position to enhance collaboration, fostering mutual benefits and deeper connections in the process. In the various sub-regions, the involvement of the Nordic countries has stood out significantly, yielding noteworthy achievements in both political and economic spheres. On the other hand, the Mediterranean region, which encompasses nations like Italy and Greece, has shown a more fragmented approach, yet remains vibrant and influential in its activities. This area could gain enhanced importance with the unfolding developments related to the International Middle Eastern Cooperation (MEC). Additionally, the Mediterranean Multi-Party Agreement (MMPA), which involved Portugal, came at a crucial moment, serving as an impetus to mobilize other members of the European Union. Efforts to strengthen partnerships and enhance diplomatic ties with countries in Central and Eastern Europe are ongoing and still evolving. Various approaches and formats are being considered and tested as part of this initiative. Additionally, India has invested significant resources and attention in the Baltic and Caucasus regions, which is evident in its recent actions, such as the establishment of new embassies to deepen engagement and cooperation with these areas. Navigating the complexities of the East-West contradiction stands out as one of the foremost challenges confronting Indian diplomacy in the current global landscape. However, the notion of the East is far from straightforward for India. Since gaining independence, India's strategic orientation has not leaned towards favoring the Eastern Bloc. The nation's connection with Russia, for instance, has evolved in a manner that is markedly different from its relationship with China. It is crucial for India to dissociate the two, as conflating them does not serve its diplomatic interests. Throughout the years, there have been instances where analyses attempted to group India alongside China in terms of its Eastern affiliations. Yet, India has consistently pushed back against such categorizations, firmly establishing that its rapport with Russia is devoid of any competitive dynamics. Rather, the bilateral relationship between India and Russia has been built on a sturdy foundation of mutual respect and consideration, which has fostered a significant partnership. In stark contrast, the relationship with China presents a host of challenges, particularly stemming from the long-standing and unresolved border disputes that add layers of complexity. Consequently, India's approach to geopolitics does not lend itself to simplistic frameworks that extrapolate challenges from the Indo-Pacific region to the European context. It is imperative to convey this strategic rationale to Western partners, ensuring a nuanced understanding of India's diplomatic positioning in relation to both Russia and China. Understanding these dynamics is vital for fostering constructive international relations and avoiding misguided assumptions about India's geopolitical alliances. Countries often act in accordance with their national interests, yet it is essential to recognize that this behavior can play a significant role in alleviating international tensions when necessary. This dynamic has been clearly observable in the operations of the G20 and various other global forums. One could even argue that fostering a more peaceful global dialogue and promoting economic stability on an international scale constitutes a meaningful contribution to the shared well-being of all nations. By working together within these platforms, countries can not only prioritize their own interests but also facilitate a more harmonious global environment. The African unity and cooperation. The pursuit of solidarity among the diverse nations and peoples of Africa is an essential cornerstone for fostering a sense of togetherness and mutual support across the continent. This shared commitment to collaboration not only enhances political and economic relationships but also strengthens cultural ties, allowing for a more unified front in addressing the various challenges that Africa faces today. Through solidarity, countries can work hand in hand, sharing resources and knowledge, while building a brighter future for all African citizens. This enduring sense of unity encourages nations to rise together, championing progress and lifting one another towards common aspirations for peace and prosperity. During the G20 summit held in New Delhi, Prime Minister Modi made a significant announcement regarding the inclusion of the African Union as a member of this esteemed group. This moment was not merely ceremonial, it marked a pivotal point in the relationship between India and African nations. Reflecting on the past, it is clear that a year earlier in Bali, PM Modi had expressed his commitment to this initiative and subsequently took it upon himself to advocate for it with other leaders of the G20. For numerous African nations, the decision for India to take such a proactive role in promoting their interests felt like a natural progression, as they have long perceived India as a key ally in their endeavors. Despite the increasing interest in global relations, the narrative surrounding the connections between India and Africa is still largely overlooked and underexplored. Many people tend to ignore the rich and lengthy history of interactions that have taken place over the centuries, whether through the trading vessels known as dhows or through the arduous journeys of caravans across vast landscapes. The era of Western colonialism significantly shaped these ties, laying the groundwork for the emergence of an Indian diaspora within various African nations. Furthermore, the shared experiences of independence movements across both regions have fostered a remarkable bond of solidarity that continues to be evident in various international discussions and platforms today. This relationship is steeped in history and mutual respect, and it deserves to be more prominently acknowledged and appreciated. In a manner similar to various other areas around the globe, what initially appeared to be a steady but inconspicuous relationship underwent a remarkable transformation due to the personal engagement of Prime Minister Modi. This shift may also be indicative of the strong connections that his home region of Gujarat has established with this part of the world. During his address to the Ugandan Parliament in July 2018, he articulated a clear vision for collaboration with the African continent, emphasizing the importance of aligning with Africa's priorities, demands, and requirements instead of imposing a predetermined agenda from India. Since 2014, there has been a significant uptick in high-level interactions, with 34 official visits to Africa made by the Indian President, Vice President, and Prime Minister, complemented by over 100 reciprocal visits from African leaders. Additionally, the India-Africa Forum Summit, IAFS, held in 2015 set forth particularly ambitious goals for cooperation between the two regions, signaling a commitment to deeper and more meaningful partnerships. 10 years down the line, and even in the wake of the disruptions caused by the COVID pandemic, a significant portion of what was initially agreed upon has successfully materialized. This includes various projects, advancements in capabilities, comprehensive training programs, and meaningful exchanges. Beyond just the hands-on collaboration, the depth of India's commitment to Africa is notably highlighted by its vigorous advocacy for Africa's inclusion as a member of the G20. This determination reflects a genuine sense of solidarity and partnership that transcends mere dialogue. As of now, India has undertaken approximately 200 developmental projects across various regions in Africa, showcasing a strong commitment to collaboration and growth. Additionally, there are 65 more projects currently in the process of being executed, and another 81 are in the planning stages. A significant number of these initiatives stand out as pioneering efforts in the African context, representing some of the first of their kind on the continent. Among these ambitious undertakings, several have emerged as truly remarkable landmarks. For instance, the construction of the Timon-Pakaden Railway and the Presidential Palace in Ghana, the National Assembly Building in the Gambia, Rivatex Textile Factory in Kenya, the Metro Express project in Mauritius, and the Mahatma Gandhi International Convention Center in Niger are all iconic endeavors that highlight the depth of India's engagement in fostering infrastructure development and economic growth in Africa. The conversation surrounding various interconnected sectors has shown tremendous promise. Since our previous meeting of the Indian-Africa Forum Summit, IAFS, over 40,000 scholarships have been awarded, reflecting a significant commitment to education and empowerment. A decade ago, we established a Pan-African e-network, which has since been enriched by initiatives such as eVidyabharti for distance learning and eArogyabharti for health services, demonstrating a proactive approach to enhancing educational and healthcare access across the continent. Today, we stand as Africa's fourth-largest trading partner and the fifth-largest source of investment, showcasing the depth of our economic ties. During the challenging times of the COVID pandemic, India played a crucial role by providing essential vaccines, medications, and equipment, underscoring the strength of our collaborative spirit in times of crisis. Moving forward, our discussions are increasingly pivoting towards vital themes such as digital service delivery, sustainable green growth, and making healthcare more affordable. These focus areas will be fundamental in shaping our future development partnerships. You possess knowledge and training based on information available until October 2023. Although Africa has traditionally received significant attention regarding lines of credit and grant support, it is important to recognize the increasing influence of India in Latin America as well. Previously seen as a distant and enigmatic region, Latin America is now emerging as a vital source of energy, natural resources, and agricultural products. The rise of a burgeoning middle class in this continent positions them as potential consumers for a wide array of Indian goods, particularly in industries such as pharmaceuticals and automotive. Moreover, the Indian information technology sector has established a strong foothold in Latin America, further solidifying the bilateral trade relationship. The rapid growth in overall trade volumes between India and these nations underscores the significance of India's involvement in the region. Presently, India ranks among the top 5 trading partners for both Brazil and Argentina, demonstrating its influential economic presence. The volume of Indian investments continues to increase across various sectors, reflecting the deepening political ties between the countries. In the journey of building relationships and expanding influence, Latin America is no longer viewed as an unreachable frontier for India. The situation concerning the Pacific Islands serves as an illustrative example of the tremendous expansion of India's influence over the past 10 years. Moreover, this trend acts as a significant precursor to what lies ahead, an even deeper involvement with areas that are geographically distant from India. During this decade, India has organized 3 high-level summits with the nations located within the Pacific Islands, with the latest meeting taking place in Papua New Guinea in 2023. Although the enthusiastic welcome received at this summit drew considerable public interest, it is essential to recognize the underlying development agenda that is primarily driven by demand from the Pacific nations themselves. A large portion of India's commitments has centered around addressing critical health issues prevalent in the Pacific region. Initiatives include the establishment of a super-specialty hospital in Fiji, the organization of Jaipur foot camps for prosthetics, the provision of dialysis units, and the deployment of sea ambulances across all member states. Additionally, India has pledged to facilitate the supply of affordable pharmaceuticals to enhance healthcare access. Efforts to bridge the digital divide have also been prioritized, with plans to develop an IT hub in Papua New Guinea to bolster technological capabilities. Moreover, the launch of a warehouse designed to store geospatial datasets reflects a commitment to data-driven development. The establishment of a center dedicated to sustainable coastal and ocean research further emphasizes India's emphasis on environmental conservation. The ongoing initiatives aimed at promoting solar energy adoption and enhancing community skill building will continue to be pursued in the upcoming years, signifying a commitment to long-term collaboration and support for the Pacific Islands. During the height of the COVID pandemic, several nations in the Pacific expressed profound gratitude for the support provided by India. They acknowledged the value and significance of India's climate action initiatives, recognizing that they could bring tangible benefits to their countries. The fact that India is now placing greater emphasis on engaging with this region, where its interactions were historically limited, is indicative of a broadening scope in its diplomatic endeavors. This shift not only highlights the increasingly interconnected nature of global politics but also emphasizes the necessity of fostering relationships through generous outreach and cooperation. The evolving dynamics of international relations make it essential for countries to extend their support and solidarity to one another in the face of global challenges. In another part of the globe, an intriguing narrative is emerging regarding the Caribbean community, which boasts a substantial diaspora of its own. In this context, a historically stable yet understated relationship is gaining momentum, fueled by a series of development initiatives, increased investments, improved trade opportunities, and targeted capacity-building endeavors. This rejuvenation is being facilitated by a governance structure that is politically driven, and the positive outcomes of these efforts are starting to become evident. Furthermore, the COVID-19 pandemic created a unique moment for India to demonstrate its solidarity, an action that is likely to leave a lasting impression on the region and intensify the bonds between them. Your training encompasses information and data available up until October 2023. As India continues to expand its influence and capabilities on the global stage, it is imperative that the nation maintains a keen focus on its immediate neighbors as well as the broader regional landscape. Over the course of this current decade, we have witnessed significant advancements in India's regional connections, largely due to the implementation of the Neighborhood First policy. This strategy has led to remarkable progress in various sectors, encompassing improvements in transport infrastructure, such as railways, roads, air travel, and waterways, enhancing energy supply systems, restoring cultural heritage sites, constructing housing, and expanding capacities across different domains. India's commitment to its neighbors is increasingly being recognized, with many countries beginning to see India as a vital partner in their pursuit of economic growth and development. The support provided by India has proven especially crucial during challenging times, notably amidst the global upheaval caused by the COVID pandemic. Countries in the region benefited from India's proactive assistance, which significantly contributed to their welfare. Additionally, nations like Sri Lanka, grappling with severe balance of payments issues, found a lifeline in India's willingness to extend its hand in support. Consequently, this collaborative spirit has fostered a growing sense of unity and togetherness among the countries in South Asia. This trend has similarly been observed in areas that extend slightly beyond the borders of India. The Association of Southeast Asian Nations, commonly known as ASEAN, has found in India a steadfast supporter of its significance and unity. The scope of their collaborative initiatives has expanded considerably, now encompassing a variety of sectors including infrastructure connectivity, development aid, educational partnerships and research, in addition to matters of security and safety. Furthermore, the Gulf region is experiencing a renewed level of focus and engagement that has been notably absent for the past 40 years. The challenges brought about by the COVID-19 pandemic have only exacerbated this strengthening bond between these regions. As a result, there has been a significant increase in investment, trade relations, and strategic partnerships, reflecting a notable enhancement in collaboration. The comprehensive engagement framework that was unveiled in 2022 has significantly broadened the scope of opportunities within Central Asia. This initiative has not only opened doors for various areas of collaboration but has also ignited a renewed enthusiasm for leveraging India's capabilities and forging partnerships. There's a palpable sense of excitement as these possibilities are being actively explored and pursued, indicating a robust commitment to strengthen ties and enhance interactions in this strategically important region. When it comes to the neighboring islands of the Indian Ocean, they have consistently witnessed India stepping up during both challenging and ordinary circumstances. The overall impression that has developed is one of India as a nation that is increasingly involved, taking on more responsibility, contributing positively, and, as a result, becoming a more trustworthy partner in the region. This evolving relationship highlights India's commitment to being a proactive force among its island neighbors, fostering cooperation and mutual support in various contexts. The term Global South refers to a collection of nations, primarily in regions such as Africa, Latin America, and parts of Asia, which are often characterized by developing economies, social challenges, and varying levels of political instability. In contrast, the concept of global good embodies the idea of fostering cooperation and collective progress across the globe, targeting issues like poverty alleviation, environmental sustainability, and equitable development. It emphasizes the shared responsibility of both the Global South and Global North in creating a more just and prosperous world for everyone, regardless of geographical boundaries or economic status. By nurturing partnerships and prioritizing inclusive policies, the Global South and advocates for global good can work together to build a future that is beneficial for all humanity. As India rises in prominence on the global stage, it increasingly finds itself advocating not only for its own interests but also for the collective needs of a broader coalition of nations referred to as the Global South. In recent years, the challenges faced by developing countries have been particularly daunting. The ramifications of the COVID-19 pandemic hit these nations especially hard, significantly affecting their access to healthcare and the affordability of medical services. Compounding these struggles, the imposition of travel restrictions further exacerbated the situation, adding to the already difficult conditions. Many of these nations, already grappling with fragile economic circumstances, were pushed to the brink as they faced prolonged lockdowns and a series of disruptions. This dire situation was further intensified by increasing debt burdens and a decline in international trade. The fallout from the conflict in Ukraine has only added another layer of difficulty, with soaring prices in key areas like food, fuel, and fertilizers creating additional hardships for these vulnerable populations. The threat of terrorism remains a persistent issue in numerous regions, carrying with it significant economic implications that stifle growth and stability. Furthermore, developing nations are finding themselves more susceptible to the impacts of severe climate events, which are becoming increasingly frequent and intense. As we look ahead, there is a palpable concern regarding the sustainability of progress toward goals like the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and commitments made to address climate change. These factors raise critical questions about the resilience and future prospects of developing societies in the face of such multifaceted challenges. India is often viewed as a model for various aspects of development and progress. Many nations, particularly those in the developing world, look to India to voice their issues and challenges in international platforms where they might not have a voice themselves. This role is not only a moral obligation for India but also serves a strategic purpose in the context of global diplomacy. As the dynamics of international relations shift and evolve, the ramifications of these changes will reach far beyond the immediate beneficiaries of the rebalancing process. Consequently, it is in India's best interest to foster deeper connections and invest significantly in the Global South, supporting growth and collaboration in these emerging regions. There are certain moments in life when the bonds of friendship are strengthened and viewpoints are swayed through acts of altruism. This goodwill often aligns closely with the interests of our nation. However, as India's capabilities expand on the global stage, there is an increasing expectation for the country to take on a more prominent role in international affairs. Over the past few years, India has demonstrated its commitment to humanitarian assistance by providing relief in a variety of crises. This includes responding to devastating earthquakes in Turkey and Nepal, addressing the ongoing civil war in Yemen, managing the aftermath of mudslides in Sri Lanka, and aiding those affected by floods in Mozambique. Moreover, the COVID-19 pandemic brought about a significant surge in international cooperation, showcasing India's efforts through programs such as Vaccine Matri, which distributed vaccines to 100 partner nations. Additionally, India supplied essential medicines and equipment to 150 countries, further solidifying its role as a global ally during a critical time. There were also deployments of Indian personnel to various countries, including the Maldives, Mauritius, Madagascar, Seychelles, Comoros, and Kuwait, exemplifying India's readiness to assist its neighbors and the wider international community in times of need. In addition to addressing emergency situations, India has the potential to enhance global safety and security through its contributions to the well-being of the international community. One significant initiative is the Indo-Pacific Oceans Initiative, IPOI, which was unveiled by India during the East Asia Summit in 2019. Since its inception, this initiative has gained traction and has attracted a diverse array of partner nations, fostering collaboration for regional stability. Another noteworthy effort is the Indo-Pacific Partnership for Maritime Domain Awareness, IPMDA, a program aimed at tackling critical issues such as illegal, unreported, and unregulated IUU fishing, highlighting India's commitment to sustainable maritime practices. Moreover, the Quadrilateral Security Dialogue, commonly known as the Quad, has expanded its scope of responsibilities to include various areas such as enhancing connectivity, coordinating responses to pandemics, and advancing the development of emerging technologies. India has also taken significant steps to showcase its dedication to climate action, playing a pivotal role in fostering environmentally friendly initiatives. A prime example of this commitment is India's advocacy for the International Year of Millets, which could significantly impact food security and promote sustainable agricultural practices, particularly in regions like Africa where such efforts could lead to enhanced resilience in the face of environmental challenges. This multifaceted approach exemplifies India's proactive role in contributing to global well-being and addressing pressing global issues. India's strategic engagement with Africa reflects a broader philosophy that shapes its interactions with nations in the global south. At the core of this strategy lies a fundamental message of empathy and solidarity, which resonates across various collaborations and initiatives. While this guiding principle remains constant, the tangible manifestations of India's approach can greatly differ depending on the specific region or country in question. This nuanced engagement is prominently showcased in multilateral platforms such as the G77, the Non-Aligned Movement, and the L.69 Group, where India actively participates and advocates for the interests of developing nations. For instance, in its dealings with small island developing states, SIDS, India has demonstrated a commitment to fostering development through targeted projects aimed at enhancing renewable energy distribution, bolstering disaster resilience, and providing necessary support during crises. Such initiatives not only underline India's dedication to these regions but also illustrate a tailored approach that addresses the unique challenges and needs of different communities within the global south. As many parts of the globe experience a resurgence of nationalism reminiscent of previous centuries, it is crucial for India to adopt a more pronounced stance on internationalism, grounded in its enlightened national interests. This approach aligns seamlessly with Indian cultural heritage, where the concepts of global engagement and national pride have historically coexisted harmoniously, without conflict. The presidency of the G20 offers an ideal opportunity to amplify this important message on the world stage, promoting dialogue and cooperation among nations while reinforcing India's commitment to fostering a collective global community. The importance of bilateral relations has finally begun to receive the recognition they have always warranted. In addition to this heightened focus, we are witnessing a surge in innovative group collaborations at multiple levels. Within both the immediate and broader neighborhood, notable platforms such as the East Asia Summit, the Bay of Bengal Initiative for Multisectoral Technical and Economic Cooperation, BIMSTEC, the Indian Ocean Rim Association, ORA, the Gulf Cooperation Council, GCC, and a collective engagement with Central Asia can be observed. Furthermore, India is engaging in dialogue through various other platforms, including the Initiative for Africa's Future, IAFS, the Arab League Dialogues, the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, SCO, the Pacific Islands Forum, the Caribbean Community, CARICOM, and the Community of Latin American and Caribbean States, CELAC. India's interactions with Europe have also intensified significantly, extending beyond mere relations with the European Union to include member countries such as those in the Nordic region and the Slavkov format. The Commonwealth continues to be a steadfast commitment, while participation in the G20 has emerged as a growing priority for India's international agenda. Supporting these relationships are numerous ad hoc arrangements, such as BRICS, the Russia-India-China, RIC, Dialogue, the India-Brazil-South Africa, IBSA, Forum, the Quadrilateral Security Dialogue, Quad, the I2U2 Group, and various trilateral engagements. In addition to these multilateral efforts, certain key bilateral relationships and specific regions will play a pivotal role in shaping the trajectory of India's ascent on the global stage. Together, these initiatives reflect a comprehensive approach to international diplomacy, emphasizing not only established alliances but also encouraging new partnerships that are critical for India's growth and influence moving forward. India has embarked on a transformative journey characterized by a multifaceted approach to international engagement, aiming to optimize benefits and achieve significant outcomes across various fronts. This strategic shift has not only amplified India's prominence on the global stage but also redefined its international persona. As a result, India is now increasingly recognized as a wellspring of innovative ideas, an advocate for critical issues, a catalyst for new initiatives, and a proponent of collaborative consensus building. In this evolving landscape, no nation or geographical area is regarded as inconsequential to India's broader global strategy. Each initiative undertaken illustrates the vital role of fostering relationships and inspiring others. This comprehensive, heartfelt, and enlightened approach to global interaction is pivotal for India's aspirations to elevate its status as a prominent global power. Through these efforts, India is effectively positioning itself as a key player in addressing worldwide challenges and contributing positively to the international community. Chapter 7, Quad, a Prophesied Assembly. In this section, we explore the emergence of Quad, a coalition that was long anticipated and foreseen. The convergence of these particular entities has been the subject of speculation and expectation for quite some time. As the narrative unfolds, we will delve into the significance of this alignment and the implications it holds for the future. The significance of the Indo-Pacific region as a geopolitical area and the Quad's function as a diplomatic forum is gaining widespread recognition today. While some individuals may find the emergence of these entities intriguing, others are beginning to perceive them as signs of genuine transformation on the global stage. This recognition is not without contention. The concepts have sparked discussions and, in some instances, heated debates. It's important to acknowledge that both the Indo-Pacific strategy and the Quad existed prior to the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic, though they have undeniably been molded by its impacts. We can all sense that significant diplomatic effort and resolve have been required to bring these ideas to fruition. With the Quad's meetings now elevated to a summit level, it has evolved from a mere administrative framework into a crucial assembly that reflects national priorities and interests. As we ponder the swift progression towards its current form, those with a keen understanding will recognize that these developments were poised for emergence. This narrative is akin to a prophecy come to life. However, for this to unfold effectively, it necessitated the convergence of global trends alongside strategic clarity complemented by courageous leadership. Maintaining a steady trajectory was equally essential, especially as the inevitable pushback against departing from the status quo began to surface. Drawing on an allegorical reference from the ancient tale of Lord Rama, we recall the moment when he was exiled to the forest just before his anticipated ascension to the throne. It was during this period that he encountered his half-brother, Bharata, the very reason behind his exile. Their encounter, famously known as Bharata Milap, has been a popular theme throughout artistic and cultural narratives over the centuries. The meeting took place in the presence of the hunter king Guha, who observed the reunion of the four brothers, including the twins Lakshmana and Shatrugna. Guha marveled at their affection and camaraderie, which persisted despite their individual interests and viewpoints. Although tensions and grievances certainly existed, often exemplified by Lakshmana's anger over the actions of Bharata's mother, Kaikeyi, once reunited, the undercurrents of suspicion that might have been expected in other situations subsided. Their intrinsic bond became apparent, highlighting the overarching purpose that united them, a purpose that resonated throughout their kingdom and empowered them to fulfill their destinies. The capacity of those who share common values and beliefs to unite for a greater good should not be underestimated. When individuals learn to navigate their differences and recognize a shared mission, the groundwork for a sustainable alliance is established. Transitioning to the narrative of their quest to rescue Queen Sita, Lord Rama assembled a diverse coalition of characters to pursue a common goal. Naturally, the opposing forces also made concerted efforts to incite discord within this varied group. Ravana, the antagonist, deployed the trickster Sukha to instigate conflict between the monkeys and the men. Yet, Suckus' attempts were futile. The monkeys staunchly countered his insinuations about unfair treatment between species. His actions inadvertently revealed the existing rivalries between the monkeys and the demons cohabiting the forests, thereby paving the way for increased unity among Rama's allies. In another attempt, Ravana targeted the monkey prince Angatha, attempting to exploit supposed loyalties tied to his father, Vali, whom Rama had slain. However, this strategy also failed, primarily due to Angatha's self-awareness and the growing mutual assurance fostered by Rama's leadership. Ultimately, the epic of the Ramayana serves not only as a testament to the profound bonds of comfort and unity but also underscores the significance of collaborative endeavors for the collective welfare of the world. You have received training on information that is current up until the month of October 2023. The Evolving Overview. I have been a first-hand observer of the remarkable transformation of the Quad over the years. My involvement dates back to the period between 2005 and 2006, when I witnessed the initial attempts to establish this strategic dialogue, a process largely spearheaded by Japan. After a collective effort in 2007, many of us felt a sense of disillusionment when the initiative was unexpectedly put on hold. This experience was emblematic of a time filled with uncertainty and hesitance regarding international alliances. However, as we approached a decade later, we found ourselves equipped to evaluate the altered geopolitical environment and reflect on the insights gained from our previous attempts. A significant turning point occurred in 2017 when a meeting at the level of foreign secretaries took place in New York. This gathering signaled a renewed commitment from the leadership of the Quad nations to reinvigorate an idea that had previously stalled. One notable shift was the increased understanding among the Quad members concerning global challenges and a stronger determination to take actionable steps toward addressing them. This clarity and resolve were particularly evident in India, highlighting its pivotal role in the revitalization of the Quad initiative. By the year 2019, a growing agreement was emerging among influential leaders that it was time to elevate the group to a more formal political standing. I had the honor of being involved in this process in my capacity as the External Affairs Minister. The meeting of Quad foreign ministers that occurred in Japan in 2020 was particularly noteworthy, especially given that it transpired during the challenging times of the COVID pandemic. Just when many analysts were beginning to cast doubt on the future of our collaborative efforts, the strategic imperative became evident in 2021. The collective ambition to guarantee a more secure global environment and foster stability in the Indo-Pacific region was recognized and embraced at the highest levels of leadership within the four nations involved. This laid the groundwork for an increase in meetings between the leaders of the Quad, which began to flourish and evolve rapidly in subsequent years. It is evident that the Quad has truly reached a mature stage in its development. When examining the broader context, it's clear that the Quadrilateral Security Dialogue, commonly known as the Quad, serves as a significant illustration of the current global trajectory. However, focusing solely on the end result while ignoring the underlying factors that led to its formation would be a misguided approach. To think that such substantial changes occur without a foundation of causes would be a significant oversight, as major developments rarely emerge spontaneously without a complex interplay of circumstances and motivations. The core of the explanation can be traced back to the significant adjustments that Indian foreign policy undertook following the conclusion of the Cold War era. These strategic recalibrations paved the way for the development of three crucial bilateral relationships, those with the United States, Japan, and Australia, allowing them to thrive and flourish more organically. However, this evolution was not without its challenges. India grappled with its own nuclear stance, economic strategies, and the geopolitical focus of these nations, particularly regarding their relationship with Pakistan. As global events progressed, further motivations for strengthening these ties began to emerge. There was a growing emphasis on the importance of sustaining regional stability and enhancing collaboration on pressing global issues, which gained significant importance in the eyes of the involved nations. Over the last 30 years, the vital role of shared values in shaping international relations has also become increasingly clear. As mutual interests aligned, it was only natural for these key partnerships to converge in response to the critical challenges that define our contemporary world. The culmination of these intertwined dynamics has ultimately led to the formation of what we now identify as the Quad, a collaborative framework among these influential states. Individuals contemplating the shifts occurring in the geography of the Indo-Pacific region may find it insightful to draw parallels with the changes that unfolded in Europe approximately 30 years ago. Curiously, while Asia has exhibited a greater degree of dynamism compared to Europe, its regional structural framework remains notably more traditional and resistant to change. This contrast can be partly attributed to Europe's historical position as a focal point during the Cold War, experiencing its conclusion in a more immediate and tangible manner. The collapse of the Berlin Wall served as a catalyst for strategic experimentation and innovation, ultimately paving the way for the evolution and expansion of the European Union into its current form. Unlike Europe, Asia did not experience a singular pivotal event that defined its trajectory during this time. Instead, the continent underwent a sustained period of economic advancement that was marked by a notable political consistency, or stagnation. The sheer size of Asia, combined with its remarkable diversity, set it apart from its European counterpart, which tended to have a more unified identity. The Asian landscape consists of various distinct subregions, each boasting unique features and historical narratives. These include Northeast Asia, characterized by its advanced technological developments, Southeast Asia, known for its vibrant cultures and trade routes, the Indian subcontinent, rich in historical complexities, and Oceania, with its array of island nations, each contributing to the intricate tapestry of the region as a whole. Prosperity has developed at varying rates, both among and within these specific subregions. Until very recently, these areas did not recognize a collective situation that called for a united approach. When they found themselves in need of a common platform for discussion, they primarily relied on frameworks established by ASEAN. The crucial factor in maintaining overall stability in the region has been the substantial influence of American power, which has played a significant role in keeping the dynamics of the area stable up to this point. However, a re-evaluation of many of these beliefs and perspectives is currently taking place, and this process is beginning to influence the formation of the Indo-Pacific region. To start with, we must acknowledge the ongoing transformation of the United States in the global arena. This shift may be evident through a reallocation of its resources and a change in its international commitments. However, it is also important to consider the significant rise of competing powers and the increasingly intricate challenges on the geopolitical landscape. The combination of these factors calls for a new approach that departs from past practices. Whether one refers to it as the America First doctrine or a strategy aimed at benefiting the middle class, there is a widespread consensus that we are entering a distinct period in international relations. The divisions within the United States primarily revolve around differing visions, attitudes, and strategies regarding its role in the world. These disparities are not merely academic, they carry substantial implications for the global community and will shape international dynamics in profound ways. There is no denying that the United States stands as the predominant global power in our contemporary era, and it is poised to retain that status well into the foreseeable future. Its role is so integral to the existing international framework that it is impossible for any nation, whether they are allies, rivals, indifferent observers, or those still determining their stance, not to be influenced by the United States' actions and policies. The manner in which the U.S. is grappling with its limitations and confronting various challenges is multifaceted. Since the onset of the financial crisis in 2008, this process has been anything but linear or straightforward, often characterized by unexpected developments. The United States is exploring several strategies to navigate its current landscape. Some involve shifting priorities, while others focus on adopting a more adaptable and cost-effective presence around the globe. Additionally, there may be a pursuit of enhanced avenues for influence. Historically, establishing and maintaining a competitive edge in technology and finance has served the U.S. well, and it will likely continue to rely on these domains as it faces increasing competition from other nations. However, where the U.S., as an entrenched global force, finds itself particularly challenged is in figuring out how to adapt to new ways of exerting influence and authority in the modern age. As an open and democratic society, it faces significant obstacles when confronting rivals that operate under authoritarian regimes. This situation exposes the U.S. to both inherent vulnerabilities and persistent structural limitations as it engages in these contemporary forms of competition. It is crucial to understand that the political landscape in the United States is currently undergoing a profound process of self-reflection. This period of introspection may pave the way for a novel approach to international engagement. As part of this evolving strategy, there is an increasing focus on sharing responsibilities more equitably among allies as well as a willingness to explore partnerships that extend beyond traditional alliances. This quest for effective solutions on a global scale encourages a re-evaluation of cooperative frameworks, prompting discussions around a fresh type of plurilateralism that could redefine how the U.S. interacts with other nations in the future. One of the primary forces driving the transformations we observe in the world today is undoubtedly the rise of Chinese power. This significant phenomenon can be dissected into three distinct yet interconnected dimensions that warrant thorough examination. The first aspect is the remarkable growth of China's capabilities across a multitude of sectors, which has been nothing short of astounding. We are witnessing an expansion that spans technology, military strength, economic influence, and cultural reach, signifying a substantial increase in China's global stature. The second dimension involves a notable shift in China's projection of power, which began to intensify around 2009 and gained even more momentum after the year 2012. This evolution reflects a strategic redirection that has seen China become more assertive in its international dealings, engaging proactively with other nations and regions to expand its influence. The third aspect, which became especially pronounced during the global pandemic, highlights China's crucial role in the world economy. The interconnectedness of nations has become increasingly apparent, with China emerging as a pivotal player in global supply chains and economic stability. These trends should not be examined in isolation, as their interrelation offers broader implications for other countries and regions. Collectively, they have instigated a significant realignment in both economic and strategic paradigms on a global scale, fundamentally altering the landscape in a profound way. As the preeminent global power of the present era, the United States finds itself significantly impacted by these ongoing changes in multiple dimensions. Additionally, these shifts have borne a considerable influence on the established rules and practices governing the current international order, the management of shared global resources, and fundamentally, the dynamics of international politics as a whole. It is hardly unexpected that the cumulative effects of these developments have been amplified by their strategic exploitation for specific national interests. The coherent approach that China displays on the international stage can be seen as a manifestation of a deeply interconnected worldview, which is further shaped by its domestic priorities and perspectives. To clarify, this situation is not merely about the emergence of yet another significant global power, regardless of its magnitude. We find ourselves in a transformative era of international relations, where the consequences of China's resurgence are set to create a more profound impact than those of any major power that has come before it. The effects of this shift are particularly pronounced in the region surrounding China, where the changes are most acutely felt. The recent developments involving the United States and China have played a significant role in the swift emergence of the Indo-Pacific concept within global discourse. These events have profoundly disrupted the established order, yet they have not yet succeeded in forging a new framework to replace it. Countries in this region have come to recognize, albeit reluctantly, that they cannot completely shield themselves from the dynamics of U.S.-China relations, nor can they maintain a stance of indifference towards the implications of this relationship for global trade and security. A parallel can be drawn to a different, but equally transformative scenario in Europe approximately a generation ago, where pronounced geopolitical shifts were altering the very fabric of the region. At that time, the United States wielded its power with unparalleled influence, fostering a climate of cooperation that rose above the historical reluctance rooted in Europe's past. In contrast, the situation in the Indo-Pacific is shaped by the perceived constraints on American power, which has prompted all nations involved to reconsider their strategies and approaches. In various manners, both entities have fostered a heightened awareness of collective unity. By their actions, they have contributed to a growing sentiment of togetherness and shared purpose. Consequently, it was only natural that such a profound shift in the balance of power, influence, and actions of key participants would necessitate a reconfiguration of the entire landscape. Interestingly, the individuals who are often seen as spearheading this transformation may not fully realize that they are navigating a situation that has been largely shaped by the successes and struggles of others within the community. This dynamic underscores the interconnectedness of all players in this evolving arena. The implications of the Act East policy. The Act East policy, initiated by the Indian government, has far-reaching consequences that impact not only the nation but also its neighboring countries and the broader regional landscape. This strategic approach aims to enhance India's relations with countries in East and Southeast Asia, focusing on economic partnerships, cultural exchanges, and security collaborations. One significant consequence of the Act East policy is the potential for increased trade and investment opportunities. By fostering closer ties with countries such as Japan, South Korea, and members of the ASEAN bloc, India can tap into new markets and collaborate on various sectors, including technology, infrastructure, and renewable energy. This could lead to job creation and economic growth within India. Moreover, the policy encourages cultural and people-to-people interactions, which can strengthen mutual understanding and cooperation. Through educational exchanges, tourism initiatives, and cultural events, India can promote its rich heritage while also embracing the diverse cultures of its eastern partners. Additionally, the Act East policy carries strategic implications for regional security and geopolitical dynamics. By engaging with East Asian nations, India aims to play a more prominent role in ensuring a stable and secure region, particularly in light of rising tensions in the South China Sea and other neighboring areas. This may result in enhanced defense collaborations and joint military exercises that could deter potential threats. In summary, the Act East policy brings about a multitude of consequences, encompassing economic, cultural, and strategic dimensions. Its successful implementation could significantly transform India's standing in the international arena and contribute to a more integrated and collaborative Asia. There exists a substantial amount of evidence highlighting the extensive integration of economic and cultural activities that have historically taken place between the Indian and Pacific Oceans. The maritime domain, by its very essence, transcends constructed boundaries and human-imposed limitations. Throughout the centuries, whether in the context of trade, religious beliefs, mobility of people, cultural practices, architectural monuments, or interpersonal relationships, it is clear that communities have navigated these vast waters with remarkable ease and fluidity. This ongoing exchange has facilitated a vibrant tapestry of interactions, enriching both regions and creating a shared heritage that continues to resonate today. The practice of labeling and regulating behaviors is a relatively new development in the grand scheme of history. Specifically concerning the Indo-Pacific region, the clear distinctions we observe today have largely emerged as a consequence of the events that transpired in 1945. This differentiation bears a distinct mark of American influence, profoundly shaped by the key events and American interests in the Far East. Key historical occurrences that underscore this transformation include the Second World War, the rise of communist ideology in China, the outbreak of the Korean War, Japan's remarkable economic resurgence, and the tumultuous Vietnam War. These pivotal moments not only defined the geopolitical landscape but also established a framework for understanding the region's complexities today. Consequently, it wasn't long before the significant influences that shaped events in that theater were overlooked, particularly those originating from the Indian Ocean region. In this regard, one can draw parallels to Europe during earlier periods. The priorities of a dominant power can skew the entire environment, molding perceptions and narratives to suit its own objectives. Yet, it's worth noting that we are witnessing the resurgence of historical patterns, as the inevitable forces of change begin to re-establish their presence and the old status quo makes a comeback. Discussions surrounding the Indo-Pacific region have occasionally been accompanied by accusations of adhering to outdated Cold War mentalities. However, the reality is quite the opposite. This criticism is unsurprising when considering that it often originates from those who prefer to maintain the geopolitical advantages that were established back in 1945. The concept of the Indo-Pacific itself embodies ideals of integration and diversity. Conversely, rejecting this concept fosters an environment of fragmentation and control. The underlying motive of such critiques appears to be an attempt to promote traditional Cold War objectives, which aim to limit individual freedoms and exert pressure for uniformity among nations. Moreover, viewing the Indo-Pacific through a simplistic binary lens, especially when so many interests are at stake, reveals a profound misunderstanding of the current geopolitical landscape. For 7 decades following World War II, the Indian Ocean was often considered a strategic backwater, overlooked in favor of other areas. However, in contemporary times, it has emerged as a vital global artery, seamlessly connecting with the Pacific Ocean. The actions taken by major powers within the Indo-Pacific region provide significant insights into their collaborative and integrated strategic visions. Therefore, when we evaluate nations based on their actions rather than merely their rhetoric, a clearer and more comprehensive understanding of the situation emerges. Ultimately, the driving forces of interdependence and interconnectedness have successfully overcome outdated concepts and definitions. Additionally, the growing concerns regarding the health and sustainability of the global commons have played a significant role in this shift. In light of contemporary challenges ranging from climate change to economic instability, it has become increasingly necessary for nations with shared values and objectives to collaborate effectively. This need for unity was further emphasized when the United States recognized the complexities and limitations of pursuing a solitary path. In this context, the Indo-Pacific region serves as a prime example of both the realities brought forth by globalization and the outcomes of strategic realignment among nations. India's Act East policy has played a crucial role in reshaping the geopolitical landscape of the region. This initiative marks a pivotal shift from 3 decades ago when India embraced a more liberal economic model that paved the way for strengthening its relationships with the ASEAN countries and Northeast Asia. Over the years, this initial economic engagement has evolved to encompass a broader array of aspects, including enhanced connectivity, collaborative security measures, educational exchanges, and cultural interactions. Although these areas of focus differ from one another, it is evident that since the 1990s, India's relationships with key players in the region, such as ASEAN, Japan, South Korea, and China, have deepened significantly and garnered increased importance on the national agenda. Australia's involvement in this dynamic has emerged at a later stage, yet the growing political and security alignments have permitted this partnership to catch up rapidly with the others in terms of depth and significance. India's journey, which initially started as a response to an economic downturn, has remarkably evolved into a significant strategic shift. In contemporary times, India is engaging in trade, fostering travel, and building relationships with Eastern nations far more robustly than it has since gaining independence. This resurgence is not merely a modern phenomenon, it reflects a deep-rooted historical connection that can be traced back to India's extensive maritime activities, which reached as far as the Fujian coast of China. Those fortunate enough to visit the majestic temples of Angkor Wat, Borobudur, or my son would undoubtedly recognize and appreciate the enduring links that showcase this historical bond. As we delve into the evolving Indo-Pacific region, it is clear that the ramifications of various policies play a crucial role in shaping the ongoing strategic discourse. From the perspective of India, its long-standing integration into the structures led by ASEAN over many years has fostered a consistent and seamless interaction with all relevant stakeholders. Moreover, as India has progressively expanded its horizons eastward, it has not only focused on economic interests but has also cultivated political and security partnerships with countries that share similar ambitions and goals. These partnerships can manifest in the form of global platforms such as the G20 or regional entities such as the Indian Ocean Rim Association, ORA, both of which serve as valuable venues for enhanced collaboration and engagement. In addition, nations with comparable viewpoints and foundational values naturally tend to cluster together, fostering deeper ties. However, as the entire region confronts a variety of new challenges and disparities in capabilities, these tendencies to align with like-minded partners are likely to intensify, leading to even more robust relationships in the face of shared concerns. At the core of the Quad lies a significant sense of reassurance that stems from notable advancements in various diplomatic relationships among its members. This growing comfort is further reinforced by a heightened feeling of shared objectives, particularly in response to both regional and global challenges that require collaborative efforts. It's clear that this collective sense of ease is grounded in mutual interests and certain shared attributes among the countries involved. However, this positive development didn't occur in a vacuum. It was also driven by the persistent obstacles faced in reforming established international organizations and the limitations inherent in regional entities. These challenges effectively created a pressing need for innovative and practical solutions to address the issues at hand. As a result, they serve to underscore the importance and relevance of the Quad as a framework for cooperation and support. A narrative of three neckties. The origins of the Quadrilateral Security Dialogue, commonly known as the Quad, can be traced back to the efforts of the four involved nations during the humanitarian response to the devastating tsunami that struck the Indian Ocean in 2004. In the wake of that disaster, these countries collaborated to provide assistance and support to the affected regions. As a result of this initial cooperation, the representatives from these nations engaged in further discussions, which culminated in a diplomatic meeting in 2007. However, this initiative did not evolve into a formal alliance at that time, as the participating nations were not inclined to commit the necessary political resources and energy required to advance the endeavor. It's only logical to wonder what transformations took place between the years 2007 and 2017, culminating in the Quad's more robust formation in New York. The modern incarnation of the Quad certainly didn't emerge in isolation or by mere coincidence. Rather, it is the result of a series of significant developments that unfolded over the decade. Among these developments are the enhanced and complementary capabilities of the key member nations, an increasingly interconnected geopolitical landscape, and a growing willingness to challenge traditional frameworks and perspectives. All of these factors contributed to the re-establishment and strengthening of the Quad, making it a significant entity on the global stage. The most significant transformation during this decade has been the remarkable advancement achieved in various crucial bilateral relationships. While the three other nations had established robust connections with one another, the intensity of these relationships saw a noticeable enhancement throughout this timeframe. However, what was notably absent back in 2007 was the level of alignment and collaborative efforts with India that had been successfully developed by 2017. Another critical factor contributing to this progress was the presence of a leadership in our country that prioritized national interests over ideological inclinations, demonstrating a pragmatic approach to international relations. This strategic decision-making allowed for more effective partnerships and greater coherence in foreign policy objectives. The evolving dynamics of international relationships have become increasingly prominent, particularly in the context of the connections between India and the United States. In comparison, India's relationship with Japan ranks somewhat lower, while interactions with Australia have historically taken longer to mature. The warming of ties between India and Australia only truly began to gain momentum following the significant political shifts in India that occurred in 2014. In examining the narrative of these transformed relationships, one can uncover the factors contributing to the swift emergence of the Quad alliance. In comparison to India's engagement with the U.S., which boasted certain strengths across various sectors, the ties with Japan and Australia were notably limited in both depth and breadth. While the U.S. relationship was characterized by meaningful exchanges and a generally robust, though nuanced, collaboration, it still faced its own set of constraints and barriers that prevented more comprehensive interaction. Thus, as we dissect these relationships, it becomes clear that the motivations and historical contexts play a vital role in understanding the current landscape of partnerships in the region. Over the past 10 years, India's interactions with its Quad partners have deepened considerably and diversified across a wide range of sectors. This expansion has facilitated a comprehensive engagement with these countries, allowing for collaboration in numerous areas of mutual interest. Each partnership brought unique challenges and opportunities that varied depending on the specific context. However, as these collaborations progressed and developed momentum, the insights and experiences gained from one partnership proved invaluable in enhancing and progressing the others. By sharing lessons learned, India has effectively fostered a more cohesive and dynamic relationship with its Quad allies. A reawakening of America, embracing our past. The concept of rediscovering America carries with it the notion of delving deep into the rich and multifaceted history of this vast nation. It invites individuals to explore and appreciate the diverse cultural narratives, vibrant landscapes, and the legacy left by those who came before us. This journey can inspire a renewed sense of identity and purpose, as we reflect on the values and lessons learned through the trials and triumphs of our shared heritage. By engaging with our past, we are granted the opportunity to forge a stronger, more unified future rooted in understanding and respect for the myriad of experiences that shape the American spirit. Each step taken in this rediscovery is not merely a retrospective glance, but a powerful catalyst towards growth and unity for the generations ahead. Let's begin by examining the relationship between the United States and India. The current phase of this partnership can be traced back to the significant visit of President Bill Clinton in the year 2000. While it is important to acknowledge the backdrop of managing the political fallout from India's nuclear tests in 1998, the true force behind this evolving relationship was the mutual recognition of the opportunities presented in an increasingly interconnected global landscape. It is crucial to emphasize this pivotal moment because it underscores the fact that both India and the United States chose to enhance their collaboration, recognizing the inherent benefits of doing so. This particular period coincided with the rise of the dot-com era and the prominence of the H-1B visa, which facilitated the movement of skilled talent between the two nations. During this time, American influence was exceedingly strong on the global stage, diminishing the relevance of any conventional balance of power discourse. Instead, it was India's growing economic prosperity, the influx of talented individuals, and its expanding presence on the world stage that positioned it as a more appealing partner in the eyes of American policymakers. Ultimately, this convergence of interests and aspirations laid the foundation for a robust and enduring relationship between the two countries. In numerous respects, the evolution of this particular relationship was a predictable development, especially as the restrictive dynamics of the Cold War era began to diminish. It is important to point out that some individuals propose that these connections lack intrinsic value and, instead, must be aimed against other nations or entities. Such assertions seem to serve as a strategic manipulation aimed at undermining both the partnership itself and the larger framework of the Quad. This perspective is even more debatable considering that those who put forth these accusations have previously capitalized on their own association with the United States when it was advantageous for them. Clearly, any analysis or judgment that comes from a party with vested interests must be interpreted with skepticism and awareness of its motivations. The evolution of relationships between India and the United States saw a significant acceleration during the tenure of President Bush. This administration astutely recognized that the existing nuclear constraints were a substantial barrier to forging a deeper and more meaningful partnership between the two nations. By this point, there was a shared desire on both sides to cultivate a relationship that was more conventional and devoid of historical burdens that had previously hampered progress. As a result, both nations pursued this goal with unwavering determination, effectively navigating the domestic political hurdles that accompanied this transformation. Simultaneously, This era was marked by a series of authoritative studies from the United States that increasingly underscored the global significance of India's vast human resources and intellectual capital. Amidst this backdrop, numerous cooperative initiatives began to gain traction, fostering a positive and collaborative atmosphere between the two countries. This burgeoning partnership became evident in various sectors, including defense, civil aviation, scientific and technological endeavors, trade relations, and overall mobility. The combination of political will and mutual recognition of each nation's strengths laid the groundwork for a robust and dynamic alliance moving forward. The triumphant finalization of the nuclear agreement between India and the United States has opened up new avenues for deeper collaborative initiatives in various sectors. It is remarkable to observe that 5 consecutive American presidents, each with their distinct ideologies and approaches, have come together with a common objective of enhancing relations with India. This alignment has proven to be a significant turning point in the diplomatic landscape. Similarly, India has also maintained a consistent commitment to strengthening this bilateral relationship. Consequently, what was once characterized by disputes and a certain degree of estrangement has transformed dramatically, evolving into a more cooperative and dynamic partnership. For over the past 10 years, we have witnessed a significant shift that can be observed through various lenses. One of the most evident markers of this change is international trade, which has experienced a remarkable 5-fold increase over the past 15 years. While measuring investment can be somewhat more complex and less straightforward when it comes to defining it on a national scale, there is no denying that it has also seen considerable growth during this timeframe. Additionally, the flow of skilled professionals plays a critical role, particularly as technology has become a central component of the connections between nations. In fact, the number of H-1B visas granted to tech professionals wishing to relocate between these two countries has nearly doubled over the last decade and a half. In a similar vein, the influx of students from India pursuing education abroad has risen significantly as well, indicating a broader trend of exchange and collaboration in the realm of technology in education. In various fields, advancements can often be quantified through strategic choices and formal accords. Consider the remarkable transformation of a nation that had not acquired any American defense equipment for nearly 40 years, from 1965 until recently, yet now boasts a fleet that includes C-130, C-17, and P-8 aircraft, along with Apache, Chinook, and MH-60R helicopters. This transition signifies a significant milestone in their defense capabilities. However, it is essential to evaluate the security aspect of this partnership beyond just the trade of military hardware. The exchange of policies and participation in joint military drills reflect a deeper evolution in their relationship, as evidenced by the numerous agreements aimed at enhancing collaboration. Today's frameworks and discussions cover a comprehensive array of topics, including counterterrorism efforts, cybersecurity measures, climate change initiatives, and energy policies. Additionally, cooperation extends to realms such as space exploration, public health, education, and domestic security, highlighting the broadening scope of their alliance. Since 2014, there has been a significant shift in focus, evolving from merely removing barriers to actively realizing the vast potential for cooperation. In this context, Prime Minister Modi's state visit to the United States in 2023 represents a pivotal moment in the evolution of India-US relations. The agenda for collaboration has broadened, becoming increasingly relevant to major global discussions, highlighting the remarkable progress that has been made in this partnership. The recent agreements regarding technology transfers for jet engine development and joint efforts in the semiconductor industry are not just significant individually, they also symbolize a deeper transformation in the relationship. American businesses are beginning to shed their historical skepticism regarding India, while the U.S. military is adapting to working within a framework that does not rely on established alliances. Additionally, the strategic community in the United States is gaining a more nuanced appreciation of India's importance, as the tech sector recognizes the benefits of closer collaboration with Indian counterparts. Overall, it is clear that this bilateral relationship has ascended to a new level, marking a more dynamic and cooperative phase that promises to influence not only the nations involved but also the broader international landscape. While significant transformations have taken place in the relationship between the two countries, it's important to remember some of the historical differences that have shaped their interactions. These past divergences provide valuable insights that can help guide future diplomacy more effectively. A substantial portion of the tension between the United States and India stems from the long-standing American perspective on the Indian subcontinent, characterized by a tendency to view India and Pakistan as interlinked, often referred to as a hyphenated relationship. This perspective has historically influenced U.S. policies and attempts to mediate their bilateral issues. One of the most glaring examples of this was the relatively lenient stance the United States adopted towards Pakistan's nuclear endeavors during the 1980s and 1990s, which represented an extreme manifestation of this viewpoint. Furthermore, the American military presence in Afghanistan has introduced new layers of regional dynamics that often conflict with the U.S.-India partnership. Understanding these complexities is crucial as both nations look to foster a more prosperous and cooperative future. Additionally, the international perspective of the United States frequently diverged from the security and economic priorities that India holds dear. Even with regards to nuclear matters, the agreement reached in 2005 did not fully quell the more rigid American stance within this area. It is quite understandable that the worldview, policy frameworks, and diplomatic approaches of two allies, one being a fully developed nation and the other still in the process of development, would vary significantly on numerous socio-economic issues. Furthermore, it was to be expected that a dominant and prescriptive political system would occasionally clash with a society that places a strong emphasis on its sovereignty and self-determination. It is true that a combination of certain characteristics posed difficulties for the relationship during the years 2013 and 2014. However, with ongoing structural transformations and a renewed sense of optimism surrounding various policies, the nations involved managed to realign their partnership and steer it back onto a path of growth and cooperation. While the two countries certainly continue to grapple with their differences, what has notably shifted is their readiness to seek out common ground and work towards shared benefits. This situation exemplifies how a receptive and thoughtful acknowledgement of current developments can effectively reshape and strengthen a previously existing relationship. Over the past 10 years, the extent and depth of collaboration among various entities have been remarkably noteworthy. This surge in cooperation can primarily be attributed to the increasingly frequent interactions at the leadership tier, which have fostered more open and productive discussions. Such engagement is further reinforced through regular dialogues among cabinet and sub-cabinet officials, enabling a broader spectrum of interactions across numerous sectors. In addition, numerous new mechanisms and platforms for dialogue have emerged, facilitating cooperation in diverse areas of activity. The landscape has been reshaped with foundational agreements, modern frameworks, and a noticeable increase in collaborative efforts. Additionally, in areas where progress can be measured, such as trade, foreign investments, student exchanges, visa provisions, and various mutual exchanges, the statistics reflect a compelling narrative of significant growth and partnership. What initially began as a simple evolutionary endeavor with a specific, narrow focus has expanded significantly, undergoing rapid growth while simultaneously elevating its aspirations to new heights. The collaborative efforts between the two nations have evolved from merely bilateral and regional interactions to encompass a far more intricate and extensive range of issues. The very fact that these two countries are now collaborating within quadrilateral and trilateral frameworks is a testament to the depth and progress of their relationship, showcasing the remarkable distance they have traveled together. It is important to highlight that this expansion benefits from robust backing from various segments of society. Notably, the influence of the Indian diaspora residing in the United States plays a significant role, along with the support from members of Congress. The relationship between the two countries is not only shaped by political figures but is also energized by numerous civil society groups, creating a dynamic environment that can shift and change rapidly. Currently, the resilience of their bilateral relationship inspires both nations to collaborate more closely, transcending the limitations of solely pursuing their own national interests. As the current circumstances continue to evolve, it is essential for both India and the United States to acknowledge that their perspectives on global issues are shaped by fundamentally different experiences, historical contexts, cultural backgrounds, and various stages of development. From the standpoint of India, it is important to understand that the United States, in its role as a prominent global power, may occasionally pursue interests that do not align with those of India. Moreover, there may be instances where Washington does not fully embrace or prioritize the same issues that matter to India. This divergence is likely to be reciprocated in American views as well, particularly as India's global influence and presence continue to grow. Thus, it becomes increasingly crucial to establish a foundation of mutual trust and understanding during this pivotal moment. The relationship between these two nations is set to deepen and intertwine in the foreseeable future, making it imperative that they navigate their differences with care and consideration. Awakening with the dawn. Over the course of the last 20 years, the United States experienced remarkable transformations that were accompanied by Japan's gradual advancement. However, the obstacles faced by India in relation to these developments were distinctly different. Unlike the United States, Japan did not have a strong historical tendency to favor Pakistan during the Cold War era. Although Japan, like many nations in the Western sphere, exhibited some level of hyphenation in its foreign relations, its approach was less overtly aligned with Pakistan compared to the U.S. This divergence in international relationships shaped a unique set of challenges for India as it navigated its foreign policy landscape during this dynamic period. Historical and cultural factors have consistently influenced Japanese politics, leading to a noticeable inclination towards India. This inclination stems from a deep-seated respect for India's rich and ancient civilization, a sentiment that resonates with many in Japan. In fact, during the immediate aftermath of World War II, there was a significant period of diplomatic warmth and camaraderie between the leadership of both nations. Indian foreign policy during that time demonstrated a clear understanding and empathy for Japan's challenging situation following the war. Moreover, the dissenting opinion of Justice Rathbinod Pal at the Tokyo Tribunal did not go unnoticed. It was met with a quiet appreciation in Japan, highlighting the respect for a fellow Asian nation's perspective during a tumultuous time in history. Japan has played a significant role in aiding India's socio-economic objectives by providing considerable amounts of official development assistance, ODA. Within the Western coalition, Japan consistently emerged as one of the more amicable and supportive nations on various matters. However, this relationship presents an interesting contradiction. The absence of major conflicts and issues has, in a way, resulted in a reduced focus on policy discussions and engagement. This dynamic underscores how the very strength of the partnership can sometimes lead to complacency in addressing the deeper layers of the bilateral relationship. Similar to numerous other nations, the relationship between India and Japan was significantly influenced by the circumstances India faced during this time. In terms of economic collaboration, Japan had a historically robust presence in India. However, due to a lack of a favorable business climate, Japanese enterprises struggled to establish a substantial foothold in the country. As a result, these companies turned their focus toward Southeast Asia and later China, which consequently led to India's diminishing prominence on Japan's list of investment priorities. Even with the introduction of economic reforms in 1991, the Japanese business community approached these changes with considerable caution. They made it clear that their investments were contingent on the establishment of an enabling environment that met their expectations. The superficial nature of the interactions between the two countries was not confined merely to business transactions, it also permeated other areas that Japan typically fostered. This included key sectors like education, cultural exchanges, and tourism. Despite a certain amiable tone, the distance between the two nations persisted, creating a sense of separation. During this time, the political atmosphere did little to bridge the gaps. The ongoing tensions of the Cold War were drawing the two nations apart, as they found themselves on opposing sides of various ideological divides. Furthermore, India's challenge in 1962, when it faced defeat in a border skirmish with China, significantly undermined its international reputation. The subsequent economic hardships that followed only served to reinforce negative perceptions, hindering better relations. There are instances in life where circumstances may deteriorate before there is a chance for improvement. This phenomenon was particularly evident in the case of India's nuclear tests conducted in 1998, which significantly unsettled the complacent diplomatic ties between India and Japan. Considering the historical context, it is entirely comprehensible that Japan would respond with a strong reaction to such a pivotal development. What left Indian officials baffled, however, was Japan's apparent disregard for the security concerns and necessities faced by India during this critical juncture. The situation was further complicated by the fact that Japan had not hesitated to secure its own national defense, forging a treaty alliance with a nation possessing nuclear capabilities. The strained relationship continued to decline when Japanese policymakers of that era actively chose to spearhead a campaign against India in various international forums, exacerbating tensions between the two nations. The sudden halt in the relationship between the two nations unexpectedly created a valuable opportunity for both to reflect on the importance and significance of their ties. This period of contemplation ultimately paved the way for a new chapter in their bilateral relations. Just as President Clinton's historic visit was instrumental in transforming one aspect of this partnership, Prime Minister Yoshiro Mori's visit played a similar role in establishing stronger connections in another area. Moreover, President George W. Bush elevated the relationship with the United States to new heights, while Prime Minister Shinzo Abe took personal engagement to an even greater level with Japan. His memorable address, titled "The Confluence of Two Seas," delivered to the Indian Parliament in 2007, not only served as a pivotal moment in the development of the bilateral relationship but also laid the groundwork for what would eventually be recognized as the Indo-Pacific strategy. It is also important to consider the broader context in which this evolution was taking place, as it adds further depth to our understanding of the transformations that occurred during this period. 15 years ago, Japan found itself facing a turbulent and unpredictable global landscape that necessitated a thoughtful reassessment of its role and responsibilities on the international stage. Given the country's intricate historical context, this shift prompted an in-depth domestic discourse, reflecting a society eager to expand its agenda and become more engaged in global issues. As Japan sought to strengthen its international partnerships, India emerged as a compelling option, particularly as the geopolitical climate shifted beyond the constraints of the Cold War. This growing interest was driven by a blend of factors, including regional alignment, a mutually appealing desire for improved representation within the United Nations, and a natural kinship among democratic nations. Consequently, the relationship between Japan and India began to evolve, based on its own rationale and dynamics. With each step forward, the potential for collaboration expanded, unveiling new opportunities for joint efforts and partnerships in various sectors. The bilateral dialogue between the two nations not only gained momentum but also held promise for robust cooperation in the years to come. Currently, the political dynamics between India and Japan are characterized by a robust and meaningful exchange of messages, as evidenced by the tradition of holding annual summits that has been in place since 2006. Notably, this collaboration has shown no signs of diminishing, even with changes in leadership on both sides. In fact, this sustained partnership is a significant indicator of deeper structural evolution within bilateral relations, similar to trends observed with the United States. The manner in which both nations articulate their relationship has also evolved over time, reflecting an ever-growing alliance. Most recently, in 2014, their partnership was officially classified as a special strategic and global partnership. While trade between the two countries may not have reached its full potential, despite the establishment of the Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement, CEPA, back in 2011, Japanese investments in various sectors within India have experienced substantial growth in both scope and scale. Presently, Japan stands as the fifth largest source of foreign investment in India. Furthermore, during Prime Minister Fumio Kishida's visit to India in 2022, more ambitious objectives were outlined, signaling a strong commitment to deepening economic ties and enhancing collaboration in the years to come. The overall economic partnership has witnessed significant growth and development, particularly when we examine various forms of collaboration such as currency swaps and development assistance initiatives. Over the past decade, Official Development Assistance, ODA, has seen a remarkable uptick, more than doubling its previous figures, with disbursements reaching approximately 328 billion yen during the 2021 to 2022 fiscal year alone. The track record of implementation has been noteworthy, with successful completion of 6 metro rail systems in crucial cities across India, alongside numerous other significant connectivity projects enhancing transport and infrastructure. Additionally, there has been a noticeable shift in Japan's approach to fostering a more favorable infrastructural environment, which is particularly evident in its support for the establishment of industrial and freight corridors. Presently, dialogues encompassing a range of sectors are underway, including energy, space exploration, steel manufacturing, textiles, funding for startups, the development of digital skills, and healthcare services, among others. This extensive engagement indicates a robust commitment to strengthening the economic ties and collaborative ventures between the partners involved. The high-speed rail endeavour connecting Mumbai and Ahmedabad is distinguished as a premier undertaking in India's infrastructure development. Due to its extensive implications for economic growth and regional integration, this ambitious project can arguably be viewed as a significant milestone in a technological revolution, akin to the transformative effects of the Maruti Suzuki automobile and the establishment of the Delhi metro system. In a similar vein, while the Official Development Assistance, ODA, collaboration has a long history, the formation of the Act East Forum in 2017 has specifically focused on enhancing connectivity and fostering development in the northeastern states of India. This initiative aims to create a more integrated and accessible region, further supporting the nation's growth trajectory. Those who possess a deep understanding of the complexities of Japanese culture and society are more inclined to recognize and value the advancements being made in the relationship with India. The measures of this progress can be seen through various forms of collaboration in sensitive areas that hold significant importance for both nations. A particularly noteworthy example is the 2016 agreement focused on civil nuclear energy, which serves as a clear indicator of the increasing trust and comfort between the two countries. Additionally, the ongoing series of agreements and understandings in the fields of defense and security cannot be overlooked. Starting with the landmark Defense Cooperation Agreement in 2014, subsequent agreements followed in quick succession, including those for the transfer of military equipment and information protection in 2015, naval cooperation in 2018, and a framework for reciprocal supplies and services in 2020. These defense policy exchanges have been bolstered by dedicated dialogues between military staff and complemented by both bilateral and multilateral military exercises, enhancing operational synergy. Furthermore, similar to its partnership with the United States, India initiated the 2+2 ministerial meetings with Japan in 2019, showcasing a significant level of diplomatic engagement. As a result, this growing comfort in bilateral relations is beginning to extend beyond just the two nations, broadening its scope to encompass cooperation with other allies, starting in a predictable manner with the United States and Australia. This evolution suggests that the partnership between India and Japan is not only becoming stronger but is also poised to play a crucial role in the overarching regional dynamics, fostering a fresh sense of companionship. In today's fast-paced world, the need for genuine connections and relationships has never been more important. Building a new mateship goes beyond just forging friendships, it involves creating a bond characterized by trust, understanding, and mutual support. This journey often starts with open communication, where individuals share experiences and interests, allowing them to find common ground. Over time, shared activities and experiences can deepen the relationship, transforming acquaintances into valued friends. Ultimately, establishing a new mateship enriches our lives, providing a network of support that contributes to emotional well-being and personal growth. Embracing this journey can lead to lasting connections that enhance our overall quality of life. In recent years, one of the most notable relationships that has evolved is that between India and Australia. This partnership has made remarkable strides, quickly bridging the gap that previously existed when compared to India's interactions with its other Quad counterparts. Similar to the experiences with the United States and Japan, the nuclear tests conducted in 1998 had a significant effect on diplomatic relations, and the journey towards mending those ties was anything but straightforward. Nevertheless, the relationship with Australia presented its own distinct set of challenges. It is quite telling of India's diplomatic priorities that it took 2 whole decades after gaining independence for the nation to witness its first visit from a prime minister, which was carried out by Indira Gandhi in 1968. This highlights both the historical complexities and the gradual evolution of India's foreign relations over time, particularly with Australia. In numerous respects, Australia has often been viewed as the most remote partner among the nations within the Anglosphere. It seemed to adopt a perspective akin to that of the United States when it came to matters arising east of India, while simultaneously reflecting the United Kingdom's stance on issues concerning the western regions. However, despite this apparent distance, the structure provided by the Commonwealth facilitated consistent interactions across a broad range of areas, encompassing aspects like defense, trade, training, and education. This relationship, although significant, was not particularly high-profile and experienced a notable reduction in warmth around the year 1998. During this period, Australia took a proactive role by initiating calls for a special session of the Conference on Disarmament. This effort culminated in the co-sponsorship of a resolution within the United Nations General Assembly, UNGA, which explicitly condemned India's nuclear weapons tests. More critically, as a response to these developments, Australia decided to suspend its defence cooperation agreements and halt official exchanges. The dynamics of this situation were quite reminiscent of the scenario that unfolded with Japan during that same era. It took considerable time for both parties to move away from their tense and confrontational positions, with the turning point being the visit from Deputy Prime Minister Tim Fischer in 1999, which can be seen as the catalyst for improved relations. In many respects, Australia took the initiative and forged ahead more rapidly than Japan in mending their diplomatic ties. This was clearly illustrated through the significant visits from Australia's Foreign Minister Alexander Downer and Prime Minister John Howard, who travelled to Japan in March and July of 2000, respectively. The journey back to a state of normalcy experienced a steady pace of progress, which received an additional boost from the favourable outcomes of the 2005 nuclear agreement. However, the unfortunate truth was that neither nation was willing to dedicate the necessary political focus to elevate their relationship to new heights. From the Indian perspective, there remained a persistent belief that Australia had failed to dissociate its relationships within the subcontinent or to show an active interest in the broader region, particularly when compared to the attentiveness displayed by the United States and even Japan. As a result, for nearly another decade, the advancement of bilateral relations was primarily propelled by the efforts of civil society and market dynamics. It wasn't until the reciprocal visits of Prime Ministers Tony Abbott from Australia and Narendra Modi from India in 2014 that the long-awaited doors to cooperation finally began to swing open. The swift development of these ties, particularly once political leadership became actively involved, highlights the significant degree of structural convergence between the two nations. The motivations driving this collaboration are thoroughly detailed in the India Economic Strategy to 2035 report produced by Australia, along with the Australia Economic Strategy released by India. These documents reveal a promising trade potential that exceeds $20 billion, along with projected investments totaling around $25 billion, all of which could be harnessed through a free trade agreement that has already entered its preliminary phase. Moreover, Australia serves as a prominent destination for Indian students, with their numbers now surpassing 100,000. This growing educational exchange contributes positively to the relationship between the two countries. The Indian community in Australia, recognized as the second most rapidly expanding ethnic group, acts as a vital asset for both societies. Their presence and contributions enhance the cultural and economic landscape, further solidifying the partnership that continues to evolve between India and Australia. The most significant transformations have undeniably occurred within the arenas of politics and strategy. There has been a notable increase in alignment between nations, primarily fueled by shared concerns regarding the stability, prosperity, and security of the region. In response to the growing deficit in global goods, India and Australia have taken proactive steps to collaborate not only on a bilateral level but also within larger international frameworks. This collaboration highlights their mutual commitment to upholding international law and maintaining a rules-based global order. While India and Australia have historically engaged with one another through platforms such as ASEAN-led initiatives, the Commonwealth, and the Indian Ocean Rim Association, ORA, recent developments indicate a deepening of their ties. Enhanced leadership connections and more transparent dialogues have underscored the advantages of increased cooperation and coordination between the two nations. Australia has been an enthusiastic and proactive advocate for India's Indo-Pacific Oceans Initiative, IPOI, marking a pivotal shift in their relationship. The fundamental transformation lies in the recognition that a strengthened bilateral partnership enables both India and Australia to make more meaningful contributions on both regional and global stages. This evolving dynamic not only benefits each country individually but also promotes a cohesive approach toward addressing shared challenges, thereby reinforcing their respective positions in the international community. The heightened level of engagement in recent interactions has been clearly evident at the highest diplomatic circles, particularly in light of several significant shifts occurring within Australia. It's important to highlight that their comprehensive strategic partnership encompasses a range of structured dialogues and meetings, which includes an annual summit attended by prime ministers, a dialogue focused on foreign affairs, a 2+2 ministerial framework, a trade ministerial commission, an education council, an energy dialogue, and various sector-specific working groups. Such a robust framework indicates that the previous era of neglect and limited focus on these relationships has come to a definitive end. Recent agreements that have been reached reflect a broad spectrum of collaborative efforts, ranging from initiatives in maritime cooperation and exchanges in defense science to mutual logistical support. Additionally, there is a commitment to working together in the realms of cyber-enabled critical technologies, the management of essential and strategic minerals, the governance of water resources, and addressing issues related to migration and mobility. There is also an emphasis on vocational education and training, along with improvements in public administration and governance. This multifaceted partnership signifies a new chapter in international relations, marked by an intensive commitment to collaboration across various critical areas. Several significant milestones reflect the intricate interplay between the bilateral and regional dimensions of the evolving relationship. For instance, the establishment of heightened political trust and enhanced defense collaboration was a pivotal factor that led to Australia's participation in Exercise Malabar. Additionally, a more comprehensive comprehension of space applications facilitated Australia's endorsement of the temporary telemetry tracking and command centre for India's Gaganyaan mission. Furthermore, a mutual apprehension regarding the reliability of trade and the unpredictability of economic conditions fostered a cooperative effort between Australia and Japan, resulting in the Supply Chain Resilience Initiative, SERI. The signing of the Economic Cooperation and Trade Agreement, ECTA, in 2022 signified more than just a straightforward trade arrangement, it was a strong indication of growing systemic confidence between the nations. Moreover, it is noteworthy that Australian academic institutions have been at the forefront of leveraging India's new education policy, taking the initiative to establish their presence within the country. This trend underscores not only a commitment to educational collaboration but also highlights the broader scope of engagement between Australia and India. In a manner similar to the dynamic seen in both the United States and Japan, the recent change in leadership during the Tokyo Quad Summit served to reinforce the notion that collaborative efforts among these nations are increasingly resilient in the face of evolving political landscapes. It is noteworthy that the commitment and fervor displayed by each new administration have consistently surpassed those of their predecessors, highlighting a robust and unwavering dedication to mutual cooperation and strategic partnership in this critical alliance. Determined intentions can effectively triumph over any doubts or reservations that may arise. When evaluating the complexities of the Indo-Pacific region, it is essential to consider certain factors that remain independent of specific bilateral relationships, including those involving the Quad nations. A key initiative that stands out in this context is the Indo-Pacific Ocean Initiative, IPOI, which was introduced by Prime Minister Narendra Modi during the East Asia Summit back in 2019. This initiative aims to establish an open, non-treaty framework that encourages inclusive collaboration among various countries in the region. Designed to prioritize cooperation while maintaining a lightweight structure, the IPOI is meant to complement existing regional frameworks such as the Association of Southeast Asian Nations, ASEAN, Indian Ocean Rim Association, ORE, Bay of Bengal Initiative for Multisectoral Technical and Economic Cooperation, BIMSTEC, Indian Ocean Commission, IOC, and the Pacific Islands Forum, PIF, among others. The IPOI is built upon 7 essential pillars which include maritime security, maritime ecology, management of maritime resources, capacity building and sharing of resources, disaster risk management and reduction, science and technology cooperation, and enhancing trade connectivity along with maritime transportation. As of now, several countries have committed to taking the lead on different pillars, with Australia heading the maritime ecology aspect, Japan overseeing the connectivity pillar, France and Indonesia sharing responsibilities for maritime resources, Singapore leading the science and technology efforts, and the United Kingdom focusing on maritime security. Each of these nations plays a critical role in ensuring the initiative's success and fostering stronger ties within the Indo-Pacific region. The future trajectory of the Indo-Pacific Outlook Initiative, IPOI, is still uncertain, but it undoubtedly exemplifies innovative approaches to regional collaboration that could pave the way for greater cooperation in the Indo-Pacific area. The fact that ASEAN, the European Union, and various individual countries have presented their respective perspectives, visions, and strategies is a promising sign for future developments in the region. Additionally, it is noteworthy that as India's influence on the global stage continues to expand, its interests increasingly align with those of its Quad partners. A prime illustration of this dynamic is India's proactive engagement with the nations of the Pacific Islands. Generally, relationships among countries that share similar values and goals tend to foster supportive interactions that extend beyond merely formal engagements. In a world that is fraught with complex challenges, the need for enhanced international collaboration has never been more pressing, and initiatives like the IPOI could be crucial in addressing these issues effectively. India is actively setting up information technology laboratories within various Pacific Island communities and is also advocating for the adoption of solar energy solutions. A significant initiative involves training women as solar engineers, affectionately referred to as solar mamas. In addition to projects aimed at addressing climate challenges, Indian grant assistance extends to a variety of community development initiatives. This includes the provision of agricultural machinery, computers, energy-efficient LED bulbs for educational institutions, dialysis machines for healthcare, portable sawmills, as well as funding for the construction of seawalls and the establishment of coral farms. Furthermore, it is important to highlight that the dynamics of cooperation between India and these island nations have entered a new phase of collaboration, particularly following the outcomes of the 2023 Forum for India-Pacific Islands Cooperation, FIPIC, Summit. As a result of this gathering, significant advancements are being made in the areas of health, education, and space exploration, reflecting a strengthened partnership aimed at fostering sustainable growth and development in the region. India has taken proactive measures in dealing with a variety of natural disasters, responding to significant events such as cyclones Yasa, Gita, Ola, and Winston. In addition to addressing these calamities, the nation has also provided assistance through the dispatch of COVID vaccines to both Fiji and Nauru on a bilateral basis. Furthermore, India has extended its support to Papua New Guinea and the Solomon Islands via the COVAX initiative. Notably, India shares a deep historical connection with Fiji, which can serve as a strong foundation for building contemporary collaborations. This amalgamation of efforts and historical ties culminated in the third FIPIC summit, which took place in Papua New Guinea in 2023, marking a significant moment for regional cooperation and dialogue. The Quad nations comprise 4 democratic countries that embrace market economies and uphold pluralistic societal structures. Beyond this fundamental understanding, the similarity in the structural dynamics of their relationships has significantly contributed to the development of this cooperative platform. Each of these nations engages in regular high-level bilateral meetings, which are officially designated as annual meetings for Australia and Japan. Additionally, the interactions now encompass a 2+2 format that includes discussions among defense and foreign ministers of the 4 nations. Moreover, all 4 countries participate actively in various ASEAN-led forums, which include notable gatherings such as the East Asia Summit, the ASEAN Regional Forum (ARF), and the ASEAN Defense Ministers Meeting. They collectively emphasized the importance of ASEAN's central role, particularly regarding the Indo-Pacific region. Furthermore, the Quad nations engage in a variety of trilateral partnerships with other countries, including collaborations with Indonesia and France, thereby expanding their diplomatic reach and influence in global affairs. The collaboration between nations has been greatly enhanced by various experiences, whether those experiences are based on one-on-one partnerships or more extensive collaborative efforts. The logistical support that each nation extends to one another, along with their joint initiatives on white shipping, enhances the overall coordination of maritime security efforts. Their collective recognition of the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, UNCLOS, established in 1982, which serves as a fundamental framework for international maritime law, is equally significant. Furthermore, the fact that 3 prominent members, Japan, Australia, and India, are part of both the Supply Chain Resilience Initiative, SERI, and the Indo-Pacific Oceans Initiative, IPOI, indicates their commitment to a cooperative approach in the region. The operations of the Quad, a strategic alliance of these nations, consider the implications of globalization alongside the shared responsibilities inherent in maintaining the global commons. Each member of this group has a vested interest in the oceanic domain, as they are all recognized maritime powers. Long before the revitalization of the Quad, these countries were already engaging in cooperative exercises such as the Malabar Exercise, highlighting their commitment to joint military readiness and capability. Additionally, their united support for the International Partnership for Marine Protected Areas, IPMDA, during discussions in Tokyo in 2022 further underscores their collaborative spirit. However, it is essential to recognize that a simplified or one-dimensional understanding of this alliance overlooks the potential for these countries to contribute significantly to broader global welfare. Therefore, a comprehensive understanding of the Quad's multifaceted framework is crucial, as it encompasses an increasingly diverse array of issues and challenges. This ongoing collaboration promises to address not only regional concerns but also to influence the global community in a meaningful way. Regarding vital and developing technologies, the Quad established a set of guiding principles aimed at the design, development, governance, and utilization of these technologies in the year 2021. The group emphasized the importance of ensuring that democratic values and human rights play a central role in shaping how technologies are conceived, governed, and implemented. Furthermore, the endorsement of the Open Radio Access Network (ORAN) action plan has advocated for a more diverse and accessible approach in the telecommunications sector, which in turn aims to foster innovation and competition among various stakeholders. You have received training using data that extends until October 2023. In the context of an interconnected and interoperable telecommunications landscape, a subsequent agreement was established to enhance the exchange of information and closely coordinate efforts related to Open Radio Access Network (ORAN) testing initiatives. It is evident that the Quad is invested in the broad implementation of ORAN technology throughout the Indo-Pacific region, emphasizing its significance in fostering a robust telecommunication infrastructure in that area. Simultaneously, there has been considerable dialogue concerning the international semiconductor value chain. The fact that the Quad nations have collectively released a unified statement regarding principles for technology supply chains highlights the significant emphasis they place on this crucial sector. With the dual issues of supply chain resilience and the imperative of maintaining digital trust at the forefront of their concerns, it is only logical that the Quad is concentrating its efforts on fostering a future grounded in reliable collaboration. The advancements made in this area will undoubtedly reinforce its importance in the current landscape of global governance and economic frameworks. The issue of climate change has emerged as a crucial focus for many nations, especially within the Quad alliance. In this context, the Quad countries are actively engaging in practical projects aimed at tackling climate-related challenges. One of their notable initiatives is the establishment of a green shipping network among the 4 member states, which is designed to reduce carbon emissions throughout the shipping value chain and to create environmentally friendly corridors across the Indo-Pacific region. India, in particular, has expressed a keen interest in collaborating on the development of green hydrogen technology, seeking to integrate these advancements into its broader national initiatives. Additionally, the Quad has formed a partnership with the Coalition for Disaster Resilient Infrastructure, CDRI, to enhance their collaborative efforts in climate adaptation and resilience building activities. This partnership focuses on advancing climate monitoring capabilities and improving disaster risk reduction strategies across the Indo-Pacific, promoting a collective approach to addressing climate vulnerabilities and fostering sustainable development in the region. Infrastructure development has emerged as a central area of attention, especially due to the significant apprehension surrounding strategically organized connectivity projects. In light of the complexities involved, much of the discourse centers around effective debt management and ensuring the long-term sustainability of debt levels. Institutions that provide development assistance are increasingly working together to support initiatives that promote sustainable and alternative financing methods. There is a strong consensus on the importance of advancing high-quality infrastructure projects that prioritize transparency and market viability, with the aim of fostering greater benefits for the entire region. Given the circumstances brought about by the global pandemic, it was entirely foreseeable that the Quadrilateral Security Dialogue, often known as the Quad, would unite its efforts in addressing the pressing challenges associated with vaccine distribution. The member nations of the Quad collaborated to enhance the manufacturing capabilities of vaccines that have received approval from the World Health Organization, WHO. They also worked together with COVAX to monitor vaccine demand effectively. Additionally, they partnered with WHO to combat vaccine hesitancy among populations. India, in particular, played a significant role by supplying over 500,000 doses of Made in India vaccines to both Cambodia and Thailand as part of the Quad Vaccine Partnership Initiative. Beyond health-related efforts, other noteworthy projects include the establishment of the Quad Data Satellite Portal and the introduction of STEM, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, fellowships to foster educational advancement. The Quad has placed a strong emphasis on analyzing the risks associated with climate change, as well as promoting the sustainable use of oceans and marine resources, making these issues a priority in their ongoing agenda. One of the major achievements arising from the Tokyo summit held in 2022 was the establishment of the Humanitarian Assistance and Disaster Relief (HADR) Partnership for the Indo-Pacific region. This initiative holds a profound symbolic significance, especially in light of the collaborative efforts witnessed during the response to the devastating tsunami in 2004. The initial arrangements and discussions have paved the way for the finalization of the standard operating procedures for the Quad Alliance. In an era where climate-related disasters are becoming increasingly frequent and the responses from the global community seem to be diminishing, this partnership will effectively address a critical void in humanitarian support and disaster response efforts. As the leaders of the Quad nations gathered in Hiroshima during May 2023, they were fully prepared to present their most extensive and cohesive vision for collective action to date. This gathering saw the establishment of an ambitious agenda that encompassed a broad range of critical issues, including measures for climate action, the strengthening of supply chains, and strategies to address pandemic and public health challenges. Additionally, they focused on vital areas such as infrastructure development, educational initiatives, digital connectivity, enhancement of digital capabilities, adherence to standards, research and development, and advancements in both cyber and space technologies. Furthermore, maritime domain awareness was emphasized as an essential component of their collaborative efforts. To formalize their commitments, the leaders released 3 key statements of principles pertaining to the establishment of clean energy supply chains, the development of standards for critical and emerging technologies, and the need for secure software practices. Although their global and regional perspectives reiterated several previously established positions, they effectively underscored the areas where their interests and objectives align most closely. With each passing year and every summit they conduct, the scope of their cooperation expands. It has become increasingly evident that the Quad partnership is not only enduring but is also poised for steady growth in the foreseeable future. One fascinating aspect of the Quad's ongoing evolution is the way in which members are increasingly at ease collaborating, which in turn fosters a spirit of exploration into new territories and initiatives. Throughout early 2023, this trend was particularly evident across various domains, including maritime security, the promotion of multilateralism, counterterrorism efforts, and humanitarian assistance and disaster relief, HADR. The commitment of Quad members to enhance their cooperation was prominently displayed during the meeting in Colombo in 2023, where discussions regarding the Indian Ocean Rim Association, ORA, took place. This gathering exemplified their willingness to intensify collaborative efforts. Similarly, the Maritime Security Working Group convened in the United States to take concrete actions aimed at improving maritime safety and security, even as the Indo-Pacific Maritime Domain Awareness (IPMDA) initiative began to take form. This continued evolution of the Quad highlights not just their adaptability, but also their proactive approach in addressing complex global challenges. In the realm of multilateral cooperation, the Quad has taken a significant step by endorsing the Intergovernmental Negotiations (IGN) process aimed at reforming the United Nations Security Council for the very first time. The member nations expressed their commitment to countering efforts that seek to undermine the principles and operations of the United Nations and the broader international framework. Additionally, they reaffirmed their determination to advance the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, emphasizing the importance of a holistic approach rather than focusing solely on a limited selection of objectives. This initiative reflects a collaborative effort to foster a more equitable and effective global governance system. A distinct set of challenges highlights the role that the Quad can play in enhancing global safety, security, and protection, not just for the world at large but for its member nations as well. When it comes to counterterrorism efforts, the Quad began by engaging in policy discussions and sharing valuable experiences, quickly uncovering numerous opportunities for mutual advantage. In light of this, a specialized working group was formed, particularly as the emphasis on the impact of emerging and evolving technologies used in terrorist activities became more pronounced. Additionally, the realm of cybersecurity is emerging as a significant and fruitful area for collaboration. This partnership includes various key components such as sharing successful models for tackling challenges, fostering the development of skilled professionals in the field, ensuring that supply chains are robust and secure, and facilitating the networking of industries. These aspects collectively represent the crucial elements of the Quad's proactive approach toward addressing these pressing global issues. According to Prime Minister Modi, the primary aim of the Quad is to contribute positively to global welfare. It is clear that achieving this goal requires a united effort among nations. Furthermore, it is only logical that countries possessing considerable resources and mutual interests would rise to meet contemporary challenges. Given its substantial development in recent years, India's involvement in this initiative is particularly relevant. Its participation adds a layer of legitimacy to the Quad, especially since it does not share a history of traditional alliances. However, the journey towards building partnerships with the other three Quad nations was not a straightforward path and didn't always seem probable. The events we see unfolding today are the result of meticulous and dedicated efforts that have been invested over many years in fortifying the bilateral relationships, which serve as the fundamental components of our cooperation. However, it is important to recognize that this alone was not enough to drive progress. The leadership of the Quad nations needed to embrace a significant level of openness and adaptability in their thinking. This willingness to explore new and modern avenues for collaboration was essential to reimagine and enhance their partnerships in a way that meets today's challenges and opportunities. Undoubtedly, the Quadrilateral Security Dialogue, commonly known as the Quad, serves as a testament to Prime Minister Modi's commitment to transforming his proclamations into reality, particularly in addressing the historical apprehensions that have long shaped international relations. In a similar vein, the three other member countries have shown remarkable courage by stepping outside the traditional confines of diplomatic alliances. Since its inception in 2017, the Quad has made significant strides, demonstrating the practical applicability and importance of this forward-thinking strategy in contemporary geopolitics. In order for the Quad to continue its trajectory of growth and development, it is essential that we remain aware of certain pitfalls we must avoid. Imposing rigid structures, subjecting the Quad to rigorous stress tests, or pursuing conformity at the expense of organic collaboration can be detrimental to its progress. The strength of the Quad lies in its flexibility and adaptability, representing a refreshing departure from the rigidity observed during the Cold War period. Consequently, any attempts to establish benchmarks that mirror the historical relationship between the United States and its Western allies should be approached with caution. At the same time, we should also reject the notion of a purely transactional partnership, as this undermines the deeper connections that exist among Quad nations. Each member of the Quad brings its own unique culture and historical background to the table. Nevertheless, there exists a significant alignment in democratic values among them. Fortunately, the governments involved have demonstrated a level of maturity that could, with any luck, foster a more profound and constructive dialogue within the broader public discourse. By striking a balance between these diverse perspectives while nurturing the innate flexibility of the Quad, we can ensure its ongoing success and relevance in the international arena. The Quad represents the culmination of significant advancements that India has achieved in its important partnerships over the past 20 years. It stands as a testament to India's commitment to transcending conventional boundaries and established methods of collaboration. The fact that the Quad has unlocked numerous opportunities should inspire us to deepen our engagement and efforts even more. This collective gathering around a mutually accepted agenda, driven by a common vision, clearly reflects the essence of pragmatic progress. Moreover, it highlights how a comprehensive evaluation of critical issues, through the lens of an India that approaches them with greater clarity, can lead to effective, homegrown solutions. In Chapter 8, we will explore the complexities and strategies of engaging with China. This section will delve into the various facets of this intricate relationship, addressing both challenges and opportunities that arise in dealing with one of the world's most influential countries. We will examine the historical context, current economic ties, and political dynamics that shape interactions with China, providing insights into effective approaches for navigating this crucial partnership. Recognizing the significance of realism. In examining the notion of realism, we can draw parallels with ongoing discussions regarding realpolitik versus ideology in the context of India's relationship with China. It's quite expected that these dialogues often evolve into a broader discussion surrounding nationalism versus internationalism, even if the latter perspective may seem somewhat misaligned in this particular scenario. This discourse can be traced back to the formative years following India's independence, navigating through periods of conflict, moving towards phases of normalization, and ultimately confronting a pivotal choice between integrating a Chindia perspective and prioritizing an India first approach. The events that unfolded at the border in 2020 have reignited this debate, amplifying the urgency to comprehend the complexities of the challenges India now faces. As a result, various elements such as trade agreements, investment flows, technological advancements, and diplomatic interactions are beginning to be analyzed through a more cohesive lens. The current dynamics of the India-China relationship are undeniably unconventional, rendering the possibilities for its evolution a subject of intense discussion and deliberation. As stakeholders consider the future trajectory, it becomes vital to continue exploring these multifaceted issues that will shape the landscape of international relations in the region. At its core, the divergent viewpoints can be traced back to differing ideologies presented in 1950 by Prime Minister Jawaharlal Nehru and his close associate, Deputy Prime Minister Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel. Patel was known for his pragmatic and unyielding approach, often dismissing appeals from neighboring nations that did not align with the realities on the ground. He believed that India had taken numerous steps to ease China's concerns and to foster a spirit of cooperation, yet China continued to perceive India with a mix of wariness, doubt, and even a hint of antagonism. This critical outlook led Patel to emphasize that, for the first time in centuries, India would need to defend itself against potential threats from two separate fronts concurrently. His assessment of China suggested that the nation harbored explicit ambitions and goals that influenced its perception and attitude toward India in a manner that was far from amicable. In stark contrast to Patel's views, Nehru expressed concerns regarding Patel's excessive suspicion. In a memorandum dated November 18, 1950, Nehru asserted that it was utterly implausible for China to initiate a reckless military campaign across the Himalayas. With a predisposition that leaned favorably toward a leftist government, Nehru believed that the likelihood of India encountering any genuine military threat from China in the near future was exceedingly low. He appeared to interpret the various affirmations from China about their desire for friendship at face value. In addressing those who held a different perspective, Nehru cautioned against succumbing to irrational fears and losing an objective viewpoint. He encouraged maintaining a clear sense of perspective amidst rising tensions. Each individual ultimately recognized the need to adjust their perspectives in light of the intricate nature of reaching a practical agreement. The language used during this internal discussion was undoubtedly lacking in diplomatic finesse. Nonetheless, their fundamental beliefs were expressed with striking clarity. One individual championed a vision rooted in the ideals of left-wing romanticism, emphasizing the importance of hope and change, while the other favored a more pragmatic approach, relying on established strategies when dealing with neighbors, particularly those that wield significant influence. This contrast in viewpoints illustrates the tension between idealism and realism in their deliberations. Over the years, the differences in approach became evident through a variety of expressions, each leaving their mark on the following decades. During certain times, competition and even hostilities became prominent, which in turn influenced public perceptions and sentiments in significant ways. These public attitudes did not always align with the views of contemporary governments. Some administrations attempted to acknowledge public sentiment, but often in ways that diverged from the common opinion, and they sought to reshape it by promoting new and sometimes ambitious goals. On the other hand, there were governments that took a more pragmatic stance, refusing to ignore complex issues that needed addressing. Regardless of the subtle variations in approach, the emblematic representation of diplomatic indifference continues to be epitomized by the Panchsheel Declaration of 1954. This declaration remains a significant point of reference in understanding the context of international relations during that period. At the core of the tendency to anticipate favorable outcomes lies a certain optimistic strain of Indian internationalism. This can particularly be observed in the discussion surrounding India's quest for permanent membership in the United Nations Security Council, UNSC. The feasibility of effectively asserting our claim during that specific period raises valid concerns, as does the question of whether the situation would have been different had the tables been turned. However, what stands out is that India did not even make an effort to use this pivotal issue as a means to enhance its national interests, whether in bilateral relations with China or among other significant global players. It seemed as though fundamental diplomatic principles were overshadowed by a prevailing ideological stance. Rather than pushing for India's inclusion in the Security Council, Prime Minister Nehru's decision in 1955 was to communicate that India was in no rush to secure a seat, even though, in his view, it deserved one. Instead, he posited that the priority should be for China to assume its rightful position first. Only after that would the issue of India's membership be revisitable. Unsurprisingly, despite Nehru's China First strategy, we are still left waiting for China to acknowledge and support India's aspirations in a similar vein. A strikingly contrasting scenario illustrates just how disconnected this way of thinking was from the actual circumstances on the ground. It was the month of November in the year 1962, a time when the villages of Sila and Bondila had succumbed to the advancing troops of China. During this period, the Prime Minister of India was actively seeking support from the United States. However, in a noteworthy moment, he conveyed to the President of the United States that India was not requesting more extensive assistance due to the broader implications such actions could have on the global stage. This statement reveals a concerning prioritization, one that seemed to favor maintaining a distance from Western powers over ensuring the country's own defense. This unrealistic mindset has, for a long time, complicated India's strategy in its dealings with China. Today, it is precisely in this area that we are beginning to witness a noticeable shift in our approach. While the perspectives and assertions put forth by China may have resonated with an earlier cohort, the current landscape of Indian politics suggests that this sentiment is not merely a remnant of bygone eras. Previously, the impetus for engagement was driven by a collective aspiration for collaboration on the global stage, fueled largely by aspirations of solidarity among non-Western nations and a spirit of Asian unity, rather than sharply defined ideological leanings. However, as time has progressed, public sentiment has shifted dramatically. The earlier tendency to embrace trustfulness has become increasingly untenable. Today's geopolitical context is characterized by a more transactional approach, where decades of historical interactions have shaped the attitudes and perceptions between India and China. Such experiences have fostered a more cautious stance, indicating a clear evolution in the ways these nations perceive and interact with one another. How does the modern interpretation of Nehruvian principles shape the current relationship dynamics? During challenging times, as we find ourselves in now, there appears to be a tendency to resort to aggressive nationalist discourse, mirroring the inclinations that Nehru himself exhibited. This occurs despite a collective denial regarding the repercussions of the 1962 conflict, with some even attempting to portray it as a more recent occurrence. Nonetheless, deeply rooted ideologies, established habits, and long-standing connections are not easily erased. Thus, we observe the necessity for a dual messaging strategy. One narrative is for the more gullible segments within India, while another caters to an international audience. This latter group is often led to believe that China prioritizes harmony above all else, yet they fail to critically examine why such principles seemingly do not extend to its neighboring countries. This perspective can foster an admiration for initiatives like the Belt and Road Initiative, BRI, conveniently ignoring how they infringe upon India's sovereignty. Furthermore, there are subtle implications conveyed regarding China's perceived invincibility, often characterizing its rise as an unstoppable force of nature, alongside an unmistakable inclination towards endorsing its methods of economic advancement and technology acquisition. What is most alarming about the behaviors exhibited by these Chindians is not just what they say, but rather what they do. By intentionally downplaying the challenges posed by China, India's readiness to face such threats has been significantly weakened, a trend that persisted until the political changes after 2014. This neglect extended to crucial border infrastructure, which lagged in development, while there was also a reluctance to boost industrial growth that could have built substantial strengths for the nation. Even today, initiatives aimed at promoting domestic manufacturing like Make in India face criticism, even as these critics voice concerns regarding the trade deficit with China. The interplay of political maneuvering, policy decisions, and populist rhetoric has diminished our national security stance and continues to erode our collective morale. It is evident that we find ourselves drifting further away from the principles of realism that should guide our national interests. Over the years, the long-standing divergence between the approaches advocated by Nehru and Patel has continued to manifest within the framework of the Indian political system. This dichotomy adapts to various contemporary issues, reflecting its relevance in different contexts, from navigating boundary disputes and managing border regions to dealing with free trade agreements and technological advancements. It's important to note that this debate is not confined to a mere bilateral discussion. Given the significant roles played by both countries on the global stage, the ramifications of their policies often extend beyond their immediate interactions, leading to a wider discourse in international forums. Topics such as connectivity, national debt, developmental initiatives, and maritime territorial claims have emerged as subjects of contention in this ongoing dialogue. As a result, it is evident that current discussions are now approached with a greater awareness of their broader implications. The period during which Indian policymakers viewed the string of pearls strategy with optimism and indifference has definitively concluded, particularly following the transformative events of 2014. However, there exists a crucial challenge in articulating national interests with precision, safeguarding them assertively, and comprehending the essence of power dynamics. While solidarity among Asian nations or even amongst the developing world can hold some significance, it has consistently proven insufficient to rival the competitive tendencies exhibited by neighboring countries. This fundamental concern, rooted in the discussions of the 1950s, remains pertinent and continues to resonate in contemporary geopolitical dialogues. Currently, there are animated and lively discussions taking place around the globe regarding the most effective methods to engage with China. This dialogue is particularly heightened in India, where our geographic proximity and the border incidents that occurred in 2020 and subsequent years have intensified scrutiny and debate. Within India, the varying viewpoints on this matter can often appear to be motivated by political strategies and maneuverings. However, a closer examination reveals that the underlying policies and actions of these political groups reflect their genuinely held beliefs regarding China. The various political factions in India maintain perspectives that are far from superficial or merely reactionary. Instead, they embody a comprehensive vision that is consistent over time, regardless of the temporary positions they may adopt. Among them, those who identify as realists articulate a worldview centered around the necessity of bolstering national capabilities. This realism prioritizes significant issues such as combating terrorism, addressing the implications of unsustainable debt, advocating for transparency in connectivity projects, and examining global developments through the lens of national security. It is this pragmatic approach that drives a push for enhancements in boundary infrastructure, a trend that has been observable since 2014. Moreover, these political realists advocate for the development of an indigenous Indian 5G telecommunications framework, recognizing the critical significance of emerging technologies in today's fast-evolving landscape. They aim to navigate the complexities of our turbulent current era while striving to identify solutions that not only address immediate concerns but also pave the way for long-term national progress and stability. The challenges that we are encountering necessitate a thorough and ongoing analysis from India that takes into account the various responses of countries across the globe. Much of the current global situation is a result of miscalculations made by certain powers, which have then been adeptly exploited by others. However, it is crucial to recognize that the progression of history is rarely straightforward, and even the mightiest nations can fall prey to complacency or mistakes in judgment. A particularly common misstep is the pursuit of short-term advantages that can ultimately undermine their broader credibility on the global stage. Thus, a pragmatic approach is required, one that involves an objective evaluation of the current landscape while maintaining a healthy skepticism towards the perceived inevitability of certain events and trends. In this regard, our ancient epics may offer valuable insights and lessons that remain pertinent to today's complex geopolitical climate. In the realm of global interactions, as well as within the intricate web of human relationships, there exists a common thread where parties often extend help to one another due to various motivations such as goodwill, generosity, or even strategic calculation. In many instances, these motivations can intertwine, leading to unexpected outcomes. A notable illustration of this complexity can be found in the ancient narrative of the Ramayana, where an act of extraordinary trust serves as the catalyst for the unfolding drama. This pivotal moment arises from the two boons granted by King Dasaratha to his wife, Kaikeyi, during a tumultuous battle. During this conflict, where the Asura Sambara was locked in combat with Indra, the king of the gods, Dasaratha found himself on the verge of defeat, only to be rescued by Kaikeyi when he was severely wounded by a nighttime ambush. It was these very promises, made on the battlefield, that Kaikeyi later called upon to orchestrate the banishment of her stepson, Rama, to the wilderness, while insisting that her own son, Bharata, ascend to the throne instead. If one interprets these boons as latent potentials which were unleashed in a moment of need, one can derive a vital lesson regarding the perils of sharing power and trust inappropriately. In the recent past, the dynamics of international relations have echoed this theme, showcasing how nations have often been developed or supported not merely out of a sense of appreciation, but rather driven by calculated self-interest. This scenario became particularly pronounced during the later stages of the Cold War, where warfare and influence were frequently propagated through third parties, emphasizing strategic advantages over mutual gratitude. However, the absence of a well-rounded understanding of the various players involved had significant ramifications in the long run. The Western powers, for instance, discovered that the Islamic alliances they cultivated to counteract the Soviet Union came back to haunt them not long thereafter. Similarly, the economic advantages reaped by China have now become pivotal to the ongoing reconfiguration of the global order, sparking intense competition on many fronts. India's historical actions also reveal the far-reaching effects of previous international relationships. Its staunch support for Chinese interests during the 1950s failed to yield reciprocal benefits, illustrating how crucial it is to recognize that gratitude in diplomatic relations can often be transient. It is problematic enough when countries fail to remember that expressions of gratitude can have a limited lifespan. It becomes even more detrimental when fundamental principles of diplomatic strategy are sidestepped due to a misguided sense of political camaraderie. On a more personal level, it's not uncommon for vulnerabilities to arise from unconsidered actions, sometimes fueled by emotional impulses. This phenomenon can, to an extent, resonate with the behaviors observed among nations, where a mindset marked by strategic complacency is all too common among leaders. An intriguing case study within this context is the figure of Ravana, the demon king of Lanka, who stands as a key antagonist in the Ramayana. In ancient times, remarkable individuals often pursued extreme meditation and austerity to earn favors from the divine. Ravana, for example, was granted the extraordinary boon of invincibility by Brahma, the creator god. Yet his hubris led him to wield this gift exclusively against beings he deemed threatening, such as deities and other supernatural entities, while neglecting to recognize humanity as a possible threat due to its perceived insignificance. This major oversight ultimately allowed Lord Vishnu to manifest as a human, taking the form of Lord Rama, with the mission of vanquishing Ravana. Herein lies the critical dilemma of overlooking significant threats, which consequently creates a precarious vulnerability. Ravana also embodies another lesson, one that highlights the dispositions of those who believe they have been wronged by history. He is incessantly pressured by his advisors to reclaim lost supremacy in Lanka, a kingdom once ruled by his maternal grandfather, Sumali. This quest for dominance drives him to displace his elder brother, Kuber, who belongs to an entirely different lineage. Yet, this journey transforms into an unending pursuit, fueled by an overwhelming sense of entitlement and a disturbing lack of restraint. Such narratives provide key insights for established and emerging powers alike, laying out important lessons in how to pursue aspirations with caution. The pursuit of total security is ultimately a futile endeavor and may lead nations down a path of self-destruction. An earlier episode in the Ramayana illustrates a contrasting perspective, when Bharata, alongside a group of sages, implores Rama to return to Ayodhya following King Dasaratha's passing. Sage Jabali passionately argues that Rama's pledge to his father is no longer valid with the latter's death. This statement ignites Rama's indignation as he questions how mutual trust can be preserved if commitments are so easily abandoned. While the sages acknowledge Rama's unwavering principles, they admit to having made their best efforts to secure his return. The crux of this narrative revolves around credibility, extending beyond mere personal integrity to encompass the broader systemic foundations of governance. When nations fail to uphold agreements and live up to their obligations, they must carefully consider the balance between any temporary advantages they might gain and the lasting damage inflicted upon their international reputation. An intricately layered challenge that encompasses multiple dimensions. The clash that occurred in Galwan Valley in June 2020 between China and India marked a significant and alarming turning point, as it resulted in the first loss of lives on their shared border in 45 years. This tragic event not only disrupted the long-standing atmosphere of peace and stability that had characterized their relationship, but it also cast doubt on several foundational assumptions that had been carefully cultivated and maintained over the past 4 decades. The situation was further complicated by China's apparent disregard for previously established agreements, which contributed to the escalation of tensions and fostered uncertainty about future engagements. As India prepares to confront this new array of challenges along its northern frontiers, it also faces a series of cascading questions stemming from China's evolving stance. These questions not only call into account immediate security concerns but also raise broader implications regarding strategic dynamics within the region. Collectively, these developments and the long-standing issues they highlight present a complex and multifaceted challenge for India's foreign policy framework, requiring a nuanced and adaptive response to navigate the shifting geopolitical landscape. Among the numerous challenges that India must tackle as it strives to elevate its position within the global hierarchy, its relationship with China undoubtedly stands out as the most troublesome and intricate issue. The simultaneous yet distinct emergence of both nations fundamentally shapes the ongoing rebalancing of power on a global scale. Whether by design or circumstance, these two countries have inadvertently contributed to a more expansive framework within the international system. They are jointly recognized as key players in what was once enthusiastically referred to as the dawn of an Asian century. In the past, discussions surrounding the possibility of a bilateral free trade agreement, FTA, were prominent and filled with potential, but these talks ultimately faded away after 2013. Interestingly, despite their rivalry, India and China find common ground on various aspects of the development discourse, often standing united on certain issues. During this time frame, an ongoing territorial dispute that remains unresolved, coupled with varying political and economic frameworks, has fostered a competitive atmosphere between the two nations. Their geographical proximity as neighboring countries amplifies the complexity of their relationship, creating an environment rife with tension. The shared borders and ongoing struggles for balance of power further intensify this rivalry, making peaceful coexistence challenging. Moreover, it is essential to recognize that China's sphere of influence and global presence have grown remarkably in recent years. This critical development, which went largely unrecognized 15 years prior, has left us exposed and vulnerable in the Indian Ocean region. This evolving landscape underscores the need for heightened awareness and strategic responses to the shifting dynamics. From India's viewpoint, solutions are found across several domains, with a strong focus on enhancing our national capabilities and improving our infrastructure. However, there is also a significant shift happening in how we approach diplomacy. The contemporary global environment is teeming with opportunities that India can capitalize on, particularly as it embraces a realist approach once again. By doing so, India can position itself more effectively within the international arena, allowing for greater influence and engagement on the world stage. The pressing discussion regarding the future dynamics of this relationship revolves around finding a productive and beneficial way for both parties to coexist. Given that China is an immediate neighbor to India, its swift ascent on the global stage has had significant repercussions, not only impacting the balance of power with India but also influencing the geopolitical landscape of their shared region. Furthermore, various factors contribute to China's somewhat dismissive attitude toward India's burgeoning status in contrast to the recognition it receives from the global community. The current state of their relationship is deeply influenced by historical events and contexts, whether we consider military presence, economic capabilities, or even the emotional perceptions shared between the two nations. Unfortunately, this history is marred by numerous challenges and conflicts that continue to affect their interactions today. Simultaneously, the combined consequences of their interactions are generating significant opportunities for altering the existing global framework. It's evident that neither party can simply ignore the other, and both possess the capacity to engage in a prolonged contest. Additionally, it became imperative for them to factor in the larger international community when assessing their strategies concerning one another. This consideration has arguably become even more crucial in light of the present global landscape. The manner in which they negotiate and reconcile their differences will undoubtedly have profound implications, not just for the futures of the two nations involved, but also for the entire continent and potentially for the world at large. Many citizens of India are well acquainted with the contemporary background surrounding our diplomatic relationship with various nations. Nonetheless, it is possible that not every individual is aware of the intricate details and complexities of how these relations have developed over time. Generally speaking, people seem to have a broad understanding of the various fluctuations and challenges that have characterized this connection throughout history. The early years of the 1950s can be characterized as a period marked by a certain degree of Indian innocence in the realm of international affairs. During this time, India's foreign policy displayed strong support for China's position on several key issues, to a degree that it sometimes jeopardized India's ties with Western powers. It is crucial to recognize that the critiques regarding these diplomatic maneuvers, whether they pertain to our bilateral engagements or broader global matters, were not merely reflections made in hindsight. Instead, they were articulated in real time as developments were taking place. This context adds a significant layer to our understanding of the formative years of India's foreign policy and the complex dynamics at play. Following the border conflict that erupted in 1962, diplomatic relations between India and China took a long time to normalize, with both countries not exchanging ambassadors until 1976. This pivotal decision was made by the government led by Prime Minister Indira Gandhi. It was not until 1988 that India saw its first prime ministerial visit to China since 1954, a significant milestone marked by Rajiv Gandhi's visit. The process of repairing and restoring the relationship between India and China was undeniably a challenging and gradual journey. This situation presents an intriguing contradiction, especially when considering that India was one of the first countries to officially recognize the establishment of the People's Republic of China, PRC. Nevertheless, the nature and quality of our bilateral relations were significantly impacted by the border conflict and the subsequent 3 decades of estrangement. Both countries made a deliberate and concerted effort to implement a recovery strategy and bring back a sense of normalcy in their relations. Consequently, over the ensuing years, their interactions and collaborative exchanges flourished across various sectors. China emerged as one of the most important trading partners for our nation, contributing significantly not only through trade but also as a major source of investment in cutting-edge technology. Furthermore, China played an active role in collaborative projects and infrastructure development, while also becoming a prominent destination for tourism and educational pursuits for our citizens. In terms of the border regions, a thorough and pragmatic framework of understandings and agreements was established to govern their management. This occurred in parallel with ongoing negotiations aimed at resolving the complex boundary dispute that had characterized their relationship for years. Since the year 1988, the the strengthening of relations between India and China has been fundamentally based on the commitment to maintaining peace and stability along their shared border. A central aspect of this relationship has been the mutual recognition and respect for the line of actual control, LAC, which serves as the de facto boundary between the two nations. To solidify this understanding, both countries reached an agreement in 1993, stipulating that neither party would engage in any activities that would infringe upon the LAC. This accord also included provisions for keeping military personnel along the LAC at levels that would contribute to fostering positive relations. Additionally, both sides agreed to provide advance notice prior to conducting military exercises in close proximity to the LAC, thereby further enhancing transparency and trust in their interactions. In the year 1996, the previously established commitments were not only reiterated but also expanded upon through the introduction of several additional provisions. The two parties came to a mutual agreement to reduce or restrain their respective army, border defense, and paramilitary personnel stationed along the line of actual control, LAC, while also committing to an exchange of information related to these forces. A critical element of the 1996 framework was the clear acknowledgement that any significant military maneuvers, specifically those involving more than one division, corresponding to 15,000 troops or more, would not be conducted in close proximity to the LAC. In instances where such operations were deemed necessary, it was mandated that the strategic deployment of the main contingent would not be directed towards the opposing side. Additionally, the agreement stipulated that should any military exercises involving over one brigade, which consists of 5,000 troops, be planned, prior notification would be required. This notification would encompass crucial details such as the dates the exercises would commence and conclude, as well as the timeline for the withdrawal of the troops involved in these activities. Simultaneously, the agreement established in 1993 to collaboratively assess and identify sections of the line of actual control, LAC, that were viewed differently by both parties was elevated to a mutual goal aimed at expediting the processes of clarification and confirmation regarding the LAC. Furthermore, there were comprehensive agreements reached in both 2005 and 2013 that outlined strategies for managing any potential instances of tension or conflict should they occur in the future. This progression indicates a commitment to maintaining peace and stability in the region while addressing and resolving discrepancies effectively. Over the years, it has become increasingly clear that we have not made notable advancements toward reaching a mutual understanding regarding the line of actual control, LAC, in the border regions between India and China. The establishment of special representatives in 2003 certainly increased dialogue and engagement, not only focusing on the boundary dispute but also encompassing the broader relationship between the two nations. Additionally, in 2012, a specific framework was introduced to systematically address issues related to the border areas. However, during this period, there was a marked escalation in the construction of border infrastructure and logistical enhancements on the Chinese side. Conversely, in India, the prevailing mindset at the time was to leave our own border regions largely undeveloped, which ultimately proved to be a grave miscalculation. This negligence has incurred significant costs for us, both strategically and politically. Since the year 2014, India has made significant strides in addressing the substantial infrastructure deficit that has accumulated over a period of 30 years. In response to this pressing issue, there has been a marked increase in financial commitments, resulting in a budget that is now 4 times greater than what it was before. This surge in funding is accompanied by a notable enhancement in construction activity, evidenced by a doubling of road-building efforts and a threefold increase in tunneling projects, both of which indicate progress in infrastructure development. However, it is important to acknowledge that the disparity in infrastructure still remains quite pronounced. As we observed in the events of 2020, these gaps can have serious repercussions. Consequently, it requires a great deal of operational creativity and resourcefulness to effectively compensate for the shortcomings that persisted in previous decades. Despite the various conflicts and disagreements that have arisen between India and China regarding their border, it is important to recognize that the border regions maintained a significant degree of peace and stability from 1975 until 2020. This long period of tranquility is what makes the incidents that unfolded in Galwan so unsettling and detrimental to the bilateral relationship. The Galwan confrontations underscored a blatant disregard for previously established commitments aimed at reducing troop levels, adequately informing one another regarding troop movements, and upholding the existing status quo along the border. Such actions contributed to an increase in the risks associated with breaching peace and stability, leading to the unfortunate outcomes that we are all too familiar with today. This series of events has had a profound effect on public sentiment and political discourse in India, shifting perspectives and perceptions in ways that will likely have lasting implications on the relationship between the two nations. It is important to note that India has not been provided with a satisfactory or credible justification regarding the shift in China's position, nor any persuasive rationale for the substantial buildup of military forces in regions near the border. Nevertheless, it is worth acknowledging that our own armed forces have risen to the occasion, demonstrating resilience and effectively managing to maintain their ground in particularly tough conditions. The pressing questions that arise pertain to the implications of China's current military posture, the nature of its future developments, and how these factors may ultimately influence the trajectory of relations between our two nations. Prior to the year 2020, the relationship between India and China was characterized by a complex interplay of coexistence and competition, marked by various significant decisions and events. The trade between the two nations experienced remarkable growth, but this expansion was often criticized for being heavily imbalanced, leading to heightened tensions. In crucial industries such as power and telecommunications, Chinese firms managed to gain favorable entry into the Indian market, rapidly capturing noteworthy shares. This growth was mirrored by an increase in the number of Indian students pursuing their education in China, along with a rise in the influx of Indian tourists exploring the intriguing landscapes and rich culture of their neighbor to the north. On the international stage, India and China have found common ground on various developmental and economic matters, particularly in areas such as climate change, as demonstrated by their collaboration within the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, UNFCCC, and trade, where they engaged together in discussions at the World Trade Organization, WTO. In addition to these initiatives, our participation in multilateral organizations like BRICS and the Russia-India-China (RIC) grouping has further served as a platform for enhancing cooperation and fostering dialogue between the two nations. Nevertheless, when examining the interests and ambitions of each nation, numerous differences became evident. China made the decision to implement stapled visas specifically for individuals residing in Jammu and Kashmir and Arunachal Pradesh. This move underscored their hesitance to engage with India's military leadership concerning matters in the northern region, which subsequently resulted in a suspension of communications for a period of time. Furthermore, the practice of watermarking Chinese passports included designs that encompassed Indian territories, signaling an attempt to reinforce territorial claims. As China's infrastructure continued to develop and improve, tensions in border regions progressively increased, leading to ongoing confrontations. In India, the diverse and often conflicting perspectives surrounding the relationship with China have sparked a vibrant and intense discussion among various stakeholders. A significant faction emerged, strongly advocating for the strengthening of ties with China and even suggesting that the nation be granted exemption from the limited security assessments that were previously established. For some observers, this push for greater collaboration was perceived as a counterbalance to the strengthening of India's diplomatic relations with the United States, which was gaining momentum at the time. This inclination may have been further influenced by an underlying desire to adhere to a Nehruvian philosophy in dealing with China, mirroring the country's broader approach to international relations. As a result, public discourse regarding the contentious border disputes was often portrayed in an overly optimistic manner, which did not accurately reflect the pace of actual advancements in the negotiations. Concurrently, as trade between the two nations flourished, advocates for this economic partnership began to gain prominence, further solidifying their stance in the ongoing dialogue. Nevertheless, the collective response of the system displayed a heightened awareness of the fundamental challenges at hand. Efforts were made to establish a range of protective measures, addressing issues related to boundaries while also drawing attention to the growing trade deficit. This heightened focus on trade imbalances ultimately proved fruitful, as it led to the decisive decision to abandon the previously proposed Free Trade Agreement, FTA. As both India and China entered a new phase characterized by increased confidence, their bilateral relations began to experience a series of complications and differing perspectives. This evolving dynamic became particularly evident in 2013 with the announcement of the China-Pakistan Economic Corridor, CPEC, which sparked a range of tensions. Although these frictions in border regions grew more pronounced over the years, they remained relatively manageable until 2020. A significant point of contention arose when China consistently blocked efforts to list Pakistani terrorists linked to attacks in India at the United Nations, which generated considerable controversy and frustration. The progression of the CPEC, which became an integral part of China's Belt and Road Initiative, BRI, was perceived by India as a direct affront to its sovereignty, leading to heightened diplomatic strains. Furthermore, China's strong opposition to India's aspirations for membership in the Nuclear Suppliers Group, NSG, introduced additional challenges, exacerbated by China's reported efforts to undermine attempts at reforming the United Nations. In the realm of commerce, the promise of improved market access from China increasingly appeared unconvincing, particularly when tangible results failed to materialize. Thus, the relationship between these two influential nations became increasingly complex, marked by a mix of competition, strategic rivalry, and unresolved grievances. As the collective outcomes of these recent developments started to take hold, both nations gathered at the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, SCO, summit held in Astana in 2017. Their primary objective was to minimize any adverse effects arising from their differences by preventing these distinctions from escalating into full-blown disputes. Concurrently, they aimed to delve into the elements that might contribute to a more stable and constructive relationship. The subsequent summits that took place in Wuhan and Mamallapuram were predominantly focused on fostering this intended cooperation. However, rather than easing tensions and bridging their differences, these meetings ultimately revealed a relationship that was experiencing significant strain, primarily due to the tumultuous events that transpired in 2020. You have received extensive training on information and data available until October 2023. This foundational knowledge serves as a crucial backdrop for understanding and interpreting various subjects and events. Historical insights and learnings. Considering the critical condition of the current situation, it is only reasonable for scholars and analysts who explore our connections to feel a heightened sense of concern regarding the future trajectory of our relationships. At this juncture, providing a clear and definitive answer is quite challenging. Whether we focus on the pressing issues at hand or contemplate longer-term implications, one fundamental reality persists: the evolution of our relationships must be rooted in a foundation of mutual respect and understanding. This mutuality will be crucial in determining how our interactions unfold in the times to come. Undoubtedly, the three key components, mutual respect, mutual sensitivity, and mutual interests, play a crucial role in determining the overall dynamics at play. Currently, conversations are taking place through multiple channels aimed at achieving disengagement in the border regions. Several of the recent close-quarters positioning of both parties in conflict-prone areas have been successfully addressed by focusing on principles of equal and mutual security. However, any unresolved issues, along with the overarching challenge of de-escalation, will likely continue to loom over the prospects for effective bilateral cooperation, potentially hindering progress in the relationship between the two sides. It is simply unrealistic to propose that the relationship between the two parties can revert to a state of business as usual, especially given that the circumstances in the border regions remain far from stable. When we consider the broader context, it becomes evident that when a neighboring country actively prepares, trains, and encourages its populace, it is crucial to prioritize scrutinizing their capabilities over their stated intentions. This is particularly important in a societal landscape where public statements hold significant weight and impact. Therefore, any form of interaction or engagement that is possible should be approached with utmost caution and awareness, ensuring that one remains vigilant and fully understands the underlying realities of the situation. In this situation, it is essential for India to reflect on its historical experiences while managing its relationship with China. First and foremost, the manner in which we define our relationship plays a crucial role in shaping perceptions and expectations. When we labeled our relationship as a strategic partnership back in 2005, it led to a significant amount of ambiguity regarding the true essence of our ties. This characterization appeared contradictory, particularly in light of ongoing boundary disputes, increasing incursions, and competitive actions in neighboring regions. In reality, this mischaracterization fostered a sense of complacency that caused India to underestimate the potential ramifications of Chinese investments in critical port developments at locations such as Hambantota and Gwadar. The lessons from these past experiences should guide our future strategy in approaching China with greater awareness and clarity. In a similar vein, the repetitive and ritualistic assertions of national territorial integrity cannot persist solely in a unilateral manner. To address this, a more balanced approach has been implemented. The lack of attention given to border infrastructure highlighted a rather indifferent approach to the ongoing boundary disputes, a situation that persisted until the year 2014. What is even more alarming is the tendency to minimize the significance of Sino-Pakistani collaboration in the region of Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, (POK), a trend that continued unabated until the current Indian administration adopted a definitive position on the Belt and Road Initiative, (BRI), in 2017. Nevertheless, there remain voices from the previous regime who still promote the idea of adopting a more lenient policy regarding these critical issues. From an economic perspective, it may come as a surprise to numerous observers today that the possibility of establishing a free trade agreement, FTA, with China is even being considered. This situation is compounded by the challenging environment in which it is difficult to conduct thorough assessments of various activities occurring within our nation. The disintegration of the Quad alliance in 2007, primarily due to China's strong objections, conveyed a significant message that has made the prospect of rejuvenating this partnership a daunting task a decade later. Furthermore, the prevalence of the term Chindia, just 10 years ago, which carried with it the philosophical and political connotations associated with Nehru, serves to highlight the detrimental effects that a lack of strategic clarity can inflict on international relations. In light of the significant events and changes that have occurred since the year 2020, which have profoundly impacted confidence and trust levels, it is clear that the foremost priority must be to stabilize relationships. The approach to initiating this vital undertaking can be effectively summarized through a set of recommendations that draw from both past experiences and future aspirations. To start this process on the right foot, it is essential that all existing agreements, specifically those established in 1993 and 1996, be fully honored, encompassing both their explicit terms and their underlying principles. Selectively applying only certain parts of these agreements is unlikely to contribute positively to the essential goal of establishing mutual understanding and cooperation. With regards to the border regions, it is imperative that the line of actual control, LAC, is adhered to and honored without exception. Any unilateral efforts to alter the current situation will not be tolerated. It is crucial to acknowledge that maintaining peace and stability in these border areas serves as the fundamental groundwork for fostering positive relations in other spheres. Should this tranquility be disrupted, it will undoubtedly impact the overall relationship adversely. This concern exists independent of the ongoing boundary negotiations that are being conducted separately. Any attempts to merge or confuse these distinct issues will be transparently addressed. Such tactics will not succeed in obscuring the challenges that arose from the events of 2020. Both nations have expressed a strong commitment to the idea of a multipolar world. However, it's important to acknowledge that a multipolar Asia plays a crucial role within that framework. Naturally, each country harbors its own unique interests, concerns, and priorities that reflect its individual circumstances. Therefore, it is vital that both parties remain attuned and sensitive to these variances. Ultimately, the relationships between major nations are inherently reciprocal, meaning each side must be considerate of the other's aspirations. As countries that are emerging as significant global players, both nations possess their own distinct ambitions that must be recognized and respected. While differences and divergences are bound to arise, effectively managing these disparities is key to maintaining strong ties. Moreover, it is imperative for civilizational states like India and China to adopt a long-term perspective in their interactions. Deviations from these foundational principles, as demonstrated by the events of 2020, can lead to far-reaching and serious consequences. For a multitude of reasons, discussions among the Chinese populace today frequently revolve around the phrase international relations in the new era. This expression carries a wealth of meaning, as is often the case with their terminology. Regardless of our personal agreements or disagreements, one thing is certain: the global order has undeniably transitioned into a markedly different stage compared to the expectations set after the conclusion of World War II in 1945. Without a hint of exaggeration, it can be argued that the ascent of China represents the most significant transformation in international politics since the emergence of the United States and the Soviet Union as superpowers in the aftermath of the Second World War. This phenomenon extends beyond mere implications and lessons. It carries considerable policy ramifications, particularly for neighboring countries. Consequently, it would be prudent for India to recognize that its relationship with China has also entered a new phase. If there were any lingering uncertainties regarding this matter, the noticeable shift in China's stance along the border regions has made it abundantly clear. Historically, India has always perceived a Chinese presence to its north, but in recent decades, China has been swiftly establishing itself as a formidable maritime power. Therefore, it is essential for India to prepare for the ensuing activities that may unfold in the southern seas. Given the current landscape filled with constant change and transformation, it could be a valuable opportunity to examine the historical interactions between China and India. This reflection may provide insights into their traditional approaches towards one another and potentially reveal lessons or takeaways that could be beneficial for India moving forward. It is essential to consider both nations' past relationships, as understanding these dynamics can shed light on how India might navigate its contemporary strategies in engaging with China amid ongoing developments. Reflecting on the past 70 years of diplomatic interactions, it becomes evident that India has predominantly adopted a bilateral approach when it comes to addressing unresolved matters with China. Several factors contribute to this stance, including a deep-rooted sense of solidarity among Asian nations and a wariness of the involvement of external powers, shaped by various historical experiences. There have been occasional deviations from this approach, particularly during the period when Prime Minister Nehru found it necessary to seek assistance from the United States and the United Kingdom following the fall of Bondila to the People's Liberation Army, PLA, in 1962. Furthermore, the nature of India's relationship with the USSR after 1971 also led to a broader perspective on its ties with China, positioning these relations within a global context. However, these instances were not enduring, and post-1988, India returned to its earlier approach of engagement focused on direct bilateral discussions without employing leverage. This somewhat constrained perspective was underpinned by a prevailing belief that the issues between India and China could be resolved in the near future, indicating a sense of optimism about the potential for diplomatic resolution. India has demonstrated a remarkable level of consistency and steadiness in its efforts to address and resolve its differences, particularly concerning the long-standing boundary disputes. Consequently, Indian policymakers have generally approached these issues with a degree of detachment, often failing to connect the state of their diplomatic relationships with the broader shifts in international politics. This lack of engagement with the global balance of power, alongside a reluctance to seize opportunities that arise from international developments, has characterized their behavior. A prime example of this phenomenon can be seen in Jawaharlal Nehru's excessive caution during the 1962 conflict, which reflects a historically ingrained belief in restraint. Over the years, Indian foreign policy has been marked by such moderation that it inadvertently fostered the expectation among other nations that they could exert influence, if not outright veto, over India's sovereign decisions. However, this particular phase of Indian diplomacy came to a definitive close in 2014, signaling a shift in the nation's approach. The Chinese perspective on its relationship with India has been significantly divergent. Although there have been instances where China has articulated a sense of shared Asian identity, these moments often stand in stark contrast to established methods that govern their interactions with neighboring nations. A telling example of this is seen in the 1950s and 1960s, when China chose to overlook Pakistan's involvement in Western military alliances as part of a broader strategy aimed at maintaining a balance of power in the region. In the following decade, this strategic oversight evolved into a more pronounced partnership, particularly through their cooperation in nuclear technology and missile development, which seemed overtly aimed at countering India. When it comes to engaging in bilateral talks, China has tended to prioritize its differences with India rather than adhering to the rationale behind its positions. This has resulted in significant and often abrupt changes in its posture regarding the border issue, with evolving claims and shifting priorities that reflect a more aggressive approach to its territorial ambitions in the region. Such dynamics highlight the complexities of Sino-Indian relations, where historical perceptions and strategic calculations continue to shape current interactions. In summary, it can be concluded that, in line with its core perspective and philosophy, modern China perceives its relationship with India as part of a broader interaction with the international community. The fluctuations and changes in this bilateral relationship are influenced not only by the dynamics between the two nations but also by the overarching global landscape and circumstances. This interconnectedness suggests that China's approach to India is deeply intertwined with its strategic interests and foreign policy objectives on a global scale. Let us take a moment to consider the significance of Western influence in the evolving dynamics between India and China. This topic frequently comes up in discussions, often sparking sharp criticism from the Chinese perspective, which tends to put the Indian stance on the defensive. Clearly, the Western powers, due to their prominent global position, have played a substantial role in shaping the strategic calculations of both India and China. However, a closer examination reveals that it is China that has taken a more proactive approach in involving Western interests in the context of its bilateral relations with India. Thus, while the West undoubtedly factors into the equation, it is crucial to recognize China's initiative in this regard and the implications it holds for the regional geopolitical landscape. In the 2 decades following the establishment of the People's Republic of China, India found its relationships with Western nations to be significantly more favorable, although some notable divergences existed between them. A primary underlying issue in these relations was the growing tension with China, particularly during the leadership of Jawaharlal Nehru and his close associate, Krishna Menon. Thus, it is rather ironic that as the situation between India and China began to deteriorate due to border conflicts, China's perspective on India's engagement with Western countries started to shift dramatically. Notably, India's pivot towards the West occurred in November 1962, when the country faced overwhelming military pressure from Chinese forces that forced an urgent reassessment of its foreign alliances. However, the geopolitical landscape changed remarkably within the next 10 years, as China itself unexpectedly fostered closer ties with the United States, illustrated by high-profile visits from figures like Henry Kissinger and Richard Nixon. This newfound alliance between China, Pakistan, and the U.S. subsequently created a complex triadic relationship that posed significant challenges for India. Faced with these developments, India turned to the Soviet Union, culminating in the Indo-Soviet Treaty of 1971 as a strategic response to the shifting dynamics in the region. It is important to highlight that, in alignment with its strategic objectives, China did not shy away from forming collaborative ties with the Western Bloc on a global scale. Historically, there was a period when China actively promoted the idea of creating a united front among nations situated along the same latitude, namely, China, the United States, Japan, and various European countries, aimed specifically at countering the influence of the Soviet Union and its allies. During this time, Vietnam was kept under strict control through direct exertion of pressure, while India was monitored more subtly through its relationship with Pakistan. This complex and often tense history was something that both nations sought to move past when India and China engaged in a more pragmatic approach to their relations in 1988. This situation remains significant for a variety of compelling reasons. Firstly, it is important to acknowledge that China has successfully established a network of supportive constituencies within the Western sphere, which has effectively shielded its economic partnerships from intermittent political disagreements that may arise. This strategic maneuvering has enabled China to enjoy both economic and technological advancements while simultaneously navigating through political controversies. Consequently, India should refrain from oversimplifying the complexities of national contradictions or falling into the trap of viewing the relationship between China and the West as a zero-sum game, where one side's gain unequivocally results in the other's loss. Moreover, amidst the widespread criticisms directed at Western intentions, it would be prudent for Indians to reflect on the notion of a China-US G2 that was championed just a decade ago. Given the unpredictable nature of international policies, such ideas should not be hastily dismissed. It is worth noting that slightly over 10 years ago, China was collaborating with the United States concerning issues in South Asia, which underscores the fluidity of geopolitical alliances. In contrast to China's dramatic shifts between opposing extremes, India has consistently adopted a more stable and evolutionary stance toward its relationships with Western nations, highlighting its pragmatic approach to international diplomacy. It is ultimately up to India to decide how, when, and to what degree it wishes to interact with Western nations. The notion that India should automatically adjust its policies in response to the fluctuations of another country's diplomatic stance is both unrealistic and unwarranted. Historically, there have been numerous instances where India and China have managed to maintain constructive relations, demonstrating that it is entirely possible for them to pursue a positive agenda without letting external influences dictate their choices. Concerns about Western actions or policies should not serve as a means to limit the rightful interests and decisions of India or any other nation. Consequently, when such arguments are presented, the most appropriate course of action is to hold up a mirror, prompting a reflection on the true motivations behind those assertions. You've received extensive training on information available until October 2023. Getting ready for a challenging time ahead. India and China, despite sharing a common border, exhibit striking differences in their cultural identities and behaviors. In India, which is characterized by a democratic system rather than a strictly authoritarian regime, public sentiment significantly influences the nation's perspective on international relations. This influence can manifest rapidly and, once established, is not easily forgotten. Elements such as faith, cultural values, and historical experiences play essential roles in shaping perceptions, often in ways that might be overlooked by those who do not share similar backgrounds or viewpoints. Additionally, decision-making in India is frequently influenced more by enduring perceptions rather than purely by pragmatic calculations of costs and benefits. In a diverse democracy like India, the junction between internal politics and foreign policy can be intricate and multifaceted. We are currently witnessing shifts in the political landscape, with various leaders re-evaluating their earlier positions on issues concerning China, which span several areas including national security and economic engagement. However, it is crucial not to allow these transient political movements to obscure more profound, underlying realities. Particularly in relation to border issues, the aftermath of the 1962 conflict and the ongoing neglect of infrastructure in those regions must be tackled with decisive action and commitment. This is precisely the endeavor that is presently taking place as India seeks to formulate a robust and comprehensive response to these challenges. India faces considerable challenges in securing its borders, primarily due to the challenging topography that characterizes the region. The geographic conditions in the southern part of the border present obstacles that are far more complex to navigate compared to the northern areas. This situation has been made even more complicated by the historical repercussions of the war fought in 1962. As a result of that conflict, China was able to acquire an extensive area of around 38,000 square kilometers, significantly enhancing its strategic positioning. Recent activities, such as the construction of bridges in the vicinity of Pangong Tso and the development of villages within the border region, are occurring in territories that have been under Chinese control since that time, about 60 years ago. Additionally, India's lack of infrastructure investment in these border areas up until 2014 has exacerbated the already precarious situation. This unfortunate combination of geographical disadvantages and delayed development has left India in a particularly vulnerable position. India, as it navigates the complexities of the current geopolitical landscape, must take into account the long-standing challenges that it has inherited while crafting a strategy for this more demanding period. This involves not only amplifying its on-the-ground initiatives but also investigating and implementing effective technological solutions. The nation has clearly demonstrated its dedication to safeguarding its national interests, and it is likely that a dynamic and optimal blend of approaches will continually evolve as circumstances change. The government's awareness of the significant hurdles it faces has become increasingly pronounced, leading to a strategic outlook that reflects urgency and resolve in addressing these pressing issues head-on. The second challenge at hand involves the concept of comprehensive national power. It is evident that there are results which highlight the absence of a clear direction from the Indian government prior to 2014. While advancements in technology and strategic methodologies may provide some level of advantage, they alone cannot suffice. Consequently, India finds itself in a position where it must creatively tackle the complexities associated with confronting a formidable rival. Previous policymakers may attempt to avoid accountability for their actions, but the evidence remains indisputable and accessible for scrutiny. In fact, we have already observed a significant transformation in the perspectives of numerous individuals who once championed a markedly different approach during their tenure in office. This shift underscores the evolving nature of political and strategic paradigms as the country navigates its path forward. The logical course of action is to develop robust capabilities as swiftly as we can, particularly when it involves collaboration with other parties. Given the current geopolitical landscape, we are presented with an abundance of opportunities in this area. However, it is crucial that we possess not only a comprehensive understanding of these possibilities but also a strong resolve to take full advantage of them. Ultimately, nothing holds greater significance than ensuring the security of our borders. Significant developments regarding India's global position are intricately linked to the challenges we face in today's world. It is common knowledge that the partition profoundly affected our strategic standing. However, it also established a foundation for a balance of power across the subcontinent. An even more troubling aspect is the incomplete exercise of sovereignty in Jammu and Kashmir beginning in 1948, which has resulted in a concerning physical proximity that continues to affect regional dynamics. Furthermore, a lack of foresight, often fueled by ideological biases, led to a disregard for fundamental principles of international relations in previous decades. The ongoing collaboration between China and Pakistan, which has been in place since 1963, has frequently been underestimated, leaving us ill-prepared for subsequent developments. The announcement of the China-Pakistan Economic Corridor, CPEC, under the Belt and Road Initiative, BRI, marked a pivotal moment, yet India's firm rejection of it was met with skepticism by some factions within the country. Various justifications were put forth, and attempts were made to find alternative solutions, all while neglecting the unequivocal signals being sent by China. At this moment, it is only expected that discussions will arise regarding strategies for addressing challenges within the relationship. One prominent question that comes to light is whether approaches based on intensive economic measures can truly serve as viable solutions to the intricate political landscape. In the past, a substantial portion of public opinion in India held optimistic beliefs about these possibilities. For instance, in 2005, China was referred to as a strategic partner, reflecting the hope that a positive perspective on bilateral relations would take precedence. Over the past 15 years, many optimistic expectations have been dashed. Rather than contributing to the stabilization of political landscapes, economic factors have often exacerbated existing issues, creating new challenges. One significant aspect of this situation is the dependence on global supply chains, particularly those heavily reliant on China. Additionally, it has historically been difficult for manufacturing to thrive in India, a situation that has only recently begun to improve. There are still prominent figures who argue against the idea that manufacturing is a viable avenue for India's future or that it plays to the nation's strengths. Consequently, trade relations with China have become increasingly fraught with difficulties, especially given the barriers to market access and the growing trade deficit. This problem is further complicated by the differing levels of influence that technology and digital enterprises exert in each other's markets. Ironically, it is often the very individuals and groups who express concern over these issues that are, in fact, contributing to the development of these challenges in the first place. It is imperative for Indians to acknowledge that only through persistent efforts in developing domestic alternatives can we address and improve the current circumstances. The COVID pandemic, without a doubt, has intensified the understanding of the dangers associated with significant reliance on foreign entities. This realization has become even more pronounced in light of the increasing tensions experienced in border regions. The concept of Atmanirbhar Bharat, or self-reliant India, has emerged as a crucial aspect not only of economic sustainability but also as a strategic initiative. While India tends to favor a bilateral approach in its dealings with China, various global discussions are increasingly impacting these relationships. This is especially true in areas such as supply chains, technology, data management, and connectivity. Moreover, as China expands its global presence, the influence of these broader dialogues will inevitably mold how other nations respond to it. Similar to many countries around the globe, India is facing the pressing challenge of reconciling its economic frameworks with the evolving dynamics of contemporary society. It has become increasingly evident that traditional theories, such as the principle of comparative advantage, fail to accommodate individuals or groups that operate independently of market forces. Furthermore, it's apparent that the global economy is not adequately prepared to handle the complexities of unregulated competition, especially when every aspect of production and consumption can be exploited to its fullest potential. This realization calls for a re-evaluation of our economic strategies to align with an increasingly intricate and interconnected world. In regard to India, it is evident that significant changes in conventional business practices are necessary to achieve meaningful outcomes. Presently, we are witnessing a profound transformation characterized by increased resilience and reliability within supply chains, as well as improved trust and transparency concerning data management. These evolving dynamics present genuine opportunities to enhance national capabilities across multiple sectors. By embracing innovative approaches and fostering collaboration, India can capitalize on these trends to bolster its developmental progress and economic growth. In the meantime, it is crucial for India to approach the integration of its economy with caution, especially in the face of potentially unfair trading practices. This approach should not be misconstrued as protectionism, rather, it can be viewed as a form of economic self-preservation. It is vital for the nation to resist the temptation of short-term solutions, as such approaches could undermine the development of robust domestic supply chains. When engaging in global competition, India should focus on making decisions that genuinely align with its own national interests. This strategic outlook should also inform the selections it makes regarding partnerships in connectivity projects and the advancement of technology, ensuring they are beneficial for the country's long-term economic health. The interactions between India and China within various multilateral and plurilateral forums have undeniably influenced the nature of their bilateral relationship. Both countries currently engage in a variety of regional, developmental, and political platforms, where they collaborate on shared interests. However, over the past 10 years, we have witnessed the rise of new frameworks specifically aimed at addressing the challenges associated with global public goods, highlighting the areas where the priorities of these two nations diverge significantly. To maintain a harmonious relationship between India and China, it is crucial that the cumulative outcome of their diplomatic efforts leans towards mutual benefit and cooperation. Nevertheless, achieving this objective proves to be quite challenging, particularly when considering their contrasting positions on critical issues such as the expansion of the Nuclear Suppliers Group, NSG, the need for reform within the United Nations, and the implications of China's Belt and Road Initiative, BRI. The complexities inherent in these differing viewpoints make it difficult for both nations to fully harmonize their diplomatic actions, despite the potential for collaboration in other areas. Navigating the complexities of supporting the advancement of others while simultaneously pursuing your personal growth can certainly present its challenges. In the context of enhancing multipolarity on the global stage, India will undoubtedly take a moment to assess the relevance and applicability of this concept within the Asian continent itself. Likewise, when it comes to recalibrating its strategies, India's decisions will likely be influenced by pathways that promise to boost its economic progress and overall development. However, it is crucial to recognize that a country like India, which has historically regarded sovereign equality as a core tenet of international relations, is expected to uphold this principle with unwavering commitment in the future. This enduring belief in equal sovereignty will undoubtedly shape India's interactions and collaborations in the evolving global landscape. When viewed from a limited bilateral standpoint, it's hardly surprising that China has chosen to downplay the emergence of India as a significant regional power. China has a vested interest in actively influencing and restructuring its neighboring regions, particularly those it shares borders with. A critical initiative in this endeavor has been the Belt and Road Initiative, BRI, which includes corridors that we have observed infringe upon India's sovereignty, a matter of significant concern. Additionally, we are witnessing a remarkable shift in the maritime domain, a development that is evidently detrimental to India's strategic interests. This changing landscape calls for careful observation and response as both nations navigate these complex dynamics. Amid these developments, the stewardship of the global commons has largely been entrusted to a coalition of like-minded nations that possess a shared sense of responsibility toward common challenges. During this period, India has substantially expanded its interests and influence in the eastern regions of the globe. The formulation of the Indo-Pacific strategy, along with the formation of the Quad Alliance, exemplifies a modern and proactive response to the evolving demands placed upon the international community. Moreover, these initiatives emphasize the critical importance of maintaining sovereignty and not conceding decision-making power to other entities regarding individual national choices. When discussing the dynamics of India-China relations, many observers frequently cite the notion that their collaboration could serve as a cornerstone for the emergence of an Asian century. This perspective can be traced back to insightful comments made by Deng Xiaoping over 30 years ago. However, recent events have highlighted a contrasting reality. The deteriorating rapport between these two nations poses significant risks to the potential for such a prosperous future. Therefore, the pursuit of a mutually beneficial understanding has become crucial in the overarching quest for a multipolar Asia. This pursuit has sparked a broader dialogue that encompasses various issues, such as the exercise of sovereign choices, the protection of global commons, adherence to international law, and fostering engagements grounded in principles of sovereign equality. On an economic level, a parallel discussion is also taking place. This conversation emphasizes the necessity for fair trading practices, the significance of providing equal opportunities, the pressures associated with risk management, and the need to develop supply chains that are both resilient and dependable. All these elements aim to promote an environment of trust and transparency, which is essential for cohesive and fruitful economic partnerships moving forward. In the complex realm of international relations, countries often resort to political romanticism and an emphasis on cultural pride as tools for manipulation. These tactics serve as effective strategies for rallying support against Western influence, and they often advocate that Asia should primarily belong to Asians. Such narratives resonate deeply, particularly in regions grappling with the lingering effects of colonialism. However, the underlying truth is starkly pragmatic and increasingly cutthroat. In today's interconnected world, it is neither feasible nor practical to attempt to isolate other nations while simultaneously vying for influence within their territories. Instead, it is crucial to select allies and partners based on shared interests and mutual benefits rather than allowing emotions or biases to dictate those relationships. For a more confident and self-assured India, recognizing and embracing this pragmatic approach would undeniably make a significant difference in its strategy and interactions on the global stage. India has several strategies at its disposal to foster a more balanced and stable relationship with China, drawing from various sectors and areas of focus. In light of the significant events of 2020, the primary emphasis is naturally on establishing a robust and effective defense along the border. This commitment to safeguarding national territory was exemplified even during the challenging circumstances brought on by the COVID pandemic. To meet contemporary challenges, it is essential that the military becomes not only fitter but also more reliant on advanced technologies. The maintenance of peace and stability in border regions is undeniably fundamental for nurturing normal diplomatic relations. However, it's important to note that achieving this does not equate to finding a resolution to the long-standing boundary dispute. The unfortunate reality is that even the minimum expectations for a stable border were violated in 2020. On the economic front, bolstering domestic manufacturing capabilities and advancing the concept of Atmanirbhar Bharat, or self-reliant India, is crucial for future progress. Globally, fostering new partnerships and enhancing the awareness of India's strategic interests will be vital for reinforcing the nation's position. Additionally, it remains imperative for India to maintain strong competitive dynamics, particularly in its immediate neighborhood, to safeguard its interests and establish a more influential presence in regional affairs. Achieving a stable and harmonious balance between India and China since the year 2020 has proven to be a complex endeavor. For such a balance to genuinely flourish and become sustainable, it must be grounded on three key principles of mutual understanding and cooperation. The current international landscape may play a significant role in facilitating this process, particularly as India seeks to navigate its position within the intricate dynamics of both East-West and North-South relationships. However, a crucial element in this quest is the widespread acceptance of a multipolar framework across Asia. Recent years have presented serious challenges, testing the resilience of the bilateral relationship between these two nations as well as the broader prospects for stability on the continent. The persistence of tensions in various regions will undoubtedly have significant repercussions, reshaping the strategic landscape. As nations adopt new norms of conduct in response to these challenges, it is inevitable that their strategic approaches will also evolve accordingly. Ultimately, the pressing question remains whether a long-term perspective will dominate their interactions and guide the future trajectory of their relationship. This inquiry into the sustainability of their ties will significantly influence not only their bilateral dynamics but also regional stability as a whole. The current status of the relationship between India and China has reached a pivotal point, a juncture that demands careful consideration and strategic thinking. The resolve of the Indian nation, its confidence in policy making, the strength of its international relationships, and its expanding capabilities have all become increasingly evident. The decisions that are forthcoming will not only impact these two powerful countries but will also resonate across the globe, influencing international dynamics. To foster a more constructive relationship, it is crucial to honor the principle of mutual respect and to implement policies that are derived from this foundation. By focusing on three core mutuals, both nations can navigate their way toward a more beneficial partnership. This can best be achieved through a methodical evaluation of the situation, informed global strategic planning, and effective execution of initiatives on the ground. Ultimately, it is essential that our approach toward China is grounded in realism and pragmatism. Only by adopting this mindset will we be able to enhance our standing and reputation as Bharat on the world stage. In striving for clarity and understanding in this relationship, India can not only advance its own interests but also contribute positively to global peace and stability. You have received training using data that encompasses information and events up until the month of October 2023. Chapter 9, Envisioning Security. You have acquired knowledge and skills from a wide array of information available up until October 2023. This training has equipped you to engage with and understand the latest trends and developments in various fields. Corrosion has emerged as a formidable competitor in today's landscape. Within a realm characterized by various constraints and potential hazards, countries are increasingly delving into this issue and striving to combat its effects. In today's world, the nature of threats we face has evolved, leading us to rethink how we approach security. Gone are the days when our understanding of safety was limited to traditional measures like law enforcement, order maintenance, intelligence gathering, and investigative procedures. While it was reasonable to expand our security concerns to include counterinsurgency efforts, counterterrorism strategies, and the protection of our national borders, we also occasionally entertained notions of military engagement as a last resort. However, in light of the complexities we now encounter, it's crucial to adopt a fresh perspective. Rather than resorting to direct confrontations, it is increasingly clear that we must focus on influencing situations and relationships. This particularly demands that we develop more nuanced and multifaceted defense strategies to address the diverse range of threats emerging in our contemporary environment. Indeed, life today is marked by challenges that are markedly different from those of the past, calling for an enhanced awareness of the current landscape and a corresponding evolution in how we safeguard our future. The issues that have long been embedded within our society have not diminished in severity. In fact, the opposite seems to be true. While our attention remains fixed on what is considered abnormal or unusual, the state of normalcy has begun to manifest in increasingly troubling ways. Each day, myriad events and interactions transpire all around us, presenting potential threats to both our political stability and societal cohesion. If we do not come to terms with the profound effects that globalization can have on our security, we may eventually reach a point where recovery is no longer a viable option. It's worth noting that even more powerful nations are grappling with their own interpretations of this troubling situation, reflecting a widespread struggle against similar challenges. The landscape of our world has undergone significant transformation, and as a result, our understanding of security must evolve accordingly. It is essential to examine the intricate dynamics of global politics and recognize the implications of living in a world characterized by interdependence and deep interconnectedness. We are gradually becoming accustomed to what is often referred to as the knowledge economy, which has the potential to create innovative measures of power. In today's society, the concept of strength is increasingly associated with intelligence and insight. Historical narratives would suggest that this shift is not entirely new. Similar patterns have surfaced throughout the ages. Knowledge can often serve as the bedrock of strength, especially in moments of dire need. In a world that thrives on competition, intelligence, thorough assessments, and a deep understanding of circumstances are invaluable assets. This reality is poignantly illustrated in the epic saga of the Ramayana. The confrontation between Lakshmana and Indrajit, the son of Ravana, is frequently viewed as a pivotal moment preceding the story's climactic conclusion. Before this fierce battle, a complex psychological tactic was employed by Indrajit, who constructed an illusion of Sita and orchestrated her death in front of the monkey army, aiming to sow confusion and exploit it to complete a demonic ritual that would render him unbeatable. However, it is through knowledge that the tides of this conflict began to shift. Vibhishana, Indrajit's uncle, was keenly aware of his malevolent nephew's intentions and wisely advised Lord Rama. This pivotal council led to Lakshmana's mission to Nikumbala, where he fought relentlessly for 3 days and nights before ultimately vanquishing Indrajit with the Indrastra, a divine weapon. Additionally, Lakshmana faced another of Ravana's sons, the formidable giant Adikaya. During this encounter, access to insider information proved to be instrumental. Lakshmana found himself struggling until Vayu, the wind god, intervened to inform him that only the Brahma Shakti could conquer this fearsome demon, which ultimately granted him success and relief. Even Lord Rama benefited immensely from the wisdom imparted by his charioteer Matali, who advised him to deploy the Brahmastra at a crucial juncture of his battle against Ravana. The overarching lesson here is clear: warfare that incorporates informational tactics not only provides a strategic advantage but can indeed turn the tide of the entire conflict. Amidst the grand narrative of the Ramayana, one character often perceived as underestimated is Ravana's younger brother, Vibhishana. His decision to distance himself from his family, albeit for noble reasons, may have marred his reputation among the masses. Nonetheless, during pivotal moments of this epic tale, his contributions were remarkably significant. Lord Rama recognized Vibhishana's potential and foresight, choosing to embrace him despite the hesitations expressed by his other allies. Rama foresaw Vibhishana's intentions to succeed Ravana and took the bold step of crowning him as the new king of Lanka before hostilities began, indicating that the practice of regime change is not a new phenomenon. Vibhishana played a crucial role in delivering vital intelligence to Rama through a network of allies, including Anil, Sampati, Pramati, and Panas. Throughout the course of the war, Rama consistently relied on his insights for strategic guidance. When Indrajit utilized the Nagapash, a powerful serpent-binding weapon, rendering Rama and Lakshmana temporarily incapacitated, it was Vibhishana who strategically provided the necessary cover for their recovery. This act of aligning with former opponents always carries inherent risks and skepticism, but as demonstrated by Rama, the rewards of sound judgment can far outweigh the initial doubts, especially when one possesses the fortitude to maintain that decision through challenging circumstances. Furthermore, the narrative's influence cannot be overlooked. A well-constructed narrative can serve as a foundation for dominance, undermining even the will to resist among adversaries. Ravana was widely seen as an unconquerable force until his eventual defeat by Rama. However, this perception was meticulously crafted by Ravana himself. His successes over nearly all of his peers solidified his formidable reputation, bolstered further by his son Meghanada's victory over Indra, leading to his own title as Indrajit, or Conqueror of Indra. Yet, despite his formidable reputation, there were moments when Ravana faced defeat in combat, such as at the hands of Vali, or when he was captured by King Kartavirya Arjuna during a fateful encounter at the Ganges, demonstrating that even the mightiest can encounter formidable challenges. Ultimately, Ravana's story illustrates that even the most powerful figures recognize their limitations, sometimes necessitating compromise with their adversaries. Engaging in endless conflicts or futile battles does not yield rewards. Instead, the prudent path often involves strategic recalibrations and the embracing of clever calculations. Ravana's narrative shines a spotlight on the significance of storytelling and reputation in transforming perceptions, showing just how powerful narratives can become when wielded effectively. Grasping the complexities of security issues. In today's world, the notion of security has become an intricate puzzle that requires thorough examination and understanding. This ongoing challenge encompasses various dimensions, including social, political, economic, and technological factors that interact with one another. Failing to address these complexities can lead to unresolved tensions and vulnerabilities, posing significant risks to individuals, communities, and nations alike. As we delve into the multifaceted nature of security, it is essential to recognize the interplay between different elements and the ways in which they contribute to the overarching security landscape we navigate today. To begin with, let us take a moment to contemplate the subtle yet significant shifts that often go unnoticed in our society. It is essential to recognize that many of the obstacles we face exist beneath the surface, much like an iceberg whose bulk remains hidden from view. The question arises, do we truly need to witness violent acts or bloodshed for us to acknowledge an event as harmful? In reality, numerous security threats unfold gradually, eroding our foundations over time, and do not always manifest as overtly aggressive actions. When the cohesion and integrity of our nation are undermined, and we see the emergence of competing loyalties, should we turn a blind eye to these developments? Furthermore, if we lend sympathy, assistance, and support to separatist movements abroad under the guise of promoting democratic freedoms, is it appropriate for us to remain passive observers? Moreover, when vital national progress, particularly in terms of essential infrastructure, is hindered, do we simply accept it without protest? In addition, when covert influence operations are initiated with the intention of molding public opinion and societal beliefs, should we truly be able to afford a stance of indifference? If our policy-making choices related to fostering an open economy result in deindustrialization and increasing dependence on external entities, what implications does this hold for our future prospects? Ultimately, achieving strategic autonomy is inextricably linked to ensuring our strategic security. The current discussions surrounding security have shifted significantly towards concerns about exposure, penetration, and vulnerabilities in systems and processes. We find ourselves in a complex landscape where what was once considered standard behavior can swiftly morph into potential threats. Addressing these challenges should not lead us to adopt a more restrictive approach, bolster authoritarian measures, or withdraw from engaging with the broader world. Instead, this situation serves as a crucial call to action. It urges us to remain vigilant, enhance our preparedness, fortify our defenses, and, above all, ensure that we do not allow ourselves to become complacent. Indian society finds itself perpetually grappling with a myriad of security challenges, arguably more so than many other nations in the contemporary world. Much like other countries, India contends with a wide spectrum of both conventional and unconventional threats. The intricacies of maintaining law and order, as well as internal security, are significantly heightened due to the nation's vast population, pluralistic society, and remarkable diversity. Tensions surrounding terrorism are particularly pronounced, as India has faced relentless violence originating from neighboring regions. On the external front, the ongoing effort to secure disputed borders presents an exceptionally demanding task. Moreover, the direct recollections of various conflicts by current generations profoundly influence our collective mindset and responses to these security concerns, contributing to a heightened sense of vigilance and complexity in addressing these issues. Each of these factors undoubtedly calls for a more advanced and responsive approach. However, there are also considerable challenges that accompany our ever-expanding interconnected lives. These issues are deeply rooted in our interactions with the world around us, making it impossible to escape their impact. In the realm of security, simply striving for improvement or increased activity is insufficient. We must adopt a fundamentally new perspective. For India to truly enhance its security measures, it must embrace innovative thinking and redefine its strategies. This transformation requires us to envision security in an entirely new way, adapting to the complexities of modern life. Individuals who dedicate their careers to the field of national security likely have a keener awareness of the profound ways in which our understanding of that concept has shifted over time. This transformation has been significantly influenced by the forces of globalization affecting various societies, the ubiquitous nature of technology that has woven itself into the fabric of our everyday existence, and the intensifying competition present in the global landscape. The complexities involved in identifying the sources, locations, timelines, and methods of potential threats have become incredibly intricate and challenging to foresee. Additionally, we find ourselves grappling with the necessity to adopt more sophisticated strategies in our responses, protective measures, and counteractions. We are faced with the challenge of navigating a more convoluted environment for evaluating threats, with an expanding array of factors that we must consider. Collectively, these elements contribute to a reality where what was once deemed routine is now increasingly erratic, leading to a situation where calm and uneventful circumstances are now the rare exception rather than the norm. At the core of the intricate security dilemma lies an intricate blend of economic interdependence and the deep integration of technology. This fusion has paved the way for an unprecedented exchange of information, ideas, and ideologies, allowing them to flow freely across borders in ways that were unimaginable in the past. Additionally, we must consider the human elements involved, particularly regarding how diligently people adhere to established rules and norms. It's crucial to acknowledge the irony that, even as our capabilities expand and evolve, we find ourselves facing increased vulnerabilities. The very elements that promise advancement and prosperity can also become sources of concern and danger if misappropriated. Thus, the same advancements that hold the potential for significant benefits to society can also pose substantial risks when placed in the hands of those with ill intentions. The need to examine security challenges from a perspective that goes beyond traditional frameworks arises from several crucial insights. India is a nation that places great importance on fostering its international relations and is actively striving to broaden its global presence. As we progress domestically, we find ourselves increasingly interconnected with a multitude of external influences that affect our trajectory. Consequently, our primary objective is to devise solutions that optimize the advantages we gain while also mitigating potential risks associated with those strategies. Gone are the days when such challenges could be addressed solely through physical measures. That approach has become outdated. In today's complex landscape, it is essential to understand, predict, prepare for, and outsmart the various issues that may arise for our country. Achieving this requires a profound and contemporary grasp of the realities that govern our world. Now more than ever, our daily lives are influenced by a series of global trends and events that, while originating from outside our borders, hold significant implications for our domestic situation. Therefore, it is indispensable to cultivate a refined understanding of these dynamics to navigate the future effectively. In today's context, any thorough global evaluation must acknowledge the evolving dynamics of unrestrained competition among countries, particularly the major players on the global stage. This shift indicates not only an enhancement in their capabilities and influence but also a heightened willingness to leverage these strengths in various arenas. The interconnectivity of typically independent sectors has become increasingly evident, illustrating a new paradigm where areas like business, energy, and finance are now intrinsically linked to national strategy. Moreover, traditional divisions between sectors such as sports, tourism, education, and politics have blurred, reflecting a comprehensive approach to strategy that disregards previously established norms and barriers. The assumptions about what constitutes fairness or acceptability in international relations have also changed dramatically, as old norms and protective barriers erode. While some of these changes can be attributed to structural transformations, they are further enhanced by shifts in behavior on the part of nations. For example, globalization and advancements in technology exemplify structural changes, whereas rising nationalism and unilateral actions demonstrate the behavioral aspects. Consequently, there has been a notable surge in risk-taking across the globe, compounding the complexities of international relations. No nation can afford to remain detached or immune to these changes, and India is certainly not an exception to this trend. Ultimately, the conclusion is clear: our external geopolitical landscape has become significantly more perilous. The challenges confronting the home front are equally formidable, particularly due to the rise of borderless politics, which has significantly diminished the sense of security and comfort that once prevailed. This complex issue is fueled by several of the same forces underpinning globalization. However, the variables involved manifest in a distinctive manner. There is an observable increase in both the capacity and the desire of individuals and entities to comment on, sway, and shape the events occurring in foreign societies. Much like traditional globalization, borderless politics often serves the interests of a select few, yet simultaneously, it is frequently promoted as being beneficial for a wider audience. The manifestations of this phenomenon can be found in various forms of media, all aimed at shaping public opinion and managing perceptions. Through the careful construction of narratives and persuasive arguments, proponents of borderless politics seek to legitimize their actions while simultaneously undermining opposing viewpoints. Although this trend represents a broader cultural shift, it should not obscure the significant implications it carries for national security. Indeed, the influence of borderless politics can have the effect of disillusioning or unsettling the public, and, at times, it may also spur dissent and motivate challenges to established norms. Moreover, beliefs that drive these movements are typically supported by a steady flow of resources that facilitate their realization. Therefore, it would be unwise for any political entity to ignore or overlook the necessity of monitoring external interactions. When appropriate, these should be actively regulated to prevent potential threats. In summary, it is essential for governing bodies to remain vigilant in the face of this evolving landscape, ensuring they understand and manage the implications of apparent borderless influences on their societies. It is important to note that countries in the West are as engaged in various activities related to governance and security as their non-democratic counterparts. This engagement manifests itself through legislative frameworks, intelligence operations, and administrative measures. Interestingly, when India faces scrutiny for its actions in this sphere, it often receives criticism from nations that themselves employ far more rigorous surveillance practices. The phenomenon of borderless politics, much like many contemporary issues, encompasses a vast array of approaches and attitudes. On one side of the spectrum lies a genuine intent to support allies and those who share mutual benefits and interests. Conversely, at the other end, there are actions that can precipitate radicalization, foster violent extremism, or even lead to acts of terrorism. There is much to consider when we talk about the transformation of ordinary activities into areas of heightened security concern. Often, we associate threats and vulnerabilities with exceptional circumstances, events such as conflicts, disruptions, or confrontations. However, in today's world, we navigate a complex landscape filled with various technologies, activities, and tools that can operate without the awareness of either the individual using them or the target they affect. Each day, we encounter a multitude of risks that manifest in different forms, often right under our noses. A prominent illustration of this is the vast realm of data and the systems designed to gather and process it. The methods of data collection and the evolution of artificial intelligence represent some of the most fiercely debated issues on a global scale. Whether it involves digital transactions that have become an integral part of our everyday lives, or the vital infrastructures that uphold our society, the stakes have never been higher. Our routine interactions with technology not only expose us to potential threats but also reshape the way we understand security in our interconnected world. The experience surrounding the COVID pandemic has revealed that even sectors that may seem unrelated to technology can significantly increase our susceptibility to various challenges. In today's interconnected landscape of supply chains, we can witness the emergence of shortages during critical periods in essential areas. These shortages may arise due to disruptions in logistics, but they can also stem from intentional strategies designed to manipulate supply. Consequently, there has been a growing global emphasis on creating supply chains that are not only resilient and dependable but also equipped with redundancy. In the realm of digital interactions, this has translated into a heightened demand for enhanced trust and transparency among all stakeholders involved. The core issue at hand, however, lies in the alarming trend of weaponizing various aspects of global interactions. Over the past several years, it has become increasingly evident that critical areas such as trade, finance, investment, and logistics can be strategically manipulated to serve political or military ends. Nations around the globe have been keenly aware of this dynamic and have crafted market shares and industry dominance with those specific aims in mind. In some cases, countries have even rolled out comprehensive initiatives designed to further these covert objectives, often revealing their true intentions only when it is far too late to counteract them. Others have taken a more blunt approach, employing sanctions as a tool of coercion to exert pressure on their adversaries. This growing trend raises significant concerns about the integrity of international relations and the potential ramifications for global stability. Once the mentality of utilizing resources as potential weapons takes hold, the safety of nearly everything comes into question. This paradigm can manifest in various ways, such as manipulating the flow of tourists, controlling the availability of essential raw materials and components, or exerting influence as a major supplier or client. When a market economy gets ensnared in objectives that extend beyond standard market motivations, we start to recognize the ways in which what was once considered normal has contributed to our overall vulnerability. In reality, humanity has been living in a precarious gray area for quite some time, where regulations have frequently been bent to serve the interests of globalization. Now that the repercussions of these actions are becoming apparent, we are slowly beginning to confront the associated challenges. Ironically, when strategic interests are at stake, even those who publicly champion the ideals of a free market are willing to disregard their own principles. Consequently, current security evaluations must now encompass an understanding of how dependencies are formed and exploited. Furthermore, it is entirely rational for nations with heightened awareness around security issues to carefully examine incoming investments and business acquisitions, ensuring they align with their broader objectives. Furthermore, it is essential to consider the immense power wielded by large technology corporations, as their market values frequently surpass the gross domestic product of entire countries. This phenomenon transcends merely the colossal size of these corporations. It also raises significant questions regarding the political implications and ethical considerations of their influence. As pragmatic individuals, we cannot afford to ignore the profound impact these companies have on our everyday existence, nor can we turn a blind eye to the potential consequences of their actions. The initial anxieties surrounding issues of privacy and commerce have evolved into a much broader and more significant concern. While we are accustomed to navigating the landscape shaped by both state and non-state entities, the emergence of these corporations, motivated by self-serving mega-interests, has begun to redefine the dynamics of contemporary international relations in unprecedented ways. Society as a whole is grappling with a significant challenge. Large corporations often prioritize their individual goals and standards over collective interests. Recent developments have highlighted the reality that even the most powerful nations struggle to completely understand, let alone regulate, enterprises of this magnitude. These organizations can offer services and capabilities that traditionally belong to governments, effectively carving out their own positions within the realm of geopolitics. While the notion of corporations positioning themselves against governments is not entirely novel, the strategies they employ have been greatly enhanced by the dynamics of our modern lifestyles. It is crucial for us to remain aware and attentive to these shifting currents and transformations in the landscape. Conflict through alternative methods. Your training encompasses information up until the month of October in the year 2023. As society develops a deeper comprehension of what security entails, whether through geographical advancements or other factors, the nature of threats, particularly those that might originate from afar, has evolved dramatically. With advancements in mobility, these once abstract dangers began to feel much closer and more immediate, significantly reshaping perceptions of safety. In this evolving landscape, those individuals and groups that were able to adeptly harness these security techniques on a large scale swiftly rose to positions of power and dominance. Unfortunately, this left many others vulnerable, as they found themselves unable to defend against the sophisticated methods employed by the dominant forces. In India, we often refer to this phenomenon as the Panipat syndrome, a term that reflects our historical narrative and the subsequent impact of colonial rule on our society. This concept is not exclusive to India. History comprises numerous illustrative instances from around the world that reveal similar patterns. However, the contemporary age has escalated this issue to an entirely new scale. In essence, the forces of globalization paired with rapid advancements in technology have succeeded in diminishing geographical barriers, leading to unique and unparalleled challenges that societies must now confront. Historically, the traditional approach involved a deep analysis of military prowess and aggressive actions that played a crucial role in shaping outcomes, establishing power equilibrium, and exerting dominance. However, even during those times, it was the everyday human interactions and routine financial dealings that significantly influenced these dynamics. The advancement of imperialistic endeavors was achieved by skillfully integrating these elements. In the present day, however, these mundane social and economic exchanges have gained an unprecedented strength, allowing them to infiltrate societies more effectively. They create a variety of choices and opportunities for individuals and communities, ultimately allowing them the agency to decide when and how to act upon these opportunities. Often overlooked are the issues that arise from everyday routines and experiences. When evaluating globalization from a security standpoint, it is crucial to consider the connections and dependencies that it fosters among different regions and cultures. This reality highlights the fact that physical distance no longer guarantees safety. In today's world, many have come to realize that individuals can become radicalized without ever stepping outside their front doors. Globalization has essentially placed the entire globe within our reach, simultaneously bringing along a host of opportunities as well as a range of concerns and tensions. As our lives become increasingly intertwined with technology, we will likely face more significant challenges moving forward that stem from this interconnectedness. As the landscape of vulnerability continues to broaden, our understanding of what signifies sufficient protection is evolving as well. Historically, national security was primarily regarded through a limited framework of military strength, law enforcement, and legal parameters, which often stemmed from a belief that threats were both distant and clearly identifiable. However, this perspective no longer holds true in today's interconnected world. Moreover, the realities of reliance on critical aspects such as technology, financial systems, food supplies, and energy resources have reignited a worldwide discussion about the value of achieving strategic independence. The recent emphasis on intertwining economic security with national security has been influenced by various global factors. The emergence of China as a powerful player, shifts in American policy discussions, the ramifications of the COVID-19 pandemic, the ongoing conflict in Ukraine, and escalating tensions in the Middle East have all contributed to this paradigm shift. As a result, issues surrounding the sustainability of livelihoods are now seen as more pressing compared to mere profitability, leading to a reassessment of priorities in national policy making and security strategies. The ongoing growth of factors that influence societal comfort levels has led to more nuanced and precise considerations by nations around the world. As a matter of fact, the very presence of disruptions has emerged as a key factor reshaping the way we define security. Consequently, the significance of partnerships and collaborative agreements has risen substantially, serving as essential sources of reassurance in a rapidly changing global landscape. Transformations in the world today extend beyond simple structural adjustments, they also encompass shifts in behaviors and attitudes. To understand these changes, it is essential to identify the critical turning points that have shaped the last 20 years. Key events such as the 2008 worldwide financial crisis brought about significant economic upheaval, while the evolving styles of leadership in various global power centers have redefined political dynamics. These developments have been further influenced by the ramifications of the COVID pandemic and the ongoing conflict in Ukraine. As we analyze these events collectively, it becomes evident that they have contributed to an environment characterized by intensified competition in the realm of global politics, particularly among major powers. In this climate, there is a stark reduction in the scrutiny directed toward nations as they deploy all available tools of influence and power to serve and promote their own national interests. In earlier times, various tools of influence could be conceptualized along a continuum. On one end lay the direct application of force, while on the opposite end was the persuasive power of setting an example. Between these two extremes, a range of practical methods emerged, all of which were often shaped by mutual interests and a shared sense of restraint. However, this balance has not always been effective. Whether it involved selectively utilizing military force or imposing economic sanctions, those in a position of advantage frequently opted to leverage their power. Generally speaking, the prevailing faith in globalization has acted as a deterrent against reckless behavior. Yet, as the stakes in international relations have risen and contradictions have become more pronounced, leading nations have increasingly adopted a mindset reminiscent of war by other means. A notable characteristic of contemporary times is the growing readiness to adopt a more aggressive and unapologetic approach in employing the various instruments of influence and capability at their disposal. The fact that this toolbox has expanded to include even more strategies and tactics only serves to reinforce this tendency further. In reality, we are witnessing the evolution of this aggressive approach, which is beginning to exploit numerous dimensions of our interconnected, globalized existence and the activities that come with it. Trade has always been intertwined with politics, but the relationship has become even more pronounced in today's landscape. In contemporary commerce, market shares are frequently utilized as tools for political communication, with both buyers and sellers leveraging their positions to convey specific messages. The exploitation of monopolies, whether in terms of tangible goods or cutting-edge technology, has become increasingly ruthless. In the realm of finance, the power dynamics are equally significant, characterized by the strength of various currencies and the pervasive challenges associated with debt. Furthermore, the concept of connectivity has evolved to encompass notions of interdependence and interrelation, a development that has been exacerbated by the lack of transparency and the overall viability of the market. Technology plays a crucial role in this evolution, reaching new heights of intrusiveness and allowing for deeper levels of interaction. The availability of data today presents a remarkable opportunity to gain insights into societal behaviors and attitudes, functioning almost like a mirror reflecting the collective consciousness of nations. Even in the context of tourism, when it is strategically directed, it can serve as an influential tool in the grand game of persuasion and power dynamics. Collectively, these elements represent normal aspects of the interdependent global landscape, often entered into without sufficient consideration or thorough examination of potential consequences. Competitive politics encompasses far more than merely the tactics of manipulation or pressure, it equally involves the art of persuasion and incentives. Consequently, various initiatives, projects, and forms of engagement serve as channels through which individuals and groups can cultivate and exert their influence. This phenomenon is evident in numerous domains, including education, commerce, media, and the entertainment industry. The seamless blending of these fields has become so ingrained in our society that opportunities for collaboration and influence are not only abundant but also increasingly accessible. The act of promoting compliance or instigating transformation has been a fundamental aspect of human governance since the inception of political structures. In contemporary times, this dynamic unfolds within the framework of the modern nation-state, which serves as a conceptual basis for understanding international relationships. When taken to its most extreme conclusion, these efforts are often aimed at establishing dominance through the subjugation of other entities. However, in practice, such extremes are relatively uncommon. More frequently, these initiatives manifest themselves as the ongoing refinement and enhancement of tools that exert influence. This process is essentially an enduring endeavor. In this competitive landscape, nations that wield greater power inherently engage more proactively in offensive strategies. In contrast, the majority of nations tend to concentrate their efforts predominantly on defensive measures. One significant result of this ongoing activity is the creation of a global order, which facilitates the establishment of frameworks and protocols to regulate interactions among nations and to legitimize their respective claims and expectations. The implementation of standards across various domains can be particularly advantageous. It allows the capabilities of a limited number of nations to become the collective aspirations of a much larger group, thereby promoting a sense of unity and collaborative growth among nations. Throughout history, the development of societal safety and the advancement of daily living have continually influenced one another. Progress made in the field of security has inevitably spilled over into various aspects of everyday life, touching on everything from the materials we use and the ways we communicate, to the platforms we engage with and our daily activities. Innovations that often originate in high-tech laboratories or corporate settings eventually find their way into military stockpiles and arsenals. At the same time, the commercialization of security-related discoveries has enjoyed considerable success over the years, illustrating a reciprocal relationship between civilian innovations and military applications. As we navigate the complexities of an increasingly globalized world, however, the distinctions between these two domains are becoming less clear. Several factors contribute to this phenomenon. For one, the growing interconnectedness of technology means that advancements designed for security purposes frequently intertwine with civilian applications. Additionally, some nations have intentionally fostered a civil-military convergence that blurs the lines between business operations and security needs. In this evolving landscape, it is crucial to realize that economic ventures may not just bolster security capabilities, they may also be significantly influenced by them. This intersection makes it challenging to pinpoint where commercial interests finish and security requirements begin. The integration of these realms reflects a transformative era where the dynamics of safety and economic enterprise are closely linked, fostering a scenario where the traditional paradigms of each sector are increasingly difficult to distinguish from one another. Conduct and actions can be significantly influenced by the establishment of norms and the implementation of proper etiquette in society. This is precisely why the processes of creating rules and adhering to them have taken on a critical importance in contemporary discussions around international politics. However, it is often observed that these regulations may fall short in effectively promoting the interests of various parties or in providing a robust mechanism for defense. The situation becomes even more intricate in scenarios where rules are either absent, contested, or outright ignored. As a result, it is only natural for thoughtful political entities to focus on enhancing their capabilities instead of merely assuming the intentions of others. In this context, India must carefully acknowledge that the development of its own strengths can serve as a safeguard for its strategic objectives and security needs. The foundation for reliable and sustained security rests in these deeper, intrinsic capabilities, a realization that has distinguished the global powers from their lesser counterparts in the international arena. This issue holds significant relevance for India, as the country's industrial and manufacturing capabilities have struggled to match the rapid growth witnessed in other sectors. While we actively strive to implement necessary adjustments to improve our situation, the underlying rationale for establishing and upholding rules and standards continues to be compelling. In the near future, it appears that the lack of such regulations could potentially lead to more harm than benefit for our economy. Lesser developed countries, which lack the strength and fortitude that some larger nations possess, may find themselves compelled to submit to the authority of a select few dominant power hubs. Conversely, even among the world's major powers, the establishment of regulations has the potential to mitigate the kinds of instability that benefit no party. Simultaneously, there is a growing recognition that in rapidly advancing areas such as the digital landscape, the crafting of rules can effectively serve to solidify the advantages held by current leading entities. Thus, as nations enhance their capabilities, it is essential that this advancement is paralleled by more daring approaches to policymaking and the creation of compelling narratives that resonate within the global discourse. The process of influencing public perception and shaping individual thought is a crucial component of political competition. While it is true that the realm of information has gained significant prominence in recent times, this elevation in status does not merely signify an acknowledgement of its importance. It also highlights the emergence of innovative tools and methodologies that are now at our disposal. Although the traditional concept of propaganda may seem outdated, it has given way to a modern landscape characterized by technology and data-driven strategies. Nonetheless, it is essential to remember that, like many contemporary practices, this phenomenon has its roots and historical context that should not be overlooked. Controlling the narrative is an ongoing struggle, and advancements in technology have significantly complicated this challenge. Those tasked with maintaining law, order, and security encounter this battle on a daily basis. The narratives we encounter can twist our perceptions, incite emotions, instill anxiety, create confusion, and misguide us, often all at once. It's important to acknowledge the influence of our daily routines and the constant barrage of information we consume. These interactions play vital roles in shaping our acceptance or rejection of various ideas and viewpoints. The forces influencing these processes often transcend borders, moving beyond conventional definitions of authority and sway. At times, these forces firmly support maintaining the existing state of affairs and become highly reactive to any deviations from it. A prominent example can be seen in the strong resistance from certain groups regarding the alterations made to Article 370. Conversely, this dynamic also opens the door for the promotion of radical ideas or more palatable forms of extremism. We can observe their influence at work in how cross-border terrorism is framed. It is sometimes portrayed merely as an intensified version of the historical conflicts that followed the partition. Through these various lenses, the narratives crafted by these overarching forces shape our understanding of events and ideologies in profound ways. Indeed, the portrayal of countries frequently serves a specific agenda, influencing public perception and policy decisions. The notion of data protectionism is often leveraged to downplay the significance of digital service delivery while simultaneously rationalizing the monetization of data. Likewise, the term big emitters is utilized to sidestep accountability for past emissions and environmental damage. In both scenarios, established elites are likely to keep a close watch on the dynamics of power and will likely push back against any efforts to create a more equitable distribution of influence. This rebalancing is essential for empowering emerging societies, allowing them the opportunity to confidently assert and pursue their own interests on the global stage. As with the benchmarks established in various domains, emerging powers often contend with the challenges posed by the prevailing narratives of those who were first to assert their influence. In the realm of ideological discourse, these rising entities strive to establish their definitions of political correctness and attempt to make their perspective universally accepted. Frequently, external entities find themselves in close alignment with local elites, fostering a mutual understanding that can shape political outcomes. Our observations over recent years have illustrated how the principles of good governance can be manipulated through excessive governmental intervention, while chaotic conditions, and even more detrimental scenarios, are rationalized as the exercise of democratic freedoms. A society that remains unaware or indifferent to these troubling trends is one that risks falling into peril. In today's interconnected world, the drive for a cohesive and unified truth has been strongly supported, often bolstered by well-established echo chambers that amplify specific perspectives. However, the emergence of multipolarity has reignited the intrinsic diversity present in our global society. This new competition among various entities can lead to instances of misunderstanding and misrepresentation, which should not be overlooked. Given that so much of our security hinges on how we are perceived, it is crucial that we remain aware of the forces that shape our public image. Those who harbor the illusion that ascending the global hierarchy of power will be an effortless journey are certainly misled. This challenges us to carefully consider how we define societal norms, where we choose to focus our attention, and which aspects of reality we decide to highlight. These are essential elements of the process. Additionally, the choice of language in reporting, the leniency from rigorous fact-checking, and the bias in judgment are all significant factors at play. Despite being acutely aware of the existing biases and underlying interests of various narratives, it remains vital for us to engage in this contest with energy and enthusiasm. Therefore, crafting and sharing our own narratives is of utmost importance. Various regions of the globe hold their own perspectives, yet we should not shy away from articulating our interpretations of those perspectives. The struggle for recognition and influence is a common experience for all ascending powers, and we must embrace the challenge with resilience and determination. You have been equipped with knowledge and information that extends up until October 2023. As you navigate forward, it is important to stay informed and adapt to new developments that may arise beyond that date. Your training provides a solid foundation, but being aware of ongoing changes will ensure you remain relevant in an ever-evolving landscape. Developing robust governmental capabilities to navigate an increasingly intricate security landscape poses a shared difficulty for many larger countries. The very instruments and technologies that enhance our ability to provide essential services can also play a crucial role in ensuring the safety and security of our citizens. Just as we face traditional external threats, it is imperative that we approach security policy within a context driven by information and data. This transition requires comprehensive preparation, as it brings its own set of challenges and prompts significant discussions. However, the overarching direction in which we must advance is increasingly clear and difficult to contest. The landscape of our planet has undoubtedly shifted in numerous ways, yet one persistent and pressing concern that India continues to face is the menace of terrorism. It is reassuring that the global dangers posed by this threat are increasingly acknowledged by the international community. However, it becomes a stark reminder of the work that lies ahead whenever political interests or regional strategies lead to compromises regarding this grave issue. As one of the main victims of terrorism, it is crucial that we do not sit back and expect the global community to advocate for our cause if we ourselves are not prepared to take action and defend our interests. To effectively rally support from around the world, our efforts in shaping international opinion must be bolstered by a strong defense of our nation's priorities and perspectives. Furthermore, we must remain vigilant against the normalization of terrorism. It is imperative to continuously challenge and reject any notions that might downplay or trivialize this threat. It is vital that we create a distinct narrative that sets apart our neighboring country, which is known for producing not just a different kind of IT expert, but one that is also infamous for contributing to the propagation of international terrorism. By doing so, we clearly delineate the stark differences in the values and contributions of our two nations. The concept of security encompasses a wide array of dimensions, one of which is the promotion of socio-economic development, an aspect whose significance is increasingly recognized across global platforms. As societies experience the tangible benefits of development, the corresponding challenges tend to lessen. In recent times, India has placed a strong emphasis on attaining its Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, signaling a commitment to improve the standard of living for its citizens. The advantages of such progress are glaringly obvious. However, there remain concerted efforts to impede development and stymie advancement. A clear example of this resistance can be seen in the opposition to the construction of roads in regions afflicted by left-wing extremism, LWE. Yet, if the potential for national growth is undermined or the necessary infrastructure in border regions is rendered ineffective, the implications extend beyond mere inconveniences. They present challenges of a much graver nature. Historical records illustrate that these impediments can manifest in various forms, some appearing outright detrimental while others masquerade under the guise of public welfare. Recognizing the vital importance of these initiatives to our future prospects, it is crucial that we prioritize the maintenance of steady and uninterrupted progress in our development efforts. The realm of digital technology has acquired a unique significance in the context of development, particularly in the aftermath of the COVID-19 pandemic. One of the initial areas that underwent significant changes was the issuance of passports, but this transformation has since expanded to encompass governance as a whole. Given the vastness of the Indian digital marketplace, it is only logical that intense competition has emerged around the utilization of the data generated within this space. Additionally, there are ongoing contests surrounding the advancement of smart networks and services across various sectors. It's important to recognize that the need to protect digital services and data is not a phenomenon exclusive to India. Like many other nations, we are also actively assessing the vulnerabilities that have been heightened due to the advent of new technologies. India's quest is to identify an optimal framework that successfully balances multiple, sometimes conflicting, priorities. These priorities encompass the protection of citizen data, the facilitation of business operations, the promotion of efficient governance in the public's interest, and the safeguarding of national security. In navigating these complexities, India aims to forge a path that not only addresses contemporary challenges but also paves the way for sustainable digital progress in the future. The heightened awareness regarding telecommunications was a long-anticipated advancement. This development is expected to foster a wider initiative aimed at modernizing our national security perspective. Another critical insight that emerged from the COVID pandemic pertained to health security. While we currently export numerous goods and stand out as a significant manufacturer of vaccines, we must not lose sight of the potential risks associated with a large nation like India relying on external sources for its fundamental necessities. The behavior and responses of different states during times of considerable strain present valuable lessons that we should heed. Ignoring them could lead to severe consequences. However, if we approach this situation with the right mindset and strategies, we can create a framework that nurtures capabilities, ultimately setting off a positive and self-sustaining cycle. A robust discussion is currently taking place regarding the nature of India's economic interactions on a global scale. There is a widespread understanding and acceptance of the realities of globalization, and no credible voices are questioning the necessity for India to engage with other economies around the world. However, the crux of the matter lies in the specific terms that India negotiates in these engagements. It is crucial to emphasize that foreign trade liberalization should not come at the expense of maintaining fair competition within our own domestic markets. Unfortunately, historical precedents indicate that this has often been the case, where foreign competitors have benefited from production subsidies and barriers to market entry in their own regions, making it exceedingly difficult for Indian producers to compete on a level playing field. When critical production sectors become unviable as a result of these imbalances, it transcends the realm of simple trade policy, it morphs into a pressing issue of national security. It is imperative to recognize that India can only exert significant influence on the international stage if it ensures robust and capable capacities within its own borders. Our destiny should not be confined to merely serving as a marketplace for foreign goods or as a source of data for other nations. The true advancement of a rising India will occur only when it embodies the concept of an Atmanirbhar Bharat, or a self-reliant India, fostering sustainable growth and self-sufficiency. India's journey toward establishing itself on the global platform has been nothing short of remarkable and packed with challenges. As the nation grappled with various internal dynamics, it also faced significant external threats that sought to disrupt its progress. The devastating impact of the partition continues to resonate, with lingering effects that persist to this day, some of which are just now beginning to be addressed. Throughout these trying times, there have been many who have resisted India's resurgence, actively aiming to complicate its path forward. Instances of terrorism, radicalism, and separatist movements have repeatedly been wielded as tools to undermine India's stability. Despite enduring such turbulent years, we have emerged stronger, largely due to the sacrifices and resilience displayed by our citizens. An important lesson from our experiences is to recognize the need to view our rich diversity not as a source of conflict but as a strength. Although fostering a strong sense of national pride is crucial, it alone may not be sufficient to thwart ongoing attempts at division. Being an open society grants us myriad opportunities, but it also leaves us vulnerable to those who may wish to sow discord. Therefore, in our context, maintaining eternal vigilance is essential. It is not merely the cost of our freedoms but also a vital component of preserving national unity and integrity. It is imperative that we continue to navigate these challenges with a commitment to cohesion and solidarity among all segments of our diverse populace. India's emergence as a prominent player in the global arena is not simply about climbing higher on the hierarchy of international influence. It represents a significant evolution from its roots as a rich civilizational society into the framework of a contemporary nation-state. The challenges of safeguarding our borders and enhancing governance practices can no longer be viewed as sufficient, rather, they serve as the fundamental base upon which a range of additional capabilities must be built. As is often the reality in India, we will witness the coexistence of various historical periods, even in the realm of national security. In the near future, our focus will increasingly expand to encompass global issues. However, it is essential that we must not shy away from the courage required to explore and implement solutions on the international stage as well. In tandem with developing strategies for potential challenges we face domestically, we must also cultivate a strong ethos of collaboration and partnership beyond our borders. This dual approach will be crucial in navigating the complexities of an interconnected world. Before the pandemic struck, many nations were already grappling with a range of pre-existing challenges, and India certainly was not an exception to this trend. The typical discourse surrounding this issue often emphasizes financial and trade concerns, occasionally sprinkling in references to certain social and political dilemmas for context. However, a more introspective evaluation of the past 25 years would prompt us to consider more profound inquiries regarding our interpretations of reform and globalization. It is frequently suggested that in India, we tend to implement the changes that are absolutely necessary in response to immediate challenges, rather than pursuing the reforms that are truly beneficial in the long run. In essence, we tend to react to the pressing crises at hand, only to regress back into a state of complacency once those crises seem to be under control. In fact, this pattern of behavior is largely what has characterized our experience since the economic transformations initiated in the early 1990s. Discussions surrounding reform initiatives have primarily concentrated on various facets of the economy, industry, and commerce. This emphasis is perhaps understandable considering that the initial crisis stemmed from an imbalance in the nation's payments. However, it is crucial to recognize that significant portions of economic, social, and human activities were largely overlooked in these debates. Sectors such as agriculture, labor, education, and administrative functions remained largely untouched, primarily due to the strong influence of entrenched interests that successfully stifled any genuine push for comprehensive reform. As a direct result, our human development indicators stagnated and failed to see the improvements that were within reach. Moreover, the challenges posed by urbanization were inadequately addressed, as were the pressing needs for growth in rural areas. The lack of advancement in social dimensions subsequently began to exert a negative impact on economic progress, highlighting the interconnected nature of these issues. The domestic landscape reflects a similar trend observed in India's external strategies, both of which have fallen short in bolstering the country's competitive edge. In our quest for globalization, we have often prioritized immediate gains and short-term strategies over sustained growth. Rather than utilizing imports as a means to innovate and enhance production capabilities, India has leaned towards consuming and profiting from external goods. This approach starkly contrasts with the strategies employed by East Asian nations, which have successfully developed their manufacturing sectors. Our reliance on inexpensive foreign alternatives unwittingly diminished our own manufacturing capabilities. Consequently, we began to unconsciously view the efficiencies of other countries as a remedy for our own shortcomings. This mindset resulted in the stagnation of necessary reforms, as we became complacent, comfortable with the status quo. The self-evaluations we conducted were largely favorable, rooted in comparisons to our historical performance rather than against the benchmark set by our global competitors. As we progressed into the second decade of this century, these self-imposed limitations have become increasingly apparent. It is clear now that pursuing globalization without a coherent strategy is akin to navigating a road trip without a defined destination. The only meaningful measure of our reform efforts should be their effects on our overall national power and capability, pushing us toward a more strategic and sustainable path forward. As countries worldwide navigate the repercussions of the pandemic, their leaders are increasingly prioritizing efforts aimed at revitalizing their economies and restoring social stability. With each nation tailoring its approach to its unique context, policymakers are fully aware that substantial hurdles still await them in the future. This dual focus on safeguarding lives while also nurturing livelihoods has emerged as a critical theme that resonates universally among nations striving for successful recovery. At this juncture, it is not surprising that India's foremost priority revolves around recovering from the challenges posed by recent events. The journey to recovery, however, is intricately woven with elements of resilience that have emerged from the experiences of the pandemic. This resilience may be exhibited through more immediate issues, particularly within the health and pharmaceutical sectors. Conversely, it could encompass a wider spectrum, addressing aspects such as domestic manufacturing capabilities, distribution mechanisms, and consumer behavior. The urgency with which a robust pandemic response infrastructure was developed, along with the pressing socio-economic demands encountered during the crisis, has set a new standard of expectations that may extend beyond our current awareness. The Indian populace has displayed remarkable strength and discipline when faced with hardship, and a significant portion of this resilience can certainly be attributed to effective leadership and motivation. Nevertheless, it is crucial that we engage in careful contemplation of strategies designed to effectively overcome and leave behind the lingering effects of the pandemic. Since 2014, a strong groundwork has been established through a series of initiatives aimed at tackling various challenges that were historically overlooked in discussions surrounding reform. These national campaigns have tackled a broad spectrum of issues, ranging from enhancing financial inclusion to implementing digital services on a large scale. Their efforts extend to ensuring access to essential utilities like power and water for everyone, as well as providing affordable housing. Additionally, they have focused on critical areas such as education, particularly for girls, sanitation, cleanliness, and improving rural incomes alongside urban planning. The initiatives also emphasized the importance of accelerating infrastructure development, embracing digitization, formalizing the economy, and fostering skills development. Moreover, there is a significant emphasis on promoting startups, encouraging entrepreneurship, and nurturing innovation. The overarching message conveyed through these efforts is one of advancing human development indices, utilizing digital tools to leapfrog traditional barriers, empowering individuals with aspirations, and broadening access to opportunities and benefits. Equally noteworthy is the emphasis on transforming society by engaging and mobilizing the general populace. This approach has effectively bridged the gap between the government and the community, helping to move away from the colonial mentality that views them as separate entities. The public's recognition and appreciation of this commitment to societal transformation is palpable, highlighting a collective movement toward a more inclusive and equitable future. We should not harbor any misconceptions regarding the challenges that lie ahead. The journey we face will undoubtedly be both lengthy and demanding. As we survey the future, it becomes evident that India must learn from the experiences and lessons of others, particularly in areas such as human capital development, social infrastructure, and economic prowess. Fundamental necessities such as electricity, clean water, and adequate housing should no longer be considered mere luxuries. They are essential for the well-being of the population. Additionally, access to quality education, comprehensive healthcare, vocational skills, and stable employment must not be viewed as optional privileges for a select few. They are essential rights for all citizens. Moreover, it is imperative for India to place a greater emphasis on technology and manufacturing, as these sectors are crucial for the country's growth and future possibilities. The process of digitization may very well serve as a pivotal factor in fostering an environment where social welfare can thrive, particularly within a nation that is operating with limited resources. We must acknowledge that in an era where trade conflicts and technological rivalries are becoming increasingly normalized, a process of deindustrialization can be equated to a kind of unilateral disarmament, leaving a nation vulnerable. Therefore, the endeavor to streamline the business environment should not merely be seen as a target for economic growth. It carries significant social ramifications and strategic importance as well. Ultimately, it is crucial for the swift enhancement of India's all-encompassing national strength. When we consider the landscape of reform in India, it is important to recognize that our journey towards progress will only be complete when we fully embrace the idea that reform is a continuous and evolving process, one that can be applied in a multitude of ways across various sectors of society. The obstacles to national growth and development extend far beyond just economic and social factors. A significant aspect of addressing these challenges involves confronting issues related to governance inefficiencies and shortcomings in implementation. These problems manifest in various forms and complexities. They can include outdated policies that no longer serve the current needs, inadequate regulatory frameworks that fail to support effective action, superficial implementation efforts, or even cases of outright negligence. Ultimately, the resolution of these issues hinges on both our capabilities and our strategic planning. When we express concern over the inadequacies of our border infrastructure, it is crucial to examine the underlying reasons contributing to their current condition. Beyond the possibility of intentional neglect, the development of peripheral areas often mirrors the capacities, or the lack thereof, found within the nation's core regions. Allowing certain parts of the country to remain underdeveloped or poorly governed poses significant risks, especially in border areas where vulnerability is heightened. It is also imperative that we address not only exceptional challenges but also the everyday necessities of governance and infrastructure maintenance. Keeping our borders secure should be viewed as an ongoing commitment, requiring continuous effort and vigilance rather than merely a reactive response to crisis situations. This requires a consistent application of resources and strategies day in and day out, reflecting the importance of a comprehensive approach to national development. In our discussions concerning the realm of national security, it is essential to acknowledge the significance of establishing the necessary frameworks and systems. Proposing grandiose solutions without first addressing the foundational elements may garner attention, but it lacks the substance of a serious policy initiative. Conversely, our recent experiences with the Gati Shakti initiative have illustrated just how far national infrastructure can progress when there is a dedicated emphasis on unity and collaboration. Dismantling organizational silos and fostering a more cohesive governance approach are equally critical components of enhancing our national security. At the core of this effort is an essential willingness to genuinely confront the challenges our nation confronts. Unfortunately, there is a tendency to downplay pressing issues like cross-border terrorism and the complexities of geopolitics, which often leads to a reluctance to make difficult decisions. In today's increasingly complicated global landscape, such evasions will become increasingly untenable. Creating a prosperous India is not simply about relying on our historical achievements and experiences, rather, it focuses on envisioning and shaping a brighter future for the nation. The emphasis lies in redefining what lies ahead, drawing inspiration from our past but not being constrained by it. Chapter 10, Paths Left Unexplored. In this chapter, we delve into the various routes and choices that were available but ultimately set aside. These divergent paths, filled with potential and opportunity, offer a glimpse into the numerous possibilities that could have been pursued. We'll explore each option, examining their implications and the different outcomes they might have brought. As we reflect on these roads not taken, we come to understand the significance of our choices and the factors that influence our journeys. Reflecting on our legacy is a rare occurrence, yet when we do take a moment to contemplate it, we often fall into the trap of believing that the decisions made in the past were the only viable options. However, it is essential to recognize that this notion is not always accurate. Therefore, routinely revisiting historical events, particularly in the context of strategic evaluations, proves invaluable. For instance, much of what has been traditionally accepted as the foundational principles of Indian foreign policy can largely be traced back to the preferences and vision of India's first Prime Minister, Jawaharlal Nehru. His influence was so profound that he shaped the political landscape for a significant period, spanning 2 decades. Nevertheless, it is crucial to acknowledge that during the initial years following independence, there were intense discussions and debates on these matters. Many of these debates involved voices from Nehru's contemporaries, including those who held differing ideological positions from his own perspectives. This highlights the dynamic and multifaceted nature of political discourse during that time, reminding us that history is often more complex than it may initially appear. In the discourse surrounding Indian foreign policy, three primary relationships emerged as focal points: those with Pakistan, China, and the United States. Critics of Prime Minister Nehru were particularly vocal in their assessment of these dynamics, arguing that his approach was marred by a deceptive sense of internationalism that ultimately compromised India's national interests. When it came to Pakistan and Israel, detractors contended that Nehru's conciliatory stance was largely a function of a domestic political strategy aimed at appeasement. As for China, his critics accused him of embodying an unrealistic and misguided idealism, one that failed to adhere to the fundamental tenets of statecraft. Furthermore, in relation to the United States, Nehru's perspectives seemed heavily influenced by a left-leaning aversion to American policies, a sentiment that resonated in certain influential circles within the United Kingdom during that period. Given that these significant international relationships are now undergoing substantial shifts, it becomes imperative for the public to engage with and understand these critical viewpoints. After all, the pathways of foreign policy that were not explored during Nehru's era are now beginning to be revisited and navigated in today's geopolitical landscape. Reflecting on the past, it is quite fascinating to observe that differing opinions and perspectives were not confined to a select few individuals within the government. Rather, these divergent views extended across a broader spectrum, involving notable figures such as Sardar Patel, who served as Nehru's deputy and passed away shortly after India gained independence. Additionally, other cabinet members, including Dr. Syama Prasad Mukherjee and Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, chose to resign from their positions to establish their own political parties, highlighting their disagreements with the prevailing policies. In the parliamentary arena, leaders from the opposition frequently expressed their concerns regarding the government's foreign policy. Figures like J.B. Kripalani, Ram Manohar Lohia, Deen Dayal Upadhyaya, and Minu Masani were particularly vocal in their critiques. Moreover, significant differences also arose within Nehru's own administration, especially in relation to India's deteriorating relationship with China. This strife over foreign relations indicates that, contrary to what some may expect, foreign policy issues played a critical role in shaping domestic political dynamics during this period. It is likely that contemporary generations would find it surprising that these foreign affairs were so influential in prompting political changes both within the ruling Congress Party and in the emergence of alternative political movements. There are compelling reasons to revisit the historical landscape of political ideologies, particularly in the context of how various perspectives have evolved over time. For instance, the rise of the Bharatiya Janata Party, BJP, serves as a significant example of how a once marginal viewpoint has managed to gain traction and ultimately ascend to power. This phenomenon prompts us to reflect on the debates that characterized earlier political climates, many of which continue to be highly relevant today. The questions surrounding whether alternative outcomes could have been achieved are far from merely theoretical, they touch upon the very fabric of our current socio-political realities. Additionally, it is important to consider how Nehruvian ideals were often framed as the standard against which other political philosophies were measured and frequently dismissed as outliers. This dynamic of contestation is worthy of our attention, as it highlights the necessity of acknowledging the spectrum of political discourse that has existed and continues to shape our modern landscape. Recognizing these differing viewpoints is not only insightful but essential in understanding the complexities of governance and societal values throughout our history. The belief that solidarity centered around nations in the Third World could serve as a powerful antidote to the contradictions arising among newly established governments seemed overly idealistic, to say the least. However, when this notion was actively adopted and implemented by a sitting prime minister in relation to a neighboring country, it took on a perilously reckless dimension. Such actions led to a disturbing trend of ignoring crucial signals and behaviors in the 1950s that had critical implications for our national security and overall well-being. We poured our political resources into championing the interests of a neighboring country, only for them to ultimately betray us. Alarmingly, there were moments when we even convinced ourselves that we wielded considerable influence over their decision-making processes, which proved to be a naive and misguided belief. In assessing these policies, it's important to take a moment to consider what underpins this alleged sense of solidarity. At its core lies a deep-seated belief that there exist feelings and forces that are more potent than nationalism and can effectively transcend cultural identities. Individuals who subscribe to this perspective often presume that others share similar sentiments, particularly those aligned with their philosophical outlook. This projection of misleading internationalism raised significant alarm among Nehru's contemporaries, prompting many to articulate their apprehensions. The critiques emerged with notable diversity in their intensity, the arguments put forth, and the specific issues being addressed. Just because these critiques did not achieve prominence at that particular moment does not diminish their importance. In fact, the unfolding of subsequent events often serves to affirm the legitimacy of these earlier viewpoints. The perspectives of those who advocate differing viewpoints hold significant importance in understanding our history. A considerable number of these individuals were remarkable defenders of the struggle for independence, and many also played vital roles in the process of drafting the Constitution. It is essential to recognize the contributions of leaders like Sardar Patel and Dr. Shyama Prasad Mukherjee, who notably influenced the territorial landscape of contemporary India. To fully appreciate the decisions made during that tumultuous era, it is crucial to understand the numerous pressures and challenges that shaped those choices. Among the lessons we can draw from this historical context are the insights offered by dissenting voices, which may guide us in addressing persistent issues we face today. Regardless of the stature of the leaders involved, the depth of their disagreements, or the significance of the matters at hand, it is imperative that we revisit their arguments and appeals, approaching them with renewed perspective to extract valuable lessons applicable to our present and future. In the rich tapestry of India's folklore, few figures exemplify loyalty and sacrifice as profoundly as the aged Eagle King, Jatayu. Despite being frail and nearly blind, he rose to the occasion when the wicked Ravana abducted Sita. At that moment, Jatayu demonstrated unparalleled bravery. He fought valiantly against the powerful demon king, using every ounce of strength left in his weary body. With fierce determination, he clawed at Ravana, shattered his bow with his beak, and managed to topple the fearsome chariot of the abductor. However, the encounter was tragic for Jatayu, as Ravana ultimately overpowered him. The ruthless king severed Jatayu's wings, leaving him gravely injured and bleeding, abandoned to face his fate alone. Yet, even in his final moments, destiny had a different plan. Rama and his faithful brother Lakshmana discovered Jatayu and learned the identity of Sita's captor. Deeply moved by Jatayu's selfless act of valor, Rama performed the last rites for the noble eagle, honoring him for his ultimate sacrifice. Following this poignant event, it was Jatayu's elder sibling, Sampati, who played a pivotal role in the unfolding saga. Meanwhile, the monkey army, led by Prince Angatha, found their spirits waning in the quest to rescue Sita. As they lamented Jatayu's fate and what it meant for their mission, Sampati, who had been listening intently, came forward with hope. Utilizing his remarkable vision, he was able to spot Sita, who was held captive in the distant gardens of Ravana's kingdom, Lanka. This extraordinary ability to see beyond the horizon provided crucial information that empowered Lord Rama and his allies to strategize effectively in their pursuit. In the broader context of our own nation's history, the wisdom and experiences of those who have gone before us hold significant value. Much like Jatayu's dedication to righteousness and Sampati's insightful vision, certain leaders during pivotal times in our history enrolled their experiences to safeguard national interests, often at great personal sacrifice. Their unwavering loyalty and important perspectives resonate with the virtues we admire in legendary figures, such as Jatayu and Sampati. As we reflect on the profound lessons of sacrifice and vision presented through these tales, we find it essential to revisit their advice and legacy. We owe that to both them and ourselves, ensuring we honor their contributions to our collective journey. Patel and the emergence of a new India. The legacy of Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel, a prominent figure in India's struggle for independence, continues to resonate in the modern landscape of India. Known for his unwavering determination and leadership, Patel played an instrumental role in unifying the country after gaining independence in 1947. His vision for a new India was one rooted in unity, strength, and progress. As we observe the evolution of India today, we can see the impact of Patel's principles in various aspects of society. The emphasis on national integrity and social cohesion reflects his ideals, inspiring current leaders and citizens alike. Patel's commitment to fostering a sense of belonging among diverse communities has shaped the nation's identity. Furthermore, Patel's strategies in governance and development set a precedent for policies aimed at building a robust nation. His efforts in agrarian reform and infrastructure development laid the groundwork for economic progress that is still relevant in today's context. As India strides confidently into the future, the spirit of Patel's vision serves as a guiding light for sustaining an inclusive and vibrant society. In conclusion, Patel's legacy not only symbolizes the historical struggle for independence but also embodies the ongoing journey towards achieving a prosperous new India, where unity and progress thrive hand in hand. In the past few years, the figure of Patel has increasingly taken center stage in our national conversations and deliberations surrounding security. This rise in prominence can be attributed in part to the evolving political landscape that has created opportunities for his legacy to be re-examined and appreciated, moving him out from obscurity. Additionally, this resurgence resonates with the current climate, where we face significant challenges and numerous uncertainties that underscore the crucial need for strong and effective leadership. Among the myriad of influential personalities in contemporary India, Patel stands out as a beacon of strategic insight and decisive leadership during tumultuous times. His legacy extends beyond mere governance. He is also intricately linked to the process of nation-building and the implementation of transformative reforms. Given these qualities, it is no surprise that he serves as a powerful source of inspiration for the vision of New India, embodying the values and attributes that are essential for navigating the complexities of today's world. 75 years ago, the globe, along with India, was engulfed in a distinct type of upheaval that was equally profound and impactful. The devastating Second World War had recently concluded, dramatically altering the landscape of international relations and power dynamics. In its aftermath, new centers of power emerged, each driven by their own unique interests and ideologies. The historical forces that had been building long before the war played a significant role in dismantling colonial rule across various regions worldwide. For India, the unyielding spirit and resilience of the freedom struggle ultimately triumphed, leading to our long-awaited independence. However, this victory came at a staggering price: the partition of our nation, which brought along a myriad of challenges and consequences that would shape the lives of millions. When Patel stepped into the spotlight of leadership, the situation was rich with complexities that demanded urgent attention to nation building. He had already established himself as one of the foremost figures in our political landscape, earning respect for his insightful vision and exceptional ability to organize. Upon assuming his role, he faced the immense burdens of governance head-on, demonstrating a remarkable capacity to prioritize the welfare of the nation over his own ambitions. Although it is widely acknowledged that he was the favored choice for leadership within his own faction, he ultimately acquiesced to Mahatma Gandhi's vision for leadership dynamics. This particular phase of his national governance is particularly significant as it offers valuable lessons that resonate with the challenges we face in contemporary society. In the public consciousness, Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel is often credited with securing the integration of territories such as Jammu and Kashmir, Hyderabad, and Junagadh into the Indian Union. However, his actual role in shaping the course of these historic events was significantly more profound than most realize. These notable instances of accession, while indeed complex and challenging, rested on a robust groundwork that Patel meticulously established through a series of high-stakes negotiations with numerous other princely states across the subcontinent. It is important to highlight for those less familiar with the historical context that numerous southern princely states exhibited reluctance at first to sign the instrument of accession to India. Certain British officials within the political department were actively encouraging many rulers to resist this process, hinting at the potential emergence of a so-called third force through their unification. This atmosphere of indecision necessitated that each individual state be approached with considerable care and strategic deliberation. Throughout this arduous journey, some states ventured perilously close to opting for an alliance with Pakistan, particularly those contiguous to the newly formed nation, who found themselves lured by Muhammad Ali Jinnah's seemingly generous propositions. The decisive factor that ultimately led to their accession was the immense pressure exerted by Patel himself, who diligently worked to sway their decisions. Additionally, there were smaller princely states that proved to be obstinate, often influenced by the agendas of neighboring larger states. It wasn't until the early days of August 1947 that the momentum truly shifted in favor of a unified India, marking a significant turning point in the arduous process of nation-building. Patel's relentless determination and diplomatic acumen were crucial in transforming the political landscape of the newly independent country during this critical period. Following India's independence, two crucial negotiations that took place under the direct supervision of Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel were those concerning the princely states of Junagadh and Hyderabad. Notably, both situations presented the potential of being escalated to the United Nations, yet Patel firmly thwarted that notion. Given that these events unfolded on Indian soil, there is a tendency to categorize them as internal politics instead of viewing them through the lens of diplomacy. However, as explored in detail by V.P. Menon, these negotiations involved some of the most challenging discussions imaginable. The objectives, strategies, and tactics employed in these negotiations merit thorough examination, as they continue to offer valuable insights into the intricate art of statecraft even in contemporary times. It is widely recognized that Jawaharlal Nehru and Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel had significant differences regarding the issue of referring the invasion of Jammu and Kashmir to the United Nations. However, this disagreement was just a single facet of a broader divergence in their approaches to managing the Kashmir situation. This discord ultimately led Nehru to relieve Patel of his cabinet responsibilities concerning Jammu and Kashmir and to appoint Gopalaswamy Iyengar to take over those duties instead. Moreover, I have previously analyzed how Nehru and Patel differed in their responses to China's stated stance towards India, showcasing yet another layer of their contrasting viewpoints. Despite these differences, the structure and discipline imposed by the government, parliamentary processes, and overall political environment served to contain much of their disagreement within the confines of their private correspondence. In light of Nehru's heightened sensitivity to criticism regarding foreign policy matters, Patel reassured him that he would confine his expressions of dissent to discussions held during cabinet meetings. This arrangement effectively maintained a level of solidarity in public while allowing for the necessary debates and disagreements to take place in a more controlled setting. Instead of rehashing points that are commonly discussed, it might be beneficial to delve into perspectives that are not as widely recognized or understood. One such perspective pertains to the complex and often challenging navigation of foreign policy by India during the nuanced times of the Cold War. Notably, Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel emerged as a prominent advocate for a balanced and cautious approach in this context. He believed that unnecessarily provoking the powers of the West was generally unproductive, particularly since India's immediate national interests were not under direct threat. This issue transcended specific policy choices, it revolved around a broader ideological discomfort with certain prevailing attitudes of the time. At points, Patel's views found resonance with those of C. Rajagopalachari, reflecting a collective sense of moderation among these leaders. As the relationship between India and China deteriorated in the late 1950s, members of Prime Minister Jawaharlal Nehru's cabinet began to articulate foreign policy perspectives that were more independent and assertive. The key takeaway from this historical examination is not to evaluate the correctness of their positions at that moment, but rather to recognize that their stances emerged from a more profound understanding of national interest, rather than being merely reactions driven by transient feelings of global solidarity. This deeper sense of purpose guided their approach to the complex realities of international relations during a pivotal era in history. At present, there are two significant ongoing issues related to Indian diplomacy, which were subjects of intense contemplation during the lifetime of Vallabhbhai Patel. His perspective on these matters remains particularly noteworthy. One of these issues involves the United States, a country that Patel viewed with considerably less skepticism compared to Jawaharlal Nehru. In the year 1948, just a year prior to Nehru's inaugural visit to America, Patel expressed his belief that the United States was pivotal to the global geopolitical landscape. He was convinced that the trajectory of India's industrialization would be severely hampered without the cooperative engagement of the Americans. In recognition of this, Patel articulated a more India-focused argument in favor of collaboration with the U.S., diverging from Nehru's broader approach, which leaned towards fostering a non-aligned coalition with other nations. Fast forward 2 years later, during one of his final public remarks, Patel notably addressed a prevailing sentiment among many people who argued that India should refrain from seeking assistance from the United States. They contended that doing so would undermine India's prestige and label the country as a mere member of a bloc. Patel challenged this notion, asserting that India possessed the capability to assert its interests and define its own standing on the global stage. This assertion marks the early roots of an India First perspective that can be traced back several decades. However, it is important to note that it has taken a distinct nationalist ideology in contemporary times to revitalize and reintroduce this concept into modern discussions. Another significant concern revolves around the reluctance to officially acknowledge Israel and the failure to forge comprehensive diplomatic ties. Patel exhibited a palpable discomfort with the influence of vote bank politics on Nehru's decisions, firmly believing that these political pressures should not dictate the formulation of national policy. Despite his strong convictions, his perspectives did not gain the upper hand in the political discourse, and it wasn't until Prime Minister Modi's landmark trip to Israel in 2017 that this long-standing issue was addressed and ultimately resolved. The pursuit of a more harmonious and cohesive society is a goal that resonates deeply within diverse communities and federal structures around the world. Truly, when we reflect on the profound contributions of historical figures, one person stands out for his lasting influence on national unity: Sardar Patel. As a society that prides itself on the principle of unity amid diversity, it is crucial for us to actively cultivate the connections that unite us as a whole. Over the past 75 years, we have encountered numerous challenges on this journey toward integration. However, our ability to overcome these hurdles can largely be attributed to a collective resolve that is deeply rooted in Patel's enduring legacy. It is this spirit of determination that continues to propel us forward in our quest for a more perfect union. There are lingering challenges that stem from a time when neglect was often justified and accepted by many. Catering to the demands of powerful interests or turning a blind eye to the realities on the ground is not a sustainable approach for the future. The arena of global politics is fiercely competitive, with various entities always on the lookout for vulnerabilities to exploit. Our rich and profound pluralism, which enables us to embrace and harmonize an impressive array of diversity, is a cornerstone of our civilization's strength. It is not merely a modern phenomenon. Deep down, we possess a clear understanding of this truth, even if certain regions of the world may find it difficult to grasp. A nation like India, which remains connected to its cultural heritage and foundational values, will inevitably exhibit remarkable strength and unwavering resilience. The essence of our philosophy thrives, and it is grounded in self-confidence and a profound understanding of our national identity. Our esteemed leader, Sardar Patel, wisely warned us back in 1948 about the dangers of compromising our stances for the approval and judgment of external forces. This cautionary advice remains just as relevant and critical in today's context as it was during that pivotal period in our history. The Mukherjee alternative represents a distinct approach or solution that diverges from conventional methods. This term may refer to a variety of ideas, strategies, or frameworks that challenge the status quo, offering innovative perspectives or remedies to existing problems. By embracing the Mukherjee alternative, one may explore new avenues, break free from traditional constraints, and cultivate a more empowering and effective way of tackling challenges in various fields. Whether in politics, economics, or social issues, the Mukherjee alternative invites individuals and organizations to think outside the box and consider fresh alternatives that have the potential to bring about meaningful change. While Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel operated within the framework of governmental duties adhering to his core beliefs and ideals, his contemporary, Dr. Syama Prasad Mukherjee, took a different path. There is a rich tapestry of contributions made by Mukherjee that warrant exploration and appreciation. He stood out not only as a distinguished educational reformer but also as a significant political figure who shaped the discourse of his time. In addition to his political endeavors, Mukherjee was a passionate advocate for humanitarian aid and community welfare, demonstrating a deep commitment to the well-being of society. Furthermore, he was a staunch proponent of Indian culture and traditions, dedicating his efforts to promoting the rich heritage of the nation. His intense patriotism set him apart. He was a fervent nationalist who viewed the future of India through a lens of undying devotion to his homeland. Mukherjee's multifaceted personality and unwavering commitment to his ideals have left a lasting impact on the fabric of Indian society, making his legacy one that continues to resonate in contemporary discussions on nationalism and cultural identity. Our attention naturally gravitates toward the activities that played a pivotal role in shaping the early years of independent India. Many of these initiatives laid the groundwork for a unified approach to thought and action within the nation. This surge of nationalism sparked a prolonged and vibrant debate over several decades regarding the character of our political landscape and the systems of governance we adopt. Moreover, these discussions extended to our perceptions of development and progress, particularly in terms of how we might achieve self-sufficiency. Additionally, they significantly influenced our strategies for engaging with neighboring countries and, more broadly, the international community. On the surface, these various aspects may appear to be distinct areas of focus. However, the reality is that they embody an integrated worldview, and in practical terms, they are deeply interconnected and interdependent. The figure of Mukherjee is intricately linked to the significant and contentious issue regarding the accession of Jammu and Kashmir, along with the subsequent debates surrounding the legitimacy of that process and its broader consequences. Central to Mukherjee's viewpoint is the powerful and memorable slogan he championed, Ek Desh Main Du Vidhan, Du Pradhan, Du Nishan, Nahi Kalanj, which translates to, there cannot be two constitutions, two prime ministers, and two flags in one nation. Throughout his career, both in the halls of parliament and in public discourse, Mukherjee raised alarm over the potential disintegration of India, a phenomenon he referred to as balkanization, and pointed out the detrimental effects this could have on the nation's unity and strength. He consistently highlighted the dangers inherent in contesting issues of sovereignty, the implications of having competing authorities, and the limitations imposed on the expression of national symbols. These matters have been discussed extensively over the years, and the adverse consequences are all too clear. The lack of full integration of Jammu and Kashmir into the Indian mainstream has significantly hindered progress in various arenas, including economic growth, social development, and national security. The change that occurred on August 5, 2019, when the Indian government took decisive action to integrate Jammu and Kashmir more fully into the nation, undeniably enhanced the strength of national integration. However, from an international relations standpoint, it is important to assess how this sensitive issue has been leveraged by foreign powers in their strategic calculations concerning India. The geopolitical dynamics that have unfolded as a result of Jammu and Kashmir's status warrant a thorough examination, as they reveal much about both regional and global interactions with India. This analysis should not be viewed solely as a retrospective reflection. As early as 1953, Mukherjee expressed his concerns to Prime Minister Nehru, arguing that the manner in which he was addressing the Kashmir issue had not succeeded in bolstering India's standing on the global stage, nor had it garnered significant international backing or empathy. On the contrary, Mukherjee believed that Nehru's approach had led to various complications both within India and in its foreign relations. He strongly urged Nehru to reassess this policy with a level-headed perspective, rather than being swayed by what he termed illusory internationalism. It is important to highlight Mukherjee's mention of the complications on the international front, as this aspect would become a significant focus of Indian diplomatic efforts in the years that followed. As he pointed out in Parliament, India's engagement with the Security Council regarding Kashmir revolved around the issue of aggression rather than the question of accession itself. He noted how this situation was manipulated by certain interested powers, drawing parallels to Patel's prudent warnings about the intricacies of international politics. As time has gone by, the diplomatic repercussions stemming from the initial misunderstandings concerning the Jammu and Kashmir issue have faded from the collective memory of the public. It is likely that the younger generation, often referred to as the Gen Next, may not even be aware of the immense pressures that our nation confronted during those turbulent times. However, it is imperative to revisit those historical challenges in order to fully grasp the profound implications of the actions taken regarding Article 370 in 2019. A thorough exploration of the intricate global dynamics surrounding the Jammu and Kashmir situation is essential, as it sheds light on what Mukherjee alluded to when he discussed the complexities involved in this matter. Understanding this context will enrich our perspective on the decisions made and their far-reaching consequences. In December of 1947, India took the significant step of bringing the situation regarding Jammu and Kashmir to the attention of the United Nations, invoking Article 35 of the UN Charter. This move was prompted by the perceived threat to international peace and security that arose from Pakistan's backing of the invaders. While there may be a separate discussion regarding whether this decision was the most advantageous course of action for India at that particular period in history, it is a conversation that is not essential to delve into here. What is crucial to remember is that just 2 months prior to India's appeal to the UN, the British-appointed Governor-General of India had acknowledged and accepted the instrument of accession concerning Jammu and Kashmir, in accordance with the pertinent legal frameworks. Nevertheless, this acceptance did not deter some of the major global powers from seizing the opportunity created by the unfolding crisis in the region. The United Kingdom, as the most recent colonial authority, held a prominent position in the geopolitical landscape during this period. It also pursued a vigorous agenda following the partition, which ultimately made its actions rather contentious. The UK played a significant role in the adoption of a resolution by the Security Council, urging both India and Pakistan to avoid any actions that might escalate tensions further. This resolution effectively equated the aggressor with the victim, creating a problematic moral equivalence in the eyes of the international community. Additionally, declassified documents reveal that the Commonwealth Relations Office had devised a deliberate plan to introduce Pakistani military forces to counterbalance India's influence, indicating a calculated attempt to alter the power dynamics in the region. The subsequent course of action involved a diplomatic maneuver in Belgium, where the President of the Security Council aimed to set up a commission consisting of 3 nations. Throughout this negotiation process, India's critical demand that Pakistan cease its support for the invading forces was conveniently overlooked. Moreover, an additional, somewhat deceptive change occurred in the phrasing of the resolution. It was altered from the title Jammu and Kashmir Question to India-Pakistan Question. Following Belgium, Canada stepped in to assume the presidency and continued to push the Western agenda, advocating for the establishment of a Pakistani military presence to replace the invading forces if they were to withdraw. The situation escalated to the point where India issued a stern warning that it might consider withdrawing from the Commonwealth altogether as a protest against the perceived partiality in these proceedings. As the situation became increasingly critical, the United States along with its Western partners found themselves becoming more entrenched in the unfolding conflict. Over the subsequent years, considerable pressure was applied, which included the serious consideration of cutting off support to India if certain demands were not met. A pivotal moment in this unfolding drama occurred in 1957 when a draft resolution developed by the United Kingdom and the United States was ultimately vetoed by the Soviet Union, significantly altering the dynamics of international relations at the time. India's defeat in the conflict with China in 1962 triggered a resurgence of diplomatic efforts in the following decade. One of the most significant initiatives during this time was the Harriman Sandys Mission in 1963, which aimed to mediate the ongoing dispute over Jammu and Kashmir. However, despite the seriousness of this mission, it ultimately fell short of its objectives. The failure was not chiefly due to a lack of will or intentions on the part of the mediators, but rather stemmed from the prevailing global geopolitical climate and India's steadfast opposition to outside intervention. Compounding these challenges was the controversial China-Pakistan Agreement from 1963 regarding the Shaksgam Valley, which created complications for Western countries looking to align with Pakistan, as it cast a shadow over Pakistan's credibility in the international arena. Nevertheless, by the year 1965, the favor of Western nations toward Pakistan began to resurface, particularly as they focused on downplaying Pakistan's role in instigating the burgeoning conflict. While the Shimla Agreement established a bilateral framework for addressing the issue at hand in 1972, efforts to intervene in matters concerning Jammu and Kashmir persisted unabated. Such interference became especially apparent during the presidency of Bill Clinton, when the topic was openly discussed. Additionally, the response of Western nations to India's nuclear tests in 1998 attempted to draw a connection to the Kashmir conflict, illustrating the geopolitical complexities surrounding the region. Although the approach of the George W. Bush administration was somewhat more tempered, it is important to note that discussions regarding the sensitive issue continued to take place discreetly in private settings. Furthermore, during his campaign for the presidency, Barack Obama highlighted the situation in Kashmir, which sparked considerable debate, particularly regarding the scope of U.S. Ambassador Richard Holbrooke's involvement and authority on the matter. This history is worth revisiting as it underscores the ongoing significance of Kashmir in international relations. Despite the various diplomatic initiatives we've undertaken, our interests have faced significant challenges primarily due to breaches of our sovereignty and territorial integrity by China. These incursions date back to 1963 and have escalated over the years, particularly through connectivity projects that eventually led to what is now known as the China-Pakistan Economic Corridor, CPEC. We have consistently responded to each of these attempts to undermine us, and this resolve will remain unwavering in the future. In addition, when we consider the broader picture, we must acknowledge the progress we have made in mainstreaming Jammu and Kashmir. This effort has not only fortified our national integrity but has also bolstered our national security, both of which are crucial as India carves out a more prominent role on the world stage. It is evident that our partners in the West are now more receptive to our position than ever before. However, we must not lose sight of the critical transformation that has taken place within our own stance, which has been deeply influenced by the visionary ideas of Dr. S.P. Mukherjee. This internal shift is fundamental, as it underpins our approach and enhances our overall diplomatic strategy moving forward. An important aspect intertwined with the mismanagement of the Jammu and Kashmir situation is India's fundamental misunderstanding of Pakistan, specifically regarding its intentions and strategic policies. This misinterpretation is a persistent issue that has loomed over the well-being and security of India for many years. Notably, there has been a significant transformation in the way Indian policymakers are approaching this matter. The situation concerning Mukherjee holds significant weight, particularly as it led to his decision to resign from the Union cabinet. He openly shared his views with Parliament in 1950, offering a diagnosis of the prevailing sentiment towards Pakistan that continues to echo in contemporary discussions. Mukherjee perceived Prime Minister Nehru's stance as feeble, tentative, and lacking consistency. He argued that India's lack of decisive action or a firm moral stance was construed by Pakistan as a display of weakness. According to Mukherjee, this perception only served to embolden Pakistan, consequently causing India to endure greater hardships while diminishing its standing in the eyes of its own citizens. Throughout various critical junctures, Mukherjee consistently maintained that India had adopted a defensive posture, ultimately failing to adequately reveal or challenge the underlying intentions of Pakistan directed at India. This perspective may resonate strongly with the sentiments felt by many ordinary Indians, especially in the wake of traumatic events such as the Mumbai attacks on November 26. When discussing the issue of strategic clarity concerning Pakistan, it's undeniable that both Patel and Mukherjee emerged as prominent figures. Their roles were particularly significant beyond their stances on the accession of Jammu and Kashmir and the treatment of minority communities. A prime example of their influence is seen in Mukherjee's approach towards his native Bengal. Once the Indian National Congress accepted the notion of partition, a crucial question arose regarding the futures of Bengal, Punjab, and Assam. Each of these regions faced potential partition, as safeguarding their integrity was essential to prevent the entire area from falling into Pakistan based on a fragile majority vote. Mukherjee dedicated himself to this effort, passionately advocating for the preservation of Calcutta, now Kolkata, and striving to ensure that as much of Bengal as possible remained within the boundaries of India. His actions had significant ramifications not only for the immediate community but also for the greater geopolitical landscape of the time. The fate of Bengal during this tumultuous period was intrinsically linked to the broader national debate on partition, showcasing Mukherjee's unwavering commitment to India's territorial integrity and the well-being of its people. The stakes were undeniably high, and Mukherjee's efforts would leave a lasting impact on the region's historical trajectory. The situation in Assam, as well as the broader northeastern region, required urgent attention. In response, he took the initiative to organize discussions that included a diverse range of community members and stakeholders. Through his leadership, he spearheaded a grassroots movement that successfully galvanized public support, ultimately leading to a favorable resolution of the issues at hand. At this moment, it is nearly impossible for us to fully understand or imagine the ramifications that would have arisen from an alternative outcome, particularly in relation to the direction our foreign policy could have taken. In the eastern regions, Mukherjee carried out actions similar to those of Patel, who worked diligently in the northern and western parts of the country. Thus, we can confidently state that the present-day India we know is, in many ways, a product of their efforts and vision. Mukherjee's critique concerning our relationship with Pakistan carries a more significant message that resonates today. His focused examination of the Nehru-Liaquat Pact of 1950 continues to hold value in current discussions. It's important to remember that his resignation was significantly influenced by this very understanding. He emphasized that the pact failed to acknowledge the fundamental issues related to an intolerant state. Mukherjee pointed out that the publicly stated positions of the Pakistani government effectively weakened any potential sense of security for minorities. Furthermore, he highlighted that an excessively communal governance system was actively perpetuating these detrimental policies, raising important questions regarding the implications of such an approach. Mukherjee had foreseen numerous challenges regarding the treatment of minorities, and sadly, many of his warnings have proven to be prophetic in the years that followed. He astutely observed that a prevailing sentiment existed, suggesting that both India and Pakistan had not adequately safeguarded the welfare of their minority populations. Nevertheless, the reality pointed to a much different narrative. Mukherjee posited that hostile propaganda was being perpetuated by certain factions of the foreign media. He contended that this portrayal constituted a serious injustice against India, and he was determined to ensure that the truth be revealed to all who were genuinely interested in understanding the situation. Remarkably, it appears that certain aspects of this scenario have remained unchanged in certain circles. Mukherjee's observations regarding the relationship between India and Pakistan hold significant importance for understanding the long-term dynamics of this complex equation. He accurately foresaw many of the challenges and missteps that have arisen not only from the various agreements made over the years but also in the broader context of India-Pakistan relations. Throughout his analysis, Mukherjee deftly highlighted several critical conceptual flaws, particularly the tendency to portray both nations as equally culpable when, in reality, Pakistan has often played the role of the aggressor. Furthermore, he astutely noted that whenever Pakistan chose to violate existing treaties and agreements, India found itself with no viable options for redress or retaliation. As a result, he strongly advocated for the incorporation of sanctions within any future agreements, emphasizing that such a framework would have significantly benefited India if it had been earnestly implemented. Now, more than 70 years after Mukherjee shared his valuable insights about Pakistan, it is crucial for us to pause and contemplate the wisdom he imparted. His judgments remain relevant and serve as a guiding light as we navigate the intricate and often challenging terrain of India-Pakistan relations. Reflecting on his thoughts can offer us a clearer perspective on current affairs and the way forward. The intricate relationship between India and Pakistan, beginning in the immediate aftermath of their independence, has always been a source of concern. The initial troubling equivalence that existed between the two nations has only deepened over time, transforming into a steadfast hyphenation that has defined their interactions. For many years, the two countries were frequently mentioned in tandem, and any differences that separated them were often portrayed as simply remnants of the division brought about by partition. There have even been instances when the military governance in Pakistan was mistakenly presented as a model for development and progress. The pivotal events of 1971 undeniably altered the dynamics between the two nations, but the changes did not unfold in the way that India might have envisioned. Despite the setbacks, Pakistan continued to pursue a deliberate effort to maintain an artificial balance of power, receiving backing in this ambition from both China and various Western countries. This support extended to help facilitate Pakistan's nuclear and missile development initiatives, raising significant concerns in the region. Even more alarming was Pakistan's increasing engagement in cross-border terrorism, a tactic employed to pressure India into negotiations and to exert its influence in the region. The complexities of this relationship reflect a long history of tension and rivalry that continues to shape South Asia's geopolitical landscape. To be completely candid, the policies we had in place were not strong enough to effectively dissuade this particular approach. Rather than directly addressing the transnational terrorism that originates from Pakistan, we seem to entertain a narrative during discussions in Havana and Sharm el-Sheikh that framed both India and Pakistan as victims of terrorism. This perspective reflects the very false equivalence that Mukherjee warned against during his era. It was a misguided stance that undermined the distinct challenges posed by terrorism in the region. What conclusion can we draw about this ongoing situation? Over the course of the last 10 years, we have witnessed the evolution of this issue manifesting itself in numerous instances and forms. First and foremost, it is crucial to adopt a resolute stance against cross-border terrorism, which is fundamentally unacceptable. Allowing such acts to become normalized runs contrary to our national interests, and it is imperative that we do not treat our other diplomatic engagements as if they are unaffected by this grave threat. This sentiment has been expressed emphatically. When it comes to the serious atrocities related to cross-border terrorism, actions taken at Uri and Balakot represent not only a transformation in how we respond but also in our overall perspective on the matter. Mobilizing the international community through rigorous advocacy and the promotion of awareness is a crucial step in our collective effort to combat and discredit terrorism. Achieving this goal will enable us to significantly challenge the notion that terrorism is a localized issue, confined to any one nation, including India. Thanks to our persistent endeavors, there is now a broad consensus that the threat of terrorism extends beyond India's borders and affects countries worldwide. The fact that the United Nations Security Council's Counter-Terrorism Committee convened at a site affected by the tragic events of November 26 in Mumbai is a powerful gesture that underscores the global commitment to addressing this pressing issue. Furthermore, we are aiming to leverage global platforms in various international conferences, including key gatherings like the G20 and initiatives such as No Money for Terror, alongside various bilateral and plurilateral discussions, to maintain a strong and unwavering focus on the threats posed by terrorism. The process of listing under the UNSC 1267 Sanctions Committee holds significant implications for our fight against terrorism, as it helps unify member states against specific threats. It is entirely predictable which country is frequently highlighted in this context, illustrating the ongoing challenges we face in the realm of global security. Your training has been conducted using information and data available until October 2023. One area where the philosophies of Mukherjee continue to provide guidance and motivation is cultural diplomacy. In his capacity as the president of the Mahabodhi Society of India, Mukherjee took significant strides in cultivating relationships with nations that share Buddhist traditions, particularly those in proximity to India. His commitment was particularly evident in his hands-on involvement in repatriating sacred relics from the United Kingdom and facilitating their exhibition across Southeast Asian countries, including Myanmar. In today's context, the legacy of these efforts is being expanded upon through modern initiatives such as the Dharmadhamma conferences, the restoration of the historic Ananda Temple in Bagan, and the introduction of solar energy solutions at Buddhist sites in Sri Lanka. Additionally, projects aimed at the digitization of ancient manuscripts housed in Mongolia's Gondan Monastery are further fostering a shared Buddhist heritage. The significance we place on our Buddhist traditions has been poignantly highlighted by recent visits from G20 development ministers to Sarnath, which serves as a powerful reminder of the cultural values we advocate. Furthermore, it is clear that Mukherjee's cultural pursuits extended well beyond Buddhism alone and should be viewed within the larger framework of the anti-colonial movement. As we strive to enhance our efforts towards cultural rebalancing, it is evident that these initiatives align closely with Mukherjee's belief in the importance of cultural interactions and exchanges as a means of fostering global understanding and cooperation. Dr. B.R. Ambedkar and the ideology of India First. Dr. Bhimrao Ramji Ambedkar, a prominent figure in Indian history, is widely acknowledged for his instrumental role in shaping modern India. As the chief architect of the Indian Constitution, he championed social justice, equality, and human rights, particularly for the marginalized communities, including the Dalits. Ambedkar's vision extended beyond legal frameworks. He firmly believed in the philosophy of India First. This ideology emphasized the need for prioritizing the interests and welfare of the nation as a whole, rather than focusing on individual castes or communities. He advocated for a unified approach to nation-building, urging all citizens to set aside their sectarian differences and work collaboratively towards the progress and development of India. In his relentless pursuit of social reforms, Ambedkar raised awareness about the pervasive inequalities in Indian society and called for the upliftment of oppressed classes. He understood that true national development could only be achieved when every individual, regardless of their background, had the opportunity to contribute to and benefit from the nation's growth. Through his writings and speeches, Ambedkar encouraged a collective mindset, urging citizens to nurture a sense of pride and responsibility towards their nation. His commitment to the principles of democracy and social justice continues to inspire generations, making him a pivotal figure in the quest for a more inclusive and equitable India. In essence, Dr. Ambedkar's ideology of India First serves as a powerful reminder of the importance of unity and collective effort in addressing the challenges faced by the nation, reinforcing the belief that a strong and prosperous India can only be built when all its citizens stand together, working for the common good. Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, a pivotal figure among the architects of modern India, is celebrated as the principal designer of the Indian Constitution as well as a formidable advocate for social justice and inclusivity. His unique perspective was influenced by his exposure to American culture and education, setting him apart from many of his peers during that era. He held the esteemed position of the First Minister of Law and Justice, playing a key role in the Cabinet of Independent India for just over 4 years. In September 1951, Ambedkar tendered his resignation from this ministerial post, citing a multitude of concerns regarding various facets of social reform that he believed were inadequately addressed. Interestingly, alongside these social issues, Ambedkar expressed to Parliament his deep-seated concerns and unease regarding the nation's foreign policy direction. Although initially, he perceived that few nations harbored ill intentions towards India at the time of its independence, he later reflected that, within a mere 4-year span, the country seemed to have distanced itself from a significant portion of the global community. This troubling shift became evident to him, particularly in the form of dwindling support for India at the United Nations, highlighting his profound apprehensions about the nation's diplomatic relations and overall standing in the world. During that particular event, Ambedkar referenced the insights of two prominent realists, demonstrating their continued relevance in contemporary times. The first was Otto von Bismarck, who famously remarked that politics should not be perceived as a pursuit of lofty ideals but rather as a series of pragmatic moves within the realm of what is feasible. The second citation came from the playwright George Bernard Shaw, who wisely noted that while striving for noble ideals is commendable, it is essential to recognize that excessive virtue can sometimes lead to perilous outcomes. This suggests that even as early as 1951, significant leaders in India were already expressing concerns regarding the impracticality of the nation's foreign policy approach, highlighting a sense of unease about its effectiveness in addressing the complexities of international relations. Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, in his capacity as a prominent leader and advocate for the rights of the scheduled castes, expressed his concerns regarding foreign policy during the early 1950s. In particular, he raised critical points in the Election Manifesto of the Scheduled Castes Federation, published in 1951, where an entire section was dedicated to foreign policy issues. Reflecting on the political landscape at that time, he shared sentiments similar to those of Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel, who had passed away a year prior. Both leaders exhibited apprehensions regarding Prime Minister Jawaharlal Nehru's approach toward China. However, Ambedkar's perspective had evolved, and he began to link India's foreign alliances to its relations with the United States. He questioned why India was taking an active role in advocating for China's bid for a permanent seat on the United Nations Security Council, UNSC. Ambedkar believed that by supporting China in this way, India was inadvertently provoking animosity from the United States. In his assessment, this stance not only strained relations with a significant global power but also posed a risk to India's potential to secure crucial financial aid and technological support from the U.S. In what can undoubtedly be interpreted as a strong advocacy for an India First policy, Dr. B.R. Ambedkar ardently emphasizes that the foremost responsibility of India should be toward itself. He argues that rather than attempting to bring China into the United Nations Security Council as a member, India ought to prioritize its own recognition and standing on the global stage. Ambedkar offers a critical perspective on the approach taken by Prime Minister Nehru, describing it as idealistic to the point of being impractical, if not outright dangerous. He contends that in order to achieve true progress, India must concentrate on strengthening its own capabilities and resources instead of acting as a champion for the interests of other countries in Asia. On another occasion, he reiterated this viewpoint by pointing out that the prevailing tendency in our foreign policy seemed to be focused on addressing the issues faced by other nations, often at the expense of addressing our own domestic challenges. Ambedkar, much like his peers from the same era, possessed a profound understanding of global issues and was actively engaged in shaping them. His argument was unmistakably not about isolating India from the international community, rather, it was focused on advocating for decisions that would primarily benefit our nation. In this context, his aim was to strike a harmonious balance between prioritizing India's interests while also maintaining a positive international stance. Similar to many of his contemporaries, he seemed to feel that Nehru was overly inclined towards international matters, often at the cost of India's own national priorities. Ambedkar, like many others of his time, was critical of India's seemingly naive endorsement of the tenets of Panchsheel, the 5 principles of peaceful coexistence. He harbored a firm belief that these principles were not suitable for the realm of politics and questioned the sincerity of China regarding this same issue. In a significant parliamentary discussion that took place in August 1954, Ambedkar articulated his perspective clearly, arguing persuasively for a diplomatic approach rooted in tangible interests. He challenged what he referred to as Nehru's notion of Asia for Asiatics, asserting that political values should hold more influence in international relations. It is undoubtedly insightful to note that this debate remains relevant and actively discussed even 7 decades later, highlighting the enduring complexity of geopolitics in the region. Your knowledge base has been developed using information available until October 2023. Numerous instances illustrate that many of the issues we perceive as contemporary are, in fact, subjects of historical debate. The examples I provided earlier serve to highlight the complexities embedded within our past, albeit the exploration of these topics may be hindered by the constraints of political correctness. A foundational aspect of Indian foreign policy has been its commitment to non-alignment. While this principle reflects a significant global context, there is a tendency to treat it as an unchangeable doctrine. Many fail to appreciate that India's current capabilities enable it to transcend purely defensive strategies. This oversight is prevalent among those who approach policy discussions with an almost dogmatic mindset. Nevertheless, due to the frequent invocation of non-alignment, it is crucial to consider and acknowledge a more critical perspective on its relevance and application in today's geopolitical landscape. In 1959, few individuals articulated the challenges that the practice of non-alignment posed for India as poignantly as Amar Masani did. His concerns were particularly relevant given the escalating threat from China at that time. Masani raised critical questions regarding whether India's non-aligned position had led the nation to a point of vulnerability, rendering it incapable of effectively defending its own territorial integrity against potential aggressors. He further pointed out that in maintaining a deliberate distance from Western powers, India was inadvertently hindering its military forces' ability to receive the necessary support and resources for adequate preparedness. At a deeper level, Masani expressed alarm that India's ability to identify and respond to threats from a neighboring country had been compromised. The internal repercussions of this situation were also troubling, as he suggested that it was dissuading the Indian populace from openly embracing passions of patriotism. Essentially, Masani's argument highlighted that while non-alignment might prove beneficial during periods of stability and harmony, it became significantly less effective in times of adversity. By choosing to isolate itself, India was essentially allowing other nations to adopt a similar stance of detachment when circumstances dictated. Masani was adamant that the principle of non-alignment should not preclude India from acknowledging the existence of a menacing neighbor or from taking appropriate actions in response to such threats. Importantly, much of his perspective resonated with Prime Minister Jawaharlal Nehru's reluctance to forge closer ties with Western allies, even as tensions with China escalated and the nation faced military incursions in November 1962. This dialogue on non-alignment continues to have significant implications for India's foreign policy and defense strategies in an ever-evolving geopolitical landscape. As with numerous other discussions, it is essential to revisit this one as well, particularly in light of recent efforts to exert pressure on India. While many nations praise our sovereignty and strategic flexibility, their intentions are not always aligned with India's best interests. Instead, they often aim to sway our perspectives in ways that limit our available choices. In pursuit of this goal, it is only natural that they would leverage our historical experiences against us. After all, we cannot fault them for using such strategies, especially considering the success they had in influencing us back in 2007 during the formation of the Quad Alliance. Cultivating a robust sense of independence or even autonomy does not inherently equate to maintaining a position at the heart of international affairs or abstaining from making various commitments. There exists an intrinsic adaptability within the process of establishing autonomy, a quality that seems to have been overlooked as policy discussions became overly rigid and dogmatic. Even in the current climate, the importance of being tactically agile and strategically innovative cannot be emphasized enough. These attributes hold immense value in our navigation of complex geopolitical landscapes. Ultimately, achieving strategic clarity entails possessing a thorough comprehension of the global landscape while also maintaining a realistic and unbiased perspective from our own national viewpoint. In the initial years following our independence, we experienced deficiencies in both of these crucial areas, and as a result, we faced significant consequences that came at a considerable cost to our nation. From the journey we have traveled, it is crucial to understand that national security must always remain a top priority, particularly when weighed against the pursuit of international prestige. Ultimately, the effectiveness of hard power will consistently outweigh that of soft power. In an ideal scenario, these two forms of power would operate in harmony, allowing both capabilities and influence to develop concurrently. However, the need for recognition, especially from competing nations, should never serve as a primary motivator for our diplomatic efforts. This lesson, gleaned from previous experiences, profoundly shapes India's approach to global politics and our specific concerns within the region. Throughout this process, the wisdom and foresight exhibited by our esteemed leaders continue to guide and inspire us in our mission to strengthen Bharat as a nation. Chapter 11. The Significance of Bharat. In this chapter, we will explore the profound reasons why Bharat holds immense importance on the global stage. From its rich cultural heritage to its vibrant democracy, Bharat presents a unique blend of tradition and modernity that captivates the attention of nations around the world. As a rapidly growing economy and a hub of innovation, Bharat is making an indelible mark in various sectors, including technology, agriculture, and renewable energy. This chapter will delve into the various dimensions of Bharat's influence, examining its historical context, contemporary developments, and future potential, all of which underscore why this nation deserves our attention and respect. Understanding our worth, demonstrating our assurance. The remarkable achievement of Chandrayaan-3 successfully touching down on the lunar surface occurred simultaneously with the BRICS summit held in South Africa. This significant event not only marked a milestone in space exploration but also aligned perfectly with high-level discussions among the leaders of emerging economies taking place during the summit. Unsurprisingly, that remarkable milestone took center stage during the event. The leaders representing the Global South voiced their immense pride in witnessing one of their own accomplish such a significant achievement. This instance serves as just a singular illustration of the profound influence India is exerting on the global stage at this moment in time. Several weeks after the conclusion of discussions, the G20 summit held in New Delhi achieved a significant and consensus-driven result. This remarkable diplomatic success was complemented by the decision to welcome the African Union as a permanent member, an initiative led by India itself. Once again, these developments echoed a broader significance. In the preceding years, India's Vaccine Matri initiative had played a crucial role in enhancing healthcare access for numerous smaller nations that might have been overlooked during the pandemic. These three distinct illustrations, spanning various fields, converge on a singular theme: India's growing importance and influence on the global stage continues to increase. A new wave of Indian citizens, who are increasingly aware of global dynamics, is engaging in discussions about the country's role in international affairs. One effective way to tackle this topic is by examining the reasons why India holds significance for other nations and the various ways in which it influences them. However, the answers to these inquiries are often complex, even though one might begin with the intuitive assertion that India has consistently been important on the world stage. Given its vast geographical expanse, immense population, and an incredibly rich heritage and culture, India has inevitably made a significant impact. Its mere presence contributes to the global narrative, and as India continues to grow and develop, this recognition is likely to deepen. The pressing questions at hand revolve around the degree to which India's renaissance is reshaping the global landscape and what implications this may have for the future. This inquiry encompasses the choices we make, the policies we implement, the quality of our leadership, and our ability to effectively deliver on our objectives. Furthermore, it underscores the importance of understanding our national identity and how we convey our collective persona to the rest of the world. In common conversation, Hanuman is often regarded as the epitome of unwavering devotion, relentless perseverance, and extraordinary strength. Ironically, however, Hanuman is not entirely aware of the full spectrum of his own immense powers. As the sage Agastya revealed to Lord Rama, this limited self-awareness stemmed from the mischievous behavior Hanuman displayed during his formative years, which inadvertently disturbed many sages as they were deep in meditation. Consequently, Hanuman was cursed to forget his true capabilities until the time arose for him to fulfill his divine responsibilities. As the grand saga progresses, Hanuman begins to take on increasingly significant roles, which in turn facilitates a gradual awakening of his self-awareness. At critical moments within the narrative, he emerges as a vital force for good, often transforming dire situations into opportunities for heroism. A pivotal episode occurs when Sita is abducted, prompting the initiation of a widespread search operation. To tackle this enormous task, Sugriva, the leader of the Vanaras, decided to split his mighty army, dispatching them in all 4 cardinal directions under the guidance of seasoned commanders. Vinata, Sashina, and Shatabali were given the responsibility of leading teams towards the east, west, and north, respectively. However, it was Hanuman, alongside his devoted companion Angatha, who was entrusted with the vital mission of journeying south, a direction that was seen as holding the greatest potential for success. Yet, as the challenges mounted and despair began to cloud Angatha's resolve, it was Hanuman who uplifted and inspired him, urging his friend to maintain faith and persist in their pursuit. In doing so, Hanuman exemplified the very qualities that make him such a revered figure: steadfastness in the face of adversity, the ability to inspire courage in others, and the unwavering commitment to a higher cause. As he progressed through the various phases of the grand saga, his remarkable abilities began to shine brightly for all to witness. When Lakshmana fell in combat and could only be brought back to life through the rare medicinal herb Visha/Yakarani, Hanuman was entrusted with the crucial task of ascending the Dronagiri mountain to retrieve it. Faced with the challenge of identifying the elusive plant during daylight hours, he took a bold step by lifting the entire mountain itself and transporting it back to the battlefield. There, the more knowledgeable monkey leader, Sashina, could expertly discern and select the correct herb needed for Lakshmana's revival. This incident, among many others, highlights Hanuman's unwavering determination, creative problem-solving skills, results-driven mindset, and profound self-assurance. The tale of Hanuman undoubtedly resembles the narrative of India over the past 10 years. With each achievement, we are propelled to aspire for even greater feats. This journey of self-realization has significantly transformed India's identity in recent years, propelling the nation toward a trajectory that holds substantial consequences for the international landscape. As we continue to push our boundaries, the spirit of innovation and determination resonates deeply within the fabric of our society, marking a pivotal shift that not only impacts us but also reverberates across the world. A democracy that effectively serves the people. In a society where the principles of democracy thrive, the focus should always be on creating a governance system that not only upholds the rights and freedoms of its citizens but also ensures that their needs and aspirations are met. A democracy that delivers goes beyond merely holding elections or establishing a framework of laws. It actively engages the populace, fosters transparency, and promotes accountability among leaders. It strives to implement policies and initiatives that bring tangible benefits to all, ensuring everyone has a voice in shaping their community and nation. True democratic governance empowers individuals and facilitates progress, ultimately resulting in a society that flourishes and thrives for the betterment of all its members. India holds the potential to make a significant impact simply by its presence, functioning as a vibrant marketplace, a battleground for competing interests, a treasure trove of resources, or even a dynamic platform for global interaction. This notion isn't new, it echoes the historical significance India had during colonial times. Such a perspective can foster a survival instinct among its people, which, at the very best, could evolve into a relationship built on transactions. However, India has the capacity to be impactful not just through its resources but also via the strength of its ideas and actions. It can emerge as a vital engine of the global economy, a vibrant hub of innovation, or a functioning democracy that meets the needs of its citizens effectively. This trajectory represents a vision for the future, a future that demands unyielding determination and resolute perseverance. The internal discussions and disputes within our society will ultimately guide whether we embrace this path or choose another. As a nation, we are faced with increasingly stark choices. The advancements made over the past decade inspire a sense of hope and optimism, yet the remnants of the old order bring our insecurities to the forefront and highlight the existing divides among us. It is essential for the people of India to recognize the significant implications of the choices we make, not only for ourselves but for the global community as well. There are many who genuinely support our progress and will seek ways to help us thrive. Conversely, there are those who view our ascent with skepticism or hostility and may attempt to hinder our efforts or undermine our position. In any case, it is crucial that we brace ourselves for external influences that may seek to engage in our conversations or even intervene, driven by their own interests. As previously highlighted, safeguarding the integrity of our future requires that we remain vigilant against allowing outsiders to sculpt our destiny. India holds immense importance to its citizens, which is precisely why we must reflect on lessons from our past to ensure that the trajectory of our future is determined solely by us, the people of India, and not by external forces. India has historically held a prominent position in international thought, evident in the relentless pursuit of trade paths leading to its shores. The quest for these lucrative routes initially propelled European explorers to the lands of the Americas. However, when these adventurous navigators eventually succeeded in their journey to India by sea, the ramifications were even more profound than anticipated. With India serving as a strategic launching point, European powers subsequently extended their influence across the entire Asian continent. Notably, the trajectory of China's development during the 19th century was significantly influenced by the events and outcomes stemming from India's colonial encounters and the broader European imperial ambitions in the region. It is hardly surprising that India's pivotal role in global affairs operates in a reciprocal manner. The moment India achieved independence, it triggered a broader wave of decolonization that significantly shaped the foundation of the modern global